Chapter 1. No more pretense. It's time to come clean. I am a genius of taijutsu. In the land of fire. Konoha, year 60. Gazing at the calendar on the table, Lu Fan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Has it really been 14 years already? He still remembers the overwhelming excitement when he first crossed over 14 years ago. Lu Fan was nearly beside himself with joy, for he had not only entered his beloved Naruto world, but had also brought along his cherished mobile game, Naruto Ninja. At that time, Lu Fan thought, with the aid of a Naruto mobile game, he would swiftly be able to dance around Obito in Konoha and punch the incapacitated. Yet to his dismay, this infernal Tengu network took a staggering 14 years just to download a single game. The most infuriating part was he lacked any talent for being a ninja, resulting in 14 wasted years. He could only assist in his family's dumpling shop. Indeed, the kind of glutinous rice dumplings that Hondo loved to eat. Fortunately, on this day, 14 years later, the wretched Tengu network had finally completed the game download. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan clicked on the game icon. The game screen unfolded before him. With a crackling sound, a fist enveloped in electric light surged through Lu Fan's mind. A towering figure stood proudly atop the mountain peaks. Reikage AI Youth made his grand entrance. The opening CG animation of the Naruto mobile game was undeniably impressive. As the animation concluded, the game officially commenced. Character: Lu Fan. Ninjutsu: 0. Taijutsu: 1. Chakra: 0. Identity: commoner of Konoha, son of a dumpling shop owner. Ability: dumpling making glutinous rice. Current ninja on stage: none. He closed his character interface. Summoning: ninja tools, duel arena, shop, mission gathering, ninja challenges, trial grounds, ninja drama. Almost all game functions remained locked. The only two features illuminated in the entire Naruto mobile game were recharge and recruitment. The first recharge cost merely 6 gold coins, granting the youth rock lead gen level. A consecutive 3-day recharge would yield Uchiha Sasuke Shippuden level. Opening the recruitment system, the prices were clearly displayed. 18 gold coins allowed for 1 recruitment from the card pool. The ninjas in the card pool were categorized from low to high, resembling a pyramid, divided into 4 tiers: C, B, A, and S. At the base, the Clevel ninjas included the Rookie 7, the Sound 3, Shino, and Tenten. The Blevel ninjas featured youthful Kakashi, Shippuden Naruto, and Shippuden Rock Lee, among others. A-level ninjas boasted the likes of Haiden and Young AI. At the pinnacle, this level ninja was none other than the legendary Guy, who nearly kicked the finale into oblivion. Above the card pool, a striking phrase was inscribed: "Boy, if you spend money, you'll grow stronger." Truly impressive. Tengu Network. Lu Fan shook his head in exasperation. Even in a different world, Tengu Network remained as shameless as ever, creating joy with such dedication. But if you lack funds, you're out of luck. Fortunately, knowing Tengu Network's nature, he came prepared. With a swish, Lu Fan dragged a suitcase from beneath his bed. Opening it, he found it brimming with coins. Ever since he learned he would be playing a Tengu Network game, over the past 14 years, Lu Fan had not dared to spend a single penny. By the age of 14, he had managed to save an impressive sum of 60,000 yen. Gazing at the 60,000 yen, Lu Fan felt a rush of excitement. 14 years of restraint, all for this day. Today he was determined to spend lavishly and summon Might Guy directly. Without further ado, let's make a recharge of 648. Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Lu Fan was bewildered. 60,000 yen couldn't even cover a single 648 recharge? What kind of exchange rate is this? Vietnamese dong? Cross-world transfers had an exchange rate of 1:10,000, which meant 60,000 yen was only worth 6 gold coins. Barely enough for a first recharge. Lu Fan was at a loss for words. He had underestimated Tengu Network's audacity. It turned out before Tengu Network, his 14 years of effort were worth no more than a mere Li. Cursing aside, he still had to make the recharge. After all, in Tengu Network games, if you spend, you play the game. If you don't, the game plays you. Moreover, Rock Lee was actually quite a good character. He firmly believed that today, he would declare, the ultimate boss of Naruto would eventually meet a kick from Lee. Thus, come forth my six pads, Lee. With a thought, Lu Fan transferred 60,000 yen into the system. The system balance instantly transformed into 12 gold coins. Different recharge amounts grant double gold coins. Simultaneously, the youth Rock Lee 6 Yen Lee also arrived. Ninja, Rock Lee Youth. Level C. Ninjutsu, 0. Taijutsu, 19. Chakra, 0. Average Genin Taijutsu, 10. Ninjutsu Technique, Konoha Hurricane Primary Lotus. At the bottom of the character introduction, two gilded characters shone brightly. On stage, Lu Fan gently tapped and felt a warm current surge through his body. His character panel underwent a transformation. Character, Lu Fan. Ninjutsu, 0. Taijutsu, 20. Chakra, 0. Identity, commoner of Konoha, son of a dumpling shop owner. Ability, dumpling making glutinous rice, Konoha Hurricane, Primary Lotus. Current ninja on stage, Rock Lee Youth. Having played the Naruto mobile game for 6 or 7 years in his past life, Lu Fan immediately understood. On stage, one could combine the complete abilities, attributes, and power of the ninja with his own. For instance, in the Taijutsu line, his was 1, while Rock Lee's was 19. Their combined total equaled 20. Indeed, Rock Lee was deserving of his reputation. The typical genin possessed merely 10 points in Taijutsu, yet here was an ungraduated ninja student boasting an astonishing 19 points, nearly double that of the ordinary genin. He truly was the second Taijutsu genius of the younger generation. What? You ask who the first is? That would, of course, be Lu Fan. Let's not forget, he surpassed Rock Lee by precisely 1 Lu. Feeling the surging power within his body, Lu Fan could not help but clench his fists. After 14 years of restraint, Lu Fan had finally transformed into a ninja. From this day forth, he would no longer remain inconspicuous. Son, is there something you can't say outside that you must drag us into this room for? Father Lu inquired with slight impatience. It was nearly mealtime, and he still had dumplings to make for sale. Mother Lu, however, was more patient. Pouring a cup of tea, she handed it to Lu Fan. Son, don't mind your father. Whatever it is, take your time to explain. Lu Fan nodded, sipping the tea. I've thought it over and believe I should attend the Ninja Academy. I hope you will support me. Father Lu and Mother Lu were momentarily stunned. Then, with a burst of laughter, they rolled on the floor. After a while, Mother Lu wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. Son, I must admit, your serious demeanor just now truly caught me off guard. That was quite the joke. Father Lu chuckled, patting Lu Fan's shoulder as he prepared to return to making dumplings. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling both amused and exasperated. After all this time, this old couple thought he was merely joking. However, putting himself in their shoes, he could understand. It was akin to a nearly 20-year-old child who has never attended high school, suddenly stating earnestly to his parents, I believe attending Tsinghua would be the best choice for me. Most would naturally assume it was a jest. However, I'm serious, Lu Fan declared with utmost sincerity. He had considered it carefully. Although he was currently stronger than Rock Lee by 1 Lu, and seemed to possess decent strength, his understanding of ninjas remained far too superficial. It was essential to engage in systematic learning. Most importantly, without attending the Ninja Academy, he could not obtain the Konoha Forehead Protector. And without the Konoha Forehead Protector, he would be relegated to the status of a wandering ninja. The disparity in prospects between Konoha ninjas and wandering ninjas was self-evident. Thus, he absolutely had to attend this Ninja Academy. Noticing Lu Fan's serious expression, Father Lu and Mother Lu realized that Lu Fan was not joking after all. However, the issue remained. Admission to the Ninja Academy was not as simple as wishing to attend. To become a ninja, one must at least possess some chakra talent. Yet Lu Fan's chakra talent was 0. Consequently, Father Lu and Mother Lu hesitated briefly before advising. Son, perhaps you should reconsider. Reconsider? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. Had he heard such words before today, he might have felt disheartened. But now, with Rock Lee's support, Lu Fan simply wished to say. Who says one must have chakra to be a ninja? Is it not possible that I am a genius of taijutsu? Huh? Father Lu and Mother Lu stared blankly, initially intending to coexist with my parents as an ordinary person. Yet instead, I am met with ridicule. Lu Fan spread his arms with a smile. All right, enough pretense. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am indeed a genius of taijutsu. After a moment of silence, Father Lu and Mother Lu erupted into even louder laughter. The old couple laughed until they could scarcely catch their breath. Son, you truly have a knack for making your mother laugh, to the point that it causes me stomach aches. With your stamina, you'd be out of breath after rolling just 10 glutinous rice balls. If you were a martial arts prodigy, your father would. Before Lu Dad could finish his sentence, Lu Fan smiled, picked up the rolling pin that was as thick as an adult's arm, and with just 2 fingers, effortlessly snapped it in half. With a resounding crack, the thick rolling pin broke. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were left in a state of shock. Apologies. Lu Fan tilted his head, looking playfully at Lu Dad. What were you about to say, Dad? Chapter 2. The Overzealous Admirer. Ninja Academy. Silence. Irika rapped on the blackboard. The rowdy children in the classroom quieted down. Today, we will welcome a new classmate. At the sound of this announcement, the previously subdued children erupted into chatter once more. A new classmate? Aren't we about to graduate? Why is there still a newcomer? Shikamura mumbled while munching on chips. Isn't it a bit late to be enrolling now? Who cares if it's late or not? I just hope it's a handsome guy. We already have enough foolish males in our class. Sakura remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Naruto. The other girls nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was recognized by the girls as the foremost foolish male, he mistakenly thought they were referring to Sasuke, bursting into laughter. Sasuke, they're calling you a foolish male. Idiot. Sasuke rolled his eyes, uninterested in Naruto's antics. In comparison to the foolishness of Naruto and Sakura's infatuation, he was far more intrigued by the new classmate. After all, this was their graduating class. Only those with sufficient skill would be placed here. Hopefully it's a skilled fighter. Sasuke squinted, having grown weary of childish games. He yearned to battle with a master, to grow stronger, until he could personally eliminate that man. Thus, amidst the eager discussions of everyone, with a soft creak, the door swung open. Lu Fan stepped inside. The children froze, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. How to describe it? There was no denying that Lu Fan was handsome. With sharp brows and bright eyes, he exuded a remarkable aura. In terms of looks, he even subtly overshadowed the aloof Sasuke. Yet there was the matter of age. Wasn't he a bit older? Standing at 6 feet tall, he clearly towered over them by a head. Noticing the bewilderment in the children's eyes, Lu Fan smiled slightly, straightforwardly admitting, "My name is Lu Fan, and I am 14 years old." 14? Upon hearing this, the gathered children were taken aback, because the oldest among them, Sasuke, was only 12. This was a time of peace. If it were in their parents' generation, one would have graduated and gone to battle around 8. 14 is rather late to be starting school, isn't it? The carefree Naruto, ever blunt, chimed in, "Hey, big guy, did you take a wrong turn? Big guy?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. While Lu Fan was indeed older, he could at most be called an older brother. Calling him big guy was a gross exaggeration. Lu Fan could only shake his head. Even back when he read comics, he thought Naruto's childhood isolation was not entirely the fault of others. With his penchant for pranks and his unfiltered nature, the fact that he wasn't dead yet was a testament to the quality of Konoha's ninjas. In the villages of mist and sand, he wouldn't last 3 days. However, Lu Fan didn't feel much anger. After all, in his eyes, Naruto was merely a childish brat. Bothering with him was a waste of time. Ignoring Naruto, Lu Fan intended to find a seat for class. But just then, a soft chime rang out. The system activated. Identity acquired. Ninja trainee. Task collection unlocked. Daily task. Teach Naruto a lesson. Task reward. 3 gold coins. Lu Fan paused. 3 gold coins? At a conversion rate of 1 gold equaling 10,000 yen. 3 gold coins equated to 30,000 yen. Just for giving Naruto a lesson, he could earn 30,000 yen? Naruto squirmed uneasily. He suddenly felt a chilling gaze from Lu Fan. Big guy, what are you staring at? Staring? Lu Fan grinned. Of course, he was eyeing that 30,000 yen. Now the question was, how to get his hands on that money. Simply beating up Naruto wouldn't work. Iruka would not stand by idly. Suddenly, Lu Fan noticed Sakura sitting nearby. An idea sparked. This classmate, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have a crush on that pink-haired girl. Am I right? Caught off guard by Lu Fan's public revelation, Naruto's face flushed crimson. Big guy, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't like Sakura. As he spoke, Naruto furtively glanced at Sakura, fearing that she might display a look of disgust. It was obvious even to a fool. Not only did Naruto have feelings for Sakura, but he was also a pathetic admirer. How pitiful. Lu Fan shook his head lightly. Naruto truly had no understanding of the harsh realities of life for someone like him. So be it. Today, Uncle Lu would be a good Samaritan, to enlighten him, to let him grasp the cruelty of the world. Thus, without a word, Lu Fan strode directly toward Sakura. The students in the classroom were left in a state of astonishment, uncertain of Lu Fan's intentions. Sakura's heart raced. For up close, Lu Fan appeared even more handsome. What was most striking was the way Lu Fan looked at her. The gaze was both tender and ravenous, as if he were about to devour her. Hold up, Lu Fan. Is it? Sakura's face flushed with a deep crimson, her voice trembling. Hush. Lu Fan smiled faintly, gently placing a finger over Sakura's lips before slowly lowering his head. The onlooking children were utterly astounded. Was he really going to kiss Sakura? On their very first meeting, in front of everyone? Naruto gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan could behave in such a manner. Yet, he wasn't overly worried, for he believed he understood Sakura well. He was confident that she would deliver a fierce punch, sending the scoundrel Lu Fan flying. After all, that was how Sakura usually treated him. However, Sakura merely quivered slightly, then closed her eyes in bliss, even puckering her lips invitingly. Naruto was left in utter shock, struggling to grasp why she was acting this way. Sakura typically did not display such affection towards him. The others present were filled with anticipation. Yet, just as the atmosphere reached an intimate crescendo and Lu Fan was about to kiss Sakura, his smile abruptly turned icy. He lifted his head, straightened his posture, and looked down at the pouting Sakura with disdain. The children were bewildered, failing to understand Lu Fan's intentions. Douc, Lu Fan turned to Naruto, his voice frigid. Your goddess, before a handsome guy like me, is merely a lovesick fool who can be won over on the very first meeting. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Lu Fan could utter such words so suddenly. Sakura opened her eyes, her face as pale as death. Iruka, unable to bear witness any longer, interjected. Lu Fan, do you not realize that your actions are profoundly disrespectful towards Sakura Haruno? In the face of Iruka's reprimand, Lu Fan remained unfazed. Pray tell, Iruka-sensei, how can I respect someone who lacks self-respect and self-love? Iruka fell silent, and others had no words to offer. Ultimately, it was Sakura's own fault. She could not help but become infatuated at the sight of a handsome man. If only she had been a bit more reserved, she could have rejected him or slapped Lu Fan. Wasn't it Lu Fan who would be embarrassed publicly? Oh, Sakura was utterly overwhelmed, covering her face. She fled the classroom in tears. Witnessing this, Iruka could only shake his head in dismay. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Fan, your actions were too excessive. Excessive? Lu Fan scoffed. Do not be deceived by Sakura's outward appearance of a pure and delicate girl. In reality, she is cunning, violent, infatuated, and duplicitous. That is the true nature of Sakura Haruno, the Sakura biatch. The saying that one must either defeat the Hokage or marry the Sakura biatch illustrates just how despised she is. Thus, Lu Fan felt no guilt in his actions. On the contrary, he believed he was performing a good deed. The onlookers were left in confusion to toy with the feelings of a 10-year-old girl in public. You call that a good deed? Of course, Lu Fan remained unfazed. Just think, if he had not done this, how could Naruto have so swiftly recognized Sakura's true nature? The crowd was left feeling exasperated. By your reasoning, should Naruto be thanking you? Not at all, Lu Fan replied with a smile, waving his hand humbly. Exposing a deceitful woman is a responsibility we all share. It is simply what I ought to do. Naruto could no longer contain his frustration. Clenching his fists, he shouted at Lu Fan, You despicable scoundrel, I will pound you into the ground. At this sight, Even the likes of Shikamaru and Ino found it hard to watch. They admitted that while Lu Fan's actions were somewhat excessive, the truth remained. Sakura was indeed a lovesick, duplicitous girl. Was it worth it to fight over such a woman? Hearing the crowd's words, Naruto's eyes brimmed with tears. I do not know what kind of person Sakura truly is, but even if she were a harlot, I would still love her. With that declaration, Naruto spun around, glaring fiercely at Lu Fan. Anyone who dares to make Sakura cry shall not escape my wrath. Lu Fan was left speechless. What more could he say? All he could muster was, the devoted are truly remarkable. Chapter 3. Naruto and Sasuke are true love, letting go of the urge to help others. One must respect the destinies of others that I in the past. Lu Fan did not quite understand this phrase. Now, as he observed Naruto charging towards him with fists raised, he began to grasp its meaning. The devoted truly deserve their fate. However, Lu Fan was entirely perplexed. Who had granted Naruto the audacity to challenge him? A mere underachiever who had yet to master the three-body technique dared to confront him. An enhanced version of Lee Rock. Such a reckless act left Lu Fan unsure whether to commend Naruto for his bravery or chastise him for his foolishness. Crossing his arms, Lu Fan could hardly be bothered to move. Yet, to others, it seemed as though he had been rendered speechless by Naruto's sudden assault. Naruto, cease this at once. Iruka instinctively attempted to intervene, but before he could act, Lu Fan was already in motion. With a kick as swift as lightning, Iruka's hand barely reached halfway when a thunderous sound erupted. Everything was over in an instant. The majority of the students present had not even comprehended what had transpired. They only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow as Naruto, who had lunged at Lu Fan, was sent flying like a ball by a single kick. How astonishingly fast! Iruka was utterly shocked. Lu Fan's kick had occurred before even he, as the teacher, could react. The other students wore blank expressions, unable to discern what had happened. They simply felt that this new student, Lu Fan, was terrifyingly strong in every regard. Only Sasuke's eyes widened with excitement as he silently contemplated whether he could withstand such a kick. Ultimately, he concluded that he could not. Even if he were to take Lu Fan's kick, he would most likely be unable to withstand it. However, one could only discern strength through combat. Sasuke was not the type to easily concede defeat that Lu Fan. Let us have a match. Upon witnessing Sasuke suddenly rise to challenge him, Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk. Truly, Sasuke, you are remarkable. When Sakura is bullied, you sit idly by. Yet the moment Naruto is struck, you leap to his defense. Truly, Naruto and Sasuke are true love. Regardless, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. He had come to the Ninja Academy to learn, not to engage in childish games. Are you afraid? Sasuke regarded Lu Fan with disdain, and if you are fearful of losing, I can allow you to use one hand. Hearing this, Lu Fan nearly burst into laughter. Sasuke, while appearing mature, was still just a child. Such a clumsy attempt at provocation could only fool Naruto. As for fear, do not jest, before the events of Shippuden. As long as Naruto did not resort to his special abilities, the youthful Lee Rock, who had mastered the 8 gates, was undoubtedly the strongest among Konoha's younger generation, and he, Lu Fan, was even stronger than Lee Rock. Given Sasuke's current state, he posed no threat whatsoever. The reason for declining the challenge was simple. I dislike engaging in meaningless endeavors. Furthermore, Lu Fan spread his hands with a cheerful demeanor, declaring, I am a friendly person who does not favor violence. Upon hearing this, everyone present was left in shock. How dare you utter such words? Friendly? You mean to say that on your very first day of school, you humiliated a female classmate to the point of tears? You do not favor violence? Can you say that while watching Naruto, who was kicked unconscious, still not awake? Sasuke's eyes burned crimson with indignation. To him, Lu Fan's words were nothing short of a blatant insult. What did it mean to disdain engaging in meaningless endeavors? Was belittling Naruto and Sakura truly significant? Did it imply that in your eyes, I, the illustrious Uchiha Sasuke, am inferior even to that infatuated Sakura and that foolish Naruto? A scowl of defiance etched across Sasuke's face. Observing the 3 gold coins that had mysteriously appeared in his account, Lu Fan pondered. Judging solely by the outcome, it seemed indeed to be the case. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, swiftly followed by a surge of uncontrollable rage. How dare you insult the Uchiha clan? Previously, Sasuke had merely wished to engage Lu Fan in a duel to determine a victor. Now, it was a matter of life and death. Anyone who dared to tarnish the Uchiha name would pay with their blood. Upon hearing this, Everyone present widened their eyes in excitement. Ding Ci even produced a watermelon from seemingly nowhere. All believed that the confrontation between Lu Fan and Sasuke was now inevitable. However, Lu Fan merely chuckled. The more you wish to fight, the less inclined I am to engage. Sasuke was taken aback. He never expected Lu Fan to refuse even at this juncture. Nevertheless, this was not something he would allow. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, attempting to forcefully strike, compelling Lu Fan to accept his challenge. Yet, Lu Fan paid Sasuke no mind, walking over to Irika and cheerfully stating, "Irika-sensei, someone wishes to kill me. You wouldn't just stand by, would you?" The crowd fell silent. Irika looked utterly exasperated. "Why hadn't you thought of me when you insulted Sakura and kicked Naruto? Now you remember to seek my help?" Sasuke was equally taken aback by Lu Fan's audacity. Enraged, he spat. "You coward! If you have the guts, fight me fairly. Hiding behind a teacher is no mark of a man." "Coward?" Lu Fan's expression soured. Gazing at the furious Sasuke, he felt disdainful. Were it not for being in Konoha, Sasuke would have never dared to be so brazen. He could have sent Sasuke to meet his parents long ago. Unfortunately, this was Konoha. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu watching closely, he could not afford to eliminate Sasuke. Thus, arguing or fighting with Sasuke was utterly pointless. Coincidentally, he detested engaging in meaningless activities. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Deciding to disregard Sasuke altogether, Lu Fan ignored him. Sasuke grew increasingly frantic. "Name your terms. As long as you agree to duel me, whether it be ninjutsu or money, I can comply with anything you propose." Fearing Lu Fan might refuse, Sasuke quickly added a threat. "Trust me, the teacher cannot protect you forever. Agree now, and you might at least keep your body intact." "Money? How much do you have?" Lu Fan interrupted excitedly. From the moment he heard the word money, he had completely tuned out Sasuke's subsequent words. Sasuke paused, momentarily perplexed. Once he regained his composure, he was filled with contempt for Lu Fan, the heir of the Uchiha clan. He had never regarded money as significant to him. Someone like Lu Fan, obsessed with wealth, seemed utterly vulgar. He smirked coldly. "Name your price, and I shall match it." Without hesitation, Lu Fan blurted out, "I don't want much. Just 6.48 million yen." This was undoubtedly Lu Fan's earnest request, as he thought of it merely as enough to indulge in a single purchase within a mobile game. Yet, upon hearing this figure, everyone present was left astounded. Just 6.48 million yen. Even Irika, the teacher, was left speechless for a long while. After all, as the homeroom teacher at the Ninja Academy, his monthly salary was a mere 30,000 yen. Counting on his fingers, he realized it would take him 18 years to earn that sum. Demand such a sum for a mere duel. How audacious of Lu Fan! Sasuke's smile faltered. Although he was the sole Uchiha in Konoha, inheriting a vast fortune, his youth meant that those assets were, in fact, managed by the third Hokage, essentially confiscated. He received only a meager allowance each month. How could he possibly muster 6.48 million yen? Sasuke had initially thought Lu Fan was just a commoner, likely to request a few thousand yen at most. Who could have anticipated that Lu Fan's appetite was so grand? The sheer audacity of demanding such a sum left even him, a top-tier rich heir, feeling somewhat insecure. Yet, having already spoken such bravado, Sasuke could only redden with embarrassment. "I don't have that much money on me." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan frowned slightly. "Then how much do you have?" 328,000 yen. Sasuke shook his head, his face flushed. 168,000 yen. Sasuke had lowered his head. Feeling utterly humiliated. As the heir of the Uchiha, he had been overshadowed by a commoner's assertiveness in terms of wealth. Seeing that Sasuke couldn't even afford 168,000 yen, Lu Fan instantly lost interest. "Then how much do you actually have?" 60,000 yen. Sasuke's face was burning with shame. "This little amount," Lu Fan scoffed disdainfully. Ashamed, Sasuke lowered his head. While Irika also felt his face flush, having recently taken out a loan to buy a house, he too couldn't produce even 60,000 yen. "Fine, 60,000 it is. Consider this a discount for you." Realizing that Sasuke genuinely had no money, Lu Fan grew weary of the back and dash forth. The two prepared to finalize their transaction and begin their duel. Irika could no longer contain himself. It was one thing for these kids to be wealthier than him. It was another to openly duel before him. "You too? Do you even regard me as your teacher?" Irika exclaimed angrily, slamming the desk. Sasuke remained silent, his face cold and unyielding, while Lu Fan, though polite, spoke words that were 100 times more chilling than Sasuke's silence. Iruka-sensei, could you please step aside? Otherwise, should you be accidentally harmed, it would be unfortunate. The threat. This was undoubtedly a threat. Iruka seriously suspected that Lu Fan might indeed dare to strike a teacher to no, given Lu Fan's prior actions. He certainly would. At this point, Iruka realized that he could not prevent Lu Fan and Sasuke from clashing. Even if he tried to intervene, the two would undoubtedly arrange a private duel. Rather than that, it would be better to let them fight in front of him. No, even that wouldn't suffice. With his meager skills, it was uncertain whether he could even match Sasuke. Recalling Lu Fan's previously displayed abilities, Iruka thought it prudent to at least find a chunin, if not a jonin, to act as a referee. Chapter 4. A day of only spending 60,000 yen. How hard it is. Hey, have you heard? The new transfer student, Lu Fan, is going to have an open duel with senior Sasuke. Is that for real? Would I lie to you? They were set to duel in the auditorium, and I heard a jonin is going to officiate. Damn, who is this transfer student? How dare he challenge our strongest and most handsome senior, Sasuke? I heard his family sells sweet rice dumplings, and he is already 14 this year. What an old, broke man daring to oppose our senior Sasuke. He truly does not know the gravity of his situation. Exactly. Sisters, let us head to the auditorium to cheer for senior Sasuke. I want to witness the splendid ninjutsu as he flattens that old, poor transfer student, Lu Fan. That name just screams ugly. 10 minutes later. In the auditorium of the Ninja Academy, the moment they laid eyes on Lu Fan standing on the arena, the little girls who had just been shouting insults and calling him ugly fell silent. Because he was incredibly handsome, one girl gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The others immediately nodded in agreement. They had never anticipated that this unremarkable transfer student, Lu Fan, would possess a level of attractiveness that surpassed even the school heartthrob. Sasuke, not only was he strikingly handsome, but his towering height of 180 centimeters utterly eclipsed Sasuke. However, despite being the school heartthrob for so many years, Sasuke still had a few loyal admirers that I concede that Lu Fan is indeed good-looking. But as a ninja, strength is of paramount importance. Exactly. What use is it to be handsome? Sasuke-kun is a genius of the Uchiha clan, easily capable of turning Lu Fan into a pig's head. Upon hearing this, some girls couldn't help but feel sympathetic. If Sasuke-kun could win, there was no need to beat Lu Fan to a pulp, right? Such a handsome face. What a pity it would be if it were damaged. The infatuated girls nodded in agreement. Yet, it was evident that no one believed that Lu Fan, a mere transfer student, could possibly defeat the renowned genius, Sasuke Uchiha. Even Sasuke himself was quite certain of this. Your skills are commendable, but to insult the name of the Uchiha is the gravest error of your life. That I will kill you. Sasuke clenched his fists, his expression frigid and brimming with murderous intent. Witnessing this scene, the female students were so excited that they nearly lost control. So handsome. Incredibly handsome. Sasuke-kun is indeed the coolest. What terrifying killing intent. I have goosebumps. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the J-nin who had been pulled in as a referee, couldn't help but frown slightly. He could sense the seriousness in Sasuke's words. He truly intended to kill Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan, the person in question, displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, my apologies. I simply couldn't contain myself. Lu Fan covered his mouth, desperately stifling his laughter. In truth, he didn't wish to laugh. It was just that Sasuke at this moment was exceedingly melodramatic, setting aside whether Sasuke could actually defeat him. Did he really think Asuma, a J-nin, was merely a bystander? Ultimately, the current Sasuke, no matter how much he pretended to be mature, was still just a boy in his early teens, full of adolescent bravado. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the harder it was for him to suppress his laughter. The crowd was left in a state of shock. They never anticipated that Lu Fan would react in such a manner to Sasuke's death threat. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson in an instant, unable to contain his fury any longer. With a furious roar of Dai, he charged at Lu Fan, initiating a classic Leaf Village taijutsu technique, a powerful punch coupled with a whip kick. The speed was so remarkable that even Asuma nodded in admiration. Although he hadn't graduated yet, Sasuke's taijutsu was already at the level of an average genin. Yet, it was simply too slow. Lu Fan shook his head with a chuckle. To an ordinary student, Sasuke's genin-level taijutsu might seem swift, but to Lu Fan, who was akin to an enhanced version of Rock Lee, Sasuke's speed resembled that of a snail. He didn't even need to exert himself fully. With a mere flick of his hand, Lu Fan grasped Sasuke's wrist as he lunged forward. Lu Fan could distinctly see the fleeting look of astonishment on Sasuke's face. It was evident that he had come to realize the disparity between them. However, it was far too late for that realization. Lu Fan grinned widely, unleashing the full force of his 20-point taijutsu. Sasuke had no ability to resist whatsoever. With a gentle tug, Lu Fan sent Sasuke soaring into the air. Then, with a swift kick, akin to a soccer shot, he struck Sasuke right in the lower back. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed. The audience in the auditorium witnessed Sasuke soar high into the air. At that moment, it seemed as though he had defied gravity, tracing a graceful arc above the auditorium, until he collided with the wall and fell unconscious. Landing with a thud, the auditorium fell into a stunned silence. Everyone present was utterly bewildered, and lost. They had never imagined that the illustrious genius of the Uchiha clan would be defeated by the obscure Lu Fan, let alone in such a decisive manner. They hadn't even seen what had transpired. It was simply too difficult for them to accept. Seeing the confusion among the crowd, Asuma, as the referee, stepped forward. Sasuke lost fairly, because Lu Fan's taijutsu had already approached the level of a Nin. What? Upon hearing this, the students were utterly shocked at Nin. They weren't even Genin yet, and Lu Fan had already reached the level of a Nin. You've misunderstood. Asuma quickly clarified, perceiving their misinterpretation. Having taijutsu at the level of a Nin does not imply that Lu Fan's overall strength is at that level. In the grand scheme of a ninja's abilities, taijutsu comprises only a small portion. To assess a ninja's strength, one must primarily consider ninjutsu. And if I'm not mistaken, it seems you, Lu Fan, possess no chakra? At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Without chakra, one could not perform ninjutsu. That if one couldn't utilize ninjutsu, could they still be called a ninja? Some of Sasuke's loyal fans immediately scoffed. Humph, after all this fuss, he's just a brute relying on sheer strength. A lowly commoner, of course, resorts to such unrefined tactics to ambush our Sasuke Nayakin. Upon hearing these words, Asuma instantly regretted revealing Lu Fan's secret in public. However, Lu Fan himself was not particularly concerned. For him, chakra talent was utterly inconsequential. A man equipped with an innate advantage. As long as he had wealth, not only would chakra talent be irrelevant, but even the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, would eventually kneel before him in submission. Yet, the less Lu Fan cared, the more guilt Asuma felt. He believed Lu Fan was merely putting on a brave front. Others may not know, but as a peer of Might Guy, he was well aware of the struggles a taijutsu ninja must endure. He had witnessed firsthand the trials and tribulations involved, let alone Lu Fan. A mere commoner, possessing such formidable taijutsu at this age, one could only imagine the toil he had endured. Even Asuma, a Nin, found it difficult to fathom. Upon reflecting on this, Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lu Fan. Child, you must have endured considerable hardship over the years, hadn't you? Hardship? What are you talking about? Lu Fan looked utterly perplexed. His family owned a dessert shop, and he had eaten sweet glutinous rice balls since childhood. He was tired of sweets. Not hardship. Observing the expression of pure delight on Lu Fan's face, Asuma felt even more sympathy for him. This child is so understanding. It's all right, child. You don't wish to speak. I won't force you. Here, take this bottle of injury ointment. It might come in handy later. Saying this, Asuma pulled out a bottle of injury ointment worth over 10,000 yen and handed it to Lu Fan. The entire audience was left dumbfounded. What in the world? Are you out of your mind? Sasuke was the one who got kicked away, so why are you giving the medicine to Lu Fan? However, in the eyes of Sarutobi Asuma, his actions were entirely justifiable. Firstly, Sasuke was affluent and had no need for him to provide any medicinal ointments. Furthermore, Sasuke had merely received a kick. With Lu Fan's measured approach, a period of 10 days to 2 weeks of rest would suffice for recovery. Such an expensive remedy was utterly unnecessary for Lu Fan. Hailing from a humble background, he was willing to risk life and limb for a mere 60,000 yen to others. This might appear as mere avarice, but in his eyes, Lu Fan was simply a child from a modest household who understood the value of money. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Fan must have endured unimaginable hardships to hone his physical skills. Thus, it was not merely a bottle of ointment he required. Upon returning, he intended to approach his father, the third Hokage, to see if the village could allocate some funds to support Lu Fan's training. In summary, Lu Fan, rest assured, the village will not overlook a diligent and hardworking child like you. Asuma patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, his expression earnest and solemn. Lu Fan, although unsure of what Asuma had conjured in his mind, felt compelled to express, "You possess keen insight." Indeed, acquiring the full prowess of Rock Lee with a single click was no easy feat. Spending 6,000 yen a day was indeed a struggle. Chapter 5. A Stroke of Luck. Drawing Might Guy in the Hokage's office, a report was presented. Sasuke had been knocked unconscious by a classmate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face displayed a look of perplexity. He was somewhat familiar with the abilities of the new generation in Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke had always been the strongest amongst them. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed with the title of Uchiha Prodigy. Hiruzen could not fathom who among the new generation possessed the capability to incapacitate Sasuke. The student responsible for injuring Sasuke was named Lu Fan, a recent transfer to the Ninja Academy. Oh, Hiruzen's interest peaked as he lightly tapped his desk. Elaborate. Yes, replied the Umbu agent, kneeling respectfully. Lu Fan, of common origin, is a self-taught individual with physical skills at the level of a chunin, aged 14, with no chakra aptitude. That will be all. Hiruzen's interest waned instantly. While a 14-year-old with chunin-level physical skills might be considered talented, lacking chakra ability unequivocally declared that this Lu Fan would amount to little in the future, rendering him unworthy of the Hokage's attention. Hokage-sama, there is one more matter. Your son, Asuma, has just communicated a request for the village to allocate some funds to assist Lu Fan, perhaps a mere 30,000 yen as a gesture. Hiruzen shook his head lightly. The village's resources were limited, and he could not squander vital assets on a child of mediocre talent. The mere fact that he was considering 30,000 yen was already a concession on behalf of his son. The true nature of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was far more ruthless, cruel, and cunning than he typically portrayed. Meanwhile, in a concealed underground base within Konoha, Shimura Danzo regarded Lu Fan with disdain. Lu Fan, a 14-year-old with chunin-level physical skills and no chakra aptitude. Such a lackluster existence need no longer be reported. It is a complete waste of my time. Lu Fan could never have imagined that within a brief hour, his name would circulate among the upper echelons of Konoha, leaving behind an impression of mediocrity. Even if he were to learn of this, Lu Fan likely would not care, as he had never denied his own lack of exceptional talent. But alas, he had a secret weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan opened the Naruto mobile game and invested all 6,000 yen he had earned that day into the system, coupled with the 3 gold coins from his bout with Naruto. His gold coin balance soared to 21. Since recruiting a ninja required 18 gold coins, this meant he had a single opportunity to summon a ninja. Gazing at the S-rank ninja Might Guy at the top of the card pool, Lu Fan could not suppress a gulp. If he were to summon Might Guy in one shot, would he not be able to stride through the world of Naruto, kicking whomever he pleased? Rubbing his hands together, Lu Fan decisively pressed the recruitment button. 18 coins were deducted, and a bright yellow vortex appeared on the screen. Then, with a soft pop, Might Guy, the Death Gate, bare-chested and enveloped in red chakra flames, as if magma flowed within him, materialized. Congratulations, you have summoned S-rank Might Guy, Death Gate. X5. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned. Had he truly drawn him? Had happiness arrived so swiftly? Was he now invincible? However, he soon noticed something amiss. In the lower right corner of Might Guy's display was a conspicuous number. X5. Clicking on this number revealed a clear message. S-rank ninjas require a total of 100 fragments for recruitment. Lu Fan could not help but curse aloud. After 14 years without playing the Naruto mobile game, he had almost forgotten the pitfalls of this game, where recruiting ninjas necessitated collecting fragments. C-rank ninjas required 10 fragments. B and A ranks required 40 fragments, while S-rank ninjas demanded a staggering 100 fragments. In other words, to recruit Might Guy, he would need to summon at least 20 times to 18 coins each. That amounted to 180,000 yen. For 20 summons, that would total 360,000 yen. The most infuriating part was that not every summon would yield S-rank fragments within the ninja card pool. From C rank to A rank, there were easily over 20 ninjas. Even on average, it would take 20 summons to draw Might Guy once. This meant that to successfully recruit Might Guy, Lu Fan would need a staggering 7,200,000 yen. Such a sum was unattainable. Lu Fan was merely a lowly academy ninja. Even seasoned jonins like Kakashi and Asuma would struggle to muster such funds. It is worth noting that the reward for completing an S-rank mission was only between 100,000 to 300,000 yen. Thus, Lu Fan quickly shifted his focus from Might Guy. Instead of reaching for the unattainable, he resolved to take a grounded approach. Indeed, Lu Fan was determined to steadily build his strength through diligent effort, relying on an external advantage. Setting aside the daunting requirement of 100 fragments for S-rank Might Guy, Lu Fan examined the other ninja levels in the card pool, confident in his chances of acquiring them, especially for C and B-rank ninjas. There was a probability of obtaining complete cards. The only issue was that he was out of money. He didn't even have enough for a single summon. Where would he find funds? Lu Fan pondered. Accepting ninja missions? He wasn't even a genin yet, so that was out of the question. Working? Too slow. Robbery? Too dangerous. And the Umbu were not to be trifled with. What could he do that would yield quick and easy money? Suddenly, Lu Fan thought of that man. Yes, that man would definitely have money. Moreover, he would undoubtedly be willing to lend him some. At that moment, Lu Dad, who was busy preparing meatballs, felt a chill run down his spine. To succeed, rather than exerting all effort, it was wiser to leverage one's father. Previously, Lu Fan had not fully grasped this saying and had even looked down upon those who spoke it. But now, he understood. Dad, give me money, Lu Fan said, looking at Lu Dad with an expression of calm assurance. Upon hearing this, Lu Dad, still rolling meatballs, was slightly taken aback but did not dwell on it. Without raising his head, he pointed to a drawer where loose change was kept. Help yourself. To his surprise, Lu Fan did not even glance at it and replied directly, not enough. Lu Ba, with a puzzled expression, raised his head. Due to the nature of his business, there were at least several thousand yen in his drawer. Is that not enough? How much do you need? Lu Fan pondered for a moment. Let's start with 150,000 yen to test the waters. Lu Ba. 5 minutes later. Recharge confirmed. With a gentle tap, Lu Fan watched as his father's savings, painstakingly amassed over a decade, vanished in an instant. Recruitment. Congratulations. You have acquired Hyuga-Niji, C-rank Genin, X5. Luck seems to be on your side. Lu Fan was instantly elated. Among the 12 young ninjas, Niji ranked firmly within the top 5. Most importantly, he was a genius proficient in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. If Lu Fan could recruit Niji, his martial arts would not only advance further, but the shortcomings in chakra would also be supplemented. Without further ado, Dad, let's go for another 180,000. Chapter 6 3 words that made a man spend 180,000 for me. 3 words that compelled a man to part with 180,000. Dad, send the money. Son, I won't ask why you need so much money, but you must spend it wisely and save where you can. Lu Ba reluctantly clutched the money in his hands. This was hard-earned cash, painstakingly saved over the years, one dumpling at a time. Dad, rest assured, Lu Fan solemnly promised, thumping his chest. Then he closed the door without a moment's hesitation and immediately poured 180,000 yen into the game. Hyuga-Niji, give me Hyuga-Niji. Envying Niji, Lu Fan acknowledged that he was becoming somewhat obsessed that if he didn't draw the remaining 5 Niji cards tonight, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep. There was no time for hesitation. In the gaming realm, spending was the way to go. As a result, a soft chime echoed. Congratulations, you have obtained Shizun, C-rank Genin, complete card. Glancing at the screen, he saw a cute girl with short black hair. Dressed in traditional kimono, her expression gentle and endearing. For a moment, Lu Fan was at a loss for words. Logically, he should have been overjoyed to draw a complete card. However, what about the extra 5 Niji cards? Should they just lie there? That would be such a waste. Rather than that, he might as well draw again. Dad, give me more. Before Lu Fan could finish his sentence, Lu Ba could no longer contain himself. You little rascal, do you think your dad runs a bank? How much longer will this go on? There's no money left, and you're asking for my life. Clearly, Lu Ba was utterly out of funds. Pursuing this path of relying on his father was temporarily unfeasible. Abandoning the plan to rely on his father, Lu Fan began to sort through his recent acquisitions. Among them, there were unused cards, Rock Lee X5, Niji X5, and immediately usable, Shizun, C-rank Genin, complete card. At that moment, Lu Fan was astonished to discover a warm flow within his meridians. Opening the character panel, he saw character, Lu Fan Ninjutsu, 1 Taijutsu, 21 Chakra, 1 Identity, Student Ninja. Son of a dumpling shop owner abilities. Dumpling making glutinous rice. Konoha Whirlwind, Petal Lotus, Ninjutsu. Poison Mist, Hidden Weapon Needle Shot, Yatagarasu. Dance of the Boar. Currently present ninja. Rock Lee, young, and used ninja. Shizune, C-rank Genin. Lu Fan noticed that both his ninjutsu and taijutsu had increased by 1 point. In the abilities section, several new ninjutsu had also appeared. Soon, Lu Fan found the reason. The system clearly stated in the unused ninja section. Unused ninja can inherit all abilities, but attribute stacking is limited to 1/10. Clearly, the additional attributes and several new ninjutsu were provided by Shizune. Furthermore, beneath Shizune's entry, there was another conspicuous prompt. It appears you have excess complete cards of unused ninjas. Would you like to summon? Without a second thought, Lu Fan clicked yes. In the blink of an eye, he saw a cute girl in an old-fashioned kimono, curvaceous and respectful, kneeling before him. Shizune greeted, "I have met my master." Just then, Lu Ba opened the door. Upon seeing the young woman kneeling at his son's feet, he fell silent for 2 seconds, uttering not a word. Quietly, he closed the door and stepped out. A minute later, he slid 10,000 yen through the crack in the door, accompanied by a letter. "Son, you are still young. Do take care of your health. Don't indulge too frequently in such activities. Use this 10,000 yen to buy something good and replenish your nutrients. If it's not enough, come to your father again." Inside the room, Lu Fan rubbed his temples in frustration. Outside, Lu Ba was moved to tears by his own sentiment. What is a father's love, if not like a mountain? Setting aside Lu Ba's misunderstandings, through his interactions with the woman before him, Lu Fan quickly grasped everything. Firstly, the woman before him was indeed Shizune from the Naruto mobile game. The only difference was that deep within her heart, she regarded Lu Fan as her master. Whatever command Lu Fan issued, no matter how absurd, she would execute it unconditionally. For instance, "Call me daddy." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and issued the command, wanting to test Shizune's obedience. After all, seeing is believing. He needed to confirm with his own eyes that Shizune would comply with his orders without fail. Upon hearing the command, Shizune did not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to softly and sweetly call out, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Outside the door, Lu Ba was left dumbfounded. Is this how the youth play these days? Truly, one learns throughout life. That night, Lu Ma erupted in fury, hurling accusations. "Old man, you better come clean. Where did you learn this perverse play? From our son? Have you no shame? Fine. You won't confess, huh? Just wait and see if I can make you call me mommy from now on." The next day at the Ninja Academy, as Lu Fan walked in, he was immediately met with a flurry of murmurs. Is that Lu Fan, the one who defeated Sasuke? TCH. So what if he beat Sasuke? Without chakra talent, he'll eventually be surpassed. If you ask me, those without chakra talent, relying solely on brute strength, cannot be considered ninjas at all. Thanks to his extraordinary hearing from his strong taijutsu, Lu Fan could hear every word clearly. Among the discussions about him, 9 out of 10 were mocking his lack of chakra talent. Lu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he had spent a restless night due to the chaos caused by Lu Ba and Lu Ma. He was utterly exhausted. Plus, sharing a room with Shizune was quite inconvenient. Lu Fan was already contemplating whether he should move out. Just then, a cold voice pierced through his thoughts. "Lu Fan, I've heard everything." Sasuke, with bandages wrapped around his hands, looked at Lu Fan with pity. "I never imagined that you not only come from humble beginnings, but are also quite poor and lack chakra talent." Staring at Sasuke's pitying expression, Lu Fan was at a loss for words. Should he tell Sasuke that this poor commoner had just spent over 500,000 yen in a mobile game the previous night? Should he inform Sasuke that with his current chakra talent, he could easily crush him if Shizune were to appear? No, he couldn't do that. It would be far too cruel. After all, Sasuke had neither money nor an external advantage. He didn't even have parents. Upon reflection, Lu Fan indeed began to feel a twinge of pity for Sasuke. In response, Sasuke was taken aback. He could not comprehend why the one deserving of sympathy should not be Lu Fan himself. Why, then, was Lu Fan regarding him with such a gaze of compassion, a person devoid of even the slightest talent for chakra? What right did he have to feel pity for Sasuke? This thought ignited a spark of anger within him. He felt compelled to make Lu Fan understand who the truly pitiable one was. Thus, with a cold smirk, Sasuke declared, Lu Fan, do you know? I initially believed you could serve as a stepping stone for me to become stronger. But alas, without any talent for chakra, you might not even pass the ninja exam in 3 days' time. That a person who is not even a ninja has no right to be a stepping stone for me. Sasuke regarded Lu Fan with disdain, convinced that these words were the most humiliating he could conjure. However, to his astonishment, upon hearing these remarks, Lu Fan not only remained unperturbed, but showed no inclination to retort. Simply gazing at him with a benevolent expression. Yes, you are absolutely right. Chapter 7. Because you have no parents, I submit to you. Sasuke was infuriated. The most absurd part being that he could not even fathom why he felt such rage. Although Lu Fan's words were ostensibly in agreement with him, they felt strangely sarcastic in his ears. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Sasuke retorted, "So, you admit you are a waste of space, of course." Lu Fan replied with a smile, nodding that if you believe I am a waste, then so be it. You are right, you know why? Sasuke shook his head in confusion, unable to grasp Lu Fan's reasoning. Isn't it rather submissive of you? I must submit to you. Lu Fan responded cheerfully, because I have parents, and you do not. Sasuke was left speechless. The other children in the school were equally taken aback. Typically, during their quarrels, they would resort to name-calling such as fool or idiot, but they had never encountered someone as aggressively confrontational as Lu Fan. It took Sasuke a moment to regain his composure before he erupted in a fit of rage. Lu Fan, I will kill you. I will kill you. Sasuke lunged at Lu Fan, prompting Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji to swiftly intervene and restrain him, but Sasuke's admirers were in tears, exclaiming, Sasuke-kun, you must remain calm. Lu Fan is intentionally provoking you. You are injured. You cannot fall for his tricks. Besides, Sasuke-kun, we come from noble families. Why should we stoop to quarrel with someone like Lu Fan, who sells glutinous rice balls? A porcelain vase should not contend with a tile. Let Lu Fan revel in his moment of triumph. We shall teach him a lesson later. Gradually, Sasuke began to calm down, fully aware that he was no match for Lu Fan at present. Just wait, he glared at Lu Fan. One day, you, who lack any talent for chakra, will find yourself beneath my feet. To this, Lu Fan replied, you are correct. Do you know why? Before Lu Fan could complete his sentence, Irika entered the classroom, interrupting him. Relieved by the interruption, Sasuke sighed, fearing that if Lu Fan spoke again, he might lose control. As Irika entered the classroom, he cast a resigned glance at Lu Fan. To him, it was apparent that Lu Fan's mental maturity surpassed that of Sasuke and Naruto. Lu Fan, can you not show a little restraint? They are just children. Irika whispered. In response, Lu Fan grinned. Teacher Irika, I still have 3 months until I turn 14. I am still a child as well. Irika was at a loss for words. A child? He felt that Lu Fan was far more mature than he was. With a weary sigh, Irika was about to commence the lesson when he noticed something peculiar. Lu Fan, who is that beside you? Upon hearing this, the other children suddenly realized that a beautiful young woman, clad in traditional attire, had been standing beside Lu Fan all along. Her presence had been overshadowed by Lu Fan's brilliance, causing them to overlook her. Who are you? Irika inquired, puzzled as he looked at the woman. My name is Jingxiang, and I am Lord Lu Fan's maid, she replied proudly, as if serving Lu Fan was the most honorable occupation one could hold. Irika, Sasuke, and everyone present were utterly bewildered. A maid? Wasn't Lu Fan a commoner who sold glutinous rice balls? How could he possibly have a maid? Did selling glutinous rice balls yield such wealth? As Irika took in Jingxiang's striking features, he, a single man of considerable age, took a moment to gather his thoughts. Miss, regardless of the circumstances, this is a ninja school, and non-ninjas are not permitted. Jingxiang replied without hesitation, but I am a ninja. What about you? Irika's mouth fell open. Jingxiang's assertion was utterly shocking, causing Choji to drop the watermelon he was holding in astonishment. That it was not that they were naive. On the contrary, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were all from prominent families in Konoha. Not to mention Sasuke, the last heir of the Uchiha clan, who had seen it all. Yet, none of them had encountered such a scenario. In the world of Naruto, the term ninja was almost synonymous with nobility. For a noble to serve as a maid to a commoner like Lu Fan, who lacked any talent for chakra, was simply preposterous. Before they could voice their doubts, Jingxiang gently began to massage Lu Fan's shoulders using a technique known as palm healing. Irika and the other children familiar with this technique were left speechless. The palm healing technique was an advanced medical ninjutsu, and the number of medical ninjas in Konoha who could perform it could be counted on one hand. It could be said without exaggeration that each medical ninja skilled in palm healing was an invaluable asset to Konoha, capable of healing severe injuries in mere minutes. A medical ninja proficient in this skill was a strategic resource during times of war. In short, a medical ninja who could perform palm healing was a treasure to be cherished. Yet, this precious individual was serving as a maid for Lu Fan, merely to massage his shoulders? Irika held his head in disbelief, questioning whether he had perhaps indulged too much the previous night and was now hallucinating. The other children were equally baffled, especially Sasuke, who felt utterly defeated. Not only did he lack a beautiful ninja maid skilled in palm healing, but as the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, he had no one even to assist him at home. In comparison, Sasuke found himself at a loss. What on earth is happening? Who really is the noble heir? The entire ninja school, both teachers and students alike, were profoundly shocked by the unfolding events. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Irika regained his composure and wearily announced, "Well, regardless of the situation, let us proceed with the lesson." The class commenced, and Irika immediately became serious. He retrieved some chalk and inscribed 5 prominent characters on the blackboard. Chakra string. It is widely acknowledged that chakra is a form of energy. The ultimate goal of a ninja's training is to master the control and utilization of this energy. Chakra strings represent an excellent method for learning how to manipulate chakra. Regarding the usage of chakra strings, one must first regulate the amount of chakra output, ensuring that the emitted chakra strings are as fine as possible. Furthermore, it is essential to maintain a steady output of chakra to prevent the strings from breaking. Lastly, the emitted chakra strings should be as flexible as possible to serve their purpose effectively. As Irika spoke, he demonstrated by releasing a delicate, light blue chakra string, approximately the thickness of a finger, from his middle finger, its texture akin to that of a soft rope. Upon concluding his demonstration, Irika cheerfully encouraged, "You all can give it a try." Hearing this, the eager children present immediately set about attempting to replicate the feat. Observing their enthusiasm, Irika couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although he verbally invited the children to try, he had no genuine expectation that they would succeed. After all, controlling chakra strings is a highly advanced skill typically mastered only by Seichnin. Unsurprisingly, as he glanced around, none had succeeded. Yamanaka Ino's strings were too thick, resulting in failure. Shikamaru's strings were intermittent and broke. Choji also failed. Naruto, however, was the epitome of failure, as he inadvertently unleashed a chakra blast from his palm, damaging the desk in the process. Even the prodigious Sasuke Uchiha could not succeed, despite exerting all his effort, only managing to produce a chakra beam as thick as a bottle cap from his fingertip. Clearly, such results fell far short of the standard for chakra strings. Irika shook his head, amused, and surveyed the children one by one. When his gaze fell upon Lu Fan, he initially dismissed him, even instinctively considering skipping over him. After all, the rumor of Lu Fan lacking any chakra talent had long circulated throughout the school. However, upon a closer look, Irika nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. 5 chakra strings, each as fine as a hair, danced in Lu Fan's palm as if imbued with life. In terms of thickness, stability, and flexibility, his performance was nothing short of perfection. Irika swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Goodness, it seems the rumors cannot be trusted. If this is what is deemed talentless, then what should be said of my nearly 30 years of practice, which yields only a finger-thick string? Am I then considered inept? Chapter 8. I apologize. She's just too big. Following Irika's astonished gaze, the other students in the class gradually began to notice Lu Fan. What is that? Is it a chakra string? But isn't Lu Fan supposed to lack chakra talent? How can he wield chakra strings so adeptly? The classmates stared at Lu Fan in bewilderment. In truth, they owed their understanding to Sasuke. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd looked puzzled. What does this have to do with Sasuke? Sasuke himself was equally bewildered. Thank me, Lu Fan replied with a grin. It's because after I beat Sasuke yesterday and returned home, I awakened my chakra talent. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was left utterly flabbergasted. What does this mean? Beating Sasuke somehow enhances chakra talent. Is there such an absurd phenomenon in existence? Initially, their instinct was disbelief. However, the living example of Lu Fan was undeniable before their eyes. With this realization, the gazes of the children turned dangerously towards Sasuke. The carefree Naruto bluntly stated, "How about you let me take a swing at him?" Even Irika found himself contemplating seriously what to do should Sasuke indeed possess such miraculous effects. Should he sacrifice Sasuke for the greater good of the village? Or should he choose to benefit the entire village at the cost of one? Feeling the intensity of the stares directed at him, Sasuke, the pressure king, found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. Hey, don't listen to that guy Lu Fan. There's no way beating me could have that effect. He's clearly just trying to deceive you. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile broadly. He was not lying. Firstly, he was genuinely grateful to Sasuke. Had it not been for Sasuke's 6,000 yen, he wouldn't have had enough to summon Shizen, who had been renamed. Moreover, it was indeed after confronting Sasuke that he returned home to discover his newfound chakra talent. Thus, Lu Fan could confidently swear that every word he spoke was true. As for how others interpreted it, that was of no concern to him. After Lu Fan's revelation, it was no longer just the students who lost their focus on the lesson. Even the teacher Irika found himself distracted. Each person pondered two matters. The first was that Lu Fan seemed far more mysterious and powerful than the rumored civilian taijutsu expert, especially at such an impressionable age. Some female students had even begun to develop a subtle affection for Lu Fan. The second matter, shared by both genders, was a collective inclination toward the idea of better to believe than to disbelieve. Perhaps they should test the theory after class by confronting Sasuke. Even Irika felt a stir of temptation. After all, if one were not hindered by a lack of talent, who would choose to teach young children ninjutsu at a ninja academy? If beating Sasuke could truly enhance chakra talent, might he not also have a chance to step onto the battlefield and bring glory to the village? With this thought, Irika's gaze toward Sasuke grew increasingly fervent. Under such a ravenous scrutiny, even the pressure king Sasuke found it hard to maintain his composure. Furthermore, given his natural aversion to trouble and reluctance to explain himself, he opted to leap out of the window. In his mind, he thought, since I can't clarify, then running away is an option, isn't it? Sasuke's character is inherently contradictory. He never voices his thoughts and resorts to running away at the slightest provocation. However, what Sasuke did not anticipate was that his act of fleeing would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Initially, the crowd had been somewhat skeptical of Lu Fan's claims, as they seemed far too outrageous. Yet, Sasuke's sudden departure lent a strange credibility to the matter. After all, if it were false, why would he run? Don't run. Let me take a swing at you. The boisterous Naruto was the first to dash after him. Following closely were the equally impulsive Inuzuka Kiba, worried for Hinata, and the ever-curious Choji, all eager to join in the chase. Even Irika, after a moment's hesitation, used the excuse of wanting to see what the children were up to follow suit. Soon, the classroom was left with only Lu Fan and Yamanaka Ino. Why aren't you chasing after Sasuke? Surely you must like him. Lu Fan inquired curiously, observing Ino's lingering presence that in his memory, Yamanaka Ino had always held an affinity for Sasuke. You should have no reason to stay behind. Seemingly sensing Lu Fan's confusion, Ino smiled sweetly to Lu Fan, don't get me wrong that I don't particularly like Sasuke. I simply have a fondness for handsome boys in other words. Whether it was Sasuke or not was irrelevant. As long as he was handsome, that sufficed. Moreover, she added, I think, Lu Fan-kun, you are even more handsome than Sasuke. In a moment of levity, Ino Yamanaka gazed calmly at Lu Fan's face, eliciting a slight surprise from him. Having watched anime, he was well aware that Ino, much like Sakura Haruno, was an infatuated admirer of handsome boys. Yet, he hadn't anticipated her candid admission. Upon reflection, it indeed aligned with Ino's character. Although both she and Sakura shared a penchant for infatuation, Ino had always exhibited a greater maturity and forthrightness compared to Sakura. Moreover, she was anything but the typical green tea type. Otherwise, among two infatuated individuals, how could only Sakura be labeled with such a derogatory term? At the very least, compared to Sakura, Lu Fan held a considerable appreciation for Ino Yamanaka, noticing that Lu Fan did not harbor any disdain for her. Ino, her cheeks flushed, decided to take a bold step forward. So, what do you think of me, Lu Fan-kun? This statement, from any perspective, could be deemed a confession of feelings. Had Sakura uttered such words, Lu Fan would undoubtedly dismiss them and might even mock her mercilessly. However, Ino's words prompted Lu Fan to ponder seriously. Firstly, he indeed did not dislike Ino, to be frank. A confident and straightforward beauty who wasn't clingy was inherently hard to dislike, that as for her appearance and physique. Let us say this. Within the confines of Konoha, if one were to select the most feminine among the new generation of female ninjas, Ino would undoubtedly claim the top spot. Sakura, on the other hand, had maintained a rather juvenile figure from elementary school through motherhood. Hinata's physique was acceptable, but her height was rather diminutive, and her attire too plain. It was only after becoming a wife that she exhibited any semblance of allure. To put it succinctly, among Konoha's new generation of girls, only Ino managed to possess both long, elegant legs and an enviable physique, complemented by a fashion sense that exuded femininity. Thus, in terms of character, appearance, and figure, it was challenging for Lu Fan to harbor any dislike for Ino Yamanaka. Yet, despite all this, Lu Fan still found himself compelled to decline Ino's advances. I'm sorry. Ino appeared somewhat taken aback. She couldn't fathom what it was that she lacked. If there's something about me that you find unsatisfactory, Lu Fan-kun, please tell me. I am willing to make changes. I will strive for your affection. It's not your fault. Lu Fan gently shook his head. He had already stated that Ino was not lacking in any way. It was simply that. You're too young. Too young. Ino's expression reflected her bewilderment. Struggling to grasp Lu Fan's meaning, Lu Fan offered no explanation, merely shaking his head and smiling as he opened the Naruto mobile game. 298 gold coins for a swimsuit. Tsunade, limited B ninja. Limited recruitment, 14 days remaining. Observing the event interface, Lu Fan couldn't help but click his tongue at the exaggerated proportions that seemed ready to burst from the screen. Limited B, I dare say it's more than just F. Thus, he continued, I'm sorry. Ino, it's not that you're inadequate. It's just that you're too small. Too small. Ino was left even more perplexed, entirely clueless about Lu Fan's intentions. Small? Was he referring to her age? In her view, she was merely 2 years younger than Lu Fan. However, she thought to herself, I will eventually grow up. Well, that might be a bit difficult, Lu Fan conceded, compared to Sakura and the others. Ino's physique was quite acceptable, but when compared to Tsunade, it felt rather presumptuous. The most crucial point was that by the time Ino matured, it would likely take several more years. Meanwhile, swimsuit Tsunade could be acquired immediately with a little expenditure. Therefore, I apologized. Lu Fan stood up, comfortingly patting Ino's small head. Due to certain significant reasons, I simply do not have the time or inclination for a romantic relationship at the moment. My sole focus is on making money. Upon hearing this, Ino was momentarily stunned, recalling the incident where Lu Fan had fought Sasuke over money. Lu Fan-kun, are you in dire need of funds? Without further thought, she reached into her pocket and earnestly handed him her wallet. I have 8,000 yen left in my allowance for this month. Gazing at Ino's wallet, Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What was she implying? Was this an insult? Did she think so little of him? Did she believe that offering 8,000 yen could buy his affections or sustain him? Upon hearing this, Ino immediately grew anxious. Lu Fan-kun, you've misunderstood. I absolutely didn't mean it that way. I just wanted... Not enough? Huh? Ino looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean, not enough? I said the money is insufficient, Lu Fan declared, his expression earnest. If you genuinely wish to support me, I'll give you a figure, too. 98 million yen. Not a single yen less. Or I want to entertain it. Ino was left dumbfounded. She never expected Lu Fan's response to be about insufficient funds. However, she quickly realized that Lu Fan was merely jesting. For 2.98 million yen was an outrageous sum. Lu Fan-kun, you are quite humorous. Such a large amount of money would require me to sell the house. Ino laughed heartily at the thought. Yet, upon hearing this, Lu Fan suddenly felt a jolt, as if a new world had opened before him. Indeed, how could I have overlooked the house? Selling the century-old family home and business for 3 million yen doesn't seem excessive? Does it? Just then, while preparing dumplings at home, Lu Fan's father felt an inexplicable chill. Chapter 9. Even capitalists would shed tears. Our family's glutinous rice dumpling shop has existed since your great-grandfather's time. If you wish to sell the shop, first, you'll have to deal with me. Lu Fan's father brandished a rolling pin with unwavering resolve. Even Lu Fan's mother, who usually supported him, shook her head in rare disapproval. Son, it's not that I don't support you. It's just that I've inquired and found that such a large sum of money is unnecessary for ninja school that I fear you might go astray. Sighing, Lu Fan returned to his room, realizing that indeed, relying on parental support had its limits. If he desired to spend lavishly, he would need to earn his own money, but where could he procure it? As Lu Fan pondered, the previously silent Shizuka suddenly spoke. Master, are you in need of funds? You have money. Lu Fan looked at Shizuka in astonishment. Could it be that there was a cash infusion bug in the Naruto mobile game? No. Upon seeing Shizuka shake her head, Lu Fan let out a sigh that it was to be expected that with Fujitsu games, there were bugs of all kinds, but the likelihood of encountering a cash infusion bug was non-existent. But I can go earn money, Shizuka asserted earnestly to Lu Fan paused, as a new thought ignited within him to the Konoha hospital. In the director's office, the bald-headed director did not look up from his work. If you're here to see a doctor, you need to register downstairs. This is the director's office. We do not see patients that I'm not here for treatment. I'm here for a job. Lu Fan stepped confidently into the office. A job? The bald-headed director finally raised his head, scrutinizing Lu Fan. The young man is quite handsome, but he appears too youthful. Moreover, he lacks a ninja headband, indicating he is not a ninja. The clothes he wears are typical of commoners. After making this assessment, the director pointed toward the door. Young man, if you're applying for a security or reception position, you should inquire with the HR department next door. I am the director and do not handle such matters. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. Put it in the words of his previous life on Earth, among the many snobbish individuals. He found this one to be the most polite, and he would let it slide. However, you are mistaken. I'm not looking for a job. She is. Lu Fan pointed to the side. It was only then that the bald-headed director noticed Jingxiang beside Lu Fan. Upon taking a glance, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. This was simply too perfect. He had recently been on the lookout for a secretary, and Jingxiang's demeanor and figure were clearly indicative of someone suited for such a role. The bald-headed director felt an overwhelming eagerness. If she were applying for the position of secretary, he could sign her on the spot. Secretary? Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at the bald-headed director. Somewhat surprised that it seemed this bald man had quite the discerning eye. Indeed, Jingxiang excelled in her role as a secretary. However, to think of having her as a secretary, did he truly believe he was worthy? Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed director immediately lost his composure. After all, he was the director of Konoha Hospital. What was wrong with wanting to find a secretary? He demanded clarification. Lu Fan shook his head with a light laugh. Let us not forget that when Jingxiang worked as a secretary before, her boss was the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Just considering Jingxiang's own capabilities, having a medical ninja proficient in sage techniques serve as your secretary? Tell me, do you truly believe you are worthy? Upon hearing this, the bald-headed director was momentarily taken aback. The medical ninja who could master sage techniques as a secretary. Not only was he unworthy, but there were hardly a few in the world who could claim such a relationship. Yet, who was he trying to intimidate? The bald-headed director scoffed. While others might be unaware, he, as the hospital director, certainly was not. Throughout Konoha, the number of medical ninjas proficient in sage techniques was fewer than 10, each a treasure of their hospital. Who did this woman think she was, claiming to master sage techniques? Did she think it was as common as cabbage? To put it bluntly, the bald-headed director raised his chin, contempt written across his face as he pointed to the table before him. If she truly mastered sage techniques, I would eat this table. No sooner had the bald-headed director's words left his mouth than Jingxiang's palm glowed with a vibrant green light. Lu Fan smiled faintly and pointed to the table. Please begin your performance. Come, let us have some tea. With a sycophantic smile, the bald-headed director poured tea for Lu Fan, his mouth unable to cease apologizing. I sincerely apologize. It was my poor judgment. Please do not take offense. No offense taken, Lu Fan replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. He had just mentioned that, considering the director's relatively polite demeanor, he would not hold a grudge against him. However, I must admit, I rather enjoyed your earlier defiant attitude. Could you revert to that? Lu Xiaogu jested. The bald-headed director forced a smile, realizing he dared not return to his previous demeanor. If he truly angered Jingxiang and she left, would he still be able to maintain his position as director? This was no exaggeration, for training a medical ninja proficient in sage techniques required immense time and effort. Otherwise, Konoha's medical ninjas would not be so scarce. Now, with a wild medical ninja presenting herself. If she left due to his actions, could he still keep his position? Yet, he felt compelled to mention that regarding salary, I can only offer you half, which is 100,000 yen per month. Fearing Lu Fan might misunderstand, the bald-headed director quickly explained that it is not personal against you. but rather a stipulation from above. Non-Konoha ninjas working in Konoha can only receive half their salary for the first 3 months. As a demonstration of good faith, akin to a probation period. To bypass this 3-month probation, you would need to find a jonin to vouch for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan shook his head. His family had always been in the business of making glutinous rice balls. Where would he find a jonin for a guarantee? 100,000 yen would have to suffice. That it is better to have something than nothing. Here is my address. You can send her monthly salary here. Lu Fan casually wrote down the address on a piece of paper. The bald-headed director stared blankly at Lu Fan's address, unable to comprehend for a while. He did not quite understand why Jingxiang's earnings were to be given to Lu Fan. He had always assumed Lu Fan was merely Jingxiang's cousin, accompanying her. However, it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Were Lu Fan and Jingxiang actually a couple? A strong woman and a weak man, with Lu Fan living off her? Yet, that did not seem right either. The poise and confidence Lu Fan exuded did not resemble that of someone living off another. Could it be that he was living off her in a more assertive manner? The bald-headed director could not suppress his curiosity any longer. May I ask, are you two a couple? As he inquired, the bald-headed director cautiously observed Lu Fan, fearful that this seemingly weak man would become enraged and retaliate. To his surprise, upon hearing the question, Lu Fan remained calm. While Jingxiang suddenly became furious. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be in a romantic relationship with my master? Jingxiang's face was serious. Please retract that statement immediately. I apologize. The bald-headed director quickly offered his apologies. Yet, his curiosity only grew. After all, if he had not misheard, master, what kind of address was that? He subtly pressed further. Then what exactly are you two? I am Lu Fan Darren's maid. Jingxiang replied without hesitation, lifting her head with pride. Her face radiant with honored dough. I see. The bald-headed director nodded in understanding. If Jingxiang was Lu Fan's maid, then everything began to make a peculiar sort of sense. The bald-headed director was on the verge of losing his mind. He could comprehend the term maid, as some prominent families in Konoha had a tradition of employing maids. However, he could not fathom why Jingxiang, a medical ninja capable of mastering sage techniques, would serve as a maid for Lu Fan. It should be noted that those who willingly took on the role of maid were typically impoverished women from outside villages, even if one were to concede that Jingxiang might serve as a maid for Lu Fan. Why would she come to work at a hospital? And if she worked, why on earth would her wages go to Lu Fan, a maid working and then handing over her earnings to her employer? Such an absurdity would bring tears to the eyes of even the most hardened capitalist. Chapter 10. Lu Fan is from a hidden aristocratic family, a 9-to-5 job, 5 days a week, with a salary of 100,000 yen for the first 3 months, and a monthly salary of 200,000 yen upon confirmation, accommodation and meals provided to Mr. Lu. Does this contract seem acceptable to you? The bald-headed director cautiously examined Lu Fan. Ever since he learned that Jingxiang was Lu Fan's maid, he no longer dared to treat Lu Fan with his previous casualness. After all, in all his years as director, he had never encountered anyone who could have a medical ninja serve as a maid. In his mind, Lu Fan was undoubtedly from a wealthy family, perhaps even one of those legendary hidden aristocratic clans. Well, it seems adequate, Lu Fan replied, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat. He had not placed much significance on the contract as he already harbored a vague plan in his heart. To him, Jingxiang's job was merely a temporary transition. The salary was of little consequence, as it would take a month to receive the payment anyway. According to his plan, if all went well, by the end of the month, he would likely no longer care about that 100,000 yen. What pleased him most was the last clause regarding accommodation and meals, as it meant he would not need to rent a place, thus saving a significant expense. Once the contract was confirmed to be in order, he instructed Jingxiang to sign her name. The bald-headed director then sent other doctors to show Jingxiang to her apartment. Lu Fan exchanged a few pleasantries with the bald-headed director before stepping out the door. However, to Lu Fan's surprise, he encountered a familiar face right outside. Lu Fan? Asuma-sensei. Lu Fan was astonished to see Asuma in the hospital. What brings you here? I came to visit a friend. Asuma's smile appeared somewhat forced. This was because, in recent days, he had been deliberately avoiding Lu Fan, that he felt a twinge of embarrassment for not fulfilling the promise he had made to Lu Fan. Initially, he had publicly vowed to assist Lu Fan in securing funding for his studies. However, to his dismay, Saratobi Asuma had only managed to provide him with 30,000 yen, For an ordinary citizen, 30,000 yen might be considered a decent sum, but for a ninja, it was merely a paltry sum. Hardly enough to satiate one's hunger, to be frank. Asuma felt somewhat ashamed to present such a meager amount. Nevertheless, since they had crossed paths, Asuma resolved not to flee that he reached into his pocket, retrieved the 30,000 yen, and was about to hand it to Lu Fan, casually inquiring, "By the way, Lu Fan, what brings you here?" "Looking for a job." Without much thought, Lu Fan naturally replied that in that moment. Asuma was taken aback, as he suddenly realized he had been completely oblivious to the hardships Lu Fan, as a civilian taijutsu ninja, must endure. Not only did he have to exert tenfold the effort and endure far more pain than ordinary ninjas to hone his body, but he also had to take on odd jobs during his spare time to support his family. Lost in his thoughts, Asuma couldn't help but grip the 30,000 yen tighter. This meager sum was absolutely not something he could present with pride. Without further hesitation, he pulled out his wallet and withdrew all the money it contained, 60,000 yen. His entire additional allowance for this month as a nin. Adding that to the 30,000, he had a total of 90,000. Without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, he forcefully shoved it into Lu Fan's pocket, all the while insisting, "Lu Fan, please don't be polite. This money is the student aid I mentioned before." Lu Fan was at a loss for words. First of all, he wasn't blind. He had just witnessed Asuma withdraw 60,000 yen from his wallet. Clearly, the actual student aid amounted to only 30,000 yen. Secondly, he thought to himself that he had no intention of being polite. Rejecting money that was shoved into his pocket would be foolish, wouldn't it? As for the notion of owing Asuma a favor, that was simple enough. He could repay it by saving his life in the future. For Lu Fan, the money was hardly a matter of concern, and he felt no urge to speak. However, in Asuma's eyes, Lu Fan's silence was a testament to his being moved to speechlessness. Realizing this, Asuma found himself admiring Lu Fan even more, grateful and appreciative. What a wonderful young man. He immediately made a promise. "Rest assured, such allowances will be frequent in the future, and if you encounter any difficulties or need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Difficulties? Lu Fan scratched his head. Contemplating seriously, his family's business was thriving, and both his parents were in good health. The cheat he had brought with him had also been activated at that moment. He truly couldn't think of any difficulties. Yet, in Asuma's view, Lu Fan's demeanor was indicative of someone who was overly considerate, unwilling to burden him with troubles. After all, how could a civilian taijutsu ninja possibly be without difficulties? Financial hardships were self-evident. As for interpersonal relationships, he had witnessed firsthand the bullying he faced on his first day of school, when he was publicly challenged by Uchiha Sasuke, the strongest student, and insulted by the entire female student body. What a cruel form of school bullying. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached for Lu Fan. He encouraged, "Rest assured, your teacher Asuma has some influence here in Konoha that if you face any difficulties, just let me know that I'll handle it for you." Lu Fan scratched his head. To be honest, he really had no difficulties. However, judging by the current situation, if he didn't mention some troubles, it seemed Asuma wouldn't let him leave. Thus, he said, "Actually, I found a job at this hospital, but the director told me there's a 3-month probation period, and the salary is half." Lu Fan briefly explained his situation regarding finding a job for Shizuka. Consequently, 3 minutes later, in the director's office, the bald-headed director was dumbfounded as he looked at the stern-faced Sarutobi Asuma. What extraordinary influence and prowess was this? Only a few minutes had passed, and such a trivial matter had summoned Asuma. It was important to note that Sarutobi Asuma was not only a nin of Konoha, but also the son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the most prominent young heirs of Konoha. Realizing this, the bald-headed director's attitude toward Lu Fan grew increasingly respectful. Without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, he proactively revised Shizuka's contract to a monthly salary of 200,000 yen. With the objective achieved, Lu Fan chose not to linger and took his leave. Asuma felt a sense of joy. Being able to assist Lu Fan brought him great satisfaction. The bald-headed director was equally pleased, as he felt his standing in the village had risen, having made connections with previously inaccessible noble families. With this thought in mind, the bald-headed director looked at Asuma with a fawning expression. "Lord Asuma, could you enlighten me about which hidden noble family Lu hails from?" "Huh?" Asuma was taken aback at Lu Fan. "A noble heir? A hidden family? What on earth are you talking about?" Asuma found it amusing. Lu Fan was a civilian. His family sold sweet rice dumplings. What hidden noble family could he possibly belong to? Upon hearing this, the bald-headed director chuckled coldly. A civilian selling sweet rice dumplings. Who would believe such a tale? At this point, do you still wish to deceive me, Lord Asuma? I can understand your reluctance to disclose, as hidden noble families are not something just anyone can know about. However, you needn't insult my intelligence. Right? A vendor of sweet rice dumplings managed to summon you, Sarutobi Asuma, for help in 5 minutes? And most importantly, how could a vendor of sweet rice dumplings have a maid like Shizuka? Asuma was utterly perplexed. He had no idea what the bald-headed director was talking about. In his entire life, he had never heard of any hidden noble families that a maid. What maid? You can see for yourself, the bald-headed director said dismissively, handing the contract for Shizuka to Asuma. Upon reading it, Asuma was left dumbfounded. Shizuka, 18 years old, a high-ranking medical ninja, proficient in sage techniques, with a monthly salary of 200,000 yen. Such an exceptional individual was Lu Fan's maid. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Asuma felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Could it be that there truly existed hidden families in Konoha that he was unaware of? Chapter 11. My cheat exceeds yours. Recharge. Recharge. Upon returning from the hospital, the first thing Lu Fan did was go home, close the door, and recharge. Although he couldn't immediately obtain the swimsuit version of Tsunade, let us not forget that besides the initial recharge bonus of 6 gold to receive Rock Lee, new players also had a 3-day consecutive recharge event to receive Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden. Today happened to be the 3rd day, speaking of which, one must sincerely thank the foolish son of the landlord, Sarutobi Asuma. Without Asuma's generous sponsorship, Lu Fan would have been at a loss for where to secure today's initial recharge. Silently acknowledging Asuma's kindness, Lu Fan focused his thoughts. 60,000 yen recharged into the system. With a light chime, a notification rang out. Congratulations, host. You have recharged for 3 consecutive days and received Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden as a complete card. Gently clicking to recruit, the details appeared. Ninja, Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, level, B ninjutsu, 35 taijutsu, 26 chakra, 34. The minimum level for Konoha J-nin is 30. Ninjutsu taijutsu, fire style. Great fireball technique. Chidori, Kirin. Just like when he recruited Rock Lee, 2 golden words shown at the bottom of the ninja's introduction. Debut. Lu Fan merely tapped lightly, and in an instant, he felt a surge of chakra. As fierce as thunder, flooding into his body, he could distinctly perceive that both his chakra and physical prowess were escalating uncontrollably, growing stronger. Once the tumult subsided, he opened his character panel. Character, Lu Fan. Ninjutsu, 36, 1 point from Jingxiang. Physical arts, 30, 1 point from Jingxiang, 2 points from Li Lok, 1 point from Lu Fan. Chakra, 35, 1 point from Jingxiang. Identity, Academy Ninja. Son of the dumpling shop owner. Ninjutsu physical arts. Qilin, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Mastery of divine techniques. Lotus of the surface. Dumpling making glutinous rice. Gazing at his panel, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Who could have imagined that this commoner, who could only make glutinous rice dumplings, would attain the strength of a Konoha Jonin in just 3 short days? This is the allure of Tengshuin games, and no need for microtransactions. You are not even close. But once you do invest, it will undoubtedly elevate your experience to exhilarating heights. Speaking of which, Lu Fan truly did not anticipate the sheer strength of Shippuden Sasuke, with a staggering 26 points in physical arts. Approaching the level of a Konoha Jonin, it was already astonishing. The 35 points in ninjutsu were even more shocking. It is worth noting that such proficiency surpasses that of many ordinary Konoha Jonin. If coupled with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, it could rival elite Jonin like Asuma. Of course, with the attributes of Li and Jingxiang stacked on, Lu Fan, being 5 times stronger than Shippuden Sasuke, would only become more formidable. Clenching his fists, feeling the surging power within, Lu Fan was confident. With his current strength, not to mention overwhelming Asuma, he at least wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, after summoning Shippuden Sasuke, the previously summoned Li had also been set aside. A prompt appeared. Detected unsummoned ninjas. Would you like to summon? Having learned from his previous experience with Jingxiang, Lu Fan was well prepared and smoothly clicked to summon in the next moment. The eternally youthful and passionate Li appeared before his master. Clad in a green bodysuit, Li, with his hands clasped in a salute and his bright eyes wide open, knelt before Lu Fan. Simultaneously, Lu Fan's father happened to call him for dinner. "Son, it's time to eat." Upon seeing Li kneeling in front of his son, Lu Fan's father was taken aback. His mental world collapsed in that instant, and he stumbled out of the room like a zombie. He remained silent for a full 3 minutes before solemnly seeking out Lu Fan's mother. "Honey, I have something to tell you about our son. You must brace yourself." "What?" Lu Fan's mother looked bewildered. With a heavy sigh, Lu Fan's father admitted, "I suspect our son might have a different sexual orientation." Hearing Lu Fan's father babble nonsense outside the door, Lu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed moving out was only a matter of time. Otherwise, if he were to summon Granny Chio one day, his father would surely lose his mind. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to send Li away. Fortunately, with Jingxiang's experience, Lu Fan quickly found a suitable place for Li. "How about this? Do you think he will do a good job here?" Lu Fan smiled as he looked at the construction site manager. There stood Li, energetically hauling bricks as high as a small mountain. Darting about the site like a whirlwind. As he ran, he shouted, "If you can't carry 1,000 bags of cement, then lift 10,000 bricks. If you can't lift 10,000 bricks, you must screw in 50,000 bolts." Without a moment's hesitation, the site manager decisively declared, "Such an outstanding worker must stay." Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Sasuke recuperated at home, Jingxiang saved lives in the hospital, and Li toiled at the construction site. While Lu Fan enjoyed the comforts of home, everyone had a bright future ahead. On the 4th day, it was time for the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. "Lu Fan, I'm going to knock you down." The moment he entered the school, he was confronted by Naruto, leaving Lu Fan both amused and exasperated. "Are you a goldfish? You just got beaten a few days ago, and you've already forgotten?" Others chimed in to dissuade Naruto. "Naruto, stop messing around. Even Sasuke isn't a match for Lu Fan. You can't defeat him, so don't seek trouble." Today was the graduation assessment. Everyone urged Naruto to calm down. But to their surprise, Naruto not only disregarded their warnings, but also laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. "You guys don't understand a thing. I'm invincible now." Invincible? Before anyone could process his words, Naruto clapped his hands together and roared, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." In the air, it sounded like a series of firecrackers going off, erupting into a cacophony of explosions and smoke. As the smoke cleared, everyone present was left in utter astonishment. The once small school hallway was now packed with Naruto clones. At least 70 or 80. Is this the shadow clone technique? They gaped in disbelief. The ordinary clone technique could only produce a single clone, and even that was easily dispelled. Yet, Naruto's clones numbered in the dozens and appeared to possess substance. This meant that each of the 80 Narutos held equivalent combat power. 80-1. The advantage is mine. The 80 Narutos burst into laughter, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, the onlookers felt a surge of anticipation. Could it be that Naruto could actually defeat Lu Fan? "I believe Naruto can win." Sakura pointed at Lu Fan with a mocking smile. "Just watch." Lu Fan looked so stunned he can't even close his mouth. Stunned, Lu Fan shook his head with a faint smile. He was merely slightly surprised. According to the original plot, Naruto was supposed to fail the exam today, leading him to be lured by Mizuki into stealing the Forbidden Scroll, thus learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu. However, it seemed that his appearance had already altered the original storyline. Mizuki had lured Naruto earlier, and Naruto had learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu ahead of time, acquiring his first cheat. Nevertheless, these changes were within Lu Fan's expectations. With his intervention, alterations to the plot were inevitable. Yet, to think that just a shadow clone could hope to defeat him, Lu Fan had no interest in using ninjutsu. He simply raised his fist and slowly thrust it forward. Boom! The power of 30 points in physical arts exploded forth. The terrifying pressure of the wind became almost tangible, shattering the doors and windows of nearby classrooms. As for Naruto's shadow clones, they didn't even last a second, bursting apart like a series of loud farts. This one punch obliterated nearly 100 Narutos. "My apologies." Prince Lu Fan smiled as he slowly retracted his fist, a smirk gracing his lips. "My cheat is above yours." Chapter 12. Exam passed. Unlocking the duel arena. Cheat? No one in the crowd understood Lu Fan's words. However, they all deeply felt the weight of his strength. Standing among the crowd, Sasuke couldn't help but clench his fists, gritting his teeth, though he was reluctant to admit it. It was evident that in just 3 short days, Lu Fan had become even stronger. The gap between them had widened further. The crowd, including Sasuke, was overwhelmingly captivated by Lu Fan's formidable punch. Only Naruto, who had been knocked down by Lu Fan, stubbornly retorted, "Lu Fan, don't get too smug. One day, I'll defeat you and make you kneel and apologize to Sakura." Observing Naruto's earnest expression, everyone present was momentarily transfixed. They had not anticipated that, in the face of such terrifying strength from Lu Fan, Naruto would remain so defiantly outspoken. Just as they expected Lu Fan to mock Naruto, he instead offered him genuine encouragement with a nod, affirming, "You are right. You will succeed." Witnessing this, not only were the onlookers, including Sasuke, taken aback, but even Naruto himself was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, "Don't you want to ask why I dare to say so?" Not in the slightest. Lu Fan decisively shook his head. He was no stranger to the world of Naruto. After all, the last person who dared to inquire was Nagato, who had been swiftly outwitted, with Nagato's misfortune as a cautionary tale. He was keen to avoid falling victim to the prince's verbal prowess. Furthermore, even if he could not be deceived, Lu Fan had no desire to endure Naruto's incessant chatter during his anime-watching days. He found Naruto's incessant monologues particularly grating. Whenever Naruto opened his mouth, it was as if he could not stop without delivering an emotional tirade or a flashback spanning several episodes. However, thanks to the wisdom gleaned from his previous life, Lu Fan had long since grasped a simple truth. To avoid being ensnared by Naruto's ramblings, all one needed to do was remember a single phrase, and no matter what Naruto proclaimed, one could simply respond with, "Ah, indeed. You say you will defeat me eventually? Ah, indeed. You claim I will have to kneel and apologize to Sakura? Ah, indeed." This response left Naruto at a loss for words, as no matter what he said, Lu Fan's reply remained unwavering. The most irksome part was that, despite Lu Fan's seemingly agreeable responses, it was evident to even the simplest observer that he did not take Naruto seriously at all. Only Sakura, with a disdainful smirk, remarked, "Heh, I genuinely believe Lu Fan has conceded." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, puzzled by Sakura's assertion. They could hardly comprehend why she would say such a thing. After all, they had all witnessed Lu Fan's formidable strength just moments ago. Surrendering to Naruto, was that even a possibility? Let us not forget, Sakura pointed to the examination room Lu Fan had just entered, her smile dripping with sarcasm. "We are here for the Genin examination." The crowd exchanged confused glances. What did Lu Fan's examination have to do with Naruto? Of course it matters, Sakura chuckled, "Do not forget. The Genin exam is not merely a test of combat prowess. The assessment consists of 3 tasks: transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique. While the first 2 require minimal chakra and primarily test chakra control. Should Lu Fan draw the shadow clone technique, given his recently awakened chakra, he might not even manage to graduate. And a person who isn't even a ninja being defeated by Naruto is surely just a matter of time. The crowd fell silent, beginning to grasp the possibility. "Just wait and see." Sakura crossed her arms, smirking. "That scoundrel Lu Fan has committed so many misdeeds. He will undoubtedly draw the shadow clone technique and be delayed in graduating." Ever since Lu Fan had revealed her true nature, Sakura had ceased to pretend and openly cursed him without reservation. In the examination room, "Lu Fan, your assessment task is the shadow clone technique." Irika, the proctor, stared in disbelief at Lu Fan before him, but he had not anticipated such poor luck for Lu Fan. However, as a good teacher, Irika could not bear to watch such an exceptional student fail. He immediately offered, "Lu Fan, you can opt to forego the exam. I could help you apply for a special graduation. In truth, last year's Lee Rock had graduated with special permission due to his exceptional taijutsu talent." But what Irika did not expect was that Lu Fan would decline. Not only did he refuse, but he also did not even require hand signs, simply murmuring the phrase for the shadow clone technique. A soft puff echoed, and another Lu Fan appeared. Irika was left dumbfounded. Not only had Lu Fan executed the shadow clone technique, but he had also performed the advanced version, and the quality of this shadow clone was so high that even Irika, as the teacher, could not discern the authentic from the illusion. What astonished Irika even more was not merely Lu Fan's clone, but the overwhelming chakra aura that inadvertently leaked out during the technique's execution. Powerful, surging, akin to a raging tempest. Although Irika could not ascertain the exact level of Lu Fan's chakra reserves, it was clear that they exceeded his own as an elite genin. This indicated he had reached the level of a chunin. Irika found it hard to believe his own judgment and instinctively sought confirmation from Lu Fan. Lu Fan, your chakra has reached Chunin level? Chunin? Lu Fan nearly burst into laughter. His chakra had surpassed even the threshold of Jonin. What did Chunin signify? However, for the sake of convenience, Lu Fan acquiesced to Irika's assumption. Witnessing Lu Fan's tacit acceptance, Irika was left speechless. After all, Lu Fan had no chakra talent and had enrolled as an exceptional taijutsu prodigy. Had he only been in the ninja school for a few days, 3 days, or was it 5? Irika counted on his fingers, utterly astonished. In just a matter of days, Lu Fan's chakra had reached Chunin level. The term genius no longer sufficed to describe Lu Fan. He was an aberration. After much contemplation, Irika concluded that only 2 words could barely encapsulate Lu Fan's ninja talent. Monster, gazing at Irika, who was rendered speechless by the mere prospect of Chunin. Lu Fan could only chuckle if he were to reveal that his chakra had already reached Jonin level. Would Irika not go mad? Of course, Lu Fan had no interest in such trivial pursuits. He merely smiled and reminded Irika, Irika-sensei, it is time to announce the results of the examination, is it not? Oh, my apologies. Irika snapped back to reality, hastily apologizing before proceeding to announce, Lu Fan, you have passed. Outside the examination room, upon hearing the word passed, Sakura's expression momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure, gritting her teeth as she scoffed. What an unjust fate. That scoundrel Lu Fan managed to avoid the shadow clone technique and slipped through to become a ninja. Sakura was about to continue when Hinata gently poked her, reminding her that Lu Fan was emerging. Her concern was not for Sakura but rather for Naruto, whom Sakura had offended, possibly jeopardizing her beloved. Yet, the unrestrained Sakura paid no mind. She brushed Hinata aside with a dismissive hand, scoffing. So what if he asks out? Let me be frank. Someone like Lu Fan, who relies on luck to pass, is utterly unworthy of being a ninja. A ninja who cannot even perform the shadow clone technique. Whoever ends up in the same class as him will surely be dragged down. With a cold expression, Sakura was ready to continue her tirade when suddenly, with a loud bang, Lu Fan revealed a playful smile and, right before everyone's eyes, exploded. All present were taken aback. What was happening? While Sakura's words were somewhat harsh, they were nothing more than the squabbling of children. Surely, Lu Fan could not have been so enraged as to explode on the spot. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd gradually regained their composure. That was a clone, as the realization dawned upon them. The students could not help but voice their admiration. What an impressive clone! I could not discern the difference at all. That it appears Lu Fan was indeed tested on the shadow clone technique. Haha, how could Lu Fan Jun's shadow clone technique be so formidable and yet fail to pass the challenge? Some individuals truly are amusing, listening to Ino's derision, even with Haruno Sakura's thick skin. She couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, experiencing a sharp sting of embarrassment. That as for the protagonist, Lu Fan, he remained entirely unfazed by the matter, for at the moment Irika announced his qualification. The system chimed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the identity. Ninja, unlocking, Dual Arena. Chapter 13. Shatter it. Chidori Sharp Spear. Lu's Glutinous Rice Ball Dessert Shop. Second floor. A dual arena. Gazing at the dual arena unlocked in his mind, Lu Fan felt a twinge of uncertainty that he was quite familiar with the dual arena in the game. Previously, he had wielded Uchiha Sasuke, Susanoo, Uchiha Madara, White Mask, and Orochimaru, Akatsuki, to even reach the highest rank of Super Shadow. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. A game is but a game, and reality is reality. In his gaming days, all he needed to do was tap on his phone screen to control the drawn ninjas and engage in duels with others. Yet now, as the game transformed into a system and Earth morphed into the world of Naruto, the functionalities of this dual arena were uncertain to him. Surely, having already traversed worlds, he wouldn't be expected to grind glass in his mind. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Lu Fan decided that rather than indulging in fruitless speculation, he might as well test it directly. What did it matter what functions it possessed? A direct trial would reveal everything. With that thought, Lu Fan no longer hesitated and lightly tapped the dual arena. A peculiar light flickered, and to Lu Fan's astonishment, the Lu's Glutinous Rice Ball shop vanished. He found himself standing on a colossal circular combat stage. Surrounded by a throng of spectators, opposite him stood a familiar figure, Naruto Uzumaki, C-rank ninja. his hair a wild explosion of gold. Above Naruto's head, a conspicuous golden-red 3-second countdown loomed. This was the duel arena from the Naruto mobile game? Lu Fan began to grasp the situation. His consciousness seemed to have entered the Naruto mobile game. Yet before he could confirm this, the countdown reached its end. 3, 2, 1, and Naruto charged at him, swinging his trademark move. Understanding this was merely a game, and with no Umbu monitoring him, Lu Fan certainly wouldn't go easy on Naruto. With a flick of his finger, a thunderous crack echoed as a cerulean Chidori pierced through Naruto's heart in an instant. Prince Naruto was vanquished. As Naruto fell, a line of bold letters emerged in the center of the combat stage. Congratulations, Ninja Lu Fan has defeated Naruto Uzumaki, C-rank ninja, in the duel arena rank match, elevating his rank to a rookie ninja, first tier. Would you like to continue challenging? Upon seeing this, Lu Fan was virtually certain of his hypothesis. This was indeed the internal space of the Naruto mobile game. The Naruto he had slain was not the real one, but rather a simulation created by the game. However, for the sake of caution, Lu Fan opted to confirm this once more. He gently tapped to continue the challenge. In the next moment, the fallen Naruto resurrected instantly. Likewise, as the 3-second countdown elapsed, he charged at Lu Fan once more. This time, however, Naruto employed a standard Leaf Village fluid technique. Unfortunately for him, whether using his trademark punch or the fluid technique, the outcome remained unchanged in the face of Lu Fan's prowess. That a crack of thunder resounded as Prince Naruto fell again. Congratulations, Ninja Lu Fan has defeated the opponent, elevating his rank to rookie, second tier. At this point, Lu Fan was convinced. His consciousness had not only entered the Naruto mobile game's duel arena, but was also engaged in a rank match that, if he recalled correctly, the ranks in the Naruto mobile game were divided into 7 major tiers: Rookie, Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Umbu, Kage, Super Shadow. However, when he had previously played the mobile game, he had utilized drawn ninjas for ranking. Now, he would have to take the field himself. Speaking of which, Lu Fan was genuinely curious about what rank he could attain in the duel arena with his current skills. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment longer and swiftly clicked to continue the challenge. This time, his opponent had shifted from Naruto Uzumaki, C-rank ninja, to Sasuke Uchiha, C-rank ninja. Clearly, as his rank rose, so too did the strength of his adversaries. Sasuke's fluid technique was notably superior to Naruto's, boasting a level increase of around 10 points. In terms of ninjutsu, he also possessed the Great Fireball technique. Yet, for Lu Fan, the mere Great Fireball technique was hardly worth mentioning. With a resounding crack, the Azure Chidori instantaneously tore through space, effortlessly piercing Sasuke's Great Fireball and continuing forth to penetrate his heart. Congratulations! Would you like to continue challenging? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan chose to proceed. Crack. Congratulations! Crack. Congratulations! Crack. Congratulations! Lu Fan could scarcely recall how many hearts of Naruto and Sasuke he had pierced with Chidori. Finally, as his rank reached Chunin, the situation shifted slightly. Congratulations! Your rank has risen to Chunin first tier. Chunin first tier rank reward: 1 free recruitment per week. Free recruitment. Upon reading those 4 words, Lu Fan, who had been feeling somewhat bored, instantly became exhilarated. Opportunities to acquire resources from Tungshuin for free were rare indeed, particularly with the note stating that even at the Chunin first tier, one could recruit for free once a week. What about the Jonin, Umbu, Kage, and Super Shadow tiers? Lu Fan could hardly contain his anticipation. He clicked to continue the challenge. With a crack of thunder, Lu Fan acted on instinct, firing off a Chidori without much thought, aiming to eliminate his opponent in an instant. However, unexpectedly, this time, his normally unfailing Chidori missed. Oh, how terrifying this lightning is. Zwajin, right Jin? Can you take this seriously? I nearly got hit just now. A peculiar 2-headed ninja was engaged in a light-hearted argument with himself. Such a conspicuous characteristic made it easy for Lu Fan to recognize him. This odd ninja was none other than Zwajin and Eugene, subordinates of Orochimaru from the Sound Ninja Village. Seeing Zwajin and Eugene, Lu Fan initially thought little of it in his mind. Zwajin and Eugene were akin to Naruto and Sasuke, both C-rank ninjas with comparable strength. If one Chidori missed, he could simply launch another. However, much to Lu Fan's surprise, with a crack of thunder, this time, Chidori struck its target. Yet, Zwajin and Eugene emerged unscathed, for before Zwajin and Eugene stood a towering, menacing gate. a B-rank ninjutsu. The Rashomon, Lu Fan paused for a moment, realizing that although Zwijin and Eugene were classified as C-rank ninjas in the mobile game, their true strength surpassed that of an average chunin. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have sent them to Konoha to capture Sasuke. Nonetheless, they were still mere chunin. There was no need for them to act so arrogantly. Lu Fan had no intention of circumventing the Rashomon. With his Jonin-level strength, what right did it have to make him deter? Lu Fan slowly raised his right hand. With a gentle squeeze, the furious thunder seemed to behave like a living entity, continuously gathering and refining within his palm. Ultimately, it transformed into a peerlessly sharp lightning spear. Gazing at the Rashomon standing before him, Lu Fan smiled faintly and lightly released the lightning spear, shattering it. Thousand Birds, Sharp Spear. Chapter 14. The game must be played in one breath. With a sharp crack, the piercing thunder tore through the sky. Even the 10-meter-tall Rashomon proved to be utterly vulnerable. It endured less than 3 seconds before being torn apart by the lightning spear. However, to Lu Fan's surprise, the figures of Zwijin and Eugene hiding behind the Rashomon were not similarly obliterated by the penetrating lightning spear. Instead, they split apart like a lizard shedding its tail, allowing the spear to pass between them. Before Lu Fan could regain his composure, Zwijin seized Eugene and hurled him towards Lu Fan. He. The assassination expert Eugene emitted a sharp, eerie laugh as he lunged at Lu Fan. Observing this, Lu Fan did not overthink. With his body technique enhanced by over 30 points, Zwijin and Eugene's speed appeared agonizingly slow, akin to that of a snail. Lu Fan couldn't even be bothered to move, merely harnessing the ability of Seishin, originally Saiyan, to condense a chakra blade in his palm, waiting for Eugene to come and meet his demise. Yet unexpectedly, Eugene's target was not him, but rather the space behind him. This all transpired at an astonishing speed by the time Lu Fan realized this fact. It was already too late. Eugene had landed behind him, and he found himself sandwiched between Zwijin and Eugene, surrounded from both sides. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The situation seemed rather dire. He had an unsettling sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this scene before. Most terrifying of all, under the encirclement of Zwijin and Eugene, his ninja sixth sense alarmingly warned him of impending danger. How could the mere Ch9 levels Zwijin and Eugene pose a threat to him? Lu Fan found it hard to believe. Yet, out of instinct for self-preservation, he stepped forward, attempting to escape their encirclement. However, it was too late. Zwijin grinned maniacally, laughing wildly as he performed hand seals and struck the ground with force on the other side. Eugene mirrored the action, slamming his palms to the earth while cackling with malice. Die. In the next instant, before Lu Fan could react, it was as if a ton of TNT had detonated. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed him entirely. In that final moment, Lu Fan finally recalled the familiar scene before him. It was none other than the ultimate technique of Zwijin and Eugene from the mobile game. Naruto. Watching as Lu Fan was consumed by the explosion, Zwijin and Eugene grinned triumphantly, exclaiming, "How dare you look down on us? Go repent in the underworld." In their eyes, Lu Fan was already a dead man, for no one had ever survived their ultimate move. However, just as Zwijin and Eugene believed victory was assured, a brilliant blue lightning bolt sliced through the crimson and yellow explosion. Their smiles froze in disbelief before they could comprehend what was happening. The next moment resonated with a thunderous roar. A colossal, azure Kirin, towering 100 feet high, descended with a majestic cry, tearing through the flames and crashing into the world below. It seemed to disdain the fire, effortlessly sweeping its tail to extinguish the explosive flames like a candle flickering in the wind, obliterated by the rampaging lightning. And at the very center of this fearsome azure Kirin stood Lu Fan, who, against all odds, remained unscathed and poised. Witnessing this incredible scene, Zwijin and Eugene were left dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. How could he be this strong? Lu Fan smiled slightly, affirming the truth. Indeed, he possessed such strength. With an average of over 30 points across the board, there was no doubt that even among the elite of Konoha, he would stand out prominently. However, through this battle, Lu Fan also realized that combat between ninjas could not be solely assessed by paper statistics. Real battles were ever-changing. Combat experience and skills were equally crucial. Take Zwijin and Eugene, for instance. Their ability to force him to unleash his ultimate technique despite their mere Ch9 rank spoke volumes. Thus, While he might rank highly among Konoha's J-nin based on statistics, Lu Fan suspected that in an actual fight, he would likely find himself at the bottom. Fortunately, these realizations came not too late. With the duel arena serving as an exceptional training ground, Lu Fan believed that one day, his combat experience would surpass all others. After all, no one could disregard their own life and death. Engaging continuously in life and death battles to accumulate experience. Even if there were exceptions like Haiden and Kaku, they were not like Zwejin and Eugene, who were equally indifferent to their fates and provided endless practice. It should be noted that Lu Fan's training partners encompassed the entirety of the shinobi world. At this point, Lu Fan felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Zwejin and Eugene. Were it not for them, he might never have realized the shortcomings in his combat experience. Thus, to express his thanks, he raised his right hand slowly, akin to a conductor commanding an orchestra, pointing towards Zwejin and Eugene. Lightning release. Kirin. With Lu Fan's cold voice, the ferocious thunder Kirin roared as it plummeted. The wild lightning unleashed its full power, painting the entire duel arena in a brilliant azure hue. Zwejin and Eugene could barely emit a scream before being utterly obliterated. Congratulations to Ninja Lu Fan for defeating Zwejin and Eugene, C rank, in the duel arena, elevating his rank to CH Nin, second tier. Would you like to continue challenging? Of course. Lu Fan clenched his fists, a surge of fervent battle intent swelling within him. After facing Zwejin and Eugene, he was eager to discover how far he could advance in rank. Moreover, he was genuinely excited to learn who his next opponent would be. Gently clicking continue, he was met with the exclamation, "You actually defeated Zwejin and Eugene." The orange-haired, triangular-haired Jerby grinned wickedly. Rolling up his sleeves, the Lu Fan smiled back. "It's you." 3 minutes later, thanks to his overwhelming physical prowess, Lu Fan maneuvered behind Jerby and executed a 1,000-bird-sharp spear, cleaving half of Jerby's body to pieces. Lu Fan versus Jerby. Victory. Rank elevated to CH Nin third tier. Next came the promotion match to advance to J Nin rank. Why have you come to my domain? Dressed in a fishnet crop top and black thigh-high stockings. The voluptuous Mitarashi Anko licked her kunai with her crimson tongue. "That you'll die. Little brat." "Little brat?" Lu Fan chuckled. "I'm afraid the big one like you won't be able to handle it." Ankone. Before he could finish speaking, he unleashed lightning release. Kirin. Faced with the elite J-Nin Anko of Konoha, Lu Fan dared not hold back. He initiated the battle with his strongest Kirin, after a fierce struggle lasting 5 minutes. Lu Fan, at the cost of a severed arm, barely managed to crush Anko's heart, earning his promotion to J-Nin. And then, he encountered an old acquaintance. Konoha J-Nin Sarutobi Asuma had arrived. Asuma, adorned with a rugged beard and clad in a brown-green ninja vest, brandished his ninja tool, the chakra blade. While gesturing with a courteous bow. A minute later, Lu Fan's head was severed by the chakra-infused strike of the blade. Regrettably, you have been defeated by Sarutobi Asuma, a rank, in the arena's ranking match, causing your rank to plummet to Jonin, first tier. Will you continue the challenge? I'm dead, Lu Fan murmured, touching his neck. Feeling somewhat dazed, this was his inaugural experience of death. How should one describe it? It was not an entirely pleasant experience. However, it was exhilarating, for Lu Fan could distinctly sense that in his encounters with Hong Do and Asuma, his strength and combat experience were rapidly advancing. So, the question remains, should he continue? Need one even ask? Absolutely. What kind of game would it be if one only played once? Naturally, one must indulge in a continuous spree of enjoyment. Chapter 15. Eager to become Lu Fan's homeroom teacher while Lu Fan diligently practiced or played the game. In the Hokage's office in Konoha Village, the Hokage exclaimed, "Lord Hokage, here is the list of this year's graduating genin from the Ninja Academy for your perusal." Upon receiving the list, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval as he scanned through it. Team 7. Homeroom teacher Hitaki Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Team 8. Homeroom teacher Yuhi Kurenai. Inazuka Kiba. Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata. Team 10. Homeroom teacher Sarutobi Asuma. Nara Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji. Yamanaka Ino Danam. He mused, setting the list down, satisfied with its contents. This arrangement suited him perfectly. First and foremost, Naruto and Sasuke, two troublesome individuals, along with the unassuming Sakura, were all entrusted to Kakashi. This was indeed favorable. as any future complications would not implicate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, the solitary figure, would bear the burden alone. Furthermore, among this batch of students, the three most valuable and worthy of alliance, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, were all allocated to his son. This pleased him even more, for it ensured that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the bonds formed would solidify the support of the three clans behind the Sarutobi family in the future. Thus, from any perspective, this list was nothing short of perfect, entirely aligning with the interests of the Sarutobi clan. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen reveled in his contentment, a resounding bang echoed through the air as Asuma burst into the room. "Dad, I want to be Lu Fan's homeroom teacher." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Asuma's declaration. Lu Fan? Who is Lu Fan? Days had passed, and he had nearly forgotten the name. It was only upon a prompt from the nearby Umbu that he recalled the existence of one Lu Fan. Upon examining the list closely, he indeed found Lu Fan's name nestled in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom, and it appeared he had yet to be assigned to a class. What is the meaning of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, directing a questioning gaze at the Umbu. The Umbu hastily explained, "Lord Hokage, typically, genin are assigned to classes based on their performance. However, this Lu Fan is a transfer student without prior grades, making class assignment impossible." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to respond when Asuma, unable to contain himself, chimed in with a grin. "Then it's perfect. Let us assign Lu Fan to my class." "Absolutely not." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied coldly, shaking his head. "Your three students have already been arranged. There is no position available for Lu Fan, but that's simple enough." Asuma replied nonchalantly that I see that Akimichi Choji leans towards physical techniques. "We can simply replace him with Lu Fan.at." This remark, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly erupted in anger. "Replace Choji with Lu Fan? Have you lost your mind? Choji is the heir of the Akimichi clan. Trained in their family's ninjutsu, he has proven himself time and again. With consistent training, he is guaranteed to reach at least Jonin level in the future, both in terms of lineage and personal strength. Choji's prospects are exceedingly bright. And as for Lu Fan, hailing from a common background, if memory serves, he lacks chakra affinity. His potential ceiling is at best that of an elite chunin, that T.O. put it bluntly. In terms of lineage and future potential, Lu Fan is thoroughly overshadowed by Choji. T.O. swap Lu Fan for Choji. Asuma, I shall ask you again. Have you lost your wits? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Asuma, ready to take action to jolt him back to reality. However, Asuma remained undeterred, even smiling as he replied, "Dad, it's not that I've lost my mind. Rather, your information is outdated. Ever since our meeting at the hospital 3 days ago, I have taken a keen interest in Lu Fan that I not only learned about his background but confirmed that he is indeed a commoner who has become a ninja through sheer diligence. Furthermore, I even visited the Ninja Academy to inquire with Irika and received astonishing news. Lu Fan has awakened his chakra affinity." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, slightly astonished. He had not anticipated that at 14 years of age, Lu Fan could awaken chakra affinity. Most importantly, a taijutsu genius with chakra affinity is an entirely different concept from one without it. Previously, Lu Fan's maximum potential may have been limited to an elite chunin. However, now he had the opportunity to become an elite jonin. The value of the two is incomparable. Yet, it was still not sufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently shook his head that a mere future elite jonin was not enough to displace Choji's position. For Choji possessed similar potential. Moreover, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were united. The Sarutobi family could not afford to offend all three for the sake of a single Lu Fan. Nevertheless, Asuma was not ready to concede. He felt an inexplicable mystique and potential within Lu Fan that ordinary ninjas did not possess. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Asuma with a stern expression. "Give up, and no matter what you say, I will not allow Lu Fan to take Choji's place. At most, I will consider adding a slot for you to form a 4-person team." Upon hearing this, Asuma was overjoyed. Whether it was a 3-person or 4-person team mattered little. What was crucial was that he could include Lu Fan. "Don't be too hasty in your excitement," Sarutobi Hiruzen added, maintaining his stern demeanor. "I will not directly assign Lu Fan to your class, but I will use the excuse of his lack of prior grades to allow him the freedom to choose his class. In simpler terms, Lu Fan must voluntarily join your class." Upon hearing this, Asuma was somewhat perplexed. He did not understand why a straightforward matter had to be complicated. Why is that? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Asuma a fierce glare. As the Hokage, would he not maintain some dignity? If he were to directly assign Lu Fan to Asuma's class, forming a four-person team, what would others think? Would they not perceive him as blatantly granting preferential treatment to his son? It is worth noting that the Ninja Academy has never before seen a class of 4 students. Upon hearing this, Asuma could only seal his lips, for the most significant aspect was that he felt indifferent. In his perspective, even if Sarutobi Hizashi did not designate him, Lu Fan would undoubtedly join his class. After all, irrespective of their prior camaraderie, Asuma Sarutobi stood out among the many teachers of the graduating classes. The only one surpassing him, Kakashi, was a lazy dog averse to trouble who would never accept Lu Fan. Furthermore, the other teachers in different classes were unlikely to regard Lu Fan favorably to them. Lu Fan was merely an unremarkable commoner ninja. Thus, Asuma was filled with confidence. Lu Fan would certainly become a member of his class. Chapter 16. Lord Madara owes me a life. Early the next morning, in the grand hall of the ninja school, Irika held a list and began announcing the allocation of classes for the new batch of genin. First up, Class 1, Yamamoto Bridge. The newly appointed genin buzzed with excitement. Wow, I'm so nervous. Oh heavens. Please let me be in the same class as Sasuke. In truth, many hoped to be placed in the same class as Lu Fan. The girls whispered among themselves, while the boys silently prayed to be paired with a girl they admired. Even Sasuke couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Fan that if he were to speak, he would admit that he, too, wished to be in the same class as Lu Fan, for in his eyes, Lu Fan was the only one in the entire school worthy of sharing a class with him. Noticing Sasuke's gaze, Lu Fan shook his head with a chuckle. He could somewhat empathize with the feelings of these young ninjas. After all, the quality of class assignments could be even more pivotal for a ninja than finding a spouse. A poor choice in a partner might only lead to quarrels, but being placed in a class with weak or dispirited companions could be life-threatening. The phrase classmates bore a weight of life and death for ninjas. Consequently, nearly 9 out of 10 of these young ninjas hoped to be in the same class as Sasuke or Lu Fan. Regrettably, their prayers were destined to go unanswered. Lu Fan, well-versed in the anime, knew all too well that while the class assignments appeared fair, the slots had long been predetermined. As expected, Sasuke was assigned, just as before, to Team 7 with Naruto and Sakura.as for Lu Fan. He was placed in Class 10 alongside Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. When Irika closed the class assignment list, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Where was Lu Fan? Was he not qualified? Why was there no teacher assigned to him? The children below murmured amongst themselves, and Sakura, in a good mood after being placed in the same class as Sasuke, couldn't resist taunting Lu Fan with a smirk. What is the reason? No one wants him. Facing Sakura's mockery, Lu Fan almost burst into laughter. Her feeble attempts at insult were utterly ineffective as for the absence of his name from the list. Lu Fan was in no rush, for he trusted that Irika would soon provide him with an explanation. Indeed, Irika promptly clarified, "Please remain calm, everyone. The situation is as follows. Lu Fan lacks regular performance records. Hence the teachers could not assign him directly to a class. It has been decided that he will choose a class for himself and form a quartet." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in astonishment. A 4-student class? Such a scenario had never transpired before. This certainly set a precedent for the Ninja Academy, and allowing Lu Fan to make his own choice seemed excessively favorable. No wonder he is Lu Fan. Ino exclaimed, her heart racing with hope that he might select her class. Even Sasuke, rarely expressive, nodded in agreement. If it's Lu Fan, I have no objections. Clearly, the reticent Sasuke was subtly urging Lu Fan to join his team. Listening to the praises directed at Lu Fan and Sasuke's invitation, Sakura felt a sharp pang of embarrassment. However, at that moment, no one was focused on her feelings, for the 7 elite Chunin, 2 Jonin, and 1 special Jonin, along with the 10 class instructors, had all entered the hall. Upon seeing Kakashi, Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that with Sarutobi Hizashi's character, he would at most allow him to select an elite Chunin as a teacher, but he hadn't anticipated the presence of these 3 Jonin. Without further ado, Irika called out, "Teachers willing to accept Lu Fan as a student, please raise your hands." The room erupted once more. Wasn't he supposed to choose freely? Choji was utterly baffled. If it were a mutual selection, it would make sense, Shikamaru mused. He had previously felt that allowing Lu Fan to choose his class was excessively lenient. If it were a two-way selection, it would be far more reasonable. Ino and Sasuke shared a sense of disappointment. Would this mean Lu Fan could not join their class? However, Lu Fan himself was not particularly disheartened. As he had never expected to be placed in a Jonin's class, to his surprise, in a swift motion, not only did the 7 elite Chunin raise their hands, but Asuma, one of the Jonin, did as well. That Lu Fan's gaze narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected Asuma to raise his hand. That it is important to note that the teacher-student relationship in the world of Naruto is a crucial bond. Generally, for two individuals to become teacher and student, it is either due to a deep connection like Kakashi's with Sasuke and Naruto's parents, Minato, or an older brother figure, Obito, motivated by a desire to assist the teacher or a friend in caring for their descendants. Alternatively, it could be like Asuma Sarutobi, where family ties with the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are strong, thus agreeing to take them on as students to bolster familial relations. Beyond this, most Jonin are reluctant to take on students, especially commoners. In short, in the world of ninjas, one must consider influence and background. Do they think anyone can be a student of Kakashi or Asuma Sarutobi? Dream on. Even the special Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, whose students, Inuzuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, were all heirs of prominent families, would not accept just anyone. Clearly, with Lu Fan's humble background as the owner of a rice dumpling shop, he was deemed unworthy to be Asuma's student. Thus, seeing Asuma raise his hand not only astonished Lu Fan, but also left all present, students and teachers alike, in a state of bewilderment. Even Kurenai, a fellow Jonin, gazed at Lu Fan with curiosity, seeking to discern what remarkable qualities he possessed that could have captured Asuma's attention. In truth, Asuma was equally surprised. He hadn't expected that apart from himself, all the elite Chunin would raise their hands as well. It seemed there were indeed many perceptive individuals who recognized Lu Fan as a promising candidate. Yet, did these mere Chunin think they could rival Asuma Sarutobi? Asuma could not help but let out a quiet chuckle. He was not boasting. He could confidently assert that among the 10 teachers present, as long as Kakashi did not raise his hand, he, Sarutobi Asuma, was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Fan. For just how good he was, one only needed to look at Iruka to understand. Lu Fan's preschool teacher, Iruka, was desperately trying to signal Lu Fan, implying that it was indeed a great fortune for him to be favored by Lord Asuma. He must cherish this opportunity. Even a fool could discern that Iruka was urging Lu Fan to promptly seek Asuma as his mentor, to cling tightly to his coattails. However, to be honest, after a day and night spent gaming in the duel arena, the mere sight of Asuma made Lu Fan want to take a blade to his head. Most importantly, what great fortune. For others, being favored by Asuma might indeed be a blessing, but for Lu Fan, it signified only one thing, that the old schemer, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already taken notice of him. Otherwise, without Hiruzen's nod, Sarutobi Asuma, the second-generation Hokage, would never consider taking him as a disciple. Of course, for the average person, catching the eye of Sarutobi Hiruzen could be seen as a stroke of luck. After all, unlike the thoroughly vile Danzo, Hiruzen, as a pseudo-gentleman, would still offer some benefits as long as one served him faithfully. Yet, while others could afford such a situation, Lu Fan could not. His secrets were far too significant. Though the mobile game Naruto might appear trivial, it encompassed far more than just the Naruto world. Consider Might Guy. There were currently 4 versions of him in the game: A-Rank Might Guy, A-Rank Might Guy, Ninja World War, A-Rank Might Guy, Gate of Awakening, and S-Rank Might Guy, 8th Gate. Just imagine, a single 8th Gate Might Guy could shatter half of Madara's body. If Lu Fan were to summon 4 Might Guys simultaneously, and have them all open the 8th Gate to kick Madara from all directions, wouldn't Madara then owe Lu Fan a life? Chapter 17. Azura Path Pain, Summoning Beasts. The most terrifying aspect was that summoning 4 8th Gate Might Guys was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the true strength within the Naruto mobile game. Without delving into other matters, take Prince Naruto, for instance. That Lu Fan could hardly keep track of how many versions of Naruto existed. There was Young Naruto, C-Rank, Young Naruto, Academy Ninja, Young Naruto, No Difference Limited, Naruto, New Year Limited, Uzumaki Naruto, Shippuden, Sage Naruto, and Golden Naruto. Although the vast majority of these were from Naruto's childhood or early Shippuden days as C-Rank or B-Rank ninjas, one must not forget that regardless of the version, he contained a nine tails within him. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Fan's future summoning of the nine tails could potentially be measured by the number of summons. Beast Path Pain, I summon a bull. Lu Fan, I summon 109 tails. Beast Path Pain. What the hell? That's cheating. Thus, if such formidable power were to be revealed prematurely, given Hiruzen's character, he would undoubtedly find a way to eliminate Lu Fan. There is no doubt about it. The merciless shinobi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is precisely the kind of ruthless individual. He tolerates even the most wicked acts if they serve his interests, such as his tacit approval of Danzo's rude organization, brainwashing orphans to cultivate assassins and conduct human experiments. Conversely, anything that poses a threat to him must be eradicated without mercy, as seen in the case of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Therefore, Lu Fan resolved that under no circumstances would he join Asuma's 10th squad. Unbeknownst to Asuma, he continued to smile and nod at Lu Fan, appearing as though he had already considered Lu Fan as his student, or rather, it was not just Asuma. The others present shared the same sentiment. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Asuma was indeed Lu Fan's best option. Ino even exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful, Lu Fan-kun. We can be in the same class." Then, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. For Lu Fan had not even glanced at Asuma. He walked straight towards the ever-observant Kurenai Yui, who had remained silent. "Kurenai-sensei, I choose you." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Asuma's smile froze in place. Lu Fan-kun, have you made a mistake? You mean to choose Asuma-sensei, right?" Irika stared at Lu Fan, unable to believe it. "You want to choose Asuma-sensei, don't you?" Lu Fan gently shook his head. He certainly had not made a mistake. "I want to choose Kurenai-sensei." With Lu Fan's confirmation, the crowd finally snapped back to reality, realizing he indeed had not made an error. But why? Irika looked at Lu Fan in confusion. Asuma wore an expression of unwillingness. If Lu Fan had chosen Kakashi, it would have been understandable, but Kurenai, how could a special J-nin without a family or strength compare to him, Sarutobi Asuma, in terms of lineage and power? What aspect was he lacking compared to Kurenai? Asuma seethed internally. Meanwhile, Ino shouted, "So that's the big thing you were talking about, Lu Fan-kun." Big? What big thing? The crowd was momentarily perplexed, not understanding Ino's words until they followed her gaze from Kurenai's face down to her chest, where they noticed her ample, rounded bosom, elegantly encased in a semi-transparent black fishnet top. The crowd then realized and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, very big." Upon this realization, the spectators' gazes towards Lu Fan shifted dramatically. Mature men like Kakashi and Irika nodded in silent approval, thinking, "This young man has quite the discernment." Meanwhile, immature male students like Naruto looked at Lu Fan with disdain, believing he lacked taste. How could a busty female teacher compare to Sakura? On the other hand, less mature women like Sakura gazed at their own flat chests, silently lamenting, "So, Lu Fan doesn't like me because of this." Faced with the varied gazes of the crowd, Lu Fan could only shake his head in helpless amusement. He admitted that the big he mentioned to Ino indeed referred to this aspect. However, the problem was, he had not meant Kurenai. Yet, it was evident that no matter how he explained it now, others would never believe him. Because, from the perspective of an average person, the only reasonable explanation for Lu Fan not choosing the more privileged and powerful Sarutobi Asuma in favor of Kurenai was indeed the allure of her physical attributes. Even Asuma, being one of the parties involved, thought the same. After all, which man could resist the temptation of a busty female teacher clad in fishnet? Sighing, Asuma lamented that he had never imagined he would lose not in strength or lineage but in gender and size. However, as another party involved, Kurenai did not share this sentiment. She was well aware that Lu Fan's gaze towards her was pure, devoid of any lustful intent. Thus, she curiously asked, "Lu Fan-kun, could you tell me why you chose me as your teacher?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was left speechless. Was it really necessary to ask? Of course, it was because of her ample endowments. However, it soon dawned upon them that Lu Fan could not possibly respond in such a manner. For, while they were well aware of the intricacies of the situation, certain topics such as teacher-student relationships, voluptuousness, fishnets, and black stockings were not suited for open discussion. Naturally, Lu Fan would never utter anything regarding voluptuousness, as that was not his intention at all. Yet, the true reason behind his choice of Tsukikage was certainly not something he could disclose. The reason Lu Fan opted for Tsukikage was precisely because she was an exceptionally skilled jonin without any influential background or formidable power, making her the perfect shield. Not only could she divert the unwanted attention of Sarutobi Raisin, that old schemer, but even if their association were to be exposed, it would matter little, for Tsukikage could not best him in combat. However, it was evident that in the current circumstances, honesty was not an option. Not only could he not speak the truth, but he also had to flatter her. First, he must affirm Tsukikage's capabilities. Tsukikage-sensei, the reason I chose you is undoubtedly due to your remarkable strength. Upon hearing these words, Tsukikage nodded in satisfaction. A ninja, who would not relish being praised for their prowess, especially in front of Asuma and Kakashi. Yet, Asuma and Kakashi's expressions soured. What did this mean? Was Lu Fan implying that these two elite jonin were not as strong as Tsukikage, the special jonin? Sensing their dissatisfaction, Lu Fan smiled and added, "Of course, in addition to your exceptional strength, Tsukikage-sensei, your beauty is also one of the reasons I chose you." Upon hearing this, Tsukikage's smile remained undiminished. Which woman does not enjoy being complimented on her appearance, especially by a handsome figure like Lu Fan? Asuma and Kakashi's expressions softened slightly, for they could concede defeat. But not to strength. Rather, they could only concede to beauty. It was not a matter of their strength being insufficient, but rather the enemy's allure being too potent. In summary, given the current situation, it was clear that Lu Fan was resolutely determined to choose Tsukikage. However, the issue remained. Lu Fan, while you may choose me as your teacher, do not forget that I can also choose not to accept you. Tsukikage reminded him with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, those present were struck with realization. Indeed, Lu Fan's class selection was a mutual choice. What good was it for Lu Fan to select Tsukikage if she was not obliged to accept him? Hearing this, Asuma perked up. Perhaps there was still hope for him to take on a disciple. Chapter 18. Do you think it's too late for me to start eating papaya now? As events unfolded, Irika, Lu Fan's former teacher, felt compelled to intervene. Lady Tsukikage, you see, this child Lu Fan genuinely admires you and wishes to become your disciple. You need not say much more. Tsukikage interrupted Irika with a wave of her hand and turned to Lu Fan with a teasing expression. I can accept Lu Fan, but I require a reason for taking him on as my disciple. Her words were quite straightforward. It could not simply be because he liked her that she was obligated to accept him. He must provide her with a valid reason. Upon hearing this, Asuma was immediately jolted. Others may not know, but he certainly did. In terms of strength, Lu Fan excelled in taijutsu. A skilled Tsukikage was not adept in at all, and thus could not guide him. Regarding family background, Lu Fan hailed from a commoner-s lineage and offered Tsukikage no advantage whatsoever. In Asuma's eyes, Tsukikage was clearly rejecting Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan did not share this perspective. Tsukikage, do you truly not recognize me? Tsukikage, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had referred to her as Tsukikage-sensei, and now he was calling her ne. The progression of their relationship seemed alarmingly swift. Irika hastily interjected, Lu Fan, refrain from such informalities. Lu Fan chuckled and gently shook his head that he had not been disrespectful. If they did not believe him, they could simply inquire with Tsukikage. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Tsukikage. She looked at Lu Fan, her expression wavering. Little Lu, is it really you? Indeed, it is I, Tsukikage. Witnessing the exchange between Lu Fan and Tsukikage, where he referred to her as Tsukikage and she called him Little Lu, left the crowd in a state of confusion. What was this narrative? Lu Fan explained with a smile. My family runs a glutinous rice ball shop. As you all know, they nodded in acknowledgement. But how did this relate to Tsukikage? Next to my family's shop is an izakaya, and Tsukikage enjoys visiting there for drinks. Sometimes, after a night of drinking, she would come to my shop for rice balls to sober up, hence I became acquainted with her long ago. The crowd appeared exasperated. If you were already acquainted, why not say so earlier? Surely Tsukikage did not anticipate that I would suddenly become a ninja. Lu Fan smiled, further explaining on her behalf. The crowd nodded slowly, acknowledging this reasoning. After all, the disparity between commoners and ninjas was vast, and it was quite normal for Tsukikage to be momentarily taken aback. The primary issue remained, however, how did this relate to Tsukikage accepting him as her student? Of course it relates, Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. If I become Tsukikage's disciple, then whenever she gets drunk, I can readily prepare glutinous rice balls to help her sober up. Upon hearing this, the girls, led by Ino, who harbored feelings for Lu Fan, were left heartbroken, for what Lu Fan had just said amounted to a public declaration of affection towards Tsukikage, and not just any declaration, but one imbued with deep sentiment. Some with vivid imaginations had even conjured an entire narrative worthy of a 500,000-word romance novel that a common lad, fervently pursuing love, striving to become a ninja, all for the sake of preparing rice balls for her for a lifetime. Yet, apart from those infatuated with Lu Fan, the others present, particularly Asuma, were utterly astonished. Was this truly a valid reason? Come on. We are ninjas. Class placements and teacher selection are matters of significant importance, influencing our future development and even our lives. Can we not take this seriously? Just as Asuma was about to voice his concerns, Tsukikage smiled and nodded. Very well. This reason is quite reasonable, and I am quite satisfied. From this day forth, Lu Fan, you shall be my disciple. Tsukikage Yui. Asuma stared blankly at Tsukikage. Was this truly a reasonable justification? Observing Asuma's dejected demeanor, Tsukikage chuckled inwardly. The glutinous rice balls were merely a jest. The real reason she accepted Lu Fan was precisely because of Asuma. It was evident to even the most naive that the allowances made for Lu Fan, such as forming a 4-person team and the freedom to choose his teacher, were orchestrated by Asuma specifically for Lu Fan's benefit. This was a clear indication of how much Asuma valued Lu Fan. Thus, it stood to reason that Lu Fan was indeed a rare talent, and as a teacher, who would complain about having too many capable students. Moreover, she also wished to tease Asuma in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Raisin gazed incredulously at his son. Lu Fan has joined Tsukikage's 8th team. He had assumed this matter was a foregone conclusion, yet to his surprise, after all the effort, it was Tsukikage, without any backing, who reaped the rewards. Asuma's mood was somewhat subdued as he sighed and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the entire story, Sarutobi Raisin let out a cold laugh. Asuma, do not be disheartened. A person who can be swayed by beauty and choose a teacher whimsically is destined for mediocrity and will not go far. It may very well be a blessing that he is not accepted as a disciple. Upon hearing these words, Asuma gently nodded in agreement that in truth, he harbored a sense of disappointment towards Lu Fan that in his mind. Lu Fan was originally a diligent commoner ninja, relentlessly training to fulfill his dream of becoming a ninja. However, it now seemed that what motivated Lu Fan to strive was not some lofty ninja dream, but rather the allure of Kurenai Yui. Contemplating this, Asuma couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, exclaiming that such a lecherous individual was hardly worthy of his lamentation. In the midst of his speech, he completely disregarded the fact that he too held an affection for Kurenai. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and nodded, stating, "It is good that you can heed your father's advice and understand this principle. Go now, and take a look at Team 10's Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. They are the foundation of your future in Konoha." Asuma nodded, stepping towards the door. Just then, a member of the ANBU, the Elite Covert Operations Unit, entered, reporting, "Lord Hokage, the information you requested regarding Lu Fan, the genin, has been compiled." Lu Fan's information. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively waved his hand, uninterested in hearing more. After all, his son had already been persuaded and no longer clung to Lu Fan. As the Hokage, did he really need to concern himself with the intelligence of a taijutsu prodigy? Nevertheless, with nothing else to occupy his time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, almost on a whim, nodded to request the report. Upon reading it, he nearly fell from his chair in shock. "Lord Hokage, what is the matter?" the ANBU member inquired. Confused, "Do not concern yourself with me." Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Quickly, summon Asuma back to me." "Dad, what's wrong?" Asuma asked, bewildered. He had barely taken 2 steps outside when the ANBU urgently called him back. "What happened?" Looking at Asuma's perplexed expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before quietly suggesting, "Why not discuss with Kurenai about possibly bringing Lu Fan back?" Asuma was taken aback. "Dad, what are you saying? Just a moment ago, you said Lu Fan was merely a lecher, unworthy of consideration. Now you want me to retrieve him? Why?" His emotions were spiraling into confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a wry smile. He truly did not wish to contradict himself, but there was no way around it. Just take a look at this. He sighed, handing the investigative report to Asuma. Asuma received the report with skepticism. The cover was straightforward. Investigation report on genin Lu Fan. The contents were succinct, comprising only 3 sentences. The first stated, Lu Fan, son of the owner of the glutinous rice ball shop, self-taught in taijutsu, has reached the level of a chunin, enrolling in the ninja academy at the age of 14. The second read, within 3 days of enrollment, Lu Fan successfully awakened his chakra and perfectly mastered chakra threads, suspected to have awakened after engaging in combat with Sasuke. Pending confirmation. The third noted, on the 5th day of enrollment, Lu Fan undertook the Genin exam, suspected of observing Naruto's use of the shadow clone technique and intuitively grasping the A-rank ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, as confirmed by the Proctor Irika, his chakra level has reached, and possibly exceeded, that of a chunin. Asuma was left speechless. He was aware of some of the information, such as the chunin level taijutsu and the 3-day chakra awakening talent. However, much of it was completely new to him. The ability to perfect chakra threads upon first hearing of them, and to intuitively comprehend the A-rank ninjutsu merely by observing it once. These achievements were astonishing. Most importantly, just 5 days into his enrollment, with only 2 days since awakening his chakra, Lu Fan had attained a level that surpassed that of a chunin. After perusing the report, Asuma found himself at a loss for words. All he wished to inquire of Lu Fan now was whether it was too late for him to undergo a transformation, consume papaya, and perform chest-expanding exercises. Chapter 19. The mysterious 8th class graduation test in Konoha. At the animal slaughterhouse, Inuzuka Kiba, curiosity etched on his face, asked, "What do you think our teacher wants us to gather here for?" Hinata Hyuga, her head bowed, was too shy to utter a word. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame was an epitome of silence. Having not spoken a single word in 3 days that I asked for Lu Fan. To be honest, Kiba was hesitant to engage him in conversation, fearing that Lu Fan would not respond. He felt a tinge of trepidation towards Lu Fan. In fact, throughout the entire ninja academy, there was hardly anyone who did not fear Lu Fan. Thus, with nobody responding to his attempts at conversation, Kiba could only awkwardly lower his head, pretending nothing had transpired. Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Even during his anime watching days, he had thought that Kiba was perhaps the most unfortunate soul in terms of incompatible personalities within their class. Originally, Kiba was a chatterbox. Not unlike Naruto, yet the 2 teammates he found himself with were increasingly taciturn. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan felt a twinge of sympathy for Kiba. That IT must be some kind of test, right? Lu Fan suggested. Smiling, Kiba was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the mysterious, formidable, and aloof Lu Fan would proactively engage him. Alleviating his embarrassment, Kiba was nearly moved to tears at that moment. Shino nodded in agreement. Yes, I have also heard that during graduation, teachers conduct a test. If one fails the test, graduation may not be possible. Although it was quite unprecedented for Shino to string together 3 sentences, Kiba felt not only ungrateful, but also slightly irked. Damn it. If you knew this, why didn't you say something earlier? Why wait for Lu Fan to speak before you chime in? Kiba glared at Shino in annoyance. Shino remained calm, completely unfazed by Kiba's glare. Only Hinata appeared slightly anxious. Will the test be very difficult? What if I don't pass? Don't worry. You will be fine. Lu Fan reassured her with a smile that he knew better than anyone what the so-called graduation test entailed. It was merely a way for the teacher to assert some authority over the students. For instance, the bell-grabbing test conducted by Team 7. Whether one could seize the bell was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was the display of teamwork during the attempt. Therefore, it will be all right. Rest assured, we are comrades in the same class, and with me here, you will surely pass the exam. Upon hearing this, a rosy hue bloomed on Hinata's cheeks. Kiba and Shino were equally taken aback, as they suddenly realized that Lu Fan appeared to be different from their initial perceptions. He was not only unthreatening, but even somewhat gentle. In truth, Lu Fan believed he was not a cruel person that as long as one did not provoke him, he could be quite amiable. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had slipped by. Kiba, impatient by nature, could no longer contain his frustration. Why hasn't Kurenai-sensei arrived yet? Upon hearing this, both Hinata and Shino shared a look of confusion. Just yesterday, Kurenai had clearly arranged to meet them at the slaughterhouse at 7 in the morning, yet now it was already 8. And she had yet to arrive. Is Kurenai-sensei fond of being late? Shino turned to Lu Fan. It should not be the case. Lu Fan shook his head gently. From his experience watching anime in his previous life and his interactions with Kurenai in this one, she did not strike him as someone who enjoyed tardiness. Perhaps something has delayed her. As Lu Fan's words lingered in the air, a soft creak resonated, and the heavy doors of the slaughterhouse slowly swung open. Their teacher, the esteemed Konoha Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, entered, her visage marred by two pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes, exuding an aura of exhaustion. Upon sighting her, the kind-hearted Hinata Hyuga instantly cast aside her impatience and expressed her concern. Teacher Kurenai, what has happened? Did you not sleep well last night? Would you like to return and rest for a while? Not slept well? Kurenai shook her head with a wry smile. She had not slept at all the previous night. She was unaware of what had possessed Asuma to show up at her home in the dead of night, incessantly pestering her, insisting that she transfer Lu Fan to him. What a joke. How could one possibly transfer a disciple? Moreover, she was no fool. The more Asuma pressed, the less likely she was to relinquish Lu Fan. In short, it was all Lu Fan's fault that she had been robbed of a night's sleep. Lu Fan, robbed of a night's sleep? Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino stared blankly at Kurenai, while Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Kurenai-sensei, could you refrain from uttering such easily misinterpreted statements? It matters not. Kurenai waved her hand dismissively. She had never been one to concern herself with trivialities. Otherwise, she would not have spent years parading around in a low-cut, revealing outfit as for resting. That was an unnecessary luxury. Today, I shall impart to you the first lesson of being a ninja. With that, Kurenai's expression turned solemn. As a competent ninja, it was not uncommon to go 3 days and nights without sleep while on a mission. A single day without sleep was hardly noteworthy and had no bearing on her. If you cannot endure this modicum of hardship, I advise you to abandon your aspirations of becoming a ninja. Upon hearing these words, Hinata and the others quickly nodded, affirming their resilience. Seeing this, Kurenai nodded with satisfaction. Very well, let us commence the test. The mere mention of the word test sent a shiver of apprehension through Shino, Hinata, and Kiba as they worried whether they would pass. Only Lu Fan remained unfazed, for he understood that the test would not be overly arduous. However, he was indeed curious about what the 8th Squad's test, inherited from Orochimaru, would entail. Soon, the answer was unveiled. Kurenai led the 8th Squad into the depths of the slaughterhouse, where they encountered a cage filled with adorable little white rabbits, with 3 crisp rings of a bell. Kurenai tossed aside 3 short kunai and, with an excited countenance, fixated her gaze on Shino, Hinata, and Kiba. Go. Kill these rabbits. Huh? Hinata and Kiba stood in shock. Teacher, what did you say? I said, kill these rabbits, Kurenai reiterated with utmost seriousness. Remember, you must not only kill them, but do so with the kunai, severing their throats slowly and methodically. What? The trio was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend that the ninja test would manifest in such a manner. Lu Fan, however, was not surprised, for the essence of a ninja was indeed rooted in killing. Yet, Hinata and Kiba remained oblivious to this reality, trembling as they questioned, but teacher, why must we kill the rabbits? Why? At this, Kurenai's expression turned icy. Because we are ninjas, killing is our primary duty. Do you believe that being a ninja is merely child's play? Her gaze bore into Hinata and Kiba. If you cannot accomplish this task, remove your headbands and leave my class. You are unworthy of being ninjas of Konoha. Chapter 20. I am not worried about myself. I am worried about you. What is a ninja? Lu Fan had pondered this question long ago while watching anime in his past life. From the narratives presented, ninjas appeared to be individuals residing in villages, occasionally venturing forth to assist others. However, a moment's reflection reveals the true nature of ninjas. They are, in essence, soldiers, killing machines. The cheerful, idyllic village life depicted in anime is merely a fraction of the reality. The true world of ninjas is one steeped in bloodshed, darkness, and unspeakable cruelty, an existence akin to that of demons and hell. Clearly, the first lesson in becoming a demon and stepping into hell was about to commence. The little white rabbits, with their snowy coats, hopped playfully in their cage, their tiny mouths resembling drills as they nibbled on carrots with delightful fervor. Such charming creatures were enough to make one's heart flutter. Yet, they were now to be killed. Hinata and Kiba's faces turned pale, while Shino's demeanor remained relatively calm, though his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. However, as a ninja, Shino took a deep breath and picked up a kunai, opening the cage and seizing one of the rabbits. Good. Kurenai nodded approvingly. Next, use the kunai to cut its throat. Remember to do it slowly. Gulp. Even the typically stoic Shino found himself swallowing hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, adhering to the ninja's code, he obediently raised the kunai and began to slice slowly at the rabbit's throat. As instructed, with a soft sound, the throat was severed, and the rabbit began to thrash desperately. Yet, per Kurenai's instructions, Shino could not end its life swiftly. He was compelled to prolong the act. Therefore, the others could clearly hear the sickening sound of the kunai cutting through flesh, the rabbit's blood spraying forth. Followed by the rasping breaths of the creature as it gasped for air. The image of the rabbit's frantic struggles was seared into their minds in that moment, Kurenai's voice rang out. Take a moment to truly experience this. Feel the life ebbing away. Then, cherish it even more. At her words, the group trembled collectively. Even Lu Fan found himself nodding in quiet agreement that Kurenai's test, while seemingly aimed at fostering a sense of lethal intent in Shino and the others, also served to deepen their reverence for life. A fitting initiation for novice ninjas. Following Shino's lead, Kiba and Hinata soon completed the test as well. However, they were left in shock when they noticed that Lu Fan had not killed any rabbits. Lu Fan, aren't you going to kill a rabbit? Shino asked, astonished. Kiba, assuming Lu Fan was merely hesitant, urged him softly. Lu Fan, you've worked so hard. You mustn't give up because of a single rabbit. Even Hinata chimed in sympathetically. It's all right, Lu Fan-kun. Although the rabbits are adorable, if you just grit your teeth, it will soon be over. Listening to their encouragement, Lu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. That it wasn't that he was afraid to kill the rabbit. Rather, he pointed out, don't you realize? Kurenai-sensei only provided 3 kunai. Upon hearing this, Kurenai crossed her arms and remained silent. The naive Hinata, assuming that Kurenai had simply miscounted, instinctively offered her kunai to Lu Fan, saying, Lu Fan-kun, use my kunai. Beside him, Shino gently shook his head. How could Yuhi Kurenai, a special J-nin of Konohagakure, possibly commit such a foolish mistake? Could it be that she intended for Lu Fan to kill a rabbit with his bare hands? Upon hearing Shino's speculation, Kurenai remained silent, her arms crossed. Observing this, Lu Fan subtly shook his head. If it were merely a matter of killing a rabbit with bare hands, it would indeed be preferable. Clearly, Kurenai would not allow him to pass so easily. Enough of this, Yuhi-sensei, Lu Fan sighed, casting a glance at Kurenai, who was pretending not to have heard anything. If you have something to say, please just say it. This is rather tedious. Realizing that Lu Fan had seen through her ploy, Kurenai pouted in disinterest. Then, her expression turned serious. Since you have deduced that I won't let you off the hook easily, you should also be able to guess why, correct? Lu Fan fell silent for a moment. Is it because of my gaze? He ventured. Exactly, Kurenai replied with a cold smirk, narrowing her eyes. Do not mistake J-nin for fools. Little Lu Fan, yesterday, when I asked you why you chose me, there was a fleeting moment when I distinctly perceived a hint of wariness towards Asuma in your eyes, as well as disdain for me. It was one thing to be wary of Asuma. After all, every ninja harbors secrets. She did not mind that. What truly irked her was Lu Fan's contemptuous gaze. I do not look down on you. Lu Fan attempted to clarify. I understand. Kurenai interrupted him with a scoff. You may not look down on me, but you certainly believe that I am weaker and easier to manipulate than Asuma. Do you not? Lu Fan was left speechless, for that was indeed his sentiment. To be honest, I am entirely indifferent to any secrets you might hold, and I do not concern myself with your apprehension towards Asuma. However, Kurenai's gaze sharpened, her voice frigid. Since you dare to underestimate me, Yuhi Kurenai, and use me as a shield, then show me your true strength. Prove that you possess the audacity to be so arrogant. Otherwise, I will ensure you are sent back to the Ninja Academy. Her expression was stern, and upon witnessing this, Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata were taken aback, although they were unaware of the unfolding situation. They quickly urged, Yuhi-sensei, please do not act impulsively. Lu Fan-kun surely did not mean to offend you. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of my status. Kurenai chuckled, looking at Lu Fan. From now on, I will restrict my taijutsu and ninjutsu to the level of a ch-nin. If you can endure for 5 minutes, I shall consider you passed. The trio, Inuzuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Shino, gasped in shock. Ninjutsu and taijutsu, both at the ch-nin level, enduring for 5 minutes? It sounded simple, but how could that be possible? Kurenai was a j-nin. while Lu Fan had just graduated as a genin. How could he withstand 5 minutes? Lu Fan scratched his head in exasperation. He was not particularly worried for his own safety. Rather, he was concerned for Kurenai. Over the past few days, while playing games at home, in the duel arena, aside from Asuma, he had faced Kurenai the most. Therefore, he was well aware that even if Kurenai were to control her strength to that of a Nin, he had already defeated her countless times in her full state. He genuinely feared that he might inadvertently decapitate Kurenai in the heat of the moment. As the young heir of the glutinous rice dumpling shop, he had no desire to drag his parents into becoming rogue ninjas without necessity. Thus, he sincerely wished to suggest to Kurenai, perhaps it would be better if you did not limit yourself. This way, your chances of survival might be slightly increased. Well, perhaps just a little, considering that the battle records in the duel arena showed Lu Fan's victory rate against Kurenai to be 99. 6.1 could see that even with full force, Kurenai still had a mere 4 in 1,000 chance of winning. Chapter 21. Lu Fan vs. Yuhi. Kurenai huff. Kurenai exhaled slowly. Alright, I have now regulated my chakra and strength to a Nin level. Next, Kurenai said, her expression serious as she looked at Lu Fan. Survive for 5 minutes, and then you may call me sensei. Sighing in resignation at Kurenai's obstinacy, Lu Fan had no choice but to discreetly adjust his own chakra and strength to a Nin level as well. Otherwise, he truly feared he might inadvertently kill Kurenai. Goodness, I'm so nervous. Inuzuka Kiba trembled with anxiety. He never anticipated that upon becoming a genin, he would witness a life-and-death struggle between ninjas, especially when both combatants were anything but ordinary. One was the school's universally acknowledged strongest transfer student, while the other was a renowned special Nin throughout the entire village of Konoha. Such a battle was simply exhilarating enough to make one shudder with anticipation. However, would there be any actual danger? Hinata expressed her concern, fearing that Kurenai might lose control and truly injure Lu Fan, sending him back to the Ninja Academy. Do not worry, that will not happen. Shino reassured, shaking his head gently. In his view, Kurenai's threats of breaking bones were merely intended to intimidate Lu Fan. This was Konoha, not Kirigakure. How could one so easily resort to violence? Thus, he remained confident that there would be no real harm done. Shino believed Kurenai merely wished to teach Lu Fan a lesson, to instill a sense of respect in him. She likely wouldn't even employ her ninjutsu, and Lu Fan would only suffer minor injuries at most. Indeed, Kiba nodded in agreement, about to voice his support for Shino's assessment when his mouth dropped open in shock. Kurenai had made her move, fire release. Dragon fire technique. Kurenai suddenly launched a surprise attack on Lu Fan without a word. The most terrifying part was that she unleashed a powerful B-rank fire ninjutsu right off the bat. The half-meter-high, 3-meter-long fire dragon appeared, instantly raising the temperature in the arena by several degrees. The most alarming aspect was the dragon's speed. It was so swift that one could barely discern its movement in the blink of an eye. It roared and struck Lu Fan, who stood frozen in place. The intense flames instantly engulfed him, transforming him into a human-shaped torch. Just moments ago, Shino, who had been so confident that Kurenai would not harm anyone, was now left speechless. Kiba, equally astonished, stared in disbelief. Hinata, terrified, screamed, "No, it can't be. Is Lu Fan-kun really dead?" Upon hearing this, Shino snapped back to reality, his expression grave as he addressed Kurenai. "Yuhi-sensei, you do understand that Konoha ninjas cannot kill each other, correct?" Kiba echoed the question, both of them confronting Kurenai. At their inquiries, Kurenai, who had just unleashed the fire dragon that had incinerated Lu Fan, could not help but burst into laughter. "You little rascals certainly underestimate your strongest transfer student." "What?" Kiba was bewildered, and Shino wore a similarly confused expression. "Enough of this charade, Lu Fan," Kurenai said, narrowing her eyes with a cold smirk. "That if you keep pretending, they'll genuinely believe you are dead." "What? Lu Fan isn't dead?" Kiba, Shino, and Hinata were all left flabbergasted. They had witnessed Lu Fan being ensnared by the fire dragon, burned to a crisp. How could he possibly be alive? While they were still in shock, the charred figure of Lu Fan suddenly transformed with a poof into a scorched log. What just happened? Hinata and Kiba were utterly confused. Shino, with his mouth slightly agape, seemed to grasp something. Of course. This is a combination of the body substitute technique and the transformation technique, a rather advanced ninjutsu skill. As the setting sun cast its warm hues, Hinata couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Your classmate, Lu Fan, has employed this technique with remarkable finesse. Not only could ordinary Chunin be deceived, but even I nearly fell for it. You all ought to learn from Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Shino wore expressions of exasperation. Just moments ago, they were anxiously concerned for Lu Fan's safety, fearing that Hinata would become overly zealous and harm him. Yet in the next breath, they were being instructed by Hinata to learn from Lu Fan. The sensation was indeed quite perplexing. Moreover, if this charred version of Lu Fan is merely a ruse, what of the real Lu Fan? Just as Hinata, Shino, and Kiba came to this realization, a sharp sound sliced through the air above them, Konoha's great whirlwind. Instinctively, they looked up to witness Lu Fan, spinning like a windmill in the sky. His legs resembling razors, accelerating with the force of gravity behind him, relentlessly tearing through the air, producing explosive sounds. Shino, Kiba, and Hinata were left awestruck as Konoha ninjas. They were familiar with the Konoha fluid technique. Yet they had never witnessed such a terrifying and explosive display of it. The thought crossed their minds that should this kick land, even Hinata-sensei might suffer a few broken bones. Hinata was acutely aware of this possibility and quickly assessed the situation. She could not take this kick head-on, at least not with her current level of Chunin Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. With this thought, she swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Lu Fan's impending strike by a mere 3 centimeters. Witnessing such a close call, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, she managed to dodge that. Truly, Hinata-sensei's battle experience is on an entirely different level compared to us students. Hearing their praises, Hinata couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, a kick like Lu Fan's would be impossible for an ordinary Chunin to evade effortlessly. Only someone with the wealth of combat experience like her, a special Jonin, could instantaneously gauge the furthest reach of Lu Fan's attack and expertly navigate the narrow margin to avoid it flawlessly. The most remarkable aspect was that due to the proximity of the attack, Lu Fan had left himself completely vulnerable, an open target before her. Hinata. Victory seemed assured. Thus, she smiled and shook her head. Lu Fan, it appears your strength does not afford you the luxury of looking down upon me. Your sister Hong. Just as Hinata's words hung in the air, she abruptly froze, for with a soft pop, Lu Fan before her transformed into a cloud of azure smoke. This Lu Fan was merely a shadow clone. Hinata's pupils dilated in shock. Before she could fully comprehend or react, a sharp kunai pressed against her back. Lu Fan's voice echoed ominously. Hinata-sensei, please do not move. Kunai do not discriminate. Chapter 22. What does grabbing Zhou Shuren have to do with me? Lu Sun, Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata, and Shino stood there, dumbfounded. The battle between Lu Fan and Hinata could only be described as a roller coaster of twists and turns. Initially, they believed Lu Fan to be no match for Hinata, expecting him to be swiftly defeated. Yet, the seemingly defeated Lu Fan had utilized the substitution and transformation techniques, allowing the real Lu Fan to launch a surprise attack from above, just when they thought Hinata would be unable to evade. She showcased her extensive battle experience as a special Jonin, not only dodging Lu Fan's certain strike, but also capitalizing on his opening. They thought the dust had settled, and that Lu Fan was ultimately outmatched when suddenly, with a soft pop, Lu Fan, who had been caught off guard, erupted into a cloud of smoke. It turned out that the so-called real Lu Fan was merely a shadow clone. The true Lu Fan had appeared behind Hinata. Kunai poised against her heart, Shino, and the others. This battle was nothing short of a whirlwind of surprises. Both Hinata and Lu Fan's combat prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. In reality, Hinata perceived Lu Fan's experience as perhaps even more exaggerated than the trio had imagined. For Lu Fan's position directly behind her indicated that he had meticulously planned every detail from the outset. The freshly graduated Genin had managed to outmaneuver someone of her caliber, a special Jonin. What a formidable young man! Hinata couldn't help but voice her admiration, openly conceding, I have lost. Seeing Hinata concede, Lu Fan felt rather indifferent. Over the past few days, he had been engrossed in gaming at home, engaging in duels. Winning against Hinata, a mere special Jonin, was hardly a matter of concern for him. He had even held his own against Asuma Sarutobi, a 2-star Jonin. Thus, defeating Hinata held little significance for him. However, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino held an entirely different perspective. The disparity between Hinata and Lu Fan was colossal. That on one side stood a well-known special jonin, respected throughout Konoha. On the other, a nameless genin who had barely graduated from the ninja academy. To any reasonable observer, this battle seemed devoid of suspense. Therefore, they could hardly anticipate that the confrontation would conclude with Hinata's admission of defeat. Was Lu Fan truly that strong, or was Hinata simply too weak? As they contemplated this, Hinata became aware of the peculiar gazes directed at her. She realized that if she did not assert her authority over Lu Fan today, managing Team 10 would become quite troublesome in the future. Yet, having just lost to Lu Fan, it would typically be inappropriate for her to trouble him further. Fortunately, Hinata was no ordinary individual. Thus, she flashed a smile, lifted her chin, and declared, "Lu Fan, let us engage in another match. If you can withstand me for 5 minutes, I shall forgive your previous rudeness." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. What was happening? Had they somehow traversed into another realm? This scene, this dialogue, felt oddly familiar. The straightforward Hinata couldn't help but interject, "Hinata-sensei, you just said that, and you lost." Without missing a beat, Hinata retorted, "The one who lost was Chunin Hinata. What does that have to do with Special Jonin Hinata?" The three from Team 8 fell silent, only to realize that Hinata's chakra had quietly surged to the level of a Special Jonin. Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips, seriously suspecting that Hinata had also traveled from Earth and had encountered that famous saying, "What does grabbing Zhou Shuren have to do with me?" Lu's son, for the first time experiencing such a situation, the blunt Kiba couldn't suppress his thoughts and exclaimed, "How shameless can you be?" Hinata and Shino regarded Hinata with disdain. "Hinata-sensei, this isn't right, is it? You're just being unreasonable." In Class 8, 3 individuals attempted to confront Zirihong with a tone of denunciation, urging her to relent and spare Lu Fan. However, to their astonishment, Zirihong nodded in acknowledgement, candidly admitting, "Indeed, I am being unreasonable." Not only did she concede, but she also broke into a playful smile, adding, "But what can you possibly do about it?" Upon hearing this, the trio, composed of Zeno, Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba, were momentarily taken aback. "What? Can't comprehend?" Zirihong gently shook her head. "It is indeed perplexing, for this is the world of ninjas to a SA teacher." Zirihong was about to impart her first lesson to Hinata and her companions, aptly titled Cruelty, the Cruelty of Ninjas. The second lesson would revolve around strength, the power of ninjas. A ninja devoid of strength holds no right to speak. With a tender gaze directed at Hinata and her friends, Zirihong admitted that she had indeed promised Lu Fan that she would spare him, provided he could defeat her at the Chunin level. Yet, she had now reconsidered, deciding instead to utilize her Jonin strength to teach Lu Fan a lesson. "Momo, are you not going to assist?" Zirihong bluntly addressed Hinata, Zeno, and Kiba, leaving the trio utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that their teacher, Zirihong, would utter such words. Lu Fan, however, was unfazed. After all, having lived 2 lives, he had long grasped the harshness of the world. Zirihong's flip-flopping behavior was merely a triviality in the real ninja world. Moreover, he did not believe that Zirihong could truly harm him. Therefore, he said, "Teacher Zirihong, go ahead." Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, including Zirihong, who cast a surprised glance at Lu Fan. However, since he had spoken up, she could not show any fear. With a rapid series of hand seals, Zirihong extended her right hand, aiming at Lu Fan, and coldly muttered, "Illusionary technique. Tree serpent binding kill. Illusionary technique. Tree serpent binding kill." Hinata, Kiba, and Zeno wore expressions of confusion, having never heard of such a jutsu. Before they could process this information, a massive cherry blossom tree materialized out of thin air, its thick branches resembling ropes that swiftly ensnared Lu Fan in place. Before they could regain their composure, a piercing hiss accompanied the emergence of a chakra-infused serpent, as thick as a human thigh, its yellow-green form lunging towards Lu Fan's throat, bearing venomous fangs. To their horror, this fearsome chakra serpent was but one of many. At least 20 terrifying serpents slithered together, entwined like a bundle of ropes. Such a dreadful ninjutsu was not merely intimidating. The mere sight of it sent shivers down their spines. To Lu Fan-kun, "Can you withstand this strike?" Hinata's voice trembled. Though framed as a question, it was evident that she had little hope for Lu Fan. Zeno and Kiba exchanged resigned smiles. sharing her sentiment that it was not that they looked down on Lu Fan. Rather, they understood the vast chasm between a special jonin and a genin. Once Zirahong got serious, Lu Fan would undoubtedly be unable to hold his ground. Even Zirahong herself believed this to be the case. Yet, Lu Fan paid no heed to the so-called illusionary technique, tree serpent binding kill. For he was well aware that it was merely an illusion. Even if it were not, he could easily dispatch a mere dozen serpents with a mere flick of his hand. However, he had no intention of doing so. In fact, he did not plan to resist at all, for he had caught a whiff of the Umbu's presence. Chapter 23. Explanation is a veil. A mere 10 minutes prior, Lu Fan had sensed a formidable chakra lurking nearby. Initially, he had hesitated to confirm it, suspecting it might be Zirahong concealing her true strength. Only when Zirahong unleashed her full power did he ascertain that another chakra, equal to Zirahong's, was stealthily concealed in the vicinity. As for why it was the Umbu, was it even necessary to ask? Aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old schemer, which other jonin would be so bored as to hide away, spying on a few children hunting rabbits? With this thought, Lu Fan's mood darkened. Even with Zirahong acting as a shield, his refusal of Asuma had drawn the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, had it not been for Zirahong's presence, the Umbu's return would likely have escalated beyond mere observation to probing action. In other words, with Zirahong around, as long as he did not reveal his jonin-level strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely refrain from taking further action against him. Thus, it was impossible for Lu Fan to continue battling Zirahong. With this realization, Lu Fan reclined against the tree, unmoving, and closed his eyes, drifting into a leisurely slumber. Witnessing this, Hinata and Kiba were utterly bewildered. What did this mean? The venomous serpents were just moments away from striking. And yet he had suddenly chosen to sleep? Zeno pondered thoughtfully, while Zirahong, taken aback, clenched her teeth in frustration. She had already surmised Lu Fan's intentions. Yet, until the very last moment, she was unwilling to concede defeat. Therefore, Zirahong not only continued her assault, but also intensified her chakra output. The chakra serpents, originally the width of an arm, swelled to the girth of an adult thigh, nearly resembling monstrous pythons, with a cacophony of hisses. Dozens of these serpent-like creatures intertwined, forming a grotesque and eerie mass. Faced with such an uncanny ninjutsu, it was not merely about fighting. Hinata, Kiba, and the others felt a wave of nausea and fear that made them want to retreat and vomit. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Fan remained unfazed, eyes closed, reclining against the trunk of the tree, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. As the terrifying mass of serpents approached within 3 meters of Lu Fan. Poised to strike at his throat, the compassionate Hinata could no longer restrain herself. Lu Fanquin, run away, she cried out in alarm. Seemingly responding to her call, Lu Fan finally opened his eyes. Hinata sighed in relief, believing that he would flee. However, just as she thought he would escape, Lu Fan smiled slightly and, with arms wide open, embraced the serpents without a hint of defense. Hinata and Kiba were completely dumbfounded. They could not comprehend why Lu Fan would do such a thing. Was he courting death? Although Zeno had an inkling of what was happening, she could not help but admire Lu Fan's courage. At the very least, she knew that if faced with such terrifying pythons, she would not have the composure that Lu Fan exhibited as for Zirahong. She could only smile helplessly. What a stubborn little brat. She murmured, in the very moment before the serpents were about to strike Lu Fan, she uttered, "Release." The moment the seal was broken, the terrifying chakra serpents disintegrated instantly. Hinata and Kiba stared blankly, still processing what had just occurred. While Zeno quietly exhaled in relief. Though she had suspected something, not witnessing it firsthand had kept her on edge. The expressions on Lu Fan and Zirahong's faces remained remarkably calm, a silent understanding passing between them. Seeing this, a bewildered Hinata could no longer contain her curiosity. She poked Zeno beside her and asked, "Hey, Zeno, what on earth just happened? Why did teacher Yui Kurenai suddenly stop?" Shino replied expressionlessly, "Because she is our teacher." Upon hearing this, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba suddenly understood. Their minds had been clouded by the gruesome environment of the slaughterhouse and the act of killing rabbits. Indeed, Yui Kurenai is their teacher. How could she possibly kill Lu Fan? Thus, as long as Lu Fan did not resist, Kurenai had no choice but to refrain from taking action. That, of course, knowing this did not imply that everyone possessed Lu Fan's courage. Lu Fan smiled faintly. His boldness stemmed not merely from bravery. Primarily, he understood Yui Kurenai. He knew that although she appeared stern and would send him back to the ninja academy at the slightest provocation, she was, in reality, a kind-hearted individual. Furthermore, he harbored no fear of the venomous serpents. Even if Kurenai did not dispel the seal, he could still channel his chakra and unleash the lightning release. Kirin, just before the serpent struck, obliterating both the serpent's illusion and Kurenai herself. Naturally, should it come to that, he would have no choice but to forsake his parents and become a rogue ninja. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude to Yui Kurenai for showing mercy. Lu Fan smiled as he thanked her for not courting death. Kurenai, oblivious to Lu Fan's true meaning, assumed he was pleading for mercy. Rolling her eyes, she shot him a flirtatious glance. Don't play these games. You think a mere airy thank you suffices after taking advantage of me? The onlookers wore expressions of exasperation. Although they understood that Kurenai referred to Lu Fan's victory over her, which had embarrassed her, it still sounded rather peculiar. Lu Fan felt helpless. Indeed, it seemed that no matter the world, women were universally unreasonable. With a sigh, he asked, "Then, Kurenai, how do you suggest I compensate you?" Perhaps it was due to Lu Fan's typical aloof demeanor, which gave the impression that he had everything under control, that it irked people slightly. Seeing Lu Fan's flustered expression and tone, Kurenai couldn't resist teasing him. Involuntarily, she responded, "I don't know, and I don't care. You just need to find a way to make it up to me until I am satisfied." Upon hearing this, Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Shino were taken aback. Was she acting coy, a teacher behaving playfully with a student? The moment the words left her mouth, Kurenai herself realized the inappropriateness of her tone, that it sounded overly intimate, akin to a couple's playful banter. Now, even the normally carefree Kurenai couldn't pretend nothing had happened. She didn't want Hinata and the others to think she was flirting with Lu Fan. Hastily, she laughed and explained, "No, I was just joking. You only need to treat me to some of your family's sweet rice dumplings." Kurenai intended her words to clarify for Hinata and Shino, but she failed to recognize the adage. An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is a fact. The expressions of Hinata and Shino did not ease. Instead, they became even more suspicious. Their doubts were entirely reasonable. Given Kurenai's character, if there were truly nothing between them, if she harbored no peculiar feelings for Lu Fan, was there any need for an explanation? Chapter 24. The Abduction of Team 8. Kurenai soon realized this truth as well. Her subsequent explanations seemed to only confirm her own guilt. However, as a mature kunoichi, Kurenai quickly regained her composure. After all, even if she felt a flutter of emotions for Lu Fan, so what? She was not anyone's girlfriend. She was still single, whether it was Lu Fan or Asuma Sarutobi. She believed in letting things unfold naturally. Kurenai smiled with relief, and Lu Fan, equally unfazed, replied, "All right, whenever you have time, I will surely treat you to a good meal at the izakaya next door." Upon hearing this, the now composed Kurenai playfully scolded, "Lu Shouty, aren't you being a bit stingy? I am acting as your shield and letting you take advantage of me. Is one meal all I'm worth?" Lu Fan could only smile helplessly. "Then how much do you think I should compensate you?" "At the very least, 3 meals, if not 5. Kurenai gulped, hesitating. "How about 10 meals? Lu Fan shook his head, chuckling that if this keeps escalating, from 3 to 5, then to 10, at this rate, I might as well promise you free meals for life." With this remark, the entire slaughterhouse fell into silence. Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Shino exchanged incredulous glances, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening? How did a perfectly normal class suddenly turn into a romantic escapade? They now wondered if they could continue their lesson. If not, they would leave and allow the two to be alone if needed. As a gesture of camaraderie, they might even bring in a B. Lu Fan also realized that his previous comment was somewhat inappropriate and quickly clarified. "Teacher Kurenai, please don't misunderstand. I meant no such thing." Fearing Kurenai might misconstrue his words again, he added, "Of course, I don't think poorly of you. In fact, you're quite wonderful, kind-hearted, beautiful, and in excellent shape." At this point, Kurenai could no longer maintain her composure. Regardless of her intention to remain nonchalant, she was still a woman. How could she withstand such open, unabashed compliments from Lu Fan? Flustered, she blurted out, "When I'm not around, just listen to Lu Fan," before making a hasty exit. Clearly, her heart was in disarray. Watching Kurenai flee in panic, Lu Fan squinted slightly. The situation seemed to be progressing even more favorably than he had anticipated. As Kurenai made her hasty retreat, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, and Shino stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. They never expected that their first lesson as Jinin would conclude in such a manner. Even the Umbu, who had been spying from the rafters, could not help but swallow hard. Thus, that evening, a report appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk that a further investigation report on Ninja Lu Fan. The investigation confirmed that Lu Fan's ninja prowess, in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, had reached the level of a chunin. More alarmingly, was his combat talent, having defeated Yuhi Kurenai, a chunin level, in direct confrontation. Yet, this was not Lu Fan's most terrifying talent. Subordinates believed that Lu Fan's most formidable gift lay in his ability to attract women. For in just one day, the particularly experienced special jonin Yuhi Kurenai, who had not experienced love in decades, found herself flustered and fled from his presence. Therefore, the subordinates advised that women should never be allowed in Lu Fan's vicinity. Otherwise, they risked becoming enamored. Upon reading the entire investigation report, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of fear towards Lu Fan. Or rather, any man perusing this report might instinctively feel a bit of trepidation. However, upon further reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved. After all, his wife had long since passed, and his son was still single. The Sarutobi family was filled with rugged men, leaving no cause for concern. However, upon further reflection, it seems that this is not something to take pride in. Time has swiftly passed, and 3 days have gone by. In the sewers of Konoha, Inuzuka Kiba lamented to Lu Fan, "Brother Lu, doing these D-rank missions every day is truly making me bored to death." While pinching his nose, he pulled out a small black and white kitten from the drainage ditch, his expression one of utter disinterest. Lu Fan paid no heed to Kiba's complaints, merely taking the kitten from his hands to compare it with the image of the cat on the mission request form. Confirming that it was indeed their target, Hinata, unable to contain herself, offered words of encouragement to Kiba. "Kiba, please be patient. Once we complete this ninja assignment, we can return home to rest." Hinata intended to comfort Kiba, but her words had the opposite effect. With a sudden outburst, Kiba retorted angrily, "What kind of ninja mission is catching a cat? And if I wanted to sleep, why would I endure all this hardship training to be a ninja? I could have been sleeping at home long ago." Hearing this, Hinata fell silent, for Kiba had a point. They had dedicated their lives to relentless training, finally becoming ninjas, not merely to catch cats or sleep. However, there was little they could do about it. With a resigned sigh, Hinata reflected on the fact that since their lesson 3 days ago, Yuhi Kurenai had disappeared without a trace for the past few days. It had been Lu Fan leading them on missions. Even if Kurenai were to return, she would not be able to take them on higher-level missions, as the rules of Konoha dictated. The village assigned tasks based on 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D, with lower-ranking ninjas typically restricted to D-rank missions. To undertake higher-level tasks, a Jonin would need to request special permission from the Hokage, which the village would grant only under extraordinary circumstances. Therefore, it was clear that for the time being, they were limited to catching cats. Hinata sighed in frustration, while Kiba fidgeted restlessly. Even Shino, who typically bore a stoic expression, appeared somewhat downcast, observing their dejected demeanor. Lu Fan silently nodded to himself that it seemed the time was ripe to commence his plan. With a seemingly casual smile, he remarked, "Actually, who says we must accept missions issued by the village to undertake tasks?" At this, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata paused in surprise. Kiba, looking puzzled, asked, "Brother Lu, what do you mean?" "It's quite simple," Lu Fan replied with a subtle smile. "As long as we know the details of a high-level mission, we can secretly complete it and submit it later. Once we've cooked the rice, it won't matter how much the village may resist giving us the task. The mission will already be accomplished." The reactions of the 3 were varied. Kiba was the most enthusiastic, clapping his hands in delight. "Exactly. This is a brilliant plan." The timid Hinata, however, wore a nervous expression. "But isn't that bypassing the village and taking on a mission privately? Isn't that a bit wrong?" As for Shino, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, it seems rather improbable. The entrance to Konoha is always guarded by 2 chunin. Whether entering or leaving the village, they undergo thorough inspections. Without an adult ninja of chunin rank to guide us, we lower-ranking ninjas cannot leave Konoha." In response to Shino's concerns, Lu Fan smiled slightly. Shino, do you think I possess the strength of a chunin? At this, Shino was taken aback for a moment before promptly nodding. Of course, you managed to defeat Yui Kurenai. If that doesn't qualify as chunin level. Then who in Konoha is truly strong? Seeing Shino's agreement, Lu Fan stepped closer and asked with a grin, then do you think I look like an adult? Gazing up at Lu Fan, who towered over him, Shino reluctantly conceded that it was hard to believe Lu Fan was only 14 years old. Lu Fan smiled again. So, do you think I have a chance of deceiving the guards at the entrance and getting you all out? Shino fell silent, realizing that Lu Fan's plan was indeed feasible, with a high probability of success. Chapter 25, C-Rank Mission, Elimination of Bandits. Could it really be successful? As they stepped through the gates of Konoha, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata wore expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lu Fan could actually lead them out of Konoha. Brother Lu, your acting skills are remarkable. Those two chunin didn't suspect us at all. Kiba exclaimed, filled with admiration. He believed Lu Fan had solely relied on his acting to fool the guards. Lu Fan merely smiled, choosing not to explain that he had used the genjutsu of his three-tomo Sharingan to obscure the perception of the two guards. After all, did they truly think that Steel and Kamizuki were fools? However, the more naive Kiba and the others were, the more pleased Lu Fan became, as it made it easier for him to manipulate them. Once we complete this mission and return, the Hokage and the others will certainly look at us in a new light. They will surely assign us more important tasks, Kiba fantasized, grinning widely, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Shino, on the other hand, was more pragmatic. He simply wished to complete the mission safely, proving that his years of diligent training had not been in vain. That was enough for him. He sought nothing more. Hinata, nervously fiddling with her fingers, wondered, the task we chose should be easy to accomplish, right? Haha. Don't worry, Kiba reassured her, thumping his chest. With me, Inuzuka Kiba here, those mere bandits won't escape the noses of me and Akamaru. Upon hearing this, even Shino, who was typically reserved, nodded in agreement. After all, the mission they were preparing to undertake was a C-rank task to eliminate bandits. The requirements were straightforward. They needed to slay 10 bandits near Konoha and return with their heads to complete the mission. Such a simple task instilled confidence in the trio of Team 8 that they believed that finding a bandit hideout would allow them to accomplish the task with ease. However, was reality truly so simple? Lu Fan smiled subtly, choosing not to voice his thoughts, as he believed that only after Shino and the others faced setbacks would he step in to assist, thereby earning their true trust. As for whether Shino and the others would directly complete the task, Lu Fan considered it nearly impossible. The reasoning was simple. If 10 bandits were truly that easy to kill, why would Konoha issue a C-rank mission? As expected, under Kiba's leadership, they traversed the forests and mountains for several days, yet they encountered not a single bandit hideout, nor even a living soul. How could this be? Inuzuka Kiba wore a look of dismay. He had not anticipated how elusive the bandit hideout would prove to be. Lu Fan, shaking his head and chuckling softly to himself, understood all too well that it was inconceivable that bandits would dare to establish their camp near the village of Konoha. To put it plainly, the true challenge of the mission to slay 10 bandits lay not in the act of killing, but in locating them. That it was evident that after several arduous days of searching, the trio from Team 8 had come to this realization, their faces etched with worry. Days had passed, and by now, it was highly likely that Konoha had discovered their unauthorized departure. If they failed to complete their mission, would they not face dire consequences upon their return? It was precisely because Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba wore such troubled expressions that Lu Fan's calm demeanor became all the more conspicuous, the most astute among them. Yamanaka Shino was the first to notice this discrepancy. Lu Fan, why are you so composed? Do you have a plan? Upon hearing this, Kiba's eyes lit up. Indeed, Lu Gu is always full of ideas. Have you figured out how to find the bandits? Even the shy Hinata seldom asked for anything. Now pleading with Lu Fan, Lu Kuan, if you have a solution, please share it with us. Observing the trio's anxious faces, Lu Fan smiled and gently shook his head. You misunderstand. I do not possess a way to find the bandits. This. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba collectively sighed. Indeed, if Kiba could not scent the bandits, how could anyone hope to find them? Just as despair began to set in for Shino and the others, Lu Fan's lips curled into a smirk. That I can make the bandits come to us? What? Shino, Kiba, and Hinata were all taken aback. Kiba, incredulous, rubbed his ears. Lu Gu, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Lu Fan repeated with a smile. I said, although I cannot find the bandits, I can entice them to seek us out. Now even Shino could not help but question his hearing. They had been searching desperately across the mountains and valleys. And yet the bandits would come looking for them? How could that be? Lu Fan smiled lightly. There are clever strategies at play. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, which stood half a person's height. The wooden wheels of a lavishly adorned carriage rolled slowly along the sandy road of the Land of Fire, producing a soft crunching sound. Guarding the carriage, Inuzuka Kiba, disguised as a samurai, gazed at Lu Fan with skepticism. Lu Gu, it's not that I don't trust you, but do you truly believe this will draw the bandits to us? Equally disguised as a guard, and having removed her Konoha forehead protector, Yamanaka Shino shared Kiba's doubts. Unable to comprehend Lu Fan's intentions, seated inside the carriage, pretending to be the driver, Lu Fan offered a slight smile. If it were just the three of us, the chances of success might be slim. But with Hinata here, rest assured, those bandits will surely take the bait. The gentle breeze lifted the carriage's curtain, revealing Hinata, dressed modestly, quietly resting on the soft cushions with her eyes closed. Yet, her innate nobility was evident, prompting anyone who gazed upon her to instinctively conjure the word princess. Indeed, she exuded the grace of one of noble birth, for only a true princess could possess such an elegant aura. So, fear not. With Hinata present, the bandits will undoubtedly take the bait. Upon hearing this, Kiba and Shino felt a measure of reassurance. However, within the carriage, Hinata began to feel uneasy. She lacked confidence, fearing she might disappoint Lu Fan, who held her in such high regard. Lu Kun, please don't place so much faith in me that I've never accomplished anything worthwhile in my life. Lu Fan gently interrupted her, shaking his head. Trust me. If you cannot succeed with this plan, then no one can. For in all of Konoha, determining who was the most beautiful might be subjective. Some preferred Tsunade's allure, others Ino's, and some even Sakura's. But when it came to grace, Hinata was undeniably the unrivaled champion. And at that moment, the bandits had indeed arrived. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan swirling gently as he easily discerned the presence of bandits hidden among the tall grass. Have the bandits truly come? Upon hearing this, Kiba instinctively prepared to ACT. Lu Fan restrained him. Wait until the bandits draw closer before we make our move. After all, we are but four if we reveal our identities from this distance. The bandits may scatter, and we could miss our chance. Kiba, not truly reckless, managed to contain his eagerness and continued to pose as an ordinary guard. Fortunately, the bandits did not keep Lu Fan and his companions waiting long. With a sharp whistle, over 30 bandits charged forward without strategy, blocking the path of Lu Fan and his team. Clearly, they felt overwhelmingly confident with a 30-4 advantage, opting for a direct assault. The one-eyed bandit leader, grinning broadly, recited the classic line of bandit bravado. This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Unbeknownst to the one-eyed leader, Lu Fan and his companions were not in the least bit frightened. In fact, they began to converse casually. Lu Gu, I must commend you, Shino remarked. Watching the foolish bandits reveal themselves, that I am thoroughly impressed. Hinata felt a surge of excitement, realizing her significant role in the plan. While Kiba barely contained his eagerness, his fangs nearly showing at this point, the one-eyed bandit chief began to sense that something was amiss. He swallowed hard, ready to speak. But Hinata interjected. Lu Kun, may I open my eyes now? Yes, Lu Fan nodded with a smile. Earlier, he had asked Hinata to keep her eyes closed to avoid alarming the bandits with her distinctive Byakugan. Now that the bandits had presented themselves, there was no need for her to remain blindfolded. Moreover, activating her Byakugan would allow her to survey the entire battlefield, ensuring no bandit escaped. That you're all set. Open your eyes, he reassured her. As Hinata slowly opened her eyes, they revealed the pure, flawless beauty of her Byakugan. As radiant as white jade, by the heavens, the one-eyed bandit leader exclaimed, unable to suppress his disbelief. Having spent years operating near Konoha, he was all too familiar with the Byakugan, the hallmark of the esteemed Hyuga clan. In other words, this girl named Hinata was indeed the noblewoman they had envisioned, but a noblewoman belonging to the Hyuga clan. One they could not afford to offend. It was well known that the Hyuga clan had once obliterated an entire small nation over a single lost Byakugan. Their obsession with bloodline purity reaching an almost fanatical level. Before the one-eyed leader could collect his thoughts, Kiba could no longer restrain himself. With bared fangs, he declared, "Lu Gu, let us strike." Upon hearing these words, the one-eyed bandit chief could no longer deny the gravity of his predicament. Panic consumed him, but he hastily pleaded for mercy, addressing the several imposing figures before him. "Esteemed gentlemen, this must be a misunderstanding. Had I known that you were escorting the precious daughter of the Hyuga clan, I would not have dared to lay a hand on you, even if you lent me several doses of courage." The chief mistakenly believed that Lu Fan and his comrades were tasked with safeguarding Hinata. With a desire for reconciliation, he acknowledged that the one-eyed bandit chief possessed a degree of discernment. Recognizing Hinata as the Hyuga heiress, regrettably, he had erred in one crucial aspect. Lu Fan and his companions were not on a mission to escort Hinata, but rather to confront the bandits directly. Hence, Lu Fan had no intention of sparing them. Detecting the murderous intent in Lu Fan's gaze, the one-eyed bandit chief realized that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Without hesitation, he roared, "Brothers, let us unite and eliminate them." He then turned to flee, for he was no fool to be capable of escorting a daughter of the Hyuga clan. They could not be ordinary individuals that AS anticipated. The moment he pivoted, Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino sprang into action. Body technique, heart-rending claw, Kiba leaped gracefully, covering 5 meters in an instant, his nails elongated grotesquely, resembling those of a beast, and with a swift slash, 2 bandits fell, cleaved into 6 pieces. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shino's methods surpassed Kiba's in terror. Secret technique. Infestation bugs. Shino's chilling voice resonated as swarms of pitch-black, pea-sized parasitic insects emerged from his body. Buzzing ominously, they descended upon the bandits like locusts devouring corn, reducing them to mere bones one after another. An ordinary person, the prowess of ninjas was utterly horrifying. Witnessing this scene, though somewhat anticipated, the one-eyed bandit chief could not restrain his curses. Damn it. What a bunch of fools. Here we have leaf ninjas, not even wearing headbands, wielding swords as if they are samurai. Have they no shame? What troubled him most was that the abilities of these 2 ninjas far exceeded his expectations. They were likely not ordinary ninjas hailing from the Leaf Village. Realizing that he could not escape this impending doom, the one-eyed bandit chief, having commanded for many years, possessed keen insight. He quickly understood that even if he betrayed his men, escape was impossible. Kiba and Shino's strength was overwhelming, rendering his subordinates utterly defenseless. In mere moments, many had already perished. Soon, as his men fell one by one, his own survival would be forfeit. With this thought in mind, the one-eyed bandit chief gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Instead of fleeing, he drew his sword and charged at Lu Fan and his companions. However, his target was not Kiba or Shino, but rather Hinata, who remained seated in the cart. He reasoned that since escape was futile, seizing Hinata as a hostage might offer him a sliver of hope. In the chief's mind, Hinata's demeanor and appearance painted her as a delicate noblewoman, wholly unfamiliar with bloodshed or combat. Thus, he believed her to possess no fighting capability. The only concern was Lu Fan, who had remained passive within the cart. His astonishment as he lunged towards Hinata. Neither Kiba nor Shino intervened, and even Lu Fan showed no intention of stopping him, allowing him to approach Hinata effortlessly. Gazing at Hinata, who appeared soft and innocent, the one-eyed bandit chief found it hard to believe his fortune. Was it really this easy? Why was the man in the cart not obstructing him? However, before he could ponder further, he reached out to seize Hinata, intending to use her as leverage for escape. What he failed to notice was that at the moment he extended his hand, Kiba, Shino, and Lu Fan all regarded him with pitying eyes. What a pathetic creature. How dare he lay hands on Hinata? It must be noted that the Hyuga clan is renowned for more than just their Byakugan. The Leaf Village's renowned martial arts, the Hyuga's gentle fist, is the core strength that enables the clan to thrive within the village. With a sharp crack, Hinata did not even need to employ the gentle fist technique. She merely grasped the chief's outstretched hand and twisted it in an instant. His left hand was bent grotesquely backward, exposing the stark white of bone as crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The one-eyed bandit chief could not suppress his anguished scream. Yet, having been a bandit leader for so many years, He possessed a certain resilience. He quickly stifled the pain from his severed hand, gritting his teeth as he swung his sword with ferocity towards Hinata's neck, no longer concerned for his own life. Instead, he sought to take someone down with him. However, Hinata effortlessly countered, employing the gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 32 palms. 1 palm. She exhaled softly, extending her delicate hand to lightly strike the bandit's sword. With a resounding crack, the finely crafted weapon shattered into countless pieces. Grasping the remnants of the broken sword, the one-eyed bandit chief stood in utter disbelief. He had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Hinata was, in fact, a fearsome beast far more terrifying than Kiba or Shino. A person capable of shattering steel with her bare hands. In a state of utter panic, the one-eyed bandit chief lost all semblance of rational thought. He could no longer afford to concoct any schemes. All that filled his mind was a singular instinct: escape. He fled with all his might from these monstrous figures, thus abandoning the remnants of his sword. He crashed through the carriage window and leaped from the cart, scrambling desperately away. Yet, how could he hope to escape? Lu Fan smiled slightly. Chidori. The sharp lightning pierced through the air. The one-eyed bandit chief had barely managed to crawl a few paces when he suddenly froze in place. Lowering his head, he discovered a gaping hole blasted through his chest by the lightning. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, lying on the grass, staring blankly at Lu Fan, who sat calmly in the cart, smiling at him. At this juncture, he could no longer deny the truth. This was no mere escort mission. It was a meticulously designed trap targeting bandits like him. Yet, he could not fathom the necessity behind such elaborate measures. Was it truly essential to go to such lengths to deal with bandits whose lives were worth less than grass? Of course, it was essential. Observing the confusion in the one-eyed chief's eyes, Lu Fan approached him with a grin, discreetly slipping a letter into his clothing. If I do not catch fish like you, how can my plans continue? Listening to Lu Fan's words, the one-eyed bandit leader dared not make any move. It was only when he saw Lu Fan gradually walking away that he mustered all his strength to pull out the letter from his pocket. The moment he glanced at it, the one-eyed bandit leader was consumed with rage, for the letter contained fabricated accusations, alleging that he had colluded with the rogue ninjas from Wuin village to conspire against a certain Konoha team. Heaven help him! He was merely an ordinary mountain bandit. How could he possibly have the audacity to confront the ninjas of Konoha? This was clearly a frame-up, a shameless act of entrapment. Although he could not fathom why Lu Fan would go to such lengths to slander him, tarnishing the reputation of a dead man, it was evident that this was a conspiracy, a scheme that exploited his very demise. Dream on. Even in death, he would not allow Lu Fan to have his way. Gritting his teeth, the one-eyed bandit leader retrieved a fire stick from his pocket, intent on burning the letter Lu Fan had handed him. However, just as he struck the match, before he could set the letter aflame, a thunderous jolt surged through his heart. Crack! The azure lightning hidden within him erupted, shattering his heart in an instant. In his final moments, the one-eyed bandit leader understood everything. It turned out that even his presumed last act of revenge had been orchestrated by Lu Fan. Until the very end, he had been a pawn in Lu Fan's game. 10 minutes later, while sifting through the spoils, Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed in shock, "Lu Go, there's an unsigned confidential letter here. You should take a look." In this battle, they had eliminated 36 bandits, seized 40 steel weapons, collected 80,000 yen in cash, and acquired 1 letter. As Lu Fan summarized the spoils of this encounter, he began distributing them. First and foremost, the heads of the bandits needed no elaboration. 36 heads were their collective achievement. Upon returning to Konoha, they could simply submit the mission report. As for the bandits' weapons, there were far too many, and of poor quality, so they unanimously decided to discard them on the spot. Next came the 80,000 yen in cash. Lu Fan proposed an equal division. We 4 will each receive 20,000 yen. Any objections? No objections. You can decide. Lu Good. I'm fine with whatever, replied Shino, Kiba, and Hinata, showing no dissent towards Lu Fan's distribution method. Firstly, it was fair since they were splitting it equally. Secondly, all 3 hailed from prominent clans and truly did not care about the money. Frankly speaking, had it not been for their consideration of Lu Fan's pride and the need for a harmonious team environment, they would have suggested that he take all 80,000 yen for himself. Lu Fan could discern their indifference towards the 20,000 yen and chose not to press further. He then picked up the letter. Next, let us discuss this letter. Upon hearing this, the the previously languid Kiba. Hinata and Shino immediately perked up with excitement, for within this letter lay a conspiracy of national significance. Firstly, this letter originated from the land of waves. The Cinder, who identified himself as Kato, was a prominent merchant in the land of waves. He had written to the bandits in hopes of hiring them to collaborate with the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza from Wuin village to ambush a team of Konoha ninjas. This team of Konoha ninjas had taken on a C-rank escort mission to protect the bridge builder Tazuna, who had obstructed Kato's financial interests in the land of waves. In summary, this wealthy merchant from the land of waves, Kato, had dispatched a group of Wuin ninjas to eliminate Tazuna, and the Konoha ninjas assigned to the escort mission could potentially be in grave danger. What are your thoughts? Lu Fan turned to the members of Team A. Dashino was the first to speak. It seems this bandit group has targeted us as their mission objective. The letter is most likely genuine. Kiba nodded in agreement. While I was rummaging through the spoils, I noticed he intended to burn the letter before he died, so it must be real. With Shino and Kiba's confirmations, Hinata also affirmed the letter's authenticity. Seeing this, Lu Fan smiled slightly and calmly inquired, "So what do you think we should do?" Upon hearing this, Kiba was the first to jump up, excitedly exclaiming, "Well, of course, we should find this guy Momochi Zabuza. Take him down and save the people." At this remark, Shino remained silent, while Hinata timidly voiced her dissent. "Isn't that a bit unwise? I think we should hurry back to Konoha and inform our teacher. It would be better for them to handle it." Upon hearing this, Kiba instantly wore a disdainful expression. He found such a dull choice unappealing. However, he had no counter-argument, as Shino nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I also believe that would be the more prudent course of action." 2 against 1, the trio immediately turned their gazes to Lu Fan, with Kiba impatiently asking, "Lu Gu, what do you think?" "What do I think?" Lu Fan smiled faintly to Tio express his true thoughts. His choice aligned more with Hinata's, to convey the information to their teacher. For them, as genin, it was indeed the safest option. Yet the issue was, after all this time and effort expended, was it merely to report this situation to their teacher? What a joke. He would never support such an approach. Still, he could not outright dismiss Hinata's suggestion. Thus, Lu Fan smiled and nodded. "Hinata, your idea is a very cautious approach, which indeed minimizes danger." With Lu Fan's affirmation, Hinata instantly brightened with a smile. Kiba felt somewhat displeased, but he held his tongue, knowing that it was Lu Fan who spoke. Just when everyone assumed Lu Fan would support Hinata's idea, and they would promptly return to the village to report, Lu Fan shifted his tone. "But Hinata, have you considered one important question?" "Huh?" Hinata and Shino were taken aback. "What question?" "Time." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. "Since this bandit group has targeted us, it indicates that their objective is already nearby. In other words, by the time we return to the village to inform our teacher and he goes to rescue them, that team of Konoha ninjas may already have met with disaster." Upon hearing this, both Hinata and Shino shuddered, for the possibility was indeed there. Kiba, too, grasped the situation. Lu Fan was not in favor of Hinata's idea that he eagerly asked, "So what do you think, Lu Gu? Do you feel, like me, that it would be more satisfying to just go and take down that guy Zabuza directly?" At this, everyone present, including Lu Fan, could not help but cast Kiba a sidelong glance. They were genuinely curious about just how foolish one must be to assume that everyone in the world was as foolish as he was. It is essential to note that a Konoha ninja team, at the very least, comprised AJ Nin and 3 elite CHNIN. Some stronger teams. Even a Konoha J Nin led the group. In other words, this rogue ninja named Zabuza, daring to ambush a team of Konoha ninjas, must possess at least the strength of an elite CH Nin or even AJ Nin, not to mention the unknown number of enemies. Therefore would not be going to confront Zabuza. They would merely be seeking their own demise. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, they could never directly seek out Zabuza. Kiba was indeed shockingly foolish. Shino and Hinata exchanged a silent glance at Inuzuka Kiba, then turned their attention to Lu Fan standing nearby. In comparison to the foolishness of Kiba, which left them exasperated, they were eager to hear Lu Fan's thoughts. As Shino put it, "Since you, Brother Lu, have posed this question, it stands to reason that you must possess a superior idea." However, Lu Fan humbly smiled and replied, "In truth, my thoughts are merely a synthesis of your own insights. First and foremost, directly seeking out Zabuza is certainly out of the question. Such an approach would be tantamount to courting death. Secondly, Evading Zabuza while focusing solely on relaying information back to the village is equally impractical. For it is entirely possible that a Konoha ninja has already fallen victim during this endeavor. Thus, Lu Fan's proposal was succinct: observe discreetly and adapt accordingly. Since we have already acquired intelligence ahead of time, we can take a step beyond Zabuza and locate the ninja team escorting Tizuna that we would then observe from the shadows and adjust our actions as necessary. Upon hearing this, Kiba scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean by observing discreetly and adapting accordingly? Lu Fan smiled gently. It's quite simple. If the escorting ninja team is capable of defeating Zabuza, then we need not intervene and can safely return to the village to report our own mission. Conversely, if they are unable to withstand him, and we are able to, we will assist them before heading back to the village. Should it happen that none of us can prevail, we will hasten back to the village and seek our teacher's aid. In essence, it's a matter of peripheral observation. After digesting Lu Fan's thoughts, both Kiba and Hinata nodded in agreement, recognizing that Lu Fan's strategy was indeed both prudent and comprehensive. Only Shino appeared somewhat hesitant. However, with a 3-1 advantage and unable to conceive a better plan at that moment, he ultimately acquiesced, stating, I will heed your counsel, Brother Lu. Seeing the three of them nod in agreement, Lu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he recalled the one-eyed bandit leader who had once questioned him before his demise. Is this truly necessary? Now he wished to convey to him. Indeed, it is of utmost necessity. Were it not for the groundwork laid in combating bandits, how could Hinata and Shino possibly heed my words? Or rather, do you truly believe I exerted such effort simply to persuade Team 8 to embark on a mission against bandits for a mere 20,000 yen? What a jest! The limited time recruitment for swimsuit Tsunade has but 7 days remaining. What I seek is 298,000 yen, or even more. Chapter 28. Who said Kakashi was already dead? After reviewing the confidential message from the one-eyed bandit leader, Lu Fan and his companions swiftly located the ninja team assigned to this escort mission along the official road from the Land of Fire to the Land of Waves. Upon sighting the team, Hinata could not suppress an exclamation, while Kiba scratched his head, bemused. How could it be that guy Naruto? Indeed, the team tasked with this escort was none other than the 7th Squad, led by Kakashi and comprising Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Though they stood several hundred meters away, Naruto's distinctive shock of spiky blonde hair was unmistakable, making it nearly impossible to misidentify him. Of course, Lu Fan, having read the original story in his previous life, was not at all surprised. Yet, in order to align with Kiba's reaction, he raised an eyebrow in feigned astonishment. Meanwhile, Shino maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Nonetheless, Lu Fan could sense a sigh of relief from him. For Shino, Hinata, and Kiba, being descendants of prominent clans, understood that Kakashi of Team 7 was the strongest among this generation of teachers. If it's Kakashi-sensei, we probably won't need to lend a hand, right? Kiba sighed in boredom. To which Shino remained silent, tacitly agreeing. However, Hinata was still somewhat anxious, for Naruto was in peril. How could she possibly find solace in such a situation? After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and spoke. Lu Fan, I noticed that the rogue ninja tasked with the assassination has yet to arrive. That I think. You wish to alert Naruto? Lu Fan interjected with a smile, completing her thought. Hinata, blushing, nodded. Indeed, she wished to warn Naruto and Kakashi. Believing that even a small contribution towards Naruto's safety was worthwhile, Lu Fan nodded gently, finding no surprise in Hinata's sentiment, for her unspoken affection for Naruto was no less profound than Naruto's infatuation with Sakura. The difference lay in Naruto's overt pursuit, while Hinata's was a quiet guardianship. To be honest, from an anime viewer's perspective, Lu Fan admired Hinata's perspective on love, to love yet remain unfulfilled, and to guard silently, was far superior to the desperation of a mere sycophant. However, he regrettably stated, I cannot allow you to warn Naruto. Upon hearing this, Hinata froze momentarily. Yet, her gentle nature did not lead her to react with anger, as Sakura might have. Instead, she gazed at Lu Fan with a look of concern, inquiring about his reasoning. But Lu Fan-kun, why? Why? Lu Fan shook his head with a light chuckle, because the assassin ninja has already arrived. What? The response left Hinata, as well as Kiba and Shino, in utter shock. They had not detected any trace of the enemy. Neither Kiba's astutely keen nose nor Shino's ever-watchful insects had caught wind of any intruders. "Brother Lu, you must be mistaken," Kiba exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. As he prided himself on his sense of smell, Lu Fan merely smiled, refraining from elaborating, instead pointing towards a puddle of water before Naruto's group. "Do you see those two puddles?" Shino, Hinata, and Kiba followed Lu Fan's gesture, soon spotting the two puddles he mentioned. However, they remained perplexed. What are these puddles? They wondered, failing to grasp the connection between the water and the rogue ninja. Kiba voiced his confusion. "Isn't it perfectly normal to have puddles by the roadside?" "Really?" Lu Fan turned his gaze to the three of them. "Consider how many days have passed since it last rained in Konoha." The trio of Team 8 fell silent, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the implication, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Hidden mist technique. Chainsaw murder, suddenly, from the two puddles. Two rogue ninjas wielding chainsaws lunged forth, one from the left and one from the right. The most terrifying aspect was that these chainsaws converged upon Kakashi, who, caught off guard, was instantaneously severed in half. Witnessing this scene, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura from Team 7 were left dumbfounded, with Sakura emitting a terrified scream. Meanwhile, the trio from Team 8, observing from a distance, wore expressions of shock, unable to fathom how the formidable Kakashi, whom they had just deemed reliable, had been so abruptly slain. Naruto. Hinata snapped back to reality, instinctively yearning to rush in to save him. Shino and Kiba exchanged glances, equally intent on offering assistance. However, Lu Fan raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, huh?" Kiba questioned, bewildered as to why Lu Fan was hindering them. Hinata, suddenly brimming with an unprecedented resolve, retorted, "Wait for what? Kakashi-sensei is already dead, and Naruto is now in danger. We must go save him." Hinata's words were not yet finished. With a sharp crack, Lu Fan raised his hand and delivered a slap to Hinata's well-rounded backside, as if reprimanding a disobedient daughter, interrupting her speech. "Calm yourself." Hinata was taken aback. She had never anticipated Lu Fan would suddenly strike her. However, Hinata was not Sakura Haruno. She would not burst into tears at the slightest grievance. After receiving Lu Fan's slap, she not only refrained from crying, but even managed to regain some composure. Yet, she still could not comprehend why Lu Fan would impede her from helping, even going so far as to strike her. "Why doing so? You are not aiding us. You are leading the four of us to our demise." Lu Fan's expression was stern as he addressed Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. "All of you, calm down and think carefully. If even Jonin Kakashi can be taken out in a single blow, what can we four Chunin do but deliver our heads on a platter?" At these words, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were momentarily stunned. Hinata's face turned ashen. Indeed, if Jonin Kakashi could be defeated in one strike, what assistance could they, as Chunin, possibly offer? Most importantly, according to their previously established strategy, they should have returned to the village to seek reinforcements in such a situation. Hinata quickly realized that her earlier actions had been clouded by her concern for Naruto's safety and were nothing short of reckless. If it had only been her own life at stake, that would have sufficed. Yet, she had come perilously close to endangering the entire 8th squad. Coming to this realization, Hinata blushed and lowered her head in apology. "Lu Fan-kun, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Seeing Hinata apologize, Lu Fan couldn't help but nod inwardly. Truly, she was one of the most suitable characters for a wife in the entire Naruto universe, so understanding and perceptive. However, being understanding did not mean Hinata lacked her own convictions. After apologizing to Lu Fan, she immediately insisted, "Lu Fan-kun, Kiba, Shino, please hurry to the village to report and seek help." Upon hearing this, Kiba quickly grasped the situation. "And you, Hinata?" "Me?" Hinata turned her head, revealing a sorrowful yet resolute smile. "I must go assist Naruto, even if it costs me my life. I am willing." This declaration left Shino and Kiba in shock. They had vaguely sensed Hinata's feelings for Naruto, but never had they imagined her love for him ran so deep. However, just as the two were taken aback by Hinata's determination and she prepared to rush to Naruto's aid, Lu Fan intervened once again. Hinata paused momentarily, then immediately stated, "Lu Fan-kun, you need not persuade me. Kakashi-sensei is dead, Naruto is in danger, and my mind is made up. I must assist Naruto." "Stop." Regardless of whether Hinata understood English, Lu Fan covered his face, unable to stifle his laughter. "Wait a moment. Who told you that Kakashi is dead?" Huh. Not only Hinata, but even Shino and Kiba were bewildered. What did that mean? Kakashi had been cleaved in two. How could he still be alive? Lu Fan did not explain, but merely pointed at Kakashi's corpse. Look closely. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba exchanged confused glances as they turned to scrutinize Kakashi's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a shocking event unfolded. With a soft sound, the body that had been gushing blood moments ago transformed into a dozen wooden logs. Was this a high-level application of the substitution and transformation techniques? Having witnessed Lu Fan's battle with Yuhi Kurenai, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba quickly deduced the nature of Kakashi's jutsu. So, Kakashi-sensei is not dead, they exclaimed in unison. Their faces lighting up with joy. Of course not. You underestimate Kakashi far too much. Lu Fan's gaze narrowed in the arena of the Naruto mobile game. After defeating Asuma Sarutobi, he had encountered Kakashi, Jonin, several times. And the results had been consistently predictable. All defeats. If that wasn't sufficient to demonstrate Kakashi's prowess, consider this. According to the rankings in the Naruto mobile game, Kakashi, in his normal state without the Manjiki Sharingan, possessed the strength of a top-tier Jonin from Konoha. When utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi Hitaki, Manjiki Sharingan, was at least of Kaguya or higher caliber. In full force, he could even exchange blows with the likes of Kaguya Otsutsuki. The most frightening aspect was that reality was not a game. In reality, Kakashi had only one version. It was well known that Kakashi had awakened his Manjiki at the age of 12, on the day Rin died. This should not be questioned, as the awakening of the Sharingan requires witnessing the death of a loved one. Between Obito and Kakashi, their only significant shared connection was Rin. Thus, Kakashi must have awakened his Manjiki Sharingan at 12. As for why he didn't use it, as a non-Uchiha, even with 3 Tomo, his chakra would be insufficient to sustain it, let alone the Manjiki. In summary, Kakashi was not merely a Jonin. Even if he currently lacked chakra and was not fully adept at wielding the Manjiki, unable to use Kimui, it was not an exaggeration to say he possessed Kaga-level strength in full force. Therefore, how could a Kaga-level powerhouse from Konoha be slain by 2 Seichnin from the mist? Lu Fan was not the slightest bit concerned for Kakashi's safety. In fact, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba did not remain worried for long. After Kakashi had allowed the 2 mist shinobi to test their skills against his 3 students, he immediately showcased his true strength. Without even using ninjutsu, he simply squeezed with his arms, effortlessly incapacitating the 2 mist Seichnin. Observing this, the thoughts of Team 7 were unknown, but the trio, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, who had been on the brink of disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. The most straightforward-minded of them, Kiba, stood up with a grin and said, "Since Kakashi-sensei has dealt with the assassins, shouldn't we head back to the village?" Kiba had not forgotten that they had snuck out of the village if they did not return soon. Even though their family backgrounds would prevent them from being easily labeled as rogue ninjas, they would still likely face severe reprimands and punishment. Thus, Kiba hurriedly sought to return to the village. However, this time, Hinata reached out to stop him. "Kiba, wait a moment." Huh? Kiba was bewildered. Why was everyone so keen on stopping him today? Moreover, this time it was not Lu Fan but Hinata who was blocking his way. "Hinata, why are you stopping me?" Hinata's face flushed as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Whenever it was unrelated to Naruto, she reverted to being the shy girl who could hardly speak. "Let me handle it." Lu Fan sighed helplessly. In truth, the reason Hinata had stopped Kiba was quite simple. The assassination was not yet over. Let us not forget, according to their earlier analysis, the ninja named Zabuza Momochi was at least an elite Seichnin, daring enough to strike at Konoha ninjas. In other words, do you perceive those 2 captured mist ninja as possessing the caliber of elite Seichnin? Inuzuka Kiba gradually began to comprehend. Are you suggesting that those 2 individuals are not the notorious mist ninja known as Momochi Zabuza? It is highly probable that Lu Fan, of course, was aware that those 2 mist ninjas were not Zabuza, but mere nameless extras. Nonetheless, he provided a non-committal response. However, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were no longer children. They possessed their own discernment and had fundamentally deduced that these 2 were not Momochi Zabuza. Given this, what course of action should we take? Kiba appeared somewhat bewildered. Hinata, with a singular focus on assisting Naruto, suggested, "Perhaps we should inform Kakashi-sensei of the situation." That would be unwise. Lu Fan decisively rejected Hinata's proposition. In his plan, he had not anticipated meeting Kakashi so soon. Moreover, it held little significance. Since Kakashi had already apprehended two Miss Nin, he would undoubtedly extract intelligence regarding Momochi Zabuza. Therefore, delivering information to Kakashi at this juncture would be largely pointless. What then shall we do? Hinata, Shino, and Kiba instinctively turned their gazes towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan opened his mouth, feigning hesitation, displaying an expression of uncertainty, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were not naive. They immediately reassured him. No worries, Lu Fan and I. Please feel free to share your thoughts. We shall follow your lead. After spending these past few days together, the three had subconsciously come to regard Lu Fan as their leader. Especially considering Lu Fan's display of strength, wisdom, and experience, which far surpassed their own. Thus, they now trusted Lu Fan, their temporary captain, much like they would a teacher. Observing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly. My suggestion is to continue with the Edge OB. Edge OB? Hinata, Shino, and Kiba looked utterly baffled. Although they did not fully grasp the meaning of the term OB, they could roughly infer its intent. However, with Naruto already engaged in battle, continuing with the Edge OB seemed somewhat inappropriate. Did it not? Incorrect. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. Precisely because Naruto and the others have already engaged the enemy, we must persist with the Edge OB. The reasoning is straightforward. Once Naruto's strength is revealed, the enemy can formulate tactical arrangements to systematically take them down. Yet, the enemy would never anticipate that our team, the 8th squad, lies in ambush in the shadows. As the saying goes, a clear front and a hidden rear can lead to victory. Another adage states, without a set pattern, how can one be countered? As long as we refrain from making our move, the enemy will be unable to target us, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense. Hiss, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba collectively inhaled sharply. To be honest, after Lu Fan's lengthy explanation, they understood little of what he had said, yet they felt an inexplicable sense of it instilled in them a conviction that following him would yield no missteps. Consequently, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba unanimously supported the continuation of Lu Fan's Edge OB strategy. However, at that moment, Lu Fan posed a question. My dear classmates, let us not forget that we have sneaked out. What shall we do if we fail to return and the village holds us accountable? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Hinata was the first to speak. For the safety of Naruto-kun, no matter how Lord Hokage punishes me afterward, I shall bear no resentment. Kiba, thumping his chest, declared, Bah, at worst, I'll be confined for a year. I, Inuzuka Kiba, shall shoulder this burden alone. Although Yamanaka Shino did not voice his thoughts as boldly, he nodded gently. There are reasons for our actions. I believe Lord Hokage will not blame us. Upon hearing their responses, Lu Fan smiled, a genuine smile, for he had labored tirelessly to earn the trust and reliance of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, and this was precisely the affirmation he sought. The rationale was simple. Escorting Tazuna, this C-rank mission, was far from the straightforward task it appeared. In essence, this mission was not merely a trial meticulously selected for Team 7 by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also represented a lucrative opportunity for Konohagakure. Just a brief reminder. In the anime, the outcome of this mission culminated in the demise of the wealthy merchant Kato alongside Zabuza. Strangely, however, the fate of Kato's wealth remains unaddressed. The anime never mentions it. A life lost, and wealth vanished. That not peculiar. Moreover, would the formidable intelligence agencies of Konoha truly be so incompetent as to be deceived by a mere bridge builder from the land of waves? Surely, it is absurd. Konoha is the strongest hidden village in the world. How could they possibly misjudge the nature of a mission? Hence, the true situation is abundantly clear. Konoha has evidently set its sights on the bountiful prize that is Kato. The task of escorting bridge builder Tazuna is merely a pretext to feast upon this substantial bounty. Furthermore, according to the original storyline, Lu Fan surmised that Konoha would very likely indeed partake in this feast. However, the current circumstances render this uncertain, as Lu Fan himself had also set his sights on this feast. Yet, indulging in such a feast requires proper qualifications, as the son of the owner of a meatball shop. Lu Fan knew that not only would he be denied a share of the feast, but even the mere act of sniffing it would likely result in Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrath. There would be no respite until his belly was opened to reveal the number of meatballs contained within. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Fan sought to draw Hinata, Shino, and Kiba from Konoha. Surely, a member of the Hyuga clan, along with 2 emerging nobility, should suffice to qualify for the feast. Yes? Chapter 30. You are too despicable. Let us proceed. Following the original plotline, after Naruto demonstrated his resolve through self-inflicted wounds, Team 7 ultimately decided to continue with the mission and escort Tazuna home. However, unlike the original tale, this time they were not venturing alone. A few kilometers behind them, Lu Fan led Team 8, shadowing their movements, discreetly observing and executing the Edge OB strategy. By the way, Lu Go. Are we really just going to follow Naruto and do nothing? That seems rather dull, does it not? Kiba, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, yawned in boredom. Hinata and Yamanaka Shino turned to Lu Fan as well. They had grown accustomed to seeking his counsel in times of uncertainty. Yet, to their surprise, upon hearing this, Lu Fan gazed at them in astonishment. How could you entertain such thoughts? Have you forgotten that we, too, have a mission? Mission? Kiba paused, confused. Hinata timidly inquired. Lu Fan-kun, you must be referring to the extermination of the mountain bandits, correct? But we have already dealt with those bandits, have we not? Shino and Kiba nodded in agreement. Indeed, the task of exterminating the mountain bandits has been accomplished. Who informed you that there is only one group of bandits? The corners of Lu Fan's mouth curled into a subtle smirk. Upon reflection, if there were only one group of bandits within the Land of Fire, Konoha would never have issued this mission. Furthermore, who told you that a mission cannot be repeated? Lu Fan's smile deepened, revealing a meaning-laden grin. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba instinctively swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for the mountain bandits of the Land of Fire. 3 days later, how could you possibly be ninjas? A certain unknown mountain bandit leader gritted his teeth. Releasing a roar filled with profound rage and despair, he simply could not comprehend why. Less than 5 kilometers behind a squad of Leaf Village ninjas, there existed another team of Leaf ninjas. If they were on a shared mission, why did they not act in unison? Conversely, if they were not on the same task, what was the rationale behind dispatching 2 squads of Leaf ninjas? Most importantly, why did this second team of Leaf ninjas not don their forehead protectors? It was a bit warm, so they opted to remove them. Lu Fan casually dismissed the notion. The bandit leader seethed with indignation. What nonsense about it being warm? It was clearly only April, and one still needed to cover oneself with a blanket at night. How could they claim it was too hot to wear their forehead protectors? Moreover, were they not ninjas? Wasn't the forehead protector a point of pride that they would rather die than relinquish? Lu Fan pondered for a moment. Perhaps the members of Team 8 were simply too shy and humble? Shy and humble, the bandit leader trembled with rage. Were it not for Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, whose proficiency in killing, beheading, and plundering spoils was as seamless as a farmer harvesting rice, he might have nearly believed Lu Fan's absurd claims. Judging by their practiced movements, it could be said that they had slain no fewer than 800 bandits. Furthermore, just a couple of days prior, he had vaguely heard a rumor circulating within the bandit community, suggesting that a certain squad of Leaf ninjas had shamelessly disguised themselves as ordinary folk to lure and slay bandits within the Land of Fire. At that time, he had dismissed it. For in his eyes, ninjas were akin to nobility. Leaf ninjas, in particular, were the noblest of the noble, undoubtedly significant figures. Their concerns would typically revolve around grand affairs. How could they possibly be bothered with lowly mountain bandits such as himself? Even if they were to eradicate bandits, with the pride of the Leaf ninjas, it would be inconceivable to resort to such despicable and underhanded tactics. However, now, he realized he had erred gravely, having made a fatal misjudgment. Just as not every knight on a white steed is a prince, not every Leaf ninja embodies pride. You are too despicable. Leaving behind his final words, Inuzuka Kiba struck down the nameless mountain bandit leader, reducing him to a mere puddle of mud. Lu Go, why are you wasting your breath with this fellow? Just kill him with a single stroke. Inuzuka Kiba calmly wiped the blood from his claws. Ever since witnessing a group of bandits massacre a village 2 days prior, he had felt no sympathy for these marauders. It's nothing, just a bit of idle chatter, Lu Fan replied with a smile. And Inuzuka Kiba paid it no mind. Before long, Aburame Shino had finished gathering the spoils. Lu Go, this group of thieves was relatively small. We've only found 60,000 yen in cash. Should we split it evenly? Lu Fan nodded. Shino promptly divided the money. After several days of training, Team 8 had developed a habit. They would only proceed with any task upon receiving Lu Fan's nod of approval. Once the money was divided, the usually reticent Shino spoke up that "You go. I don't know if the news has leaked or what, but recently, the number of bandits we've encountered has been dwindling." Inazuka Kiba immediately nodded in agreement. "Lu go, perhaps we should devise a plan to draw out more bandits and complete a few more missions." Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that after slaying so many bandits, Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba had developed a somewhat bandit-like demeanor themselves. Even the typically shy Hinata had cursed several times recently, using phrases like "damn it" and "you bastard." If this continued, upon returning to the Leaf, Hyuga Hayashi would surely reprimand him. Amused by the thought, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "You all need to wake up. We are ninjas here to complete a mission, not bandits engaging in black market dealings. As for the dwindling number of bandits, it is a natural occurrence. After all, they are human too, and it may take them some time to react. However, as time passes, the nearby bandits will realize the growing danger, especially since they are already incapable of taking down many bandits. The air carries a dampness, indicating they are nearing the coast. Before long, either today or tomorrow, they will board a ship to their destination for this escort mission, the Land of Waves." Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba all sighed in disappointment. They did not particularly relish the idea of engaging in black market dealings. Rather, they were motivated by the memory of the gruesome village massacre they had witnessed 2 days prior. The scene was far too tragic for them to wish to recall. In summary, since that day, they had harbored an intense hatred for bandits, seeking to seize this opportunity to eliminate more of them and thereby reduce the likelihood of another village tragedy. Lu Fan understood their sentiments and, after some hesitation, proposed, "How about this? If you are not afraid of hardship, tonight after Naruto and the others have gone to sleep, I will take you to find bandits. However, you must promise me to return before dawn, regardless of whether or not we encounter any." Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba readily agreed, expressing their willingness to endure the fatigue. The gentle Hinata even turned to express her concern for Lu Fan, asking if he would be too tired. Tired? Lu Fan could only smile. With his Jonin-level physical prowess, he could easily go 3 days and nights without sleep and not feel fatigued, let alone the fact that he could earn money by slaying bandits. After these past few days of killing, Lu Fan realized he had underestimated the wealth of the bandits. Although a single group might not possess much, over the course of 3 days, the cumulative amount had surprisingly reached 360,000 yen. If he could earn another 140,000 yen tonight, he might very well reach the 500,000 yen limit for the initial recharge, thus doubling his rewards. With a single stroke, he could obtain 1,000 gold, and at the cost of 18 gold for a single recruitment, 1,000 gold would allow him to recruit 5 times in one go. Furthermore, coupled with the 3 weekly recruitments from the Hokage mobile game, Jonin, second tier, ranking, that totaled 8 recruitments. If luck were on his side, he might even recruit the strongest character in this round, Raikage A Youth, from the A-tier card pool. In the Hokage mobile game, the card pool rotates every 4 months. The mere thought of this made Lu Fan feel a surge of impatience. Indeed, he was the one in Team 8 who could not stop engaging in black market dealings. Chapter 31. A single strike, the old purple card. The waves crashed rhythmically against the rocks. A small fishing boat, barely wide enough for 2 people, rocked violently with the waves, seeming as if it might capsize at any moment. Surely we're not taking this to the Land of Waves? Naruto and Sakura exchanged exasperated glances at the precarious little boat that seemed destined for the depths. "I sincerely apologize," Tazuna said with a rueful smile. "Due to the monopoly on transportation and shipping in the Land of Waves by the merchant Kato, we are left with no choice but to use this narrow little fishing vessel. Moreover, we must set sail in the early morning mist to stealthily enter the Land of Waves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team 8, having worked tirelessly throughout the night, lay soundly asleep on a luxurious cruise ship with over 10 decks. Indeed, this very cruise ship belonged to the wealthy merchant Kato. Logically, this could be considered enemy territory. But the issue was that Kato was intent on eliminating Tazuna's Team 7. What concern was it of Team 8's? Thus, in Class 8, everyone was sleeping soundly, except for Lu Fan, who was not truly asleep. He merely pretended to close his eyes. In reality, he silently opened the mobile game Naruto in his mind. Character: Lu Fan, Ninjutsu, 36, Taijutsu, 30. Chakra. 35. Identity. Konoha's Jinin, son of the dumpling shop owner. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Lightning release. Kirin, a rank. 3. Tomo Sharingan. Chakra control and Lotus of the Rebirth. After a brief glance at his attribute panel, Lu Fan did not hesitate for long and gently clicked to spend some money. The 50,000 yuan. Freshly plundered from the mountain bandits and still warm with blood, vanished in an instant. What remained was a system balance of 100 coins, coupled with 3 lottery draws from the ranked duel arena. Exhaling deeply, Lu Fan rubbed his hands together. Recruitment. He lightly tapped the button, and the ninja card pool began to spin. Before long, the results emerged. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-rank ninja rankage youth, fragments 5. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such fortune on his first draw, directly acquiring the strongest card in the current A-rank ninja pool, rankage A youth. Could it be that today he truly had the chance to draw rankage A youth outright? With this thought, Lu Fan immediately opted for another single draw. The result. Congratulations, host. You have obtained C-rank ninja Niji Hyuga, child, fragments 5. Ding. The system detects that you have not yet recruited the complete ninja Niji Hyuga, child. Would you like to recruit him? Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh as expected. Seema's luck was not going to allow him to draw rankage youth all at once. Nevertheless, acquiring Niji Hyuga was still quite satisfactory. Allowing him to utilize the fragments he had previously accumulated, he clicked to agree, converting the fragments into a complete card, and then gently tapped to recruit. Ding! Congratulations! You have recruited C-rank ninja Niji Hyuga, child. Will he make an appearance? Will you summon him? Ninja. Niji Hyuga, child. Level. C. Ninjutsu. 14. Taijutsu. 16. Chakra. 18. Identity. Eldest son of the Hyuga branch family, Konoha's Jinin. And leader of Team 3 under Might Guy's guidance. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Byakugan, flawed. Hyuga gentle fist. 8 trigrams. Return heaven, gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 64 palms, to be honest. Niji Hyuga's attributes were already exceptionally formidable among ninjas of the same age group, nearly qualifying him as a semi-chunin. However, Lu Fan already possessed the Jonin-level version of Sasuke from Naruto, Shippuden. Therefore, Lu Fan chose not to summon Niji.as for the summoning. Lu Fan thought for a moment and realized it might be difficult to explain to Hinata why her brother suddenly appeared in his room. So he decided to wait for a future opportunity to summon Niji. Most importantly, today, Niji was merely an appetizer. With 8 recruitment opportunities and only 2 used so far, Lu Fan was genuinely excited about what treasures the remaining 6 draws would yield. Rubbing his hands together, he clicked for recruitment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired C-rank Doitsu fragments 5, C-rank Mizuki fragments 5, S-rank Might Guy, Death Gate, fragments 5, B-rank Old Purple, Four Tails Jinchuriki, complete card, C-rank Inazuka Kiba fragments 5. And C-rank Hanabi Hyuga fragments 5. What is all this? Lu Fan glanced over, utterly bewildered. Aside from the S-rank Might Guy fragments, which were somewhat fortunate, the rest were all C-rank ninjas, with scarcely any B-rank ninjas in sight. Moreover, upon closer inspection, all those C-rank fragments were 5. Not a single complete card. Wait, a complete card of B-rank ninja Old Purple? Lu Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief that B-rank ninja actually yielded a complete card. What kind of joke is this? In his previous life, after playing Naruto for 6 years and recruiting over 10,000 times, he had hardly ever drawn a complete B-rank card. And yet, this time, an 8-draw combo had produced a complete card. Moreover, it was the complete card of Old Purple, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. This was simply astonishingly lucky. Lu Fan could not help but exclaim, Fu Xing's mother, temporarily resurrected for a day. Setting aside the temporary resurrection of Fu Xing's mother, Lu Fan eagerly clicked on Old Purple's complete card icon to review his ninja panel. Ninja, Old Purple, Four Tails Jinchuriki. Level, B, Ninjutsu. 31, Taijutsu. 29. Chakra, Body 25, Four Tails 4444, with the upper limit for Jonin being 30. Identity, Iwagakure Ninja, Four Tails Jinchuriki, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu. Lava Release. Chakra Mode, Lava Release. Scorching River Flow Technique, Lava Release. Scorching River, Great Fire. Release Four Tails, Tailed Beast Bomb. From a purely personal attribute perspective, Old Purple's strength was actually not overwhelming. Several of his stats did not even meet the minimum threshold for Konoha Jonin at best. He was merely at the level of an elite Chunin. However, once the four tails within him was factored in, Old Purple was undoubtedly a formidable Jonin. If he were to fully unleash the four tails, he could even grapple with powerful figures at the level of Kaguya. Yet, after some contemplation, Lu Fan decided against summoning Old Purple. Firstly, Old Purple's attributes ultimately did not surpass those of his Naruto Shippuden version of Sasuke. Secondly, owing to the characteristics of the Naruto mobile game system, even without summoning Old Purple, he would still be able to access all of his ninjutsu. In other words, starting today, he was also a Four Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, he was the most perfect Four Tails Jinchuriki, as the Four Tails within him was a pure energy entity, devoid of self-awareness due to the system's purification. With this in mind, Lu Fan could no longer contain himself. Immediately clicking for recruitment. Almost at the moment the recruitment glowed, Lu Fan suddenly felt an overwhelming, volcanic surge of energy erupting violently from his dantian. Calming himself to sense it, the volcanic energy was none other than the Four Tails beast, Sun Wukong, whose true form towered 100 feet tall, surrounded by red-hot magma. As he carefully experienced the surging power within his body, Lu Fan exhaled slowly towards the steel deck of the cruise ship. The orange-hued vapor, akin to thick magma, slowly slithered and, upon contact with the steel, melted it into crimson molten iron. Had Lu Fan not acted swiftly to halt it, the entire cruise ship would have likely been reduced to charred remains and molten metal. Opening his character panel, Lu Fan's attributes had also received a significant boost. Character: Lu Fan, Ninjutsu, 3640, Old Purple 3, Niji 1, Taijutsu, 3034, Old Purple 3, Niji 1, Chakra, 354482, Old Purple 2, Niji 1, Four Tails 4444. The minimum threshold for Elite Jonin is 40. Identity: Konoha's Jinin, son of the dumpling shop owner, Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Tailed Beast Transformation, Tailed Beast Bomb, Lightning Release. Kirin, a rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Beholding this extravagant attribute panel, especially the exaggerated chakra attribute, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle. From this day forth, Kakashi would no longer be his opponent, for even if he could not defeat Kakashi, he could certainly outlast him. The Tailed Beast Battery. Whoever uses it knows. Chapter 32. We do not call this laziness, but rather a time to conserve our strength. The rickety fishing boat swayed precariously on the sea for over 3 hours before it finally managed to reach the shore. As soon as they docked, Naruto promptly expelled the meager rations he had just consumed. The expressions of the other members of Team 7 were equally grim, in anticipation of potential assassination attempts. They had not been able to sleep well for several days. Poor sleep was one thing, but their diet had also suffered. Fearing that the enemy might poison their food, they had subsisted solely on the dry provisions they had brought from the Hidden Leaf village. The subpar meals were one issue, but being tossed about on that dilapidated fishing vessel for hours nearly turned their brains to mush. The most unfortunate part was that, after finally reaching land, they could not immediately rest and recuperate. According to Dasna, the area around the dock was rife with the territory of Kato, crawling with his spies. Thus, they had no choice but to set off immediately, traversing mountains and valleys on foot, inching their way to Dasna's home. Meanwhile, in the luxurious banquet hall of a cruise ship, Team 8, comprising Lu Fan, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, donned elegant tailcoats as they leisurely savored their steaks while listening to the exquisite strains of a piano. They were in no hurry at all. With Kiba's keen canine senses and Shino's insects as their guides, it was impossible for them to lose track of Team 7. In truth, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba had previously expressed their concerns to Lu Fan. It felt rather odd to indulge in leisure while Team 7 toiled diligently on their mission. Lu Fan explained that it was precisely because Team 7 was working so hard, suffering from inadequate food and sleep, that they needed to ensure their own well-being. Only by doing so could they unleash their full potential, 100% or even 200%, when the moment was critical, thereby turning the tide in their favor. In summary, it was a matter of conserving energy and preparing to strike. To be candid, when Hinata, Shino, and Kiba first heard these words, they were taken aback, finding Lu Fan's reasoning absurd. What he termed conserving energy merely seemed like an excuse for laziness. However, upon deeper reflection, they found this theory astonishingly sound. Most importantly, They had previously attempted to disregard Lu Fan's advice and act on their own judgment, but invariably, their efforts ended in failure. For instance, they had scoured the mountains for a bandit hideout all day without even a single lead. Conversely, every time they followed Lu Fan's directives, regardless of how outlandish they sounded, success was assured. Over the course of nearly a week, this pattern had repeated itself. Gradually, they abandoned their critical thinking. After all, what was the point of overthinking? Their own conclusions had consistently proven erroneous. Even conceding that their judgments were not entirely flawed, Lu Fan would undoubtedly offer a superior strategy. Given this, why bother exerting their minds? Thus, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba had fully relinquished independent thought, acquiescing to Lu Fan's instructions to eat when told, sleep when instructed, and even receive massages as directed. Consequently, Lu Fan led Hinata, Shino, and Kiba on a 3-day spree of revelry and indulgence at the most bustling port in the land of waves. On the evening of the 4th day, while at the most opulent massage parlor in the land of waves, Shino sensed that his insects were about to lose track of Team 7 due to the distance. Unable to contain himself, he gently pushed away the young lady massaging him and turned to Lu Fan Go. The insects following Naruto are about to exceed their maximum range. Are we truly not going to catch up with them? Upon hearing this, Hinata, who was already uncomfortable with the massage and was the most concerned for Naruto, immediately sat up, gazing seriously at Lu Fan Fankin. We've rested for long enough. Haven't we? Isn't it time for us to set off? Faced with their inquiries, Lu Fan sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was impossible to transform esteemed ninjas like Hinata and Shino into mindless followers in just a few days of camaraderie. While they might unconditionally trust him in trivial matters, when it truly mattered, doubts inevitably arose in their minds that, of course, this was not absolute. Aside from Hinata and Shino, Kiba also hailed from a prestigious clan. However, Lu Fan could only remark that if all ninjas in the Hidden Leaf were like Kiba, it wouldn't take a month before he could sell the entire village to a mobile game developer, turning the place upside down. This fellow seemed to have nearly forgotten their purpose in the land of waves. While indulging in his massage, Kiba, without raising his head, not only continued to relish the experience, but also groaned in delight. He even had the audacity to advise Hinata and Shino, Hinata, if I may say so, you two are merely fretting over nothing. If the insects lose track, then so be it. Eluga surely has a plan already. We should just trust him and relax. Hearing this, Lu Fan was nearly moved to tears. He had just miscalculated. It wouldn't take a month that if the Hidden Leaf comprised ninjas like Kiba, in 3 days, max 3 days, he could sell the entire village and funnel every last bit into that mobile game. Alas, such fools were exceedingly rare in the Hidden Leaf. 90% of its inhabitants were astute individuals. Those cunning like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were the epitome of guile. 1 misstep, and they could easily turn the tables on you. Even setting aside those devious characters, just look at Hinata and Shino's attitudes. That it was clear that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation today, he would certainly face their scrutiny. Thus, Lu Fan smiled. Kiba is right that I indeed have a plan. Upon hearing this, Kiba wore a smug expression, disdainfully glancing at Hinata and Shino, as if to say he had anticipated this outcome. Hinata and Shino, however, ignored Kiba. They were not fools like him. They had their own discernments. After all, no matter how much they trusted Lu Fan, the undeniable fact remained that the insects were about to lose track of Naruto. In truth, had it not been for Lu Fan's previous reliable judgments and actions, they would have already set off. Therefore, their ability to remain patient and listen to Lu Fan was commendable in itself. Especially Hinata, who, concerned for Naruto, could not help but urge, Lu Fan-kun, if we do not set off soon, we will truly lose track of Naruto. How will we assist him then? Shino nodded in agreement, attempting to apply pressure alongside Hinata to prompt Lu Fan into immediate action. However, to their surprise, in response to their insistence, Lu Fan maintained a leisurely demeanor, smiling slightly. Who says we must follow Naruto to be of assistance? Chapter 33. Big fish eats small fish, huh? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, not only Hinata and Shino, but even the relaxed Kiba raised his head in confusion. How can we help without following Naruto? Shout encouragement from the massage parlor. Seeing the trio's bewildered expressions, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Let me pose a question to you. Why is it that Naruto and the others find themselves in danger? Upon hearing these words, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba grew increasingly perplexed. Wasn't this matter already common knowledge? There was a rogue ninja from the hidden mist named Momochi Zabuza, who intended to assassinate Tazuna and Naruto and their companions. Lufan-kun, are you all right? Hinata inquired, gazing at Lufan with a curious expression. Had it not been for Lufan's presence with them these past few days, displaying no signs of unusual behavior, they might have doubted whether the Lufan before them was an imposter. Ignoring the trio's skeptical glances, Lufan smiled and posed another question. Why does this rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, seek to assassinate Naruto and Tazuna? Upon hearing this, even Inuzuka Kiba could not contain himself. Lufan, are you joking? I was the first to show you that letter. A wealthy merchant from the land of waves named Kato hired Momochi Zabuza. Have you forgotten? Before Kiba could finish his sentence, Shino interjected, raising a hand to stop him. With a thoughtful expression, he turned to Lufan. Lufan, do you mean? Lufan smiled slightly but offered no explanation, instead retrieving an invitation from within his robe. Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba craned their necks to see. Kiba could not help but read aloud. Kato Group Private Banquet Invitation. Now do you understand? Lufan smiled at Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Shino nodded gently. Having pieced together the situation, he immediately bowed to Lufan. Lufan, I apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. My perspective was too narrow. Witnessing this, both Hinata and Kiba felt a twinge of shame. In truth, they had not comprehended the matter and were at a loss as to why Shino had apologized to Lufan. Yet, the more they remained in the dark, the greater their embarrassment grew. Sighing, Shino reassured them. It's not your fault that Lufan's thoughts are rather unconventional and delve into the heart of the matter. It is only natural that we ordinary individuals struggle to grasp them immediately. After comforting Hinata and Kiba, Shino continued. To put it simply, if I am not mistaken, Lufan intends to assassinate Kato. As for the reason behind this assassination, it's quite straightforward. Momochi Zabuza holds no grudge against either Naruto or Tazuna. He is merely a hired thug. In other words, should Kato, the one who employed him, perish, Zabuza would have no reason to continue targeting Tazuna or opposing the Leaf Ninjas. Of course, it was only because Shino was not from Huaxiao that he needed to elaborate so extensively. Had he been, he could have summarized it succinctly in 4 characters. Fu Di Chao Xen. Nonetheless, it was impressive that at the tender age of 10, Shino could comprehend and articulate the entire situation. Lufan nodded with a smile. You are correct, Shino. The reason I have been indulging in leisure and revelry these past few days is not solely for rest and recuperation. It is also to utilize this invitation. Although in the anime, Kato's demise appears rather abrupt, I firmly believe that the real Kato would not be so easily dispatched. As a world-renowned merchant, how could he possibly lack even a single bodyguard ninja? Who would believe such a claim? Furthermore, if Kato were indeed so easy to kill, why would a rogue ninja like Zabuza, unrestrained, not simply kill and rob him outright? Thus, Kato is undoubtedly more complex than he seems. As for why the Kato in the anime met such a sudden and arbitrary end, the only plausible explanation I can conceive is that the Leaf Village intervened. Of course, these were merely conjectures and not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that if they intended to eliminate Kato, they must avoid danger as much as possible while getting close to him. The invitation, therefore, served as their means of approach. Thus, I have been indulging in leisure these past few days. At this juncture, Lufan turned earnestly to Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, saying, Did you truly believe that I take pleasure in this idle lifestyle, devoid of thought, filled with feasting, massages, and slumber? Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba fell silent, particularly Hinata and Shino. Their sensitive minds immediately recalled Lufan's background. Indeed, from the very beginning, Lufan had been known for his rigorous physical training at the academy, had it not been for his unwavering dedication to honing his body over the years. He would never have been able to self-study martial arts and enter the ninja school. In light of this, the indulgence in feasting and merriment must be, for a diligent genius like Lufan, not a delight, but rather a torment, a waste of precious time. Lufan, I am sorry. Lufan-kun, I apologize. Hinata and Shino lowered their heads, feeling shame for their earlier misunderstandings of Lufan's intentions. Inuzuka Kiba also bowed his head in apology. Though he had not misjudged Lufan, he acknowledged that his trust had wavered at times. Now he realized that he had been wrong. He should have remained steadfast in his belief in Lufan. In summary, all their sentiments coalesced into one phrase: Lufan, I am sorry. Observing the trio's apologies, Lufan felt reluctant to reveal that he genuinely enjoyed this lifestyle. If given the choice, he would willingly spend his life indulging in feasting, merriment, massages, and slumber. However, alas, in the world of Naruto, the law of the jungle prevails, and strength reigns supreme. Just like Kato, he had committed no wrongdoing and had never provoked the Leaf Village. Yet, regrettably, once the Leaf Village set its sights on you, you must obediently surrender all your wealth. Should one dare to resist, perhaps by hiring a rogue ninja like Zabuza to confront the Leaf, then one would soon find Leaf Jonin knocking at their door. Similar to how, in reality, where there is oil, there are American troops. It is all the same principle. Of course, this does not imply that Kato is a virtuous individual. On the contrary, to ordinary people like Tazuna, he would merely be an unreasonable robber. Thus, in this world, matters of right and wrong are often irrelevant. It is merely a case of larger fish preying on smaller ones, and smaller creatures feasting on shrimp. It is precisely for this reason that Lufan strives to grow stronger, until he becomes the largest fish in this world. Chapter 34. I choose Lufan. He will lead the ninjas to the moon in the land of waves. At Kato's estate, melodious and elegant music filled the luxurious surroundings. Elegantly dressed men and women, holding invitations, entered the estate one by one. Lufan, along with Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, naturally blended into the crowd. Lufan, should we search this estate? Shino whispered, the parasitic bugs within him stirring with anticipation. With his will, thousands of these bugs could swarm out, silently turning the entire estate upside down within a matter of minutes. Not just yet. Lufan gently shook his head. Shino's parasitic bugs, while potentially inconspicuous to ordinary people, would be glaringly obvious to ninjas. Each bug represented a distinct chakra point that a dense swarm of bugs in motion would be as conspicuous as a sea of chakra. Coincidentally, he suspected that Kato had also hired other ninjas apart from Zabuza. Thus, Lufan declined Shino's suggestion. Observing Lufan's refusal, Inuzuka Kiba immediately pointed at himself and declared, Lufan, as long as you can procure a personal item of Kato's, I can find him without fail. At this, Lufan could only chuckle, bemused he had never met Kato. Where could he possibly obtain Kato's personal belongings? Upon witnessing this, Hinata, standing nearby, felt a surge of urgency with each passing second. Naruto faced an escalating risk. What if they could not find Kato? Sensing Hinata's anxiety, Lufan chuckled softly and shook his head, preparing to speak when an unexpected exclamation of delight erupted from the crowd. Mr. Kato had arrived. A wave of excitement rippled through the assembly. Not far from Lufan and the others, a short man with brown hair, clad in a dark purple suit, made his entrance, flanked by an entourage. Was that truly Kato? Shino and his companions regarded the brown-haired man with skepticism, as they had never seen Kato's visage before and were hesitant to affirm. However, having watched the anime several times, Lufan had no such doubts. He immediately recognized Kato, for his strikingly unattractive features were unmistakably unique. Indeed, it was Kato. Upon hearing Lufan's confirmation, Hinata could no longer contain herself. She clenched her fists, assuming a stance as if to unleash a powerful blow. Eager to smash Kato's head, the mere thought of Naruto being in danger for even a second spurred her forward. Though Shino and Inuzuka Kiba were less impulsive, they turned to Lufan, suggesting that at this distance, 3 seconds would suffice to incapacitate him. Kiba spoke with unwavering conviction, while Shino too held confidence in his abilities. Yet, Lufan merely shook his head. Look at the individuals surrounding Kato. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp Lufan's meaning. Were those not merely guests attending the banquet? What did that have to do with eliminating Kato? Not just guests, if I am not mistaken. Several of them are bodyguards hired by Kato. Lufan squinted slightly. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, possessing relatively weaker strengths, might not sense it, but he could distinctly feel the chakra fluctuations emanating from several individuals in Kato's vicinity, indicating a formidable strength, reaching the levels of elite Chunin or even Jonin. Indeed, once Hinata activated her Byakugan, she swiftly confirmed this, noting the potent chakra signatures that seemed to rival even that of their teacher, Yuhi Kurenai. Hearing this, Lufan nodded inwardly, realizing his suspicions were validated. As a world-renowned tycoon, Kato was indeed more complex than he appeared in the anime. What shall we do now? Hinata inquired anxiously as Kato entered the manor. Clearly taken aback by the presence of so many powerful bodyguards, Shino and Kiba also appeared at a loss. Although Konoha ninjas generally surpassed their external counterparts in strength, the disparity between Chunin and Jonin was immense, a matter of sheer numerical superiority and attributes, not merely techniques or lineage. With several bodyguards nearing Jonin level, it was unthinkable for them to eliminate Kato. Do not panic, Lufan replied with a calm smile, though he too was uncertain about what would transpire next. Nonetheless, he was confident that those Jonin-level bodyguards would soon distance themselves from Kato. After all, Kato in the anime did not have such formidable bodyguards. Clearly, something must have occurred, prompting these protectors to abandon him. Even if the narrative had indeed shifted, and these bodyguards chose to remain with Kato, Lufan was confident in his ability to handle these so-called Jonin bodyguards, for even among Jonin, disparities existed. Of course, Lufan would not divulge this to Hinata, Shino, or Kiba. He preferred to keep his strength concealed unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he advised, let us observe for now. As for how they would observe, Hinata would utilize her Byakugan for visual surveillance. Shino would employ his insects to relay sound, and if needed, Kiba could even transmit sense. This exemplified why the noble clans of Konoha remained resilient. Even 3 lower-ranked ninjas could easily monitor the movements of several Jonin. With Hinata and Shino broadcasting in real time, although they remained outside the manor, it felt as though they were witnessing Kato and his subordinates' conspiracy firsthand. The first to speak was a bodyguard named Gongtu, who glared at Kato with fury. Kato, have you lost your mind? How dare you hire rogue ninjas to assassinate Konoha's people? Aside from Lufan, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were taken aback by such explosive news, which served to corroborate the authenticity of the confidential letter. Furthermore, it appeared that Kato and his subordinate held significant disagreements regarding the assassination of Konoha ninjas. What was even more astonishing was Kato's reaction. Rather than displaying anger, he appeared somewhat aggrieved as he attempted to justify himself to his subordinate. I do not wish to provoke Konoha, but they have clearly set their sights on me that I cannot simply sit idly by. Can I? Upon hearing this, Gongtu was momentarily stunned, evidently surprised that Kato would voice such sentiments. He recognized that Kato's reasoning was not without merit. However, there was little one could do when faced with a titan like Konoha. Frankly, in the face of such overwhelming power, Kato's only prudent choice was to concede and hand over his wealth, hoping that Konoha might spare his life. Otherwise, he had little hope for survival. Choosing to resist and enlist ninjas to assassinate Konoha's shinobi was the most foolish decision he could make. A failed assassination would be an act of sheer folly. Hearing Gongtu's words, Kato lowered his head despondently. Acknowledging the foolishness of his actions, regret washed over him. So, Gongtu, do you think if I willingly relinquished a portion of my assets to Konoha now, they might spare me? Upon hearing this, Gongtu sighed deeply. If only you had considered this before the assassination. Had you been willing to surrender most of your assets to Konoha beforehand, they might have spared your life. But now, it is far too late. That Konoha's might and arrogance cannot tolerate any assassination attempts against them. Mr. Kato, if I may be so bold, your only option now is to choose a comfortable way to end your life. At least ensuring you remain whole, rather than being discarded into the sea as fish food. As this broadcast concluded, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were left utterly astonished. Their naivety had prevented them from anticipating such intricate twists beneath the surface. Lufan, however, was not particularly surprised, having harbored a vague suspicion of the underlying truth. The world of ninjas was far from paradise. The realm of ninja commissions was no child's play, in the absence of gain. Who would risk their life for another? Especially when dealing with an entity as formidable as Konoha. The esteemed Jonin of Konoha would traverse mountains and seas for a mere C-rank mission reward of 10,000 ryo. Does that seem reasonable to you? To put it plainly, do you truly believe that the United States invaded Iraq in the name of world peace? Spare me the jest. In the adult world, only interests prevail. The relations between nations are cruel to the extreme. Otherwise, how could someone as proud and imperious as Uchiha Madara choose to evade the realities of this world through the cowardly means of infinite Tsukuyomi? Upon contemplation, Lufan could not help but smirk inwardly. He did not deny that Uchiha Madara was a remarkably charismatic ninja. However, when it came to the matter of the infinite Tsukuyomi, Lufan held a certain disdain for Uchiha Madara. As a person of Chinese descent, having recognized the harsh realities and interests of the world, one should not feel despair or fear, but rather exhilaration and ecstasy. It is imperative not to resort to self-deception or deceive the world with illusions such as the infinite Tsukuyami, but instead to seize the world with one's fists and devour it whole. As the saying goes, why should a man not wield a wu hook and take control of the 50 states of the mountain passes? As a Chinese individual, imbued with the ambition that runs through the blood of Qin Shi Huang, Lu Fan was perpetually consumed by thoughts of unifying the ninja world, establishing a grand and unified Hokage empire, and then leading his empire to the moon to annihilate those extraterrestrial tree planters. This, indeed, was the spirit that a Chinese person ought to possess. Of course, that is all a matter for another time. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. What Lu Fan needed to do now was not to ascend to the moon, but rather to snatch the juicy piece of meat that was Cardo from the jaws of Konoha and consume it for himself. Chapter 35. We, Konoha, are all exemplary individuals gone to. Do we truly stand no chance of victory? Cardo gazed hopefully at his most formidable ninja. Who are we supposed to defeat? Kakashi? If you are referring to Kakashi, then perhaps if we all join forces, we might have a slight chance against him, Gongtu replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Cardo's eyes widened with excitement. Yet before he could utter a word, Gongtu scoffed coldly. But what good would that do? Cardo's expression froze in place. He wished to argue, but Gongtu was no longer inclined to show Cardo any mercy. Did I advise you to cease your dreaming? For even if we were to triumph over Kakashi, Konoha may very well have Kakashi East. If we were to defeat Kakashi East, there might still be Kakashi North. You cannot win. Your demise is certain. Moreover, let us be frank. Why should we aid you against Konoha? Gongtu sneered and took a step away. The pittance Cardo offered was merely sufficient to deal with the impoverished and subpar rogue ninjas. To pit him against the ninjas of Konoha? What a joke. Seeing Gongtu prepare to leave, Cardo became anxious. He quickly spoke up. Gongtu, don't go. I can offer you more money. 1 million yen. No, 2 million yen. As Gongtu showed no signs of halting, Cardo became utterly frantic. Gongtu, no matter how much you desire, I can provide it to you. You know that the wealth of the land of waves has largely been in my possession these past few years. Just name your price, and I can afford it. Upon hearing this, Gongtu finally paused. However, he did not turn around, but instead chuckled disdainfully. Cardo, do you truly take me for a fool? Do not think that a mere 1 million or 2 million yen holds any value. Even if it were 100 million or 200 million, what good would it do? I fear there may be life to earn, but no life to spend. Gongtu chuckled coldly. Moreover, do you genuinely believe that the money of the land of waves still belongs to you? What a farce, fool. That money now bears the surname of Konoha. At this point, Gongtu no longer wished to waste his breath. He departed the estate with his fellow ninjas without a backward glance. After watching the broadcast, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba fell into silence. After a while, Inuzuka Kiba and Hinata cast puzzled glances at Lu Fan, Lu Fankin. Are we really so domineering in Konoha? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle. What constitutes domination? On the surface, it appears that Konoha has seized the wealth that Cardo, from the land of waves, has amassed over several years. Yet, from another perspective, even if Konoha did not take it, the ordinary citizens of the land of waves would still enjoy none of that wealth. If we were to shift our perspective again, is it not reasonable for the strongest village, Konoha, to dispatch its most elite expert, Kakashi, to travel great distances to assist the land of waves, and then receive a modest fee in return, according to the original plot? This indeed unfolded as such. After eliminating Cardo and seizing substantial wealth, the ordinary citizens of the land of waves not only held no resentment towards Naruto and his companions, but were profoundly grateful to them. Even the name of the bridge was changed to Naruto Bridge. Thus, in this matter, Konoha cannot be deemed excessively domineering. However, if one were to truly inquire whether Konoha is domineering, Lu Fan's answer would be an unequivocal yes. They are indeed very domineering, not because of the trifling acts of robbery, but rather because of land. Reflect back upon it. Within the entire Naruto world, the 5 great ninja villages, the second strongest. The Cloud Village is situated in the sky, belonging to the land of lightning, which is remote and resource poor. The third and fourth strongest, the Sand Village and the Rock Village, are respectively littered with sand and stones. The weakest, the Mist Village, is hardly worth mentioning, possessing merely a few dilapidated islands at this juncture. One should also recognize that among the 5 great ninja villages, only the strongest, Konoha, occupies the most fertile lands and the finest plains in the Naruto world. This, indeed, is the true essence of Konoha's domination. If it were not for the fact that the Land of Fire, home to Konoha, occupies the best land in the ninja world, who would willingly engage in endless battles? Naturally, these thoughts were not ones Lu Fan intended to share with Hinata and the others. If he were to corrupt these naive children, how would he continue to deceive them? Therefore, Lu Fan beamed brightly and replied, "Do not overthink it. We of Konoha are all exemplary individuals. How could we possibly covet the wealth of such a small nation? To take it a step further, even if we were to take their money, it would surely be utilized to assist them even better." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba immediately brightened. Indeed, everyone in Konoha is kind-hearted. It must be as Lu Gu says. We should trust in Konoha and believe in truth, goodness, and beauty. Lu Fan smiled as he nodded at Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, then inquired, "So, are you all prepared to spread truth, goodness, and beauty?" "Ready." After Lu Fan's advocacy of truth, goodness, and beauty, brainwashing, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba regained their enthusiasm. "Excellent." Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door of Cardo's estate. In a booming voice, he proclaimed, "We are the ninjas of Konoha. Everyone inside, raise your hands and cover your heads. We are not here to rob. We have come to spread truth, goodness, and beauty." Seated in his chair, Cardo was utterly bewildered. "Ninjas of Konoha? Raise your hands and cover your heads. Squat in the corner. Spread truth, goodness, and beauty? What on earth is this?" Observing Cardo's bewilderment, Lu Fan could not be bothered to elaborate further. He pulled out the Konoha forehead protector from his pocket, tied it around his head, and shouted, "Where is your money hidden? Speak." Upon hearing this and noticing the Konoha forehead protector on Lu Fan's head, Cardo could no longer feign ignorance. Gongtu was right. The ninjas of Konoha had long set their sights on his wealth. Gongtu had only just left, and now the ninjas of Konoha had come to raid him. However, to expect him to surrender without a fight and hand over his money, dream on. Although the strongest Gongtu and his crew had departed, he still had dozens of rogue warriors and rogue ninjas at his disposal. A group of fledgling ninjas, barely having grown their first hair, thought they could simply take his money, kill them all. Cardo gritted his teeth and roared, offering 10 million to each who acts, and an additional 100 million for every kill. At the outset, the wandering samurai and rogue ninjas present were not truly prepared to engage in combat. After all, the forehead protectors worn by Lu Fan and his companions were genuine. Should they provoke Konoha, they would likely meet a fate so dire they wouldn't even comprehend their demise. However, upon hearing the enticing offer of a reward amounting to 1 million yen, their mentalities underwent an immediate transformation. 1 million yen. To put it into perspective, in the village of Konoha, the remuneration for an S-rank mission, equivalent to a national-level conflict, begins at merely 1 million yen. In this moment, Hinata, Shino, Inuzuka Kiba each held a value comparable to that of a national war. 1 million yen. This exaggerated figure not only stirred them, but even Lu Fan found himself tempted, contemplating whether to barter his own life for riches. Thus, with a resounding clang, the first wandering samurai unsheathed his sword, prompting the dozens of rogue ninjas and samurai present to follow suit, their eyes burning with intensity as they fixated on Lu Fan and his 3 companions, sharpening their blades for battle. Observing this, Lu Fan could only shrug helplessly at Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, expressing, "You see, it's not that I lack the desire to propagate truth, goodness, and beauty, but rather, these fellows are beyond redemption." Chapter 36. The Enchanting Thousand-Bird Demon Tree Kill. Lu Fan commanded with a calm smile, having grown accustomed to Lu Fan's orders and the bloodshed of mountain bandits. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba did not hesitate for even a second before launching their attack. Gentle Fist Technique. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Secret Technique. 4-legged Technique. Heart-rending Claw. Secret Technique. Infestation of the Living, with their initial strikes. The wandering ninjas soon regretted their decision. It was only at this moment that they grasped the truth behind the saying that there are only two types of ninjas in this world: Konoha ninjas and others. The disparity in strength between the two categories is fundamentally distinct. Moreover, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba hailed from prestigious Konoha clans, setting them apart from ordinary ninjas. Thus, with the compounded differences in their capabilities, the encounter between Hinata and her companions and the band of rogue ninjas was hardly a battle. It was sheer slaughter. These ordinary wandering ninjas not only possessed weak chakra, but also employed loli, commonplace ninjutsu. Techniques like water wave technique and fire technique might intimidate average civilians, but when faced with Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, even the least adept among them, Shino, could effortlessly evade. Even if he were to take a fire technique head-on, it would merely result in the demise of a few parasitic insects. Consequently, despite their numerical superiority, the ordinary wandering ninjas, numbering in the dozens, unleashed their ninjutsu with great fanfare, seemingly overwhelming Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. In reality, their inflicted damage was minimal as so far. They had only managed to slay a few of Shino's parasites. In stark contrast, each time Hinata, Shino, and Kiba struck, they could easily claim the lives of one or two rogue ninjas, especially Hinata, who, concerned for Naruto, unleashed her full power, the gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 32 palms nearly guaranteed a fatal outcome with each strike. Within mere seconds, the number of wandering ninjas falling beneath her palms could easily be counted at 8, if not 10. It almost shattered the resolve of the rogue ninjas. Nevertheless, the 40-plus ninjas present were still ninjas, not mere foul. Once they regained their composure, they quickly devised a strategy to counter Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. They resorted to distance. Relying on their numbers, they hit at a distance, hurling ninjutsu and tools, shuriken, kunai, small fireballs, desperately bombarding them. Yet, with two of their trio being primarily martial artists, the barrage was too much for only Shino's parasites to withstand. In an instant, the situation reached a stalemate. Of course, while it was termed a stalemate, any discerning eye could see that the scales of victory were gradually tilting in favor of the rogue ninjas. For Hinata, Shino, and Kiba could only passively endure the onslaught, unable to retaliate if this continued. A moment's inattention could lead to a grievous wound from a stray kunai. Even if they remained vigilant, prolonged conflict would not favor them. The rogue ninjas, with their superior numbers, could rotate their rest and maintain their combat effectiveness, while Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, with only 3 members, would inevitably grow fatigued. Thus, Kato could no longer contain his excitement, laughing aloud. Exactly, kill them all for me, and I will reward you handsomely. 1 million yen, or even 1,500,000 yen. Upon hearing this, the wandering ninjas erupted with enthusiasm, throwing their kunai with renewed vigor. Yet just as they believed victory was within their grasp, a chilling voice echoed throughout the estate. Hey, you foolish imbeciles. Don't you dare quote my money at such a reckless price. What? Kato was taken aback, and the wandering ninjas were equally stunned. But before they could regain their senses, a piercing cry shattered the air. 1,000 birds, a blinding blue lightning erupted like a dazzling firework in the center of the estate. The most striking aspect was that on every branch of this azure tree of flowers dangled a bloodied heart, reminiscent of a bewitching demonic tree swaying in the night breeze of Kato's estate. All present were left in awe, including the rogue ninjas who had just lost their hearts to the lightning, instinctively holding their breaths, profoundly shaken by this thunderous floral spectacle. Then, with a thud, they all fell backward, lifeless. What just happened? As the sole survivor apart from Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, Kato trembled, unable to contain his astonishment upon hearing this. Lu Fan stepped forward, standing before the diminutive Kato. With fingers still tinged by the remnants of thunder, he gently tapped Kato's heart and smiled. What happens to a person who has lost their heart? Feeling Lu Fan's finger on his heart, tendrils of lightning coursed through his chest, and in that moment, Kato felt as if he had already perished. Overcome with terror, he collapsed to the ground, emitting the most pitiful wail of his life. No, I don't want to die. Witnessing Kato's cowardly demeanor, Lu Fan's expression revealed no surprise. There are no rules stating that villains must be hardened. Cowards like Kato, who prey on the weak, are the true faces of most evildoers. Now, tell me, where is your money hidden? At the mention of money, Kato, struggling to recover from his fear of death, quickly replied, "I am willing to give you all my money, but you must promise to spare my life." This. Inuzuka Kiba could not suppress his laughter. What a fool. Brother Lu despises evil. He has killed no fewer than 800 mountain bandits and never hesitated. How could he possibly spare you? Hinata and Kiba shared the same sentiment. Yet, Lu Fan hesitated not for a moment. Very well. I promised, as long as you reveal the location of your money, I guarantee I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Kato was overwhelmed with joy and immediately divulged the location and password of his hidden funds, then hurriedly fled the estate, fearing Lu Fan might change his mind. As Kato disappeared from sight, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba could no longer contain themselves. Brother Lu, why didn't you kill him? Hinata was the most anxious of them all, for she had never forgotten the purpose of this mission, to eliminate Kato and fundamentally prevent Zabuza from assassinating Naruto and his companions. In other words, Lu Fan had now allowed Kato to escape, putting Naruto and his team in danger. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Hinata gazed at Lu Fan. You let Kato go for the sake of money. Isn't that putting Naruto and the others at risk? This seems rather excessive, don't you think? The timid Hinata was speaking so sternly for the first time. However, Lu Fan merely smiled, for Hinata had misunderstood him yet again. To put it succinctly, Kato, an ordinary man, could only command Zabuza's lethal skills due to his wealth. Imagine a broke Kato. What leverage would he have over Zabuza? Thus, from beginning to end, what mattered was Kato's money, not Kato himself. Upon hearing this, even a fool would understand. Hinata couldn't help but lower her head in shame, realizing she had misjudged Lu Fan once more. As she offered her apologies, she silently vowed to herself that no matter how absurd things became in the future, she would trust Lu Fan unconditionally and never misunderstand him again. On the other hand, Inuzuka Kiba had no intention of apologizing, as he had never doubted that Lu Fan would jeopardize their mission and endanger Naruto. He simply felt that Lu Fan should not have let Kato escape. Kato has committed numerous heinous acts, and even hired assassins to target our Konoha ninjas. Why did you spare him? Hearing this, Hinata and Shino turned their gazes toward Lu Fan, hoping for an explanation. With a smile, Lu Fan responded, "Why did I not kill him? Because that would be too merciful. Indeed, for Kato, to be easily slain by a ninja would be a disgrace. He deserved a far more brutal fate." What do you mean by a more brutal fate? Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were momentarily taken aback. Lu Fan gazed in the direction where Kato had fled. Imagine, if you were a citizen of the Land of Waves and suddenly saw Kato, the wealthy merchant who had oppressed you for years, bloodied and alone, staggering to your door without a penny to his name. What would you do? The three of them shuddered at the thought. If that were the case, Kato would likely be torn to pieces by the enraged citizens of the Land of Waves, consumed bit by bit, wouldn't he, as they envisioned that horrific scene. A voice of astonishment suddenly echoed from the shadows not far from where Kato had departed. "Are you Kato?" Before Kato could respond, the question transformed into a furious exclamation upon seeing his bloodied and solitary figure. "You damned beast, look at you now! Ha ha! The heavens have truly opened their eyes, allowing us to capture you." Realizing the implications, even a fool would understand that Kato would not survive this encounter. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba instinctively turned to Lu Fan, who merely smiled faintly, unconcerned that he had only guaranteed that he would not kill Kato, but he had not promised to ensure Kato's survival. Besides, Kato was nothing more than a dog of a man, hardly worth his energy. The only thing Lu Fan cared about was that substantial sum of money. The deadline for Tsunade's recruitment was merely today. Lu Fan approached the study in Kato's mansion. "This should be it," he said, extending his hand to gently rotate a vase. With a soft click, it sounded like the turning of mechanical gears. Suddenly, the floor of the study trembled, and before long, a two-person wide underground passage appeared in the center of the room. According to Kato's instructions, all the wealth he had amassed over the years was stored in this underground vault. Without hesitation, Lu Fan led Hinata, Shino, and Kiba into the secret chamber, but once inside, they were left speechless. For there was another person in the underground vault. Raikiri. They beheld a masked ninja, whose origins were unclear, standing before a reinforced door. Like a welder, he continually utilized the lightning technique known as Raikiri to slice through the alloy door. It seemed he had been at it for a while, as a substantial gash had already been cut into the previously impenetrable door. At a thief. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were taken aback, They had never expected to encounter a thief in such a place. Lu Fan was also somewhat surprised, for he recognized this thief. After all, there was only one person in the world capable of using Raikiri, and that was Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin of Konoha. However, according to the original storyline, Kakashi should be engaged in battle with Zabuza alongside Naruto and the others. Why was he here instead? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fan quickly deduced the answer: shadow clone. Let us not forget that Kakashi could also use shadow clones. The most significant characteristic of a shadow clone is that it possesses a tangible form and can carry a portion, or even more, of the original's chakra. Indeed, it must be so. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and nodded lightly. If that were the case, everything would make sense. In his previous life, while watching the anime, he had always found it strange that Kakashi, one of Konoha's strongest jonin, would seem so drained after casting a mere few B-rank techniques. With Raikiri leaving him incapacitated for several days that time, he rationalized that it was the immense drain of the Sharingan that limited his ability to use ninjutsu frequently. However, those who had watched the subsequent episodes knew that regardless of the opponent, Kakashi had never ceased to wield Raikiri, occasionally employing Kamui as well. If Naruto and Killer Bee were to improve their chakra reserves so rapidly, it could be explained by their adeptness at utilizing the power banks, tailed beasts, which, alongside their age, propelled their chakra growth significantly. In the Naruto setting, ages 10 to 14 are crucial for a ninja's chakra development. But what about Kakashi? He had no power banks, and age alone, while he was in his 20s, would only lead to a decline in his vitality without enhancing his strength. Thus, no matter how one looked at it, Kakashi's performance against Zabuza had always seemed odd. If one were to suggest he was holding back, it didn't seem plausible, given that he had even used his signature technique, Raikiri. Yet, if he was not holding back, how could he, a man who could go toe-to-toe with Kaguya Otsutsuki, struggle evenly with Zabuza? Did that not insult Kaguya? Regardless of how one reasoned, none of it made sense. However, witnessing the scene before him today, everything fell into place. First and foremost, Kakashi had indeed not held back because he had only that much chakra at the time. After all, without the support of a power bank, no matter how much chakra he had, it would never suffice for the relentless casting of Raikiri by his shadow clones. With that thought, the confusion in Lu Fan's eyes gradually dissipated. Combining his memories from watching the anime in his previous life, he had unraveled the entire situation. Meanwhile, the masked Kakashi was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. He could not fathom that he would find Lu Fan and the others here. Could it be that the third Hokage was concerned for him and had sent Kurenai to assist? However, what about Yukaheim? Kakashi carefully sensed the surroundings and confirmed that there was no trace of Yukaheim nearby. Present were only the 4 Genin students, Lu Fan, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. At this moment, Kakashi was even more bewildered. With the teacher absent, how did Team 8 end up in the Land of Waves? It was one thing to arrive in the Land of Waves, but how did these individuals manage to infiltrate the underground treasury of the Kato Manor and catch him off guard? Where were Kato and his subordinates? Kakashi felt overwhelmed, contemplating whether to remove his mask to seek clarification. Lu Fan, perceiving his intent, decisively shouted, "Who are you, thief? Do you have no shame? How dare you steal the hard-earned money of the people of the Land of Waves?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback, suddenly realizing he could not recklessly reveal his identity. Though there were no outsiders present, and they were all from Konoha, the issue was that Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba hailed from prestigious families and were rather naive, unaware of the darker aspects of the shinobi world. If they were to discover that a high-ranking shinobi from Konoha was stealing the people's hard-earned money, how would they react? Would they find it repugnant and feel disillusioned with Konoha, even if they were resilient enough not to be affected by the incident? The more people who learned of it, the greater the risk of it spreading. If that were to happen, what would become of him? Kakashi Hitaki, the renowned copy ninja, a highly regarded figure in the shinobi world, caught secretly prying into the treasury of the Land of Waves? If this became public knowledge, it would not only be a disgrace for Kakashi, but would also tarnish Konoha's reputation. It is worth noting that Konoha, as the foremost village in the shinobi world, has always prided itself on ideals of peace, friendship, and mutual assistance, placing great importance on its reputation. Otherwise, Kakashi would have boldly stormed into the manor to seize the money without the need for disguise or stealth to engage in such despicable thievery. Thus, with this thought in mind, Kakashi resolved that for the sake of his own honor and that of Konoha, He must not reveal his identity under any circumstances. Observing this, Lufan couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Excellent. Concern for reputation is commendable. What he feared was not Kakashi's sense of dignity, but rather his lack of it, for as long as Kakashi valued his face, he would not need to hold back. Regardless of who was beneath that mask, as long as he did not remove it, he would be treated as an enemy. Kill him. Chapter 38. Who exactly is Lufan? With Lufan's command, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba did not hesitate for even a second. Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 32 palms. 8 strikes. Secret technique. Beast transformation. Secret technique. Soul devour. Having witnessed the power of Raikiri, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba unleashed their most formidable techniques. Of course, these so-called killing moves were insignificant to Kakashi. If he so desired, with a single Raikiri, in an instant, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba would be pierced through the heart by lightning. However, that was not an option. Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile. He was not insane. How could he truly harm Hinata and the others? Yet, not retaliating while being passively beaten was clearly not a viable solution. Firstly, the space in the underground chamber was too confined, leaving little room to evade. Secondly, this body of his was merely a shadow clone that if he were inadvertently struck by a more powerful ninjutsu, it would collapse instantly. He could neither attack nor evade. Faced with this situation, even Kakashi, accustomed to facing great storms, could not devise a suitable solution. While the four were entangled, Lufan had already used the password given by Kato to unlock the door to the alloy treasury. The next moment, Kakashi, along with Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, heard a shocked exclamation. Impossible. How could it be empty? What? Kakashi's entire being trembled. Seizing the moment while Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba were in a daze, he swiftly maneuvered past them. Rushing to the door of the alloy treasury, just a glance left Kakashi stunned. The vast alloy treasury was utterly devoid of anything. Not a single yen could be found, let alone the imagined vast fortune. How could this be? Where is the money? Kakashi struggled to believe it, for Kato's hidden stash had long been investigated by the Umbu and Root. Before leaving, both the Hokage and Danzo had confirmed with him that the money was hidden here. Yet now, the ironclad truth lay before him, leaving Kakashi somewhat dazed. If the information from Umbu and Root was erroneous, then that was one thing. But if the intelligence was correct, how could such a large sum of money simply vanish? Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba wore equally bewildered expressions. Just moments ago, Kato had personally confirmed that all his money was stored here. Could it be that Kato had lied? Did Kato employ some sort of illusion to hide the money elsewhere? With this thought, Kakashi, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba all concluded they needed to find Kato quickly to clarify the situation. After all, the money belonged to him, and only he knew where it was truly hidden. However, could they really get a clear answer? Lufan, standing aside, smiled silently, a thought flickering in his mind. Meanwhile, Kato, who was being mercilessly beaten by the citizens of the Land of Waves, suddenly stiffened, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Unable to utter a single word, he succumbed to an abrupt death. Witnessing this, the citizens of the Land of Waves erupted into uproarious laughter, believing Kato had been beaten to death. Yet only Kato himself knew that in his final moments. He recalled the smiling Konoha ninja, whose seemingly casual touch upon his chest had sealed his fate. You deceived me? 3 days later, in Konoha village, Hokage's office. What on earth is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in frustration, rapping his fingers on the table, while Shimura Danzo listened attentively, both wearing expressions that suggested a storm was brewing. The funds from the Land of Waves had been meticulously planned for quite some time, and they had even envisioned how to spend the money upon acquiring it. Yet, unexpectedly, the typically reliable Kakashi had managed to botch the whole affair this time. Kakashi offered a bitter smile, that to be honest. Even now he remained bewildered. He had no idea what had transpired and could only recount the events that had unfolded. After hearing his account, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were equally perplexed. The three exchanged glances for a while before Danzo could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, What on earth? What do you mean that Team 8 killed bandits, uncovered a secret letter, and then found Kato based on that letter? What does this have to do with Team 8? Where is Yukaheim? Fetch her. I need to ask her what is going on. What? Yukaheim isn't here. You mean only the genin from Team 8 went? Looking at the astonished Danzo, Kakashi forced a bitter smile that to be honest. He was just as clueless about the situation that he merely relayed what Lu Fan had told him to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He himself was still in a state of confusion. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who remained the most composed. He quickly discerned that Kakashi was just as lost in this matter. After some contemplation, he instructed the Umbu by his side, "Go, bring me Lu Fan, Lu Fan." Kakashi found it somewhat peculiar and was unable to comprehend why Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Lu Fan. After all, throughout the recounting of events, Lu Fan had merely played the role of a bystander, drifting along without any significant involvement. Initially, it was Inuzuka Kiba who expressed a desire to undertake a challenging mission, prompting Lu Fan to devise a plan to leave Konoha. Then, it was Kiba who discovered the confidential message, leading to a vote involving Shino, Hinata, and others, after which Lu Fan decided to assist Team 7. Subsequently, it was Hinata's deep concern for Naruto that compelled them to pursue him all the way to the Land of Waves. Even during the climactic battle, Lu Fan refrained from engaging in combat. It could be said that, based solely on the descriptions provided by Hinata and Shino, Lu Fan was not a central figure in the entire affair. In simpler terms, Lu Fan resembled a well-meaning student who, due to his amiable nature and inability to refuse others, found himself unwittingly led to an internet CF by a group of troublemakers. This left Kakashi baffled as to why Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to speak with Lu Fan first. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head lightly. Although, on the surface, Lu Fan appeared to play an inconsequential role in this matter, and the lost money seemed unrelated to him, he had an instinctive feeling that Lu Fan might indeed be of great significance. Lu Fan of Team 8. We are members of the Umbu, and the Hokage has questions for you. Please accompany us. The Umbu, donning a hunting dog mask, regarded Lu Fan and his companions, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, with a cold, serious gaze, conveying an undeniable sense of authority that brooked no refusal. Upon hearing this, Kiba grew anxious and indignantly thumped his chest, declaring, "One person does the deed. One person bears the consequences." It was I, Inuzuka Kiba, who suggested we embark on a C-rank mission outside the village. If there are questions, the Hokage can ask me directly. Why involve Lu Fan? The hunting dog Umbu did not respond, merely fixing a frosty stare upon Lu Fans and Umbu. He was solely tasked with executing the Hokage's orders. What mattered most was Lu Fan's attitude. The words of others were inconsequential. However, Shino quietly offered a response. I believe the Hokage's actions are not due to Lu Fan's commoner background, but rather a reflection of something else. Upon hearing this, the hunting dog Umbu remained unfazed, reiterating his indifference to the opinions of others and clarifying that this was not his decision. Nevertheless, Shino's statement ignited Kiba's fury. Damn it! Who says Lu Fan's family isn't comprised of ninjas? I, Inuzuka Kiba, am Lu Fan's brother, and our clan is his family. At this, Kiba glared at the hunting dog Umbu, asserting, "You listen well. If you dare to mistreat Lu Fan, the Inuzuka clan will not let you off lightly." The hunting dog Umbu was left speechless, for he, too, belonged to the Inuzuka clan and was, in fact, Kiba's cousin. However, he had never anticipated that Kiba would go to such lengths for Lu Fan. Even more surprising was Hinata, the princess of the Hyuga clan, who nodded in agreement. This matter has nothing to do with Lu Fan. It was my decision to accompany Naruto that led to this situation. If there are to be any consequences, let them fall upon me. At this declaration, the hunting dog Umbu was genuinely astonished. He had not expected that a mere commoner like Lu Fan could inspire the heirs of both the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans to confront the Hokage on his behalf. Even more astonishing was Shino's support. If Lu Fan is to be punished, I, Yamanaka Shino, am also willing to accept the same punishment. This left the hunting dog Umbu in a state of shock. This was not to suggest that the Yamanaka clan held more sway than the Hyuga clan, but rather a matter of temperament. The Yamanaka clan was known in Konoha for their reserved nature, adhering to a creed of avoiding the limelight, refraining from taking sides, and maintaining a low profile. Yet, in this instance, Shino, as the next heir of the Yamanaka clan, had made such a public declaration, which was simply unbelievable. Nevertheless, the hunting dog Umbu remained steadfast, reiterating his commitment as an Umbu to serve the Hokage, focusing solely on executing the Hokage's orders, indifferent to other matters. Witnessing the Umbu's unwavering stance, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba grew increasingly frustrated. Believing such treatment to be profoundly unfair, Kiba, baring his fangs, activated the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, while Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the hunting dog Umbu in search of vulnerabilities. Shino, without reservation, summoned a swarm of insects to hover above the hunting dog Umbu, ready to unleash them at Lu Fan's command. As Hinata, Shino, and Kiba prepared to take action against the Umbu, the hunting dog Umbu began to sweat nervously. He was not afraid of being overpowered by the trio, but rather concerned about the potential consequences of engaging with such high-status individuals. Just as the situation appeared poised to spiral into chaos, Lu Fan stepped forward, gently shaking his head. That I understand your intentions, but there is no need for such measures. Kiba was about to protest, but Lu Fan interjected, trust me to his words. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba immediately complied, retracting their claws, Byakugan, and insects, respectively. The hunting dog Umbu was left utterly bewildered. If previously the support of Hinata, Shino, and Kiba for Lu Fan could be attributed to youthful exuberance and camaraderie, it now transcended mere friendship. Lu Fan exhibited an almost military-like authority over them, a command that demanded respect. To be candid, in the hunting dog Umbu's experience, many instructors from various ninja classes were not nearly as effective as Lu Fan in commanding their students, coupled with the fact that the Hokage had summoned Lu Fan personally. The hunting dog Umbu began to harbor doubts. Who exactly was this Lu Fan? Chapter 39. Sarutobi will be kicked out, right? Everyone need not worry too much. The Hokage likely only wishes to ask me a few questions. Nothing serious, Lu Fan reassured Hinata, Shino, and Kiba with a smile. However, they were not fools. The forthright Kiba immediately questioned, if there are questions to be asked, why not ask the three of us instead of only Lu Fan? Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. Sensing their agitation rising again, the hunting dog Umbu tightened his nerves, fearful of a potential altercation. Yet, Lu Fan's cold expression halted them. Are you trying to put me in jeopardy? I, Lu Fan, have conducted myself with integrity. I trust that the Hokage will not wrongfully accuse me. On the contrary, your actions make me appear guilty, only complicating matters further. Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba hesitated, fearing that their impulsive actions might genuinely harm Lu Fan. Observing their change in demeanor, the hunting dog Umbu quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Hokage will see through the situation and will not wrong Lu Fan. You can rest assured. Shut your mouth, Kiba growled, spinning around to face the Umbu with bared fangs. Let me tell you this. If my brother Lu Fan is unjustly punished, I guarantee you will not escape unscathed. Upon this remark, Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. The members of the hunting dog Umbu were left utterly bewildered, their hearts brimming with a profound sense of grievance. After all, the one seeking to interrogate Lu Fan was none other than the Hokage. Why, then, were they creating trouble for him? With light steps, Lu Fan proceeded with a composed demeanor, as if he were not on his way to face an interrogation, but rather to share a cup of tea with the Hokage. Walking alongside him, the hunting dog Umbu felt a twinge of unease. This was due to the fact that, under Lu Fan's persuasion, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba had ultimately abandoned their intention to use force to prevent his departure. Instead, they resolved to employ a more resolute means to assist Lu Fan. They would return home and leverage their family's influence to pressure the Hokage. The heirs of the three great clans of Konoha were willing to go to such lengths for the sake of a mere commoner. To the hunting dog Umbu, this was simply astonishing. Contemplating this, one of the Umbu members could not help but turn and scrutinize Lu Fan closely. He appeared as steadfast as a pine tree, with a visage reminiscent of jade, a picture of a graceful young man. In terms of appearance alone, Lu Fan was undoubtedly the most remarkable and handsome youth the hunting dog Umbu had ever encountered. Yet, what stood out even more than his looks was his unruffled demeanor. It is worth noting that Lu Fan was merely 14 years old. That a boy of such an age, facing the prospect of being questioned by the Hokage, was astonishingly composed. Just in terms of this calmness, the nearly 30-year-old members of the hunting dog Umbu felt a pang of inadequacy. Reflecting on this, one of the Umbu members could not help but exclaim. As Lu Fan so aptly stated, those who are guilty tend to feel unease. How could someone as poised as him possibly be a thief? I dare say the Hokage has genuinely erred this time. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan merely smiled faintly. While the sentiment regarding the guilty feeling uneasy was indeed accurate, it was Kakashi who was engaging in thievery in the underground chamber, not him. Why should he feel any guilt? He had entered the Kato estate with an invitation in hand. Moreover, the funds in question were indeed the life-saving money promised to him by Kato that if anything, he had acquired it in a perfectly above-board manner. Even if one were to argue that he were a thief, who decreed that thieves must always feel guilty. There is an old saying in Huaxia, those who steal a hook are punished, while those who steal a country are honored. Stealing 100 yuan makes one a petty thief, while stealing an advanced American fighter jet makes one a national hero. Lu Fan smiled faintly as he opened the Hokage mobile game. The system interface was flooded with notifications. Ding! Recharge of 14,520,000 yen received, acquiring 2,100 gold, including 648 from the first recharge. Gold doubled. Would you like to spend 298 gold to directly purchase B-rank ninja swimsuit Tsunade? Yes, congratulations, you have acquired B-rank Tsunade summer swimsuit. In addition, there was a long list of recruitment notifications. Acquired C-rank Jiraiya, youth, 5. B-rank Akatsuki Itachi 5. C-rank Uzumaki Hinata, girl, 5. A-rank Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki 5. A total of 100 recruitment notifications appeared, far too many to peruse in a single sitting. Over the past 3 days, Lu Fan had only summarized a few crucial and immediately usable recruitment notifications. Firstly, after 100 draws, he had gathered a complete set of 6 ninjas, namely, B-rank Uchiha Obito, youth, B-rank CHJR, B-rank Haruno Sakura, Shippuden, C-rank Uzumaki Naruto, youth, C-rank Ryu, and C-rank Tsuzan. Since the individual strength of these 6 ninjas paled in comparison to Uchiha Sasuke, Shippuden, Lu Fan opted not to deploy them. However, even without their appearance, the combined attributes and ninjutsu enhancements from these 6 ninjas, along with the directly purchased swimsuit Tsunade, resulted in a significant boost to Lu Fan's overall power. Character, Lu Fan, Ninjutsu, 4056, Tsunade 3, Youth Obito 3, Shippuden Sakura 3, Naruto, Taijutsu, 3452, Tsunade 4, Youth Obito 2, Shippuden Sakura, Chakra, 4482-14681, Ninetales 9999, Swimsuit Tsunade 52, Youth Obito, wink with a frown. The minimum threshold for shadow level strength is 50. Identity, Konoha Jinin, son of the dumpling shop owner, Ninjutsu Taijutsu, Bijou Transformation, Ninetales 4 Tails, Bijou Bomb, Ninetales 4 Tails, Lightning Release, Kirin, a rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, stackable. Lu Fan gently clenched his fist. He was still uncertain how much stronger he had truly become. As he had yet to engage in a full-force battle, over the past 3 days, he had been under constant scrutiny and had no opportunity to participate in the dueling arena. However, purely from the attribute panel, it was evident that his strength had already reached the shadow level. Although he had only just reached this milestone, it was indisputable that he was now a shadow-level powerhouse. With the addition of powerful ninjutsu and the vast chakra from the 4 Tails and 9 Tails, he was confident that he could easily handle formidable opponents such as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the 4th Raikage. He felt assured that he could readily contend with the likes of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Moreover, beyond his personal strength, the overall power of the Lu family dumpling shop had also experienced a remarkable leap. The ninjas he chose not to deploy could still be summoned. Unfortunately, due to being under the watchful eye of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Fan found it difficult to summon all of these ninjas at once. Otherwise, with the combined might of Tsunade in her swimsuit, Youth Obito, 4 Tails Old Purple, and Shippuden Sakura, he would stand a chance against the 4 great ninja villages, if not matching Konoha, Cloud, Rock, and Sand, at least having a fighting chance against the Mist Village. The most frightening aspect was that, in addition to the ninjas he could immediately utilize, his haul from this round was far from over. The value of the 100 consecutive draws encompassed more than just these B and C rank ninjas. Among the A rank ninjas, the mightiest Raikage A Youth had yielded 20 fragments this time. Coupled with the previous 10 fragments drawn, the total number of fragments for Raikage A Youth had reached a solid 30. Just 10 fragments shy of a complete card. Furthermore, the strongest S-rank ninja, Might Guy, 8th Gate, had also surpassed half, now totaling 55 fragments. Not only that, but as Might Guy, 8th Gate, exceeded half, an experience card had also appeared in his card bag. S-rank Might Guy, 8th Gate, experience card. Using this experience card allows for the choice of deployment or summoning 8th Gate Guy. lasting for 12 hours. Would you like to use it? Observing the 8th Gate Might Guy experience card, Lu Fan could not help but burst into laughter if his skyrocketing personal power had just reached the shadow level and was still insufficient to instill fear in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then this experience card for 8th Gate Might Guy provided him with the confidence to face the 3rd Hokage without trepidation. It was not that he looked down upon the elderly 3rd Hokage. Rather, how could an old man who could not even defeat Orochimaru possibly withstand a kick capable of shattering the 6 paths of Obito? With a snicker, Lu Fan found himself laughing aloud, leaving the members of the hunting dog Umbu utterly perplexed. Even if one were to be guilt-free and unperturbed by the notion of being questioned by the Hokage, was it truly necessary to laugh so heartily? It's nothing, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I just recalled something rather amusing. If he were to receive such a kick, I fear the 3rd Hokage would be sent flying. Chapter 40. What's wrong with my discontent? Though he was unaware of what amused Lu Fan, the hunter dog Umbu kindly cautioned him to refrain from smiling. After all, the Hokage building had arrived. With a shadow-level prowess and a Death Gate Might Guy experience card in hand, Lu Fan was certainly not intimidated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he was undeniably curious, for both in his past life and this one. He had only ever gazed upon the exterior of the Hokage building from a distance. This was his first time stepping inside. Lu Fan strolled through the building with an air of casual ease. As if he were visiting a scenic spot, the hunter dog Umbu felt both amused and exasperated. How was it that Lu Fan appeared more at ease than him, an Umbu? Without further ado, fearing that Lu Fan's aimless wandering might provoke trouble, the hunter dog Umbu hastened his pace, quickly escorting Lu Fan to the Hokage's office door, naturally, without the distinguished identities of Sasuke or Naruto. A commoner like Lu Fan could not simply barge in. Does he truly believe that just anyone can pilfer the Book of Seals from the Hokage residence? It was no simple matter for an ordinary person to meet the Hokage. The hunter dog Umbu had to first report to the antelope Umbu stationed outside the door, explaining their purpose. Once the antelope Umbu verified their identities and confirmed their intentions, they were allowed to enter the office. After a considerable wait, a deep voice finally resonated from within that moment. The antelope Umbu nodded towards the hunter dog Umbu and Lu Fan, signaling them to enter. Please, go ahead. After navigating through this cumbersome procedure, even the hunter dog Umbu found himself holding his breath, palms sweating as tension mounted. Cautiously pushing the door open, he tiptoed forward, gesturing for Lu Fan to follow. However, Lu Fan had no intention of trailing behind the hunter dog Umbu like a timid woman. He boldly stepped forward, swiftly surpassing the hunter dog Umbu and leading the way into the office. This display startled the hunter dog Umbu, as protocol dictated that an Umbu should escort visitors to meet the Hokage, both as a sign of respect and for safety considerations. With Umbu positioned between the Hokage and the suspect, security was enhanced. Lu Fan's forwardness clearly transgressed these norms. Furthermore, the hunter dog Umbu was apprehensive that Lu Fan, in his youthful exuberance, might inadvertently offend Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fortunately, regardless of who Sarutobi Hiruzen truly was, he adeptly maintained a facade of cordiality. Not only did he refrain from reprimanding Lu Fan for his impetuous behavior, but he also warmly praised him, saying, "Young man, you stride with the vigor of a dragon and tiger, truly full of spirit." Lu Fan grinned, unfazed, while others might be deceived by the 3rd Hokage's benevolent demeanor. He was well aware of the man's true nature from having watched the anime countless times. If it had been before his journey to the Land of Waves, Lu Fan might have been inclined to feign amiability in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, pretending to be a good child out of respect for the disparity in power. But now, setting aside their shared status as shadow-level powerhouses, he possessed the Might Guy experience card. Was there any need to indulge this old man? And who was Sarutobi Hiruzen? He was the longest-serving Hokage in Konoha's history, a shrewd veteran who had held the title for decades. It was clear to him that Lu Fan was disinterested in idle pleasantries. Even sensing a lack of respect emanating from Lu Fan in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew frosty. However, he did not erupt immediately. Instead, he waved dismissively at the hunter dog Umbu. "You may leave." After the hunter dog Umbu exited, the Hokage's demeanor shifted, his voice turning. "I see why. Lu Fan, it seems you harbor some discontent towards me." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle. He did not deny it. He indeed held reservations about Sarutobi Hiruzen. For even back in his previous life while watching the anime, he had never been fond of this character. As for the reasons, let us put it this way, aside from Naruto. Konoha's Hokages comprised 6 generations. The first Hokage, Hashirama, was magnanimous. The second, Tobirama, was forthright. The fourth, Minato, radiated warmth. The fifth, Tsunade, was nurturing, with ample assets. And the sixth, Kakashi, was kind-hearted. Excluding Naruto, the 6 Hokages had cultivated a Konoha characterized by positivity, unity, and camaraderie. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood apart. During his tenure, Konoha witnessed the Uchiha massacre, Orochimaru's human experimentation, and Danzo Shimura's enslavement of villagers to establish the root organization. Lu Fan could unreservedly assert that Sarutobi Hiruzen, when compared to the previous generations of water shadows from the Blood Mist village, might still be considered a decent village leader. Yet, when compared to the other 5 Hokages from his own village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was entirely unworthy of the title. What was this talk of the flames of Konoha dancing eternally? Other Hokages had the right to utter such words, but not him. Under his governance, Konoha was rife with darkness and repugnant affairs, and its strength was at its nadir since Hashirama established the village. To put it bluntly, had either Hashirama or Tobirama been alive, not only would they not have faced invasion, but the Hokage could have marched into Sunagakure and slain the Kazekage before all the Sand Shinobi without a second thought. Would mere Sand Shinobi dare to utter a word? Speaking of which, it is laughable. The esteemed Hokage of Konoha, theoretically the strongest leader among the 5 great ninja villages, toiled desperately and only managed to exchange a mere arm of his own disciple, Orochimaru. What an embarrassment. The reputation of all Hokages throughout history has been tarnished by his failures. The title of ninja champion sounds impressive, yet the actual achievements are shockingly inadequate. Clearly a case of blowing smoke. And let us consider, was Orochimaru truly that formidable? To put it plainly, Orochimaru was merely adept at bullying the weak and excelling in scientific research. When faced with true masters, such as Itachi Uchiha, he was swiftly eliminated. To illustrate this point humorously, if we were to divide Orochimaru into 6 parts, 4 limbs and a torso, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would equate to 16 Orochimarus. And considering that Orochimaru was swiftly defeated by Itachi Uchiha, this could be viewed as a ratio of 1:10 at the very least. This implies that a lackluster figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen could potentially be taken down by Itachi Uchiha 60 times over. Of course, this is merely jest. Itachi Uchiha could never defeat 60 Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, it is undeniable that Itachi is indeed superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a fact that few would contest. Under the circumstances where Itachi Uchiha surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is utterly baffling that Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Itachi to annihilate his entire clan. Of course, he couched his words in pleasantries, claiming that sacrifices were necessary for the peace of the village, implying that if they did not act, the Uchiha would eventually rebel, endangering even their own siblings. But in reality, if we assess their combat capabilities, Itachi Uchiha could easily overpower the 3rd Hokage. His father, who wielded the Manjiki Sharingan, would have had strength that only surpassed Itachi at the time. And the Uchiha clan boasted numerous high-level combatants, including Shinzo. To put it plainly, could 2 subpar figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Shimura truly contend with the Uchiha? In a genuine conflict, who would face annihilation? Of course, at this juncture, some individuals mesmerized by Sarutobi Hiruzen's superficial image might argue. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is just. The Uchiha clan is rebellious and in the wrong. Itachi Uchiha acted with great righteousness, sacrificing his family for the greater good. Yet, have they ever pondered a crucial question? Why had the Uchiha clan, having remained peaceful in Konoha for hundreds of years, chosen to rebel during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure? On one hand, it was undoubtedly due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's incompetence, as the Uchiha clan believed they could emerge victorious. With both the interstitial and the threshold unable to prevail, rebellion is naturally out of the question. However, on the other hand, the original text also states that the living conditions of the Uchiha clan have deteriorated significantly, with the higher-ups of Konoha deliberately suppressing them. Just guess, who exactly are these higher-ups of Konoha? To put it simply, the Uchiha clan's rebellion was essentially forced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he didn't do this, how could the Sarutobi clan maintain their position as the second family in Konoha? What is most disgusting is that, While coercing others into rebellion is already deplorable, he lacks the true strength to defeat them in a fair fight. If someone were to be outmatched, they wouldn't have much to say. Yet, how did he handle the situation? He took advantage of Uchiha Itachi's immature mindset, deceiving a minor. Itachi was only 13 at the time, into killing his entire family. After Itachi committed this atrocity, he even allowed Danzo to collect all the Uchiha clan Sharingan for human experimentation. Is this the behavior of a human being? At this point, everyone should have a clearer understanding of the true Sarutobi Hiruzen. To summarize, it can be expressed succinctly in a couplet. Upper line, strength. Strength, merely a joke. Lower line, schemes and tricks, soaring high. Horizontal inscription, Hokage, a farce. Among all the Hokage throughout history, the one whom Lu Fan disdains the most is the old Sarutobi. Thus, when confronted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Lu Fan had no desire to feign politeness. He simply smirked coldly and stated, "Indeed, I have grievances against you to so what?" Chapter 41. I, Lu Fan, of humble origins, harmless. Indeed, I have grievances against you. Huh? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. His previous question was merely an attempt to intimidate Lu Fan, to assert his authority. After all, typically, anyone faced with such a question would respond with fear and denial. He is the Hokage. After all, in a certain sense, he is the most powerful individual in this world. What normal person would dare to voice dissent against him? Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, donning a smile as he cheerfully inquired, "Oh, can you elaborate on the specific aspects in which you hold grievances against me, Lu Fan?" At this sight, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This old hypocrite is truly adept at masking his true feelings. However, it was unfortunate that he had no interest in playing along. "Lord Hokage, since it is only the two of us here, there is no need for you to put on a facade of amiability. You summoned me here precisely because of my humble background, making it convenient for you to manipulate me. If there are any issues, just speak plainly." These words were akin to a resounding slap in the face. A scathing rebuke of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy at this moment. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how composed he was, could no longer maintain his facade. His expression turned cold. "Very well. Then let me ask you, is there no particular reason for you to take Team 8 out of the village?" Lu Fan remained unflappable. It is because our Team 8 is unwilling to remain idle. We aspire to undertake more challenging missions. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately incensed, ready to use this as an excuse to reprimand Lu Fan. However, before he could speak, Lu Fan continued with a smile. "But this decision was not made solely by me. It was a collective resolution reached by the four of us in Team 8. The implication was clear. If there were to be any penalties, they should be applied to all four members of Team 8. Whatever punishment you see fit, we shall accept together." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration. If he were to impose severe consequences on Hinata, Shino, and Kiba over such a trivial matter, it would inevitably provoke rebellion from the three clans. Thus, after careful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only swallow his anger. Skipping this issue, he pressed on with his interrogation. "Then why did you choose to accompany Team 7? At this, Lu Fan did not respond immediately, but turned his gaze disdainfully towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What? Did Kakashi-sensei not clarify the sequence of events to you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless. Of course, Kakashi had explained everything to him, but that only served to highlight the absence of any fault. In Kakashi's account, Lu Fan, along with Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, was portrayed as the most innocent of all. This is precisely why he had summoned Lu Fan alone, intending to exert pressure. In his mind, as the Hokage, interrogating a mere child fresh out of the academy would be a piece of cake. He imagined that Lu Fan would be so intimidated by his presence that he would inadvertently reveal his weaknesses. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lu Fan, upon encountering the Hokage, exhibited not an ounce of nervousness. Instead, he appeared almost leisurely, so much so that during Sarutobi Hiruzen's moment of distraction, Lu Fan casually opened his drawer. Retrieving his prized collection of tea, worth a staggering 50,000 yen per 2 grams, from the ancient tea trees of the land of water, he leisurely began brewing tea for himself. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart bleed. The tea Lu Fan was preparing was the early spring new tea from a millennium-old tea tree, worth 500,000 yen per 2 grams, reserved for entertaining esteemed guests. He himself rarely indulged in it. Yet here was Lu Fan, helping himself to a generous portion, instantly depleting a significant amount from the jar. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely felt the urge to slap Lu Fan. However, the tea was already brewing. The die was cast. After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained himself from exploding in anger. After all, he was the Hokage. If he were to lose his temper over such a trivial matter, it could easily lead to rumors suggesting that the esteemed Hokage was quarreling with a child over a cup of tea. Would he be willing to sacrifice the reputation he had painstakingly built as the benevolent, grandfatherly figure of Konoha? Thus, after a moment of reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to calm himself down, even forcing a smile through his irritation. Lu Fan, do you enjoy drinking tea? Not particularly, Lu Fan replied, shaking his head gently, a grin spreading across his face. That I was merely concerned that Lord Hokage might not be able to finish it, so I thought I'd help you waste a little. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he might faint from rage. Help him waste a little? Is this even a valid excuse? How shameless can one be? He inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm. Keep your composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that Lu Fan is intentionally trying to provoke you. You must stay composed and not fall for his tricks. Losing your temper would only undermine your position as Hokage. Though the reasoning was sound, the anger was palpable, staring at Lu Fan's mocking smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his eyes redden with indignation. Observing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, when dealing with a hypocrite like Sarutobi Hiruzen, one merely needs 3 words: shamelessness, as long as one is sufficiently shameless. Sarutobi Hiruzen would be powerless against them, for as the Hokage, he must uphold his dignity. For instance, if Uchiha Itachi had been approached by Sarutobi Hiruzen back in the day, and had he been a bit more shameless, he could have responded with something like, if the Uchiha clan wants to rebel, let them. It has nothing to do with me. The emperor takes turns, and this year it is my family's turn. Had such sentiments been expressed, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have faced annihilation. Thus, even as Lu Fan audaciously indulged in the exquisite tea leaves cherished by Sarutobi Hiruzen, drinking half and pouring out the other half, Sarutobi dared not confront Lu Fan directly. He could only endure the agony in his heart, feigning ignorance of his own tea. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on with his inquiry. You need not concern yourself with whether Kakashi has spoken to me. I wish for you to tell me why you have been covertly tailing Team 7 to 8 this juncture. A flicker of realization crossed Sarutobi's gaze. Embedded within this question was a trap, should Lu Fan respond. It would imply his own admission of secretly tracking Team 7 in. This would provide Sarutobi with an opportunity to scrutinize Lu Fan's actions, isolating him from Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, and relentlessly interrogating him. However, in the face of this query, Lu Fan merely smiled gently. Regarding this matter, I believe it would be more appropriate for you, esteemed Hokage, to inquire with Inuzuka Kiba, as it was he who uncovered the leads that led us to track Team 7. The decision to do so was made collectively by Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. As for me, Lu Fan spread his hands innocently. As a commoner-born ninja, it is a blessing not to be bullied. What authority do I possess? Chapter 42. I am the Hokage. My words are law authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his temper flaring. Have you no sense of decorum? Moments ago, the Inuzuka clan Zanbu had discreetly handed him a note detailing the events that transpired with Team 8. Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba had shown no mercy to the Umbu, threatening them with violence if anything were to befall Lu Fan, ensuring the Umbu would face repercussions. It is worth noting that the Umbu is directly under the Hokage's command. Therefore, in a sense, the Umbu represented Sarutobi Hiruzen's own esteem. The actions of Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba were not merely a challenge to the Umbu, but a direct affront to Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. To put it plainly, if not for Lu Fan's intervention, the Umbu's reputation may well have been tarnished. In other words, within the confines of Team 8, Lu Fan's single statement bore more weight than Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority as Hokage. If this is what is deemed a lack of authority, then what do Sarutobi's own words amount to? Nonsense. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that Lu Fan's claims were nothing more than fabrications. He was acutely aware that Lu Fan knew he was lying. Yet Sarutobi found himself utterly powerless against him. Why? Because Lu Fan was devoid of shame. No matter how one framed it, Lu Fan insisted he possessed no authority. If pressed for a reason, he would simply state, "My family is impoverished." Lu Fan wore his poverty like a badge of honor. Sarutobi felt a twinge of disbelief. Does being poor equate to lacking authority? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan chuckled. "You see, my family specializes in making glutinous rice balls, which has instilled a sense of inferiority in me since childhood, rendering me hesitant to speak up in class. How does that reasoning strike you? If it doesn't suffice, I can concoct a few more excuses." Sarutobi Hiruzen was left utterly speechless. Inferiority? He never fathomed that Lu Fan could utter such shameless words in the span of 3 minutes. Lu Fan first displayed overt disdain for him before brazenly steeping the fine tea he usually relished. He was audacious enough to nearly defecate on Sarutobi's authority. Inferiority? Are you jesting? Moreover, what does it mean to concoct more excuses if the initial reasoning is deemed inadequate? It was as if Lu Fan had laid bare his cards. Admitting that these justifications were mere fabrications, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage, yet he found himself at an impasse with Lu Fan. The concept of authority was inherently nebulous. He had no means to substantiate whether Lu Fan possessed any authority within teammate. Thus, he clenched his teeth, bypassed this issue, and sought to trouble Lu Fan with other inquiries. Fortunately, the proceedings were lengthy, and he had numerous questions to pose. He was confident that Lu Fan would eventually reveal a flaw. Ultimately, he asked, "Why is it that after you opened the treasury of the Land of Waves, the money mysteriously vanished?" Sarutobi's eyes burned with intensity as he shouted, his agitation palpable. This question lay at the heart of the matter. The money disappeared immediately after Lu Fan opened the treasury, making him the prime suspect. Moreover, having failed to catch Lu Fan in previous misdeeds, Sarutobi hoped that his loud outburst would intimidate him. Nevertheless, in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's outcry, Lu Fan remained unperturbed, as serene as a gentle breeze, his smile unwavering. "What do you mean by vanished? Esteemed Hokage, please do not slander my name. The treasury contained no money to begin with." Without allowing Sarutobi to interject, Lu Fan deftly shifted the conversation. "Even if, for argument's sake, there were indeed money inside, and you suspect I absconded with it, pray tell, how could I have accomplished such a feat?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi fell silent, his expression darkening. Prior to their meeting, he had merely harbored a vague suspicion of Lu Fan's involvement. Yet after their encounter, he was nearly certain that Lu Fan had taken the money. The reason he continued to engage Lu Fan in conversation was that he had no inkling of how Lu Fan could have executed such a theft. The Umbu's investigations revealed that there was no less than 1,000 ryo in cash, an enormous sum. Furthermore, according to Kakashi, from the moment Lu Fan opened the treasury's door to the instant he rushed to its entrance, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. In other words, Lu Fan must have managed to stealthily remove a mountain of money in the presence of Kakashi, a jonin of Konoha, within a mere 3 seconds, and no matter how one pondered it. This was an impossible task. Even he himself could not accomplish such a feat. Thus, with no other recourse, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth and moved past that issue. Presenting the final point of inquiry, why did the wealthy Kato die immediately upon discovering the money's disappearance? Upon hearing this question, Lu Fan erupted into laughter. "Esteemed Hokage, if I were the one to have killed Kato, you could argue that I was merely a thief anxious to silence him. The truth remains, however, that Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba all witnessed me sparing Kato. As for why Kato died the moment the money vanished, perhaps it was mere coincidence." Lu Fan shrugged with a smile. "Ultimately, when one is met with the wrath of the citizens of the Land of Waves, it depends on Kato's own constitution." Sarutobi opened his mouth. Yet no words emerged. "What troubles you, Hokage?" Lu Fan inquired, gazing at Sarutobi with an amused expression. "Do you find my answers unsatisfactory or illogical?" Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He had to concede that each of Lu Fan's responses was indeed logical. However, he was undeniably dissatisfied. These answers were too reasonable, so flawless they felt meticulously crafted. "It appears, esteemed Hokage, that you still harbor doubts regarding my integrity," Lu Fan observed with a smile. Having come to understand Lu Fan's character, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer felt inclined to feign the role of a benevolent elder. With a stern countenance, he nodded. "We both know the truth of the matter." Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan refrained from rebuttal. For what good would it do to be aware of the truth? Konohagakure operates under a set of rules to condemn an individual. One must present evidence. Thus, Hokage-sama, do you possess any evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. As it was evident, he had none. Since Hokage-sama lacks evidence, I shall not impose further. We can converse again once you procure it, Lu Fan remarked, flashing a radiant smile at Sarutobi Hiruzen before rising to depart. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his composure. Although Lu Fan wore a bright and sunny smile, even a fool could discern that he was mocking him. It was akin to a slap to his aged visage. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to abandon pretense, his icy tone morphing into one of cruelty. Lu Fan, my dear fellow, do you know? Our clan of the mountains in Konoha possesses a secret technique known as the heart-intruding divine search. Capable of reading the thoughts and memories of its target, Lu Fan's gaze narrowed. Observing Lu Fan's change in demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but smirk, continuing, the effects of this technique are indeed formidable. But alas, it bears a side effect. The practitioner invariably becomes a mindless imbecile post-application. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold stare remained fixed on Lu Fan, hoping to witness a flicker of fear in his expression. However, to his astonishment, Lu Fan not only displayed no sign of terror, but even broke into laughter. Sarutobi, it appears you have completely dropped the facade, revealing your true nature. I believe, according to the rules of Konoha, it is impermissible to employ such a technique against me without any evidence, is it not? Had this been any other day, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been enraged, for this was an affront to his reputation. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a kind old man. Yet now, he admitted, I am no longer pretending. I have laid my cards on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes coldly. You are correct. Using the divine search technique against you without evidence indeed violates the rules. However, it is unfortunate for you that I am the Hokage of Konoha and my rules are the rules of Konoha. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a laugh. Young man, allow me to impart a lesson today. To thrive in Konoha, one must understand the dynamics of power. Gazing at the cold and cruel Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Fan felt no surprise. After all, there are names that may be mispronounced, but there are no nicknames that can be mistaken. The true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen had long been hinted at by Kishimoto. The titles of the previous two Hokages were God of Shinobi and the Swiftest in the Shinobi world. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's moniker in his youth was the Ruthless Shinobi. What does it mean to be ruthless? To be cruel, tyrannical, and autocratic. Much like Cao Cao, one who kills and dreams at the slightest provocation. Embodying the essence of a tyrant. Thus, Lu Fan was not the least bit surprised by Sarutobi Hiruzen's abrupt change of heart. But as for panic, that was even less likely, for his hand rested upon the activation button of the Dead Door Kai experience card. With a mere thought, all of Konoha would witness the caliber of excrement Sarutobi Hiruzen could produce. Just as tensions escalated, with Sarutobi Hiruzen believing victory was assured and that Lu Fan was in despair. Ready to act against him, Lu Fan too was prepared, ready to unleash the Dead Door Kai to send Sarutobi Hiruzen tumbling into disgrace. Suddenly, a familiar roar echoed from outside. Hokage-sama, one must bear the consequences of their actions. I, Inuzuka Kiba, was the first to seek to leave the village, and it has nothing to do with Lu Fan. If there are grievances, let them come at me. Chapter 43. To survive in Konoha. One must understand power dynamics. Upon hearing Kiba's furious proclamation from outside, the atmosphere within the office froze. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered whether it was worth offending the future leader of the Inuzuka clan for the sake of a fleeting emotional impulse regarding Lu Fan. Moreover, Kiba's presence indicated that the Inuzuka clan had tacitly approved of this, signaling their stance on the matter. At the very least, they wished for him to temporarily spare Lu Fan. After all, Lu Fan had acted alongside Kiba. Their fates intertwined. Meanwhile, Lu Fan lamented that it seemed he would not witness Sarutobi Hiruzen's disgrace today. Since Kiba had arrived, it was evident that Hinata and Shino had also made their appearance. As expected, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could contemplate further, a gentle yet resolute voice followed Kiba, that of Hinata. Hokage-sama. This matter is not Lu Fankuin's fault. It is I, Hinata, who has been overly headstrong in insisting on following Team 7. Upon hearing Hinata's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. One Inuzuka clan member might not compel him to relent, but with the addition of the Hyuga clan's princess, the stakes were entirely different since the founding of the village. Regardless of which Hokage held power, the Hyuga clan had consistently been one of Konoha's three great clans. That it is important to note that being third is not a position of shame. Quite the contrary, maintaining such a rank attests to the formidable legacy of the Hyuga clan. Thus, upon hearing Hinata's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen essentially abandoned any thoughts of harming Lu Fan. Yet the situation did not end there. Following Hinata, a voice devoid of emotion yet resolute rang out. Hokage-sama, Lu Fan is the class leader Aburame Shino, have chosen Diff. Prior to hearing this statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen had harbored a flicker of reluctance. Upon hearing Shino's declaration, he completely relinquished any intentions of harming Lu Fan, for the Aburame clan is inherently peaceful and rarely takes sides. However, once they do align themselves, it becomes a matter of life and death. To put it simply, this clan tends to be rather rigid in their beliefs. Since Shino has spoken thus today, should Sarutobi Hiruzen refuse to show deference and reduce Lu Fan to a state of idiocy, Shino would undoubtedly seek retribution for the rest of his life. Thus, upon hearing Shino's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate for even a second, completely abandoning any thoughts of malice towards Lu Fan. Not only that, but he also effortlessly donned a radiant smile, resembling a benevolent old man, as he cheerfully opened the office door. What are you three little rascals discussing? I merely wish to have a chat with your class leader, Lu Fan, whom I have always held in high regard. Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You admire him? Just moments ago, someone was nearly grinding their teeth in fury. Truly the most masterful of pretenders. Nonetheless, Lu Fan chose not to expose him. After all, considering the timeline, the invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru was imminent. Presumably, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have much longer to live. So why bother quarreling with a man on borrowed time? Let him continue his charade, as long as he does not disturb him. However, before departing, Lu Fan had two remarks to convey to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The first was, Hokage-sama, today I am in good spirits, so allow me to impart a lesson as well. Lu Fan smiled as he took Sarutobi Hiruzen's tea leaves, pouring them onto the floor, crushing them underfoot. In Konoha, one must understand the dynamics of power. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart nearly swelled with rage, yet he maintained his facade of a smile. What is Lu Fan saying? I do not quite understand. Not understanding is perfectly acceptable. Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head. I still have one question to ask you. As he spoke, Lu Fan laughed. Hokage-sama, you've asked me so many questions. You wouldn't be so stingy as to refuse to answer one of mine, would you? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was playing the role of a benevolent grandfather, naturally nodded with a cheerful expression. Of course, you may ask. Seeing Hiruzen nod, Lu Fan was unreserved, smiling as he approached him. Leaning in closer to whisper, I am quite curious. Why has Kato occupied the Land of Waves for several years, yet amassed only over 14 million? Don't you think that is rather little? Upon hearing this question, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his acting prowess, could not help but cast a deep glance at Lu Fan, clenching his teeth. For if that money was not acquired by Lu Fan, how would he know that Kato had only accumulated over 14 million? More importantly, why would Lu Fan bring this up with him? Wasn't this an outright humiliation? Turning his head, upon seeing Lu Fan's sardonic smile, Hiruzen realized that his suspicions were correct. Lu Fan was deliberately belittling him. Lu Fan was conveying to him, even if I confess that money is mine, you are powerless against me. To be honest, at that moment, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to disregard everything. Forget the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Inuzuka clan. He simply wanted to eliminate Lu Fan. However, after living for so many years and playing this role for so long, Hiruzen ultimately restrained himself. He merely gazed deeply at Lu Fan, silently swearing that once this matter concluded, he would ensure Lu Fan paid the price. Just when he thought Lu Fan's humiliation had come to an end, Lu Fan interjected, Hokage-sama, you still haven't answered my question. Hiruzen turned to Lu Fan in confusion. Answer? Answer what? Isn't the purpose of your question to humiliate me? Now that you have achieved your goal, what more is there to answer? Noticing the confusion in Hiruzen's eyes, Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. Humiliating Hiruzen was merely part of his intent. In truth, he was genuinely curious. Previously, I inquired about my family's glutinous rice ball shop, which can sell for nearly 300 million. Yet, the wealth accumulated in the land of waves over several years amounts only to 14 million. Doesn't that seem rather scant? By calculation, it could only purchase 4 of my family's glutinous rice ball shops. Lu Fan initially thought there would be at least 30 to 50 million, but seeing that Lu Fan was genuinely perplexed, Hiruzen could not help but let out a cold laugh. Do you think 14 million is too little? Or do you believe the property prices in our Leaf Village are not high? You must know, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen is priced at merely 50 yen, and that is only because of the high cost of living here in the Leaf Village. In other shinobi villages, it might only be 30 yen, but if we were in a small place like the Land of Waves, 5 or 8 yen would be sufficient for a bowl of ramen. Given this pricing, do you still consider 14 million to be meager? Moreover, this 14 million is merely Kato's cash, as a shipping tycoon. The vast majority of his assets are actually tied up in cruise ships and hotels, which are immovable properties. Therefore, possessing over 14 million in cash is already quite substantial. It is worth noting that in the Leaf Village, an S-rank mission for a country only charges a starting fee of 100 million. Thus, 14 million is already enough to enable the Leaf Shinobi to embark on a significant national war. As for your family's glutinous rice ball shop, do not be mistaken. This is the Leaf Village, home to the strongest nation and the mightiest shinobi village in the world. Isn't it only natural for property prices to be high? As a person from Huaxia, Lu Fan immediately understood the comparison. The Land of Waves is akin to Africa, while his family's glutinous rice ball shop is comparable to a standalone villa with a storefront located right next to the Forbidden City in the capital. In other words, could it be that I am genuinely a second-generation rich kid? Lu Fan's expression was one of disbelief, awakening from a metaphorical deathbed. Could it be that I am indeed a second-generation scion of the capital? Chapter 44. Hokage of the Leaf. Shimura Danzo. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Lu Fan felt a wave of emotion. He had never anticipated that in this world, where he had previously built himself from nothing, he would inexplicably find himself as a second-generation rich kid. However, to be fair, without the financial backing of his father, he would not have progressed so swiftly. With this thought, Lu Fan immediately solidified a belief that he must persuade his father to increase his investments. A-rank ninja, Reikage youth, was just 10 pieces away. With a stroke of good fortune, he could pull them in just 2 attempts. Even if luck were to fail him, acquiring a small building with a storefront in the second ring would surely be no problem. Who knows, perhaps even S-rank ninja, Might Guy, might be within reach if fortune favored him. Pulling both Might Guy and the youth Reikage would allow him to navigate the Leaf Village with ease. The mere Sarutobi Hiruzen would be no match for him. Not only could he interrogate him without hesitation, but if he uttered even a single unkind word, he would activate his lightning armor and the 8 gates, launching a devastating attack that would send Hiruzen soaring. Without further ado, he would unleash a single strike, expelling Hiruzen's late-night meal. Should Hiruzen still refuse to comply, there would be nothing left to say. Night Guy would take care of him if he did not expel Hiruzen's waste. It would be as if Lu Fan feared soiling his shoes. Yet all of this depended on convincing his father to sell the house. As Lu Fan contemplated how to persuade his father to make this seemingly sacrilegious decision, Shizune, who had accompanied him out of the Hokage building, subtly approached him, lowering her voice. Lu Ji, there is something I must remind you of. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. This was quite unusual. Shizune was not one to initiate conversation readily. Go ahead. Seeing Lu Fan nod, Shizune, as if reciting a script, quickly delivered a lengthy warning. Lu Ji, although we are helping, Hokage-sama has no evidence, and, for the time being, cannot take action against you. Not all in the Leaf Village are as concerned with evidence and face as Hokage-sama. You must be cautious. At this point, Shizune hesitated for a moment. It would be best if you lay low outside the village for a while. Upon hearing this, others might struggle to comprehend, thinking Shizune was being overly dramatic. Yet for Lu Fan, who was well acquainted with the intricacies of the Leaf Village, the warning was all too evident. He instantly realized whom Shizune was referring to. It could be no one else but the infamous 5th-and-a-half Hokage. The Pot King, the King of the Leaf, the sensual sunbro, Shimura Danzo. Of course, these were merely playful nicknames. His true identity was that of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadowy enforcer, the leader of the Root organization, often referred to as the Root. Lu Fan was not at all surprised that Shimura Danzo had set his sights on him. In fact, he found it somewhat peculiar that Danzo had not yet taken notice of him. After all, Danzo was notorious for collecting gifted young men and women to recruit into his Root organization. Given how long it had been without Danzo's attention, Lu Fan even began to question whether his displayed talents were worthy enough. In reality, it was because the root organization dared not submit Lu Fan's information to Danzo, as Danzo had previously ordered them not to present any more of Lu Fan's data. Thus, upon hearing Shizun's warning, Lu Fan felt no surprise at all. He was practically shitting on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. If Danzo did not take an interest in him, that would truly be strange. To his surprise, Shino came to remind him that it is essential to understand that the actions of Shimura Danzo, as well as his very existence, are shrouded in secrecy for the vast majority of Konoha's shinobi. Logically, Shino should not be aware of such matters, unless his words were not his own, but rather directives from the elders of the Yamanaka clan. In that case, it all makes sense they asked for why the Yamanaka clan would do this, whether it was merely a benevolent warning or a form of preemptive investment. Lu Fan felt indebted for the gesture. Thus, Lu Fan nodded at Shino, signaling him not to worry, assuring him of his caution as for fleeing the village for a while. That was entirely unnecessary. After all, Shimura Danzo did not possess the authority to compel Lu Fan to hide. To put it bluntly, he was not even intimidated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. What was Danzo, after all? Just a trifling nuisance. Lu Fan thought of Might Guy, his large feet capable of delivering a powerful kick to Danzo's face. No, with Danzo's capabilities, there was no need to squander the precious experience card of the 8 gates. With Lu Fan's current strength, he could easily handle Danzo. Regarding the potential repercussions of eliminating Danzo, Lu Fan could only assert that one should not regard Danzo's status too highly. Although he appeared to be a high-ranking official in Konoha, in reality, he was merely a dirty rat lurking in the shadows. The sordid deeds he performed for Sarutobi Hiruzen would lead to his demise the moment they were exposed. Lu Fan needn't lift a finger. Hiruzen would be the first to eliminate him, just as he had pursued Orochimaru when his unethical experiments were revealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never allow anyone to tarnish his illustrious image as the third Hokage, regardless of whether that individual was a disciple or a brother. Therefore, as long as Lu Fan could uncover the secrets of the root, he could, even in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, eliminate his trusted ally, Shimura Danzo, without fear of retribution. Indeed, Hiruzen might even applaud the act. Contemplating this, Lu Fan felt a flicker of anticipation. He genuinely wished to witness the expression on the old man's face as he saw his decades-long comrade slain before him. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Thus, Lu Fan patted Shino's shoulder, expressing his gratitude once more for the kind gesture. However, he declined the suggestion to leave the village. Firstly, it was unnecessary. Secondly, knowing the third Hokage, if he truly dared to leave the village to avoid scrutiny. By the second day, Hiruzen would have him branded as a rogue ninja, as ninjas cannot leave the village without a Hokage's order, or they risk being deemed renegades. Shino discerned Lu Fan's concerns. However, he reminded him, Lu Fan, as long as the mountains stand, there will always be fuel for the fire, a phrase Lu Fan had once shared with him. In simpler terms, being a rogue ninja was preferable to losing one's life. Right? Observing Shino's worried expression, Lu Fan understood his genuine concern for him. Nevertheless, he hesitated to disclose that his strength had grown to a level where he was no longer afraid of Danzo. That a 14-year-old with the power of a Kaguya was indeed astonishing. If exposed, it would drive both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo into a frenzy. Furthermore, he had no intention of becoming a rogue ninja, as this was fundamentally tied to his ninja way. Hearing this term, Shino's demeanor turned serious. For a ninja, their ninja way is the most significant belief they hold. Regardless of how absurd or illogical the path may seem, it must be respected. Consequently, Shino fell silent, refraining from urging Lu Fan to consider becoming a rogue ninja. However, he suddenly became curious about what Lu Fan's ninja way entailed, having never heard him speak of it before. With his straightforward nature, Shino directly asked, Lu Fan, what is your ninja way? My current ninja way is to become Hokage. Lu Fan replied decisively. Shino was momentarily taken aback, not because Lu Fan's ambition was grand or extraordinary, but rather because it was exceedingly ordinary. Becoming Hokage, in the Ninja Academy, 9 out of 10 young ninjas had expressed a desire to become Hokage, similar to how children on Earth often dream of becoming scientists or astronauts. Thus, Shino was astonished that Lu Fan's ninja way was so simple. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. For Naruto, and indeed for most young ninjas, becoming Hokage represented the ultimate goal. Their every endeavor was aimed at achieving this status. However, for Lu Fan, becoming Hokage was merely a means to an end. Only by attaining the position of Hokage could he fulfill his true ambitions, his ninja way rooted in the bloodline of Huaxia. As he had previously stated, any descendant of the fiery and glorious Huaxia, originating from Yan Huang and flourishing during the reign of Qin Shi Huang, arriving in the world of Hokage, should embody the spirit of conquering mountains and rivers. Grasping the world in their hands, to eradicate the 5 great ninja villages and unify the entire ninja realm. Then, to lead the entire ninja world to the moon, to the homeland of the Otsutsuki clan. Using blood and iron to convey to those extraterrestrial savages, "How dare you invade our earthly territory?" Since his early days watching the anime, Lu Fan had been quite displeased with the fact that the Otsutsuki aliens constantly came to their world to cause chaos. Wasn't this blatant aggression? Indeed, this was Lu Fan's true ninja way. Becoming Hokage was merely the first step in executing this path. Of course, this did not imply that one could not unify the ninja realm without becoming Hokage or by being a rogue ninja from Konoha. It was certainly possible. Zhu Yuanzhang, starting from humble beginnings, established the Ming dynasty. Lu Fan, as a rogue ninja, could also potentially unify the entire ninja world. However, it was undeniable that the difficulty of achieving this as a rogue ninja from Konoha was vastly different from that of becoming Hokage. After all, Konoha, the land of fire, possessed the strongest ninjas in the world, the richest resources, and the most prosperous citizens. Choosing to become a rogue ninja was akin to a wealthy heir refusing to enjoy his fortune and opting instead to start from scratch by delivering takeout. Wasn't that a sign of madness? Furthermore, to quote Julius Caesar of the Roman Empire, "I came, I saw, I conquered." Lu Fan was born in Konoha. It was his destiny to conquer and possess it. Why should he consider fleeing? To abandon Konoha at the slightest provocation would make him no different from the foolish Uchiha. To suffer hardships outside while others thrived in Konoha, was there a hint of masochism in that? Thus, regardless of whether the troublemakers were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, or any other, Lu Fan would never consider fleeing. On the contrary, he found himself looking forward to it. After all, with the funds from Kato depleted and no money left to spend, Danzo, who had nurtured such a vast root organization, must surely possess considerable wealth. Lu Fan licked his lips, feeling a sense of impatience rising within him. Meanwhile, 100 meters beneath Konoha, in the dimly lit depths of the root. Achoo! Danzo rubbed his nose, perplexed, wondering if he had caught a cold. Lowering his head, he noticed a new document had just been delivered to his desk. This newly arrived document bore no indication of its source. Not even a signature. Thus, Danzo recognized at a glance that this was the handiwork of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Hiruzen would send him documents in such a blank format, as if he were something shameful. Fearful of leaving any evidence of their collusion to that thought, Danzo sneered disdainfully, unable to restrain himself from muttering, "Hypocrite." Danzo had always believed that, compared to hypocrites like Hiruzen Sarutobi, someone like him, a true villain, was far more suited to the role of Hokage. However, it was unfortunate that ordinary villagers were easily swayed by the facade of such hypocrites. With a sigh, Danzo picked up the document. What mischief was that old man Sarutobi up to now? Why the urgency in sending me this file? As he muttered to himself, he opened the document with a puzzled expression. Typically, for the sake of safety, he and Sarutobi would meet in person to discuss their conspiracies. A document must signify something of great urgency. Yet, upon a mere glance, Danzo scratched his head in confusion. The document contained only a single line: "Capture Lu Fan alive in secret." Upon reading this, Danzo felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. In his recollection, Lu Fan was merely a mediocre academy ninja with no talent for chakra, born of humble origins. To suddenly see Lu Fan's name here was truly surprising. How could someone of Sarutobi's caliber fail to deal with this ordinary ninja? How peculiar. What was the situation with Lu Fan? Did he have an investigation report? Bring it to me at once. Upon hearing Danzo's command, a root ninja promptly handed him several reports. Then, Danzo lost his composure. "I ought to eliminate you fools," he thundered, slamming his palm on the table, pointing at the report detailing Lu Fan's awakening of chakra talent and his rapid ascent to Chunin level within 3 days. He let out a roar of fury akin to that of a beast. "Such an extraordinary talent, and you fools only bring me this report now? Do you not realize that the strength of my root organization, rivaling even that of the Hokage Zumbu, was built upon identifying ninja talents from orphanages and commoners. To have missed such a prodigy as Lu Fan is akin to carving away at my own flesh. It must be noted that every root member bore a cursed seal planted by him, rendering them completely under his control, that in essence, all root members were utterly subservient to his will and power. Thus, every genius was of utmost importance to Danzo. It was precisely for this reason that upon seeing Lu Fan's investigation report, he erupted with such rage. The realization that he had overlooked such an exceptional talent was infuriating. As he perused further, his anger only intensified. Lu Fan was simply too remarkable. He had graduated at the top of his class within a week of enrollment. The day after graduation, he had defeated the special Jonin Yuhi Kurenai in combat. Furthermore, there was the recent unauthorized mission where he had slain over 100 bandits in the Land of Waves. He had supposedly executed a self-created A-rank jutsu named Chidori, eliminating over 30 rogue ninjas and wandering samurai in an instant. Such terrifying talent and strength could be deemed monstrous, even amidst the sea of geniuses in the Hokage's domain. How could Danzo not be distressed? What a fine youth! What incredible potential! This talent should have rightfully belonged to him. Danzo, the more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. Unable to contain his rage, he berated, "Are you all imbeciles? How could you fail to report such a genius to me?" To his astonishment, the chastised root members wore expressions of grievance. "Lord Danzo, did you not say that this Lu Fan had no future and instructed us not to report any information regarding him?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback, for he indeed recalled making such a statement. As he stood there in a daze, a cautious root member ventured, "Lord Danzo, what shall we do now? Should we proceed with the Hokage's orders to capture Lu Fan?" Hearing this, Danzo regained his focus. Recalling the document sent by Sarutobi, a wave of ecstatic laughter erupted from him. Upon reflection, this was nothing short of a golden opportunity. It was clear that having offended Sarutobi, the Hokage, the lad Lu Fan must be quaking in fear. Within the entire Hidden Leaf, only he, Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Roots, possessed the authority to contend with Sarutobi. In such circumstances, once he revealed his identity, would Lu Fan not kneel before him in submission? With this thought, Danzo could not suppress his laughter. He envisioned Lu Fan prostrating at his feet, pleading to join the Roots, yearning to be under his dominion. Chapter 46. Working is absolutely out of the question in the Hidden Leaf Village. At the Ninja Mission Settlement Office, a long wooden table, resembling a bar counter, was bustling with numerous beautiful women, flitting about like butterflies. These women were the clerks responsible for processing mission settlements, communicating with the ninjas who came to handle their business, inquiring about the specific tasks they had taken on and completed, and subsequently verifying the completion certificates. For instance, for exterminating bandits, they would need to present the heads of the bandit leaders and other evidence. Once the completion of the tasks was confirmed, they would also handle the disbursement of rewards to the ninjas. Thus, when Lu Fan, Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba entered the settlement office, they were immediately enveloped by the gentle voices of the clerks. "Greetings, esteemed ninja." To confirm once more, your completed task was a B-rank mission to hunt the nine-eyed toad, correct? Excellent. All is in order. Here is your reward for the completed mission, totaling 140,000 yen. Please feel free to count it. As they waited for a short while, it soon became their turn to process their business. A clerk, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, with striking features, introduced herself as Hanako and approached them eagerly. "Greetings, esteemed ninjas. I am the clerk Hanako. May I inquire about the specific mission you have completed?" "A C-rank mission to exterminate bandits," Lu Fan replied, as they had indeed come to report their task of eliminating bandits. After all, a C-rank mission could yield several tens of thousands of yen in rewards. Quickly, Clerk Hanako located the details of the C-rank mission concerning the extermination of bandits. You will need to provide 10 heads of the bandits, as well as their personal belongings for verification. Upon hearing this, Kiba reached for the sack containing over 100 heads to present them. However, Lu Fan shook his head. Although Kiba was initially puzzled, he trusted Lu Fan's judgment and complied, setting the sack down and retrieving only 10 heads of the bandits. After receiving the heads, Clerk Hanako swiftly confirmed their authenticity. This was due to the fact that bandits typically bore distinctive tattoos or scars on their faces. And moreover, This task was generally avoided by ninjas due to its arduous nature and meager rewards, resulting in a rarity of substitution cases, just as Hanako prepared to settle the payment for Lu Fan and his companions. Lu Fan nodded, and Kiba promptly produced another 10 heads. Ms. Hanako, if I am not mistaken, the mission to exterminate bandits is a long-term task, correct? A long-term task implied that it was not a one-time affair, but rather one that could be undertaken repeatedly. Upon hearing this and observing the additional 10 heads that Kiba had just produced, along with the bulging sack, Hanako was momentarily taken aback. She had previously noted that this mission was typically shunned by ninjas. Thus, she had never encountered such a situation before. Most importantly, that sack was simply too large. At a glance, it appeared to contain over 100 heads if one were to estimate, perhaps 150 heads. This would equate to 15 instances of the C-rank mission. Based on the average reward of 70,000 yen for a C-rank mission, that would amount to a staggering total of 1,050,000 yen. A significant order exceeding 1 million. With her authority, she could not afford to casually nod in agreement. Thus, Hanako pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to report it upwards. Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba did not take it seriously. They believed their actions were justified, as they had eliminated those bandits through their own efforts, and thus deserved their rightful rewards. However, Lu Fan could not help but furrow his brow, realizing he might have made a grave mistake. Indeed, it was not long before the accountant Hanako returned, her face etched with regret. I'm afraid I cannot process your task rewards. What? Upon hearing this, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba widened their eyes in disbelief. The hot-tempered Inuzuka Kiba could hardly contain himself, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "We followed the task requirements and eliminated bandits. Why should we not receive our payment?" Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement. Yet, Hanako shook her head with a faint smile. "You have misunderstood. I did not say that you did not kill bandits. Indeed, you fulfilled the requirements for the extermination task. So why can't we receive our payment?" Inuzuka Kiba looked at Hanako in confusion. With a wry smile, Hanako replied, "Because you did not accept this task." At this revelation, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba were momentarily taken aback, but Lu Fan let out a sigh, realizing that this was indeed the case. Initially, he had thought that given the backgrounds of Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, such a minor procedural issue would pose no obstacles. After all, to him, 1 million yen was not a substantial amount, merely equivalent to a third of a dumpling shop's worth. It was only after Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks a few days prior that he awakened to the reality that, compared to others in the entire Naruto world, he was a quintessential wealthy second generation from Konoha, the capital. Not to mention 1 million yen. Even 100,000 yen would be a significant sum within the Naruto realm. Consequently, Hanako, the accountant, did not dare to make a unilateral decision about their 1 million yen task reward and chose to report it to higher authorities instead. The outcome was, as expected, the higher-ups at the task settlement office, or rather the Konoha village leadership, were unwilling to grant them this sum. Their rationale was straightforward: improper procedure. According to protocol, ninja completing tasks must first register at the task board before collecting rewards upon completion. Since Lu Fan and his companions had not officially taken the task, it was illogical for them to come directly for the rewards. From this perspective, the response from the task settlement office was entirely reasonable. However, the issue lay in the fact that, under normal circumstances, given the reputations of Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, such a minor procedural misstep should not have been a problem. The Konoha leadership ought to have dispersed their rewards. The only possibility was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had intervened. It was evident that a task reward exceeding 1 million yen was akin to an S-rank mission equivalent to a national war. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly review it. Upon encountering Lu Fan's name during this review, coupled with the already improper procedure, one could easily surmise how Sarutobi Hiruzen would react. The answer was obvious. With Sarutobi's intervention, they could forget about receiving a single yen for their more than 100 bandit heads at the task settlement office. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most alarming aspect was the implication behind this event. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen could deny Lu Fan his task rewards this time, it would be a simple matter to find any excuse to withhold payment in the future. If this continued, with no money flowing in, Lu Fan would find it increasingly difficult to even afford food, let alone become a ninja or Hokage. Such was the nature of the Hokage. The terrifying power wielded was such that Even without resorting to direct confrontation, a mere subtle maneuver could effortlessly sever the livelihood of an ordinary ninja. Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba were not fools. They quickly deduced this reality and hurried to console Lu Fan. Lu Gu, don't be upset. Upset? Lu Fan chuckled, shaking his head. Such trivial tactics could hardly provoke him, but on the contrary, he found it somewhat amusing that it was rather telling that as the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only resort to such petty schemes to vex him. This indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had exhausted all means. Moreover, it was precisely due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions that Lu Fan resolved to pursue a different path, for what nonsense ninja tasks were touted as noble duties. Bluntly speaking, were they not merely a form of labor? As a transmigrator, engaging in such labor was out of the question. Therefore, Lu Fan had made up his mind. He would embark on an entrepreneurial venture. Just then, while preparing dumplings, Lu Fan's father suddenly felt a chill, sensing an ominous premonition. Chapter 47. I want to start a business. As a wealthy second generation, one could indulge in lavish feasts, reside in opulent mansions, or drive luxurious cars. One might even change partners daily in this vibrant world, reveling in whatever pleasures one desired. Yet, there was one thing a wealthy second generation could not do: start a business. What? You wish to start a business? Lu Fan's father stared at him in shock, as if he were witnessing an extraterrestrial. Even Lu Fan's mother could not help but reach out to touch his forehead, suspecting he might have a fever. After all, how could he utter such nonsense? Hadn't he despised business since childhood? Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. He did not despise business. He merely harbored a profound aversion to making glutinous rice dumplings. Besides, how could making glutinous rice dumplings be considered a business? Noticing the disdain in Lu Fan's eyes, his father grew increasingly agitated. What kind of look is that? How can making glutinous rice dumplings not be a business? Our Lu family has been renowned for a century for our glutinous rice dumplings. As Lu Fan's father began to recount the illustrious history of the Lu family's dumpling shop from 100 years ago, Lu Fan quickly interjected, "Dad, let's stop there. I don't look down on making glutinous rice dumplings. I simply believe our dumpling shop is too small. As someone from Earth, Lu Fan could hardly disdain desserts. After all, in his previous life, similar dessert shops, like the Lu family's glutinous rice dumpling shop, had reached billion-dollar industries. Sensing the implications in Lu Fan's words, his father stroked his chin. Are you suggesting we should expand our glutinous rice dumpling shop? Make it bigger and stronger? At this point, Lu Fan's father seemed a bit excited that in truth, he had long harbored the idea of expanding their dumpling shop. Let me tell you, that tailor shop at the village entrance is going out of business. Isn't it? I've noticed that their shop is twice the size of ours. As Lu Fan's father began to wander further off topic, Lu Fan quickly intervened. Dad, you've misunderstood. I'm not referring to the dumpling shop. Huh? His father was momentarily taken aback. The Lu family had been masters of dumpling making for generations. That if not dumplings, then what kind of shop could they open? A hospital. Lu Fan answered calmly. However, Lu Fan's parents erupted into exaggerated laughter. Haha. The elderly couple laughed so hard that they could hardly stand up straight. In their eyes, Lu Fan's suggestion was simply too absurd. Open a hospital? Is that something an ordinary person can do? Not to mention the cost of opening a hospital. Where would one even find the medical expertise and personnel? For generations, the Lu family has been known for crafting glutinous rice balls. How could they possibly heal the sick or save lives? It was clear from the expressions of confusion on Lu Ba and Lu Ma's faces. Lu Fan smiled gently and asked, "Do you remember the girl who stayed at my house for a few days?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma exchanged startled glances. Lu Ma, with a look of hesitation, inquired, "Are you referring to the girl named Jingxiang?" Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she continued, "By the way, we haven't seen her these past few days. Where has she gone?" "She has gone to the hospital," Lu Fan replied with a smile. But Lu Ba and Lu Ma were momentarily stunned, their gazes locking in silent understanding as tears streamed down their faces. "Oh dear, the very thing we feared has come to pass," Lu Ma expressed her concern. Meanwhile, Lu Ba clenched his teeth, asserting, "It's fine. I'll just make a few more rice balls that I can surely provide for my grandson." Grandson? Lu Fan winced. Initially, he was baffled by the antics of his parents. After all this time, they thought he had gotten Jingyin pregnant and sent her to the hospital to give birth. Please, he had just mentioned opening a hospital. Wouldn't a rational person conclude that Jingxiang was working there? What kind of thought process led them to assume she was pregnant? Furthermore, could they not be a little more realistic? Their son was only 14. Upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma appeared unfazed. As in their world, a 14-year-old in the realm of Naruto was already considered an adult. They themselves had welcomed Lu Fan into the world when they were merely 15. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. They found it entirely reasonable for Lu Fan to father a child at 14. Reasonable? Nonsense. Lu Fan sighed in exasperation, for he and Jingxiang were not in the relationship they imagined. He had no desire to engage in this nonsensical banter with his parents and redirected the conversation. In any case, Jingxiang is currently employed at the Konoha hospital. Once I open my own hospital, she will be able to assist me immediately. Hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions filled with mischief. And you claim it's not that kind of relationship. If it weren't, would she abandon her job at Konoha hospital to help you? Suddenly, Lu Fan realized he could not adequately explain his relationship with Jingxiang. After all, when compared to a romantic relationship, a master-servant dynamic seemed even more absurd. Never mind, he thought. He couldn't be bothered to clarify. Let his parents think what they wished. He returned to the main topic. In all seriousness, I truly intend to open a hospital. Recognizing Lu Fan's sincerity, his parents ceased their jesting, their expressions turning serious. Are you genuinely planning to open a clinic? What kind of clinic? Lu Fan felt utterly drained that I've repeated it 1,000 times. It's a hospital. A hospital larger than Konoha Hospital. Huh. Lu Ba and Lu Ma were momentarily at a loss. That a hospital larger than Konoha Hospital. What kind of joke is that? Not to mention the investment required. Have you ever seen a hospital with only one doctor? Can Jingxiang alone sustain an entire hospital? Lu Ba's demeanor shifted to one of genuine concern, as he believed Lu Fan was being reckless. If Lu Fan was merely acting foolishly for himself, it wouldn't matter. They could endure financial hardship together. But what about Jingxiang? How could he jeopardize her future? Lu Ba's expression turned stern. Lu Ma shook her head in disapproval. However, in response to their admonitions, Lu Fan merely smiled faintly. Who said Jingxiang would be the only doctor? Lu Ba and Lu Ma were taken aback before they could process this. Lu Fan clapped his hands cheerfully. Konoha, Haruno Sakura, come forth. Konoha, Haruno Sakura. Lu Ba and Lu Ma were utterly bewildered, unsure of what Lu Fan was suddenly referring to. Yet, it soon became clear as heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs. Clad in a swimsuit, Konoha, swimsuit Tsunade, and dressed in a ninja outfit, Haruno Sakura, Sakura Haruno, gracefully descended, approaching Lu Fan. They knelt before him respectfully, bowing their heads. Konoha, greeting my master. Haruno Sakura, greeting my master. Lu Ba and Lu Ma were completely dumbfounded. Frozen like statues, unable to move. Who wouldn't be struck speechless upon witnessing two strikingly beautiful women kneeling at their son's feet, calling him master, especially one whose figure was so captivating it was hard to look away. Even Lu Ma, as a woman herself, found it difficult to tear her gaze from Konoha's alluring form. Lu Ba silently nodded in approval, thinking that with such a daughter-in-law, they needn't worry about their son's future offspring. However, as he continued to observe, Lu Ba suddenly widened his eyes. The girl named Konoha seemed eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, she bore an uncanny resemblance to that esteemed figure, didn't she? Chapter 48. The Greatness of Chinese Culture. Embracing diversity. Gulped, Lu Ba and Lu Ma swallowed hard, glancing at one another. After decades of marriage, they could easily discern each other's thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ba turned to Konoha and asked, may I ask your name, miss? In response to my honorable uncle and aunt, my name is Konoha, she answered with utmost respect. Konoha? Lu Ba and Lu Ma remained skeptical, as the resemblance was simply too striking. This girl named Konoha, if not for her distinct attire and slight differences in hair color, could easily be mistaken for Tsunade herself. In truth, she was indeed Tsunade, but Lu Fan had simply renamed her. As for the reason behind the name Konoha, Lu Fan could only say, in Chinese culture, embracing diversity is paramount. Naming her Konoha seemed entirely reasonable to him. In summary, lacking any concrete evidence, Lu Ba and Lu Ma could only set aside their suspicions for the time being. After all, it was implausible that the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan, would serve as a maid for their son. Surely, It was merely a coincidence in appearance, wasn't it? Seeing Lu Ba and Lu Ma dismiss their doubts about Konoha, Lu Fan continued to outline his entrepreneurial plans. Clearly, with Konoha and Haruno Sakura joining the endeavor, the staffing issue, doctors, for the hospital was already resolved. After all, Konoha, Tsunade, was among the most skilled medical ninjas in the entire Naruto world. Haruno Sakura, Sakura Haruno, had inherited a significant portion of Konoha's prowess, coupled with Jingxiang, from a purely medical standpoint. Lu Fan's hospital had already surpassed Konoha Hospital before it even opened. After all, the current Hokage of Konoha was the third, who placed little value on medical ninjas, with Konoha's, Tsunade's, expertise. The doctors at Konoha Hospital would be utterly outclassed as for the support staff, such as ordinary doctors, nurses, and sanitation workers. Lu Fan had already arranged for Jingxiang to recruit a talented team from Konoha Hospital upon her resignation. Upon hearing this, Lu Ba and Lu Ma were convinced that Lu Fan was genuinely serious about his entrepreneurial venture. However, they couldn't understand why he was so confident. After all, doctors, nurses, and sanitation workers at Konoha Hospital were doing well. Why would they leave for his relatively unknown establishment? To this, Lu Fan could only respond with two words: higher pay. Regardless of what Konoha Hospital offered, he would provide them with double the salary. Don't ask why. Just know that Konoha, Swimsuit Tsunade, Jingxiang, Jingyin, and Haruno Sakura, Sakura Haruno, would all work for free. With three of the most crucial attending physicians volunteering their services, he could easily afford to double their salaries. In this context, he firmly believes that it is impossible to recruit anyone, not to mention that Jingxiang, or Shizun, excels primarily as a secretary. Having once served as the secretary to the Hokage, it would be a gross underutilization to have her seek out a few caregivers in the hospital. Therefore, the hospital staff need not worry. With Gangrong, Tsunade, Haruno Aoi, Sakura, and Jingxiang, Shizun, present, Lu Fan is already in an invincible position. Upon hearing this, even Lu Dad and Lu Mom could not help but nod in agreement, considering that Lu Fan might genuinely be able to establish a hospital. However, their concerns lingered, as Lu Fan had never engaged in business before. In his youth, he had even shown some aversion to entrepreneurship. In such circumstances, could Lu Fan truly manage a hospital effectively? Lu Fan understood well why his parents hesitated. The reason was simple. Throughout his childhood, he had consistently displayed a distaste for business. Just 2 years prior, Lu Dad had contemplated giving him a sum of money to start a venture, only for Lu Fan to outright refuse at that time. Hence, Lu Dad and Lu Mom had always assumed he disliked and had no desire to engage in business. In reality, the situation was quite the opposite. In his previous life on Earth, Lu Fan had been a successful businessman. Arriving in the world of Naruto, he had always harbored aspirations of entrepreneurship. Yet, he held back. Fully aware that the Naruto world was not Earth as he had once expressed to the third Hokage, survival in the world of ninjas hinged upon power and influence. Without such strength, even the grandest business would merely render one a lamb to the slaughter. Kato served as a cautionary tale. As an ordinary person who built a black market empire from scratch, he had ultimately controlled an entire nation. Yet, what was the outcome? Konoha dispatched a single J-nin and 3 ch-nin and stripped him of his life savings. Thus, Lu Fan realized early on that without power and influence, engaging in business merely meant aiding others in generating profit. Consequently, during the 14 years preceding his ninja life, Lu Fan preferred to stay at home, making dumplings for a meager wage rather than venture into business. However, the present circumstances were different. Lu Fan now wielded both strength and influence. His prowess was unquestionable. Not only did he possess strength at the level of a Hokage, but his subordinates also included formidable allies such as Gangrong, Tsunade, Haruno Aoi, Sakura, and Lao Zi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. As for influence, with support from Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba, even the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not touch him. Need one say more? In all of Konoha, and indeed the entire Naruto world, whose influence could rival that of the Hokage? Therefore, Lu Fan felt the time was ripe. As a descendant of Huaxia from Earth, it was time to enlighten these Naruto natives on what true business acumen entails. Regarding Lu Dad and Lu Mom's concerns about his lack of business experience leading to failure, Lu Fan merely wished to pose a question. Is it not possible that your son is a commercial prodigy? Lu Dad and Lu Mom exchanged glances, finding those words oddly familiar. However, Having learned from past mistakes, Lu Dad refrained from rashly challenging Lu Fan this time, cautiously inquiring, "What evidence do you have?" Of course. Lu Fan had proof. With a subtle smile, he produced a stack of documents from his pocket. This stack was specifically prepared to convince Lu Dad. The document was titled, "The Future Development Direction of Lu's Glutinous Rice Dumpling Shop, Franchise and Authorization Business Model." Lu Dad looked utterly bewildered. Truth be told, he recognized every word on the document, yet he could not comprehend a single sentence when strung together. What were franchises and authorizations? Lu Fan understood that Lu Dad would struggle to grasp these concepts. As such business models, according to the technological development of the Naruto universe, would not emerge for at least another 50 years. In simpler terms, it meant that Lu Dad would provide the brand, operational ideas, and raw material formulas, while franchisees would supply the capital and manage operations. The profits would then be shared according to an agreed-upon ratio. Lu Dad stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom why anyone would agree to such terms. "I open a store with my own money and labor, and you expect me to share the profits? Why would I do that? Who would be such a fool? There are indeed fools out there." Lu Fan replied with a slight smile. Moreover, in his previous life, such fools were as plentiful as the stars in the sky. In summary, regardless of whether one believes it or not, as long as you follow the plan laid out in this stack of documents step by step, I assure you that you will not spend a single yen, and within a year, Lu's Glutinous Rice Dumpling Shop will be established throughout the Land of Fire. Chapter 49. I am going to open a hospital. One shop becomes two shops become four shops become eight, and 8 shops become 16. Within a year, the entire nation will be covered. Listening to Lu Fan's vision for the future, that evening, Lu Dad experienced an unprecedented bout of insomnia. Clutching the development plan for Lu's desserts that Lu Fan had left behind, he murmured to himself, unable to sleep through the night. Meanwhile, Lu Fan took Lu Dad's last savings, 320,000 yen. To be honest, Lu Fan truly wished to splurge that 320,000. After all, he needed just 10 more pieces to summon the Rakeage youth. With a bit of luck, he could draw him in just 2 attempts. However, Lu Fan ultimately refrained, as he intended to use that 320,000 as startup capital to revolutionize the entire Konoha and even the commercial economy of the Naruto world. Thus, he aimed to unify the entire ninja realm economically. Of course, to begin his world-altering endeavor, he had to start with the Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital, Director's Office. "Ha! What a rare visitor, young Lu Fan. What brings you here today?" Unlike the previous occasion when he ignored Lu Fan, this time, upon seeing him, the bald director was even more enthusiastic than he would be with his own father. He waved energetically from a distance, warmly offering to fetch tea and running around to attend to Lu Fan's needs. Almost dropping to his knees to call Lu Fan fathered, in the director's mind, Lu Fan was akin to a hidden aristocrat, a close friend of Asuma Suritobi, undeniably a person of great stature. Moreover, the remarkable medical skills displayed by Jingxiang over the past month had genuinely astonished everyone. After years of practice, the bald director had never encountered a medical ninja as skilled as Jingxiang. Unabashedly, it could be stated that within a mere 10 days, Jingxiang had utilized her medical expertise to save countless lives, earning the admiration of both the doctors and patients at the Konoha Hospital, thereby establishing herself as the undisputed top medical ninja in the institution. Even her superior, the head of the entire Land of Fire's medical system, Tsunade Haruno, had recently praised the director for his discernment in recruiting such a talented medical practitioner for Konoha Hospital, significantly enhancing his reputation. Therefore, had it not been for the fear that Lu Fan might disdain him, the bald director would have genuinely wished to call Lu Fan father to no, young Lu Fan, please, enjoy your tea. Accepting the teacup, Lu Fan's expression remained composed. Although he was unsure why the bald director was suddenly so attentive, given his current strength and influence, receiving such courtesies was only to be expected. Observing Lu Fan's calm demeanor further solidified the director's conviction, prompting him to adopt an even more respectful attitude. Conversely, seeing the director's understanding demeanor, Lu Fan chose not to prolong the suspense. He stated directly, "I am here to see Jingxiang." Upon hearing those words, the bald-headed dean did not hesitate for a moment, immediately thumping his chest and declaring, "No problem, I will grant Jingxiang 3 days off right away." With that, he prepared to write a leave request. Lu Fan stopped the bald-headed dean, shaking his head with a smile. That's not what I meant, though. The bald-headed dean was momentarily taken aback, then thoughtfully amended the 3 days on the leave request to 7. How about I give her 7 days instead? Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He wasn't here to request leave for a child. You misunderstood. It's not a matter of 3 days or 7 days. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed dean found himself genuinely troubled. After all, a paid leave of 7 days was already the extent of his authority. Any further extension would mean a month off. An entire month of paid leave would practically be considered a misuse of funds. If the secret department were to discover this, he would certainly lose his position as dean. However, upon recalling Lu Fan's identity as a member of an esteemed hidden family, the bald-headed dean gritted his teeth and prepared to comply. Yet, to his surprise, before he could voice his agreement, Lu Fan spoke first. Jingxiang, she will no longer come to work. Gasping, the bald-headed dean inhaled sharply. He hadn't anticipated that Lu Fan's demands would be so audacious. It was worth noting that as a top-tier medical ninja, Jingxiang earned a salary higher than his own, an entire 200,000 yen each month. This amounted to 1,200,000 yen annually. Such a substantial sum left the bald-headed dean feeling quite daunted. Lu Fan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but it's just not feasible. The bald-headed dean was sweating profusely, his expression bitter. I'm merely a small dean. A loss of 1,200,000 yen in a year would be catastrophic if discovered. What are you talking about? Lu Fan found himself amused. What do you take me for? He admitted that he had a penchant for money and indeed desired to acquire it in great quantities for extravagant pursuits. However, he believed in the principle that a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through righteous means, that if he wanted money, he would earn it himself, or take it, that he could never stoop to the level of misusing funds or being a parasite. You've misunderstood. I am here to resign for Jingxiang. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed dean instinctively exhaled in relief. Oh, so you are here to resign. That puts my mind at ease. However, before he could finish his thought, the bald-headed dean froze. Resign? Lu Fan, my dear brother, you must be joking. He was so anxious he nearly wept. Just the other day, he had received praise from his superior, Zhuang Qinshun, for hiring Jingxiang. If she were to resign now, it would be a slap in the face for Zhuang Qinshun. The worst part was that while Jingxiang could escape unscathed, he, as the dean, would still be at Konoha Hospital. In that case, Zhuang Qinshun, in a fit of rage, would surely take it out on him. Gulping at the thought of such a dreadful future, the bald-headed dean could not help but swallow hard. Suddenly, he felt that compared to Jingxiang's resignation, the idea of misusing funds for a year seemed negotiable. After all, misusing funds only meant losing money, whereas Jingxiang, at least nominally, was still part of their hospital. If Zhuang Qinshun inquired, he could present the contract and confidently assert that Jingxiang still worked there. Thus, the bald-headed dean swallowed again. Lu Fan, 1 year is truly too long. What about 6 months? Half a year? He had considered that a 6-month deficit of 600,000 yen might be manageable with some careful budgeting. Dean, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Lu Fan smiled and shook his head. 12 months. The bald-headed dean's eyes reddened. 12 months is my absolute limit. Any more is simply impossible. As he spoke, his voice trembled. Before Jingxiang arrived, their hospital's annual profit was merely 3 million yen. Now, to incur a loss of 1,200,000 yen would effectively have their annual profit. Such a substantial amount left him genuinely fearful that he could not bear the burden. If this were to be exposed and the secret department caught wind of it, his presidency would be all but over. Therefore, the pressure he felt was immense. However, to his astonishment, Lu Fan shook his head. This is not a matter of time. I simply do not wish to misuse funds meant for patients' lives. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed dean was momentarily stunned. Not wishing to take money meant for patients? If he did not want to take the patient's money, then whose money did he intend to take? As realization dawned on him, he gradually understood. All this time, Lu Fan had been fixated on him. Indeed, it made sense. If word got out that he was misusing patients' funds, it would not reflect well that a young master like Lu Fan would undoubtedly cherish his reputation. Thus, the only option left was to target the dean. After a prolonged silence, the bald-headed dean finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I understand. Young Master Lu, give me 3 days, and I will gather the funds to deliver to your home. Young Master Lu? Gather funds? Lu Fan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the bald-headed dean's assumptions. Please, get a grip. I am simply here to resign for Jingxiang. Nothing more. Really? Why would I deceive you? Lu Fan chuckled at the absurdity that in that moment. The bald-headed dean suddenly realized he might have genuinely misinterpreted Lu Fan's intentions. However, he still couldn't comprehend why Lu Fan wanted Jingxiang to resign, or what she would do afterward. Return to Lu Fan's home to continue as a maid. Upon realizing this, the bald-headed dean could no longer contain himself. For the past month, Jingxiang's medical prowess had not only won over doctors and patients, but had also impressed him as the dean. Even aside from the implications of Jingxiang's resignation as a medical professional, he could not bear to see a medical prodigy like her reduced to a mere maid for Lu Fan. It wasn't that Lu Fan was unworthy. It was simply that anyone could perform maid duties. Whereas healing and saving lives was a gift that perhaps only Jingxiang possessed. To put it bluntly, having a medical genius like Jingxiang serve as a maid would be an egregious waste. Thus, he implored Lu Fan earnestly, "Please, let Jingxiang continue her work as a doctor." The bald-headed dean knelt before Lu Fan, his expression sincere. He even suggested, "If your home is in need of a maid, I could even try donning a maid's outfit." Lu Fan, momentarily envisioning the bald-headed dean in a maid's costume, nearly retched at the thought. To prevent this man from uttering anything more repulsive, Lu Fan hastily clarified, "You misunderstand. I want Jingxiang to resign, not to serve as my maid. I will still have her continue her medical practice." With a sigh of relief, the bald-headed dean responded, "In that case, I can rest easy." Lu Fan, too, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. That was close. He almost had to witness the sight of a bald old man in a maid's outfit. However, while relief washed over him, the bald-headed dean became increasingly perplexed. "If you allow Jingxiang to continue as a doctor, why then do you want her to resign?" To this, Lu Fan replied matter-of-factly, "Because I am going to open a hospital." The bald-headed dean was left utterly flabbergasted. "What?" The bald-headed director couldn't help but probe his ears, suspecting he might have misheard. After all, this was simply too absurd to fathom. It wasn't that Lu Fan couldn't afford to open a hospital. In his mind, Lu Fan was the scion of a reclusive aristocratic family. The thought of him opening a hospital seemed almost mundane. He could just as easily open a mint, and it wouldn't surprise him. However, what perplexed him was the question of why. Out of the blue, Lu Fan had suddenly decided to embark on this venture. The bald-headed director gazed at Lu Fan with a look of bewilderment. Suddenly, Lu Fan shook his head with a light chuckle. It was far from a spur-of-the-moment decision. 2 weeks prior, upon encountering swimsuit Tsunade for the first time in the Naruto mobile game, he had resolved to establish a hospital. Among various business ventures, running a hospital was not only lucrative but also held the highest social standing. The profitability was self-evident. Aside from hospitals, all other businesses could be bargained with. Even a single vegetable could be haggled from 50 cents down to 40. Yet, in a hospital, haggling was utterly out of the question. Normal people would never even consider negotiating prices in such a setting, for life is invaluable when one is on the brink of death. Who would care about a trifling price difference? As for the exalted status associated with running a hospital, it is quite straightforward. There is a saying, "To save a life is to build a 7-story pagoda." How many lives do hospital doctors save each day? With the medical expertise of Tsunade and Shizune, how many would they be regarded as saviors for? Especially in the perilous world of Naruto, where ninjas confront death daily. 1 Can only imagine how many lives Tsunade and her colleagues would save in the Hidden Leaf Village over the years. While it may not be a perfect 10 out of 10, it would certainly be around 6 out of 10. Being the savior for 60% of the village, what more needs to be said? Tsunade's ascent to the position of 5th Hokage is not merely due to her being the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Therefore, regardless of the location, establishing a hospital is undoubtedly the best business one can engage in. Only by opening a hospital can one simultaneously earn wealth and be remembered for their good deeds, thereby elevating their social standing. In simple terms, it means being wealthy and powerful while also earning respect. Just think about it. Are there any businesses better than running a hospital? Especially one staffed with medical prodigies, which would be akin to a sanctuary for patients. Thus, Lu Fan's intention to open a hospital was not a mere whim. He had long set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. Even his plan to rob Kato in the Land of Ways was a strategic step towards this goal. Those who believe that Lu Fan is merely striving for wealth due to his infatuation with Dai Nai Nai are mistaken. Of course, Lu Fan would not divulge all this to the bald-headed director. His response to him was succinct. "Because I can." The bald-headed director was left speechless. "Because you can?" This was undoubtedly the most capricious statement he had ever heard in his life. Truly, he was living up to the reputation of a privileged scion from a secluded aristocracy. How audacious! However, it was precisely this audacity that allowed the bald-headed director to relax, for in his view, Lu Fan's desire to open a hospital was merely a fleeting fancy of a wealthy heir, likely to last no more than a fleeting moment. Once Lu Fan grew bored, or the hospital went bankrupt, Shizun would surely return to work. With this thought, the bald-headed director felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression towards Lu Fan tinged with a hint of disdain. After all, as the director of the Hidden Leaf Hospital, no one understood better than he the challenges of running a hospital. Sensing the contempt in the bald-headed director's eyes, Lu Fan merely smiled, unfazed. After all, once he decided to open a hospital, he and the bald-headed director had become competitors. The more the bald-headed director looked down on him, the more elated he felt. For each ounce of contempt he received signified that his opponent was growing complacent, and the more complacent he was, the better Lu Fan's hospital business would thrive. This was a classic strategy from the renowned military treatise, The 36 Stratagems, feigning weakness to gain the upper hand. Thus, Lu Fan deliberately adopted an air of ignorance. Beaming at the bald-headed director, "Director, this is my first time opening a hospital. I lack experience, so I would appreciate your guidance," feigning weakness to disarm the opponent. "Ha ha ha, rest assured, since you wish to open a hospital, I, old son, will certainly assist you wholeheartedly," the bald-headed director proclaimed cheerfully, though inwardly he could hardly wait for Lu Fan's venture to fail. With a smile plastered on his face, the bald-headed director patted his chest, his eyes brimming with contempt for Lu Fan. Enhanced by the power of his Sharingan, Lu Fan was acutely aware of the bald-headed director's disdain. Nevertheless, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before the director realized how foolish his contempt was today. Yet outwardly, Lu Fan maintained a pleasant demeanor, nodding appreciatively. Thank you. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease." The two maintained a facade of politeness, smiles masking their true intentions as they awaited the other's downfall. Just as they were conversing, a sharp knock echoed through the office. Shizun entered at a measured pace, first bowing respectfully to Lu Fan and addressing him as master, before turning to the bald-headed director to submit her resignation. This was not particularly surprising. After all, Lu Fan had come to help Shizun resign. However, the situation took a turn when it became clear that Shizun was not the only one submitting a resignation. "Director, I also resign." Following closely behind Shizun was the chief physician of the emergency department, Chunin. "Director, I too wish to resign." The deputy chief of the emergency department, Chunin Aiko, echoed her sentiments. "Director, I also." The head nurse of the emergency department, Eri, chimed in, Director, I." Hearing the cascade of resignations, the bald-headed director felt as though he were about to faint. Were half the emergency department resigning? Of course not. Shizun shook her head with a smile. "Phew," the bald-headed director sighed in relief that it's the entire emergency department. "Nanny." The bald-headed director's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The whole emergency department was resigning. What kind of joke was this? Lu Fan, too, was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that Shizun might only manage to poach a few nurses, but he never anticipated that she would successfully lure away an entire department from the bald-headed director. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed underestimated Shizun. After all, she had once served as Tsunade's secretary, handling both grand and minute affairs throughout the Land of Fire and the entire Naruto world without hesitation. With someone of her caliber, recruiting a few doctors was hardly unexpected. In that moment, Lu Fan suddenly recognized that he had also underestimated the power of the Naruto mobile game. The Summon Ninjas, besides being formidable, were indeed exceptional individuals in every regard. For instance, having Lee work on a construction site seemed almost a waste of his talents. Lu Fan lowered his head in contemplation. He was beginning to formulate some ideas. While the specifics would require time to refine, he was in no rush. His foremost priority remained the successful establishment of the hospital. Meanwhile, the bald-headed director was far from calm that he rushed up to Lu Fan, his eyes reddening. "Lu go. What does this mean?" "What do you mean?" Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you not just say you would help me?" "Help you?" The bald director stood there, utterly bewildered. Let us not speak of the empty pleasantries he had just uttered, for they were mere fabrications. Even if they were genuine, who would dismantle their own hospital to assist others? That was an entire emergency department at stake. The bald director was on the verge of regretting his decisions. Witnessing this, Lu Fan could not suppress a laugh. Indeed, he believed that the bald director would soon come to rue his choices. However, he never anticipated that the regret would manifest so swiftly. Chapter 51. Attracting Investment. Why? Oh, why? The bald director gazed sorrowfully at the doctors and nurses from the emergency department who had come to resign, particularly at the lead physician, Shionai Ai. Shionai, have I not treated you all well? He implored. Why are you doing this? Upon hearing the director's words, Shionai Ai felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the bald director had indeed been a decent person, treating them with kindness. Logically, they should not be resigning en masse. Yet, there was no way around it. The offer was simply too enticing. Huh? The bald director looked utterly perplexed. What do you mean by too enticing? Money, Shionai Ai replied, excitement evident in her voice as she swallowed hard. Jingxiang promised me that if I moved to Master Lu's hospital, I'd receive a monthly salary of 140,000 yen. Upon hearing this figure, the bald director was struck dumb. 140 yen a month? Has Lu Fan lost his mind? To put this into perspective, a typical junior doctor earns around 30,000 yen monthly, while a competent chief physician like Shionai Ai might make a maximum of 60,000 to 70,000 yen. Only a medical prodigy like Jingxiang could command a two-digit salary. Thus, Lu Fan's offer of 140,000 yen per month to Shionai Ai was nothing short of outrageous. Even I, as the director, earn merely 150,000 yen a month. And this was merely the beginning. In addition to Chief Shionai Ai, Deputy Chief Shimada Chioi, Nurse Manager Asaka, and several other doctors and nurses followed suit, declaring that they too had received doubled salary offers from Lu Fan. So, you see, Director, Shionai Ai spread her hands in resignation. It's not that we wish to leave, but who can refuse a salary that doubles? Unless you can match that offer. The bald director's expression stiffened. Match that offer? What kind of joke is this? This hospital isn't mine to run. I am merely the managing director. I have no authority to double your salaries. Furthermore, Konoha Hospital is not solely comprised of the emergency department. Even if I conceded this time, and the others did as well, increasing your emergency department salaries, what about the inpatient department? Should their salaries also be doubled? And what of the outpatient department? If all salaries were to double, where would the hospital find the funds? Thus, increasing salaries was out of the question. Yet, without additional funds, he had no means to persuade Shionai Ai and her colleagues to stay. For, when faced with the stark reality of cold, hard cash, any words of persuasion fell woefully short. The bald director could only watch helplessly as doctors and nurses from his emergency department resigned one after another, turning to Lu Fan to sign contracts for employment. This blatant betrayal felt like a personal affront to the bald director, nearly driving him to madness. The most painful part was that he could not express his anger towards Lu Fan. After all, in his eyes, Lu Fan was the scion of a hidden aristocracy. Thus, the bald director could only force a smile, watching as Lu Fan effectively dismantled his entire emergency department. However, having served as a director for so many years, he resolved to face the situation with composure. He quickly adjusted his mindset and half-jokingly lamented to Lu Fan, I say, Lu, if you take away my entire emergency department, how am I supposed to maintain my position as director? The bald director articulated this in hopes of eliciting a favor from Lu Fan. To his surprise, Lu Fan's eyes lit up at this statement, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, can't maintain your position? Then that's perfect. Pack your things and come work for me. I'll offer you a double salary. The bald director was left dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Lu Fan would seek to poach not only the entire emergency department, but also him, the director. The most alarming part was the immediate mention of a doubled salary. Even he, as the director, felt a stirring within him at the allure of such a proposition. However, the bald director was ultimately not like the doctors. The doctors thrived on their skills. Even if they resigned now, they could return to Konoha Hospital if Lu Fan's establishment were to falter. But for the director, his position relied on connections and influence. Resigning would mean alienating himself from the likes of Zhuang Qinchun, and given her standing in Konoha, he could forget about returning to his role as director. He might even find himself relegated to a security guard's position. Most importantly, he had no faith that Lu Fan could successfully run a hospital. Thus, without further contemplation, The bald director swiftly declined Lu Fan's enticing offer. Lu Fan, however, remained unfazed. A meal must be savored bite by bite, and a person must be recruited piece by piece. The moment I resolved to establish a hospital, Konoha Hospital became a part of the Lu family. Sooner or later, it will all be devoured. Lu's desserts. Lu's father proved to be quite proactive. After obtaining the franchise secrets from Lu Fan, he swiftly initiated the first change. He rebranded the century-old Lu's glutinous rice ball shop into the more straightforward and memorable Lu's desserts. As for any further plans Lu's father may have, Lu Fan did not pry. Regardless of the trouble his father might stir up later, he was confident in his ability to resolve it. The hospital business remained paramount. Jingxiang, please provide a brief overview of our current financial situation and the extent of our deficit. Lu Fan gently tapped the table. Jingxiang promptly retrieved a notebook from her pocket. Our financial status is as follows. The owner's father has invested 320,000 yen. My salary for this month is 200,000 yen, and Xiaoli's salary for this month is 50,000 yen. That we currently have a total of 570,000 yen on the books. That Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. To be fair, aside from spending on mobile games, Tung Sun, 570,000 yen was a considerable sum. However, for establishing a hospital, it was ultimately insufficient. Calculating it out, this amount would barely cover the first month's salaries for the doctors in the emergency department. The problem was, running a hospital required more than just doctors. First and foremost was the hospital building that if purchased, it would cost astronomical sums, no less than tens of millions. Even renting would command monthly fees in the range of hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, there were various medical instruments to consider. While ninjas primarily used ninjutsu for healing, fundamental necessities such as hospital beds and operating tables were still required. This alone would incur an investment of at least 100,000 yen. Thus, upon careful calculation, they faced a funding shortfall of at least 500,000 yen. The reason for such a significant deficit was simple. Jingxiang had recruited too many personnel. Lu Fan had anticipated only acquiring a few inconsequential nurses. Yet Jingxiang had managed to poach the entire emergency department from Konoha Hospital, resulting in this substantial funding gap. Jingxiang realized this as well and immediately lowered her head in apology. Master, I am sorry. It was my oversight regarding the funding issue that caused you trouble. It is not your fault. Lu Fan immediately waved his hand, urging Jingxiang to rise. He was not a tyrant who acted unilaterally. To speak earnestly, this matter was due to his lack of thorough consideration. Moreover, what kind of employer would blame their subordinate for being too capable? If such an employer truly existed, they would deserve to go bankrupt. As for the financial issues, I will find a way to resolve them. Lu Fan patted Jingxiang's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, a mere 500,000 is but a trifling sum. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lu Ba, who was prepared to consult Lu Fan on business matters. Upon hearing this, he did not hesitate for even a second, turning and scrambling down the stairs while shouting, "Son, please spare your old father. I truly have no money left." Seeing Lu Ba, who was thoroughly frightened, Lu Fan shook his head with a light chuckle. This time, he did not intend to rely entirely on his father. What he sought were Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Do not misunderstand. Lu Fan had no intention of swindling their money. On the contrary, he wished to compensate them. After all, during the incident in the Land of Waves, they had taken the blame for him. Thus, to put it plainly, Lu Fan owed them a debt of gratitude. Initially, Lu Fan had planned to wait until the hospital business was on stable ground to directly offer them a share. However, it seemed that he would have to seek some investment first. Do not be misled into thinking that an investment of 50,000 by Hinata, Shino, and Kiba seemed like a loss. In reality, if it were not for them, Lu Fan would not be inclined to accept any other investments. This hospital business was an endeavor that Lu Fan had meticulously prepared and planned for a long time. An investment of 500,000 would undoubtedly yield returns of tenfold or even 100-fold in the future, not to mention the invaluable political resources it would bring. How could the fishmonger Gao Qiqiang become the richest in the city? Hence, for such a promising venture, Lu Fan would not merely set a price of 500,000. Even if he were to demand 5 million or 50 million, there would be countless people eager to join in and share in the profits. Of course, aside from the desire to compensate Hinata, Shino, and Kiba, the most critical reason was still their family's powerful influence, which could help him safeguard the lucrative hospital that I in all his endeavors, be it in his past life or this one. Lu Fan always prioritized memory and ambition, aside from his closest family. Any true man with grand aspirations would never allow mere emotions to cloud his judgment. If deception was necessary, so be it. In the land of waves, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were made scapegoats. If compensation was warranted, then it would be given. Without affecting the overall situation, he would conveniently compensate Hinata, Shino, and Kiba with shares in the hospital. If compensation proved impossible, Lu Fan would not dwell on it. However, he was indeed somewhat irritated. Where was that old dog Danzo? Hadn't they agreed that he would come to trouble him, to send him money and a head? Where was he? Chapter 52. I support you in the Hokage's office. Achoo. Danzo rubbed his nose. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as he handed him a cup of hot tea. What's this? The esteemed Shimura Danzo has caught a cold. Danzo ignored Hiruzen's teasing, lifted the teacup, took a sip, and immediately spat it out. Old monkey, can you be any more stingy? After all this effort to visit, you give me this? Where's that box of good tea? Sarutobi's expression stiffened. The mere thought of that box of tea caused him a twinge of pain, and he instantly lost interest in banter with Danzo. His expression turned serious. Danzo, let us get down to business. 10 minutes later, and no matter what, you'd best rein yourself in a bit lately. Someone has noticed that orphans from the orphanage have been disappearing frequently. Sarutobi's face was grim, his voice icy. If your human experimentation is exposed, I won't be able to save you either. I know what I'm doing. I don't need your lectures. Danzo snorted coldly, preparing to leave. Are you really just going to walk away? Sarutobi reached out to block Danzo. Danzo turned back, a hint of amusement on his face. Everything that needed to be said has already been said. If I'm not leaving, shall I stay for a meal? What meal? Sarutobi was quite irritated. Have you forgotten something? What thing? Danzo raised his head, feigning ignorance. The loud crash echoed as Sarutobi slammed his palm down, shattering the table, gritting his teeth in fury. Danzo, what do you mean by this? I clearly instructed you a week ago to capture that Lu Fan. Why have you still not acted? Give me a reasonable explanation. Hearing this, Danzo's expression turned cold. A reasonable explanation. Old monkey, have you lost your mind? I, Shimura Danzo, am not your subordinate. What gives you the right to demand an explanation from me? As he spoke, Danzo's temper flared. Seeing this, Sarutobi calmed down slightly, realizing he had indeed misspoken. Although Danzo and his faction were forces he had supported, in his heart, they were his subordinates, but on the surface, their relationship was one of cooperation. His previous words had indeed crossed the line and hurt Danzo's pride. Thus, Sarutobi immediately softened his tone. Danzo, you are overthinking it. We have been brothers for decades. How could I ever see you as a subordinate? I wasn't questioning you. I merely wanted to know if there was some misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Danzo's anger subsided a little, but he did not directly express his thoughts. Instead, he countered Sarutobi's question. Why do you want to capture this Lu Fan? Of course, it's about the money from the land of waves. Sarutobi gritted his teeth. That brat has already admitted that the money is in his possession. Hearing this, Danzo was somewhat surprised. Firstly, he had not anticipated that Lu Fan, as a commoner ninja, could audaciously seize such a large sum right under Konoha's nose. To accomplish this required strength, cunning, and courage. None could be lacking. Most impressively, after snatching the money, he managed to escape unscathed from Sarutobi's subordinates, compelling Danzo to step in. Secondly, he had not expected that after everything settled, Lu Fan would not choose to silently enjoy his newfound wealth, but would dare to speak the truth to Sarutobi. That kind of audacity was simply boundless. To be honest, if Danzo were in Lu Fan's position, he would not dare to do such a thing. However, the more audacious Lu Fan was, the more Danzo admired him. Thus, he spoke up. Old monkey, I see that what you care about is not the money, but your own reputation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression froze. Danzo had no intention of sparing him any face, sneering coldly. It has been almost 2 weeks since the money from the land of waves disappeared. Hasn't it? Even if I were to go and capture Lu Fan now, what difference would it make? Can we recover the money? To put it bluntly, 2 weeks is long enough for that money to travel around the world. Therefore, you wanting me to capture Lu Fan has nothing to do with the money. You are merely venting your frustration. Hearing this, Sarutobi could no longer contain himself, grinding his teeth in fury. Damn it. I am venting my frustration. So what? That brat robbed my money and publicly humiliated me. As the Hokage, am I not entitled to take my frustrations out on him? As he said this, Sarutobi suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Zamura Toanzo, who is he? A remorseless killer, unflinching in the face of death, extinguishing entire families without a hint of sorrow, using infants and orphans for grotesque experiments, treating them as mere cold-blooded creatures. How could he suddenly come to Lu Fan's defense? Toanzo, could it be that you are harboring some ulterior motive? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned his thoughts. Toanzo dropped the pretense, bursting into laughter. Indeed, I hold great admiration for Lu Fan, and I have resolved to recruit him into my roots. As he spoke, Toanzo carefully observed Sarutobi Hiruzen. For over the years, Hiruzen had deliberately curtailed the strength of his umbu, not wishing for his roots to become overly powerful. Under normal circumstances, not to mention a prodigy like Lu Fan, even a talent as ordinary as Sai would be difficult to enlist into the umbu. Thus, in Toanzo's view, upon hearing his words, Hiruzen would surely vehemently oppose. However, to Toanzo's bewilderment, when Hiruzen heard him speak of recruiting Lu Fan, he surprisingly did not object. Instead, he wore a peculiar smile, his expression resembling that of one watching a jester. This gaze instinctively irked Toanzo. Old monkey, what do you mean by that? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Why do I look at you this way? Sarutobi chuckled, inwardly amused that to view a clown, one must adopt such a gaze. For it was not that he held Toanzo in disdain, but rather that this old fellow was utterly oblivious to Lu Fan's true character. To say he was lawless was merely a mild description. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the illustrious Hokage of Konoha, had been verbally berated from beginning to end by Lu Fan, a mere suspect, who even scattered his treasured tea leaves. To put it bluntly, Lu Fan nearly rode on his head to defecate. Therefore, considering Lu Fan's disposition, and with Hiruzen as Hokage, how could Toanzo possibly possess the confidence to recruit Lu Fan? Truly a fool. Sarutobi gazed at Toanzo with contempt, as if he could traverse time and witness Toanzo's face flush with humiliation. Nonetheless, Sarutobi refrained from warning Toanzo, for he intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a stern lesson. Most importantly, he was a man of authenticity. The suffering he endured, his brothers must also experience. Thus, Sarutobi not only refrained from obstructing Toanzo, but even cheerfully encouraged him. Brother Toanzo, you truly possess remarkable insight. I support you. Chapter 53. In business, mere wealth suffices not in Konoha, at the Lu family dessert shop. Wow, this is delicious, Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, clutching a dozen glutinous rice balls. Devouring them incessantly, Hinata also took small bites of the dumplings, while Shino, not particularly fond of overly sweet flavors, turned to Lu Fan. Bro Lu, you summoned us here today. It must be for more than just dessert, right? Upon hearing this, both Kiba and Hinata turned their attention to Lu Fan. Indeed, Lu Fan decided to be forthright that I plan to open a hospital in Konoha soon, but I still have a slight funding shortfall. No need to elaborate, Kiba interrupted, immediately pulling out his wallet and slapping it on the table. Bro Lu, I have 6 man yen on me today. It's all here. How much do you need? If it's not enough, I can go home and fetch more. Though Hinata and Shino were a bit slower to respond, they nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to lend money to Lu Fan. Seeing this, even Lu Fan felt a stir of emotion. However, emotions aside, he needed to clarify that I'm not asking to borrow money from you. Rather, I wish for you to invest in my hospital. Borrowing money and investing are entirely different concepts. One is a gift, perhaps with a slight interest, while the other involves shares. Lu Fan attempted to make Hinata, Shino, and Kiba recognize this distinction. Yet, it was evident that he was speaking to deaf ears. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were unconcerned with shares. Kiba, more impatient, declared, Bro Lu, given our relationship, you need not explain these matters to us. In his mind, as long as Lu Fan spoke, whether borrowing or investing, even if he simply wanted a gift of money, it mattered not. Hinata and Shino shared the same sentiment that on one hand, they genuinely respected Lu Fan. On the other, for scions of noble families, mere money was inconsequential. Thus, Bro Lu, no need for explanations. Just tell us how much you need. Hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, extending a hand. 0.5 million yen. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba exchanged glances, counting on their fingers, contemplating 0.5 million yen. If we split it 3 ways, would be about 1.6 million each. Okay, no problem. They did not deliberate for long and nodded in agreement. Truth be told, 5 million was indeed a substantial sum, but considering their backgrounds and status, it should not pose a problem. However, to their astonishment, Lu Fan shook his head. You've misunderstood. It's not 5 million to what? Hinata, Shino, and Kiba looked bewildered. Not 5 million. Then could it be 50 million? At the thought of such a figure, even the most straightforward Kiba couldn't help but gulp. For even the dimmest of rich heirs knew that 50 million was a staggering number, not to mention them. Even if they had inherited their families, such a hefty sum would be challenging to procure. Bro Lu, Kiba said, looking troubled, hesitating for a long time, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Shino, however, was more candid, straightforwardly stating, Bro Lu, 50 million is simply too much. We can't manage that. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle. If Hinata, Shino, and Kiba could muster 50 million, why would he even open a hospital? Clinging to their legs would suffice to exhaust the ninja pool. Thus, you've misunderstood. It's not 5 million, nor is it 50 million. It's 500,000. 500,000. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard that it was not that they thought it was too much, but rather too little, given Lu Fan's style. How could he be so serious about asking for just 500,000? While pondering this, Lu Fan smiled and remarked, consider this investment of 500,000 and ask your parents for their input before responding. Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Lu Fan would indeed only require 500,000. Moreover, they struggled to comprehend why such a trivial sum warranted consulting their parents. They could readily agree right now. However, Lu Fan shook his head. You must think it through carefully. Investment is not the same as borrowing. Borrowing, at most, incurs no interest, and the principal remains intact, whereas investment entails both gains and losses. I may very well squander your money entirely. Lu Fan squinted his eyes, intending to intimidate Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka. Kiba. To his surprise, the trio remained utterly unfazed, not even blinking. The impatient Kiba wore an expression of eager anticipation. Lu Gu, I have faith in you. I believe you won't let us down. So, how about it? Can I lend you some money now? I'm ready to invest. Both Hinata and Shino produced their wallets, waiting for Lu Fan's nod to hand over the money. A mere 500,000. There's no need to consult our parents. We can provide it ourselves right away. Observing the trio's eagerness to part with their money, Lu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. He was well aware that Hinata, Shino, and Kiba could muster 500,000. After all, just a few days prior, they had ventured out of the village to confront bandits, and their haul of cash had approached nearly 1 million. Coupled with their own pocket money, 500,000 was indeed a trivial sum. However, Lu Fan shook his head. Investing in a business requires more than just money. You should return home and discuss this matter with your parents before coming back to me. Upon hearing this, Hinata and Kiba appeared bewildered, failing to grasp why Lu Fan insisted on informing their parents. Only Shino seemed contemplative, as if he had an inkling of understanding. Lu Fan smiled faintly, reiterating his point. In Konoha, one must wield influence. Despite having previously undermined the bald-headed director of the hospital, the man had not dared to retaliate, for he had yet to ascertain Lu Fan's true background and was wary of offending him. It was likely that, over the past couple of days, the director and his associates had unraveled Lu Fan's identity. The mere title of the son of the owner of Lu's Desserts was insufficient to compel the bald director and his superiors to back down. Therefore, Lu Fan anticipated that retribution from the director and his hidden powers would soon be forthcoming. Initially, Lu Fan had considered resolving matters through force, especially now that he had a formidable cohort of ninjas at his disposal. Whether it was the seasoned Aji or the swimsuit-clad Tsunade, each possessed the strength of a Jonin in an assassination or a full-blown conflict, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could mobilize the entire village against him. He held no fear of anyone else or any other faction. Yet, after some contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to temporarily forego violent measures. After all, relying solely on brute force would not enable him to govern Konoha or ascend to the Hokage's seat. Even if he succeeded, the outcome would be more detrimental than beneficial. Forcibly imposing a power greater than Konoha's was futile. What he sought was to harness Konoha's strength for his own purposes. Thus, the next step lay in observing how the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans would choose to act. Chapter 54. Lu Fan, will succeed Ninja Lu Fan's family background investigation. Lu Fan, 14 years old. Resides at number 13, Gourmet Street. Family status. Both parents are present and operate a dessert shop named Lu's Desserts. Upon reviewing the investigation report compiled by the detectives, the bald director could no longer contain his fury and smashed the teacup onto the floor with a resounding crash. Emitting a roar as if it were a beast ready to devour, this insolent brat dared to deceive me. He could never have imagined that the Lu Fan he regarded as a scion of a hidden aristocracy was, in fact, merely a commoner selling glutinous rice balls. The reason Asuma Saratobi assisted Lu Fan was nothing more than coincidence. Reflecting on the information and recalling previous events, the director's eyes reddened with rage. How foolish he had been to show such deference to Lu Fan, nearly groveling before him. What infuriated him most was that Lu Fan had the audacity to siphon off an entire emergency department right before his eyes, causing him to lose face in the medical community and nearly costing him his job. To resolve this debacle, he had been pleading for help over the past few days, barely managing to gloss over the issue. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He could not help but turn to the elderly woman in a kimono seated on the sofa, her hair a mix of gray and white. And through gritted teeth, he implored, "Lady Koharu, you must not let this Lu Fan off lightly. He must be made to see the consequences of his actions." Indeed, this woman in the kimono was none other than one of Konoha's two prominent advisors. Koharu Utatane. Konoha Hospital was her domain. Hearing the director's furious outburst, Koharu's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly unperturbed. However, just as the director believed she was truly unfazed, she coldly stated, "I have already notified Danzo." The mention of Danzo's name made the director involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. Despite his harsh words, he harbored no genuine animosity towards Lu Fan. After all, he was merely a worker in the system. His earlier rage had merely been for show before Koharu. In his mind, punishing Lu Fan would amount to little more than sending a few people to give him a beating. Yet, he had not anticipated that Koharu would take such a severe approach, directly informing Danzo. As the director of Konoha Hospital, he had some awareness of the inner workings. Who was Danzo? To speak kindly. He was a high-ranking official in Konoha. Much like Koharu. To speak bluntly, he was the dark hand of Konoha's upper echelons, responsible for carrying out Koharu's orders, committing murder, enslaving orphans, brainwashing ninjas, and conducting human experiments. It could be said without reservation that in the territory of Konoha, anyone who crossed paths with Danzo would find themselves losing their freedom, becoming puppets under his control. The best outcome would be to retain their lives, while the worst would be death or a fate worse than death. Reflecting on this, the director couldn't help but shudder, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lu Fan. After all, like Lu Fan, he was also a commoner from humble beginnings. Moreover, he had a measure of admiration for Lu Fan. Truth be told, at 14, he had not possessed the capability to deceive the hospital director or siphon off an entire emergency department, let alone plan to open a hospital. However, what use was admiration? The director sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. That in Konoha, power was paramount. Individuals like them, commoners, who dared to encroach upon Koharu's business, had only one fate: death. He imagined that Danzo should have already received Koharu's message by now. 100 meters beneath Konoha, in the roots, Lord Danzo, Lady Koharu has just sent a secret message requesting that you deal with Lu Fan discreetly. A root member wearing a vulture mask presented the letter. Cautiously observing Danzo, who was seated above him, and quietly inquired, "What are your orders?" Danzo narrowed his eyes. Were it not for the special insignia left by Koharu on the letter, he might have doubted its authenticity. After all, Lu Fan had just provoked Hiruzen Saratobi. Who would have thought he would also offend Koharu? It was known that Konoha had only 4 high-ranking officials, and Lu Fan had managed to antagonize 2 of them in just 3 days. Even Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This Lu Fan truly had a knack for causing trouble. Hearing this, the root member immediately stood up, wearing a fawning expression. That I understand. I will go and capture him at once. Capture him? You fool! Danzo scolded, rising to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he burst into laughter. The more trouble Lu Fan stirs up, the happier I become. The root member was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Danzo's delight. Fool! Danzo sneered. The more people Lu Fan offends, the more chaos he creates, the tighter he will be ensnared in my grasp, because only I can save him. Upon hearing this, the vulture's root finally understood. Danzo was not planning to carry out the order regarding Kinomaru, but intended to recruit Lu Fan into the route. Eager to prove himself, the vulture's route immediately suggested, should I reach out to him and gauge his intentions? No need, Danzo replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head, for I shall take matters into my own hands. A genius like Lu Fan deserves Danzo's personal attention and respect. Meanwhile, after consulting their parents, Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba returned to the Lu's dessert shop. Go. My parents want you to elaborate on the hospital project before they decide on investing, Shino replied with an air of calm. Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba, however, lowered their heads a bit sheepishly. Go, Lu Fankin. I'm sorry, but my parents said the same thing. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was not at all surprised. After all, the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans were prominent families in Konohagakure. It was only natural they would not hastily agree to invest based solely on the words of the three. Moreover, he never anticipated that things would progress so smoothly in the eyes of the three great clans. He, Lu Fan, was insignificant in comparison to Kinomaru. One was an inconspicuous minor character, while the other was a highly regarded advisor in the village. It was clear which side they would choose. The fact that they even agreed to meet him was likely due to the relentless efforts of Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba on his behalf. Therefore, there was no need for apologies. That I know you have all tried your best. Lu Fan smiled gently, comforting Hinata, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba. Yet, Inuzuka Kiba and Hinata still felt a twinge of guilt, as their families were not optimistic about the matter. Go, Lu Fan-kun. I'm sorry, they might not agree to invest in you. Lu Fan smiled slightly. I said, there is no need for apologies. I asked for the investment, he declared with a proud grin. Rest assured, they will agree, for only a fool would choose the path of inevitable defeat. Defy, Lu Fan, choose to act. I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Chapter 55. The Hyuga clan doesn't seem very friendly in the center of Konohagakure. The grand redwood gates, 10 meters wide, bore the magnificent characters Hyuga crafted in gleaming gold on a century-old Wangwali plaque. Upon seeing these characters, passing villagers could not help but display respect. This was not without reason. In this era where the Senju clan lay dormant and the Uchiha clan had nearly been annihilated, the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly the foremost noble family of Konohagakure. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Fan chose the Hyuga residence as the meeting place with the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans. This was also Lu Fan's first visit to the Hyuga estate. Gazing at the imposing gates of the Hyuga family, Lu Fan could not help but marvel. The Hyuga family truly exemplified the pinnacle of luxury in Konohagakure. After traversing the village for over a decade, he had never encountered such opulence. Lost in thought, a sharp mocking laugh suddenly pierced the air. Commoners are indeed commoners. Just a mere gate has them transfixed. What a sight of ignorance! A young man, seemingly around 16 or 17 and clad in a kimono, emerged from the Hyuga estate. Unfazed by the man's derision, Lu Fan remained indifferent. His earlier admiration was confined to the realm of the Hokage world. As a traveler from Earth, he held little regard for the Hyuga estate. Not to mention, a mere palace could easily overshadow the Hyuga residence. Furthermore, an eagle soaring high above would hardly concern itself with the barks of a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, Lu Fan chose to ignore the man entirely. However, the attitude of the Hyuga clan seemed rather unfriendly. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. Indeed, the young man who had mocked him possessed the same white eyes as Hinata. Yet while Hinata's were a pure, crystalline white, this man's were a ghastly pale. Most strikingly, his eyes revealed unabashed disdain and hostility, glaring at Lu Fan with venomous intensity. Upon noticing Lu Fan's disinterest, the man clenched his teeth in fury. How dare you, a lowly commoner, look at me with such contempt? At that moment, Lu Fan nearly mistook the man for a member of the Uchiha clan, for the arrogance he exuded was unmistakably reminiscent of the Uchiha's self-proclaimed superiority. Clearly, following the Uchiha's downfall, the Hyuga clan had grown increasingly haughty. Yet, it was unfortunate for him that he had chosen the wrong target to flaunt his arrogance. Chidori, lance, a brilliant bolt of azure lightning coalesced into a spear, accompanied by a thunderous roar that tore through the air, instantly shattering the young man's prized golden Hyuga plaque along with the brick archway behind it into oblivion. The debris rained down upon the Hyuga clansmen standing at the entrance, leaving them battered and covered in dust. However, the young man dared not make a move, for the crackling electricity at Lu Fan's fingertips had yet to dissipate. The second lightning spear aimed directly at his chest. Gulping in fear, Hyuga Suinzi felt overwhelmed. He had never anticipated Lu Fan's strength to be so formidable. That terrifying lightning was simply insurmountable. Despite having the strength of a Chunin, he had no confidence in surviving under such overwhelming power. Or rather, if Lu Fan's finger were to shift even slightly, it would not be the Hyuga gate that would be obliterated, but rather him, Hyuga Suinzi. What terrified him even more was that Lu Fan had struck without warning. After all, he was a member of the Hyuga clan. How dared a mere commoner lay hands on him? Contemplating the Hyuga family's prestigious reputation, Hyuga Suinzi's fear morphed into a flicker of anger. He was incensed that Lu Fan had the audacity to attack him, a mere commoner daring to confront a member of the Hyuga clan. As Hyuga Suinzi opened his mouth to speak, Lu Fan's icy voice interrupted him. Out of respect for Hinata, I shall spare you this time, but only this once. Next time, I will kill you. Hearing Lu Fan's chilling words, Hyuga Suinzi felt a sharp pain in his heart. That uncontrollable fear obliterated whatever pride he held as a member of the Hyuga clan in an instant. He realized clearly that if he dared to provoke Lu Fan again, he would truly be killed. With this thought, Hyuga Suinzi swallowed hard, lowering his head and refraining from meeting Lu Fan's gaze. Observing this, Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle and took a step to pass by Hyuga Suinzi, intending to enter the Hyuga residence. Yet at that moment, Hyuga Suinzi suddenly remembered that he had come to the entrance under the orders of the clan elders and higher-ups, specifically to challenge Lu Fan and assert his dominance. If he allowed Lu Fan to enter so easily, the elders would surely flay him alive. However, he also lacked the courage to provoke Lu Fan further. Caught in this dilemma, an idea suddenly struck Hyuga Suinzi. He didn't need to provoke Lu Fan, that he could simply pretend not to recognize him and, as a member of the Hyuga clan, expel Lu Fan with dignity. With this newfound determination, Hyuga Suinzi stepped forward to block Lu Fan's path. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had initially thought Hyuga Suinzi to be a cowardly fool, but unexpectedly, he dared to obstruct him. With a crackle, the lightning of 1,000 birds danced at his fingertips. Upon witnessing this, Hinata Sanzi immediately panicked, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the abode of the Hyuga clan?" Intrusion. Lu Fan paused momentarily. Perplexed. After all, he had been invited by the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans. Where did this notion of intrusion come from? However, upon observing Hinata Sanzi's quaking demeanor, Lu Fan quickly deduced that Hinata Sanzi was feigning ignorance of his identity. It remained unclear whether this was solely Hinata Sanzi's decision or a directive from the Hyuga clan, or even the other two clans. Not inclined to indulge in conjecture, nor interested in playing along with Hinata Sanzi's charade, Lu Fan coldly inquired, "Is your refusal to allow me entry your personal decision, or is it the collective stance of the Hyuga clan?" Gulping, Hinata Sanzi swallowed hard. The pretense of ignorance was indeed his own. Yet faced with the lightning in Lu Fan's hands, he dared not confront him on his own terms. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "What if it is the will of the Hyuga clan? Do you intend to force your way into our home?" As he spoke, Hinata Sanzi grew increasingly emboldened. He could not believe that Lu Fan would dare to confront the Hyuga clan after seeking their support. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his own reasoning. Even allowing a cold smile to creep upon his lips, "If you wish to enter, then you must beg me. Who knows, I might grant you passage if I am in a good mood." With narrowed eyes, Hinata Sanzi calculated that if Lu Fan were to plead for mercy, it would serve as a fitting display of authority, fulfilling the elder's task. However, what he did not anticipate was Lu Fan's abrupt departure upon hearing his words. Not lingering for even a second. What a jest! Lu Fan had only agreed to let the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans hold a 10% stake in the hospital out of consideration for Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba as a form of compensation. Did he truly think that he was seeking the favor of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans? The notion was utterly ludicrous, given his current strength and influence. Even the combined might of the three clans could scarcely hope to rival him. He could easily preserve the hospital's business solely through brute force. Moreover, even if he required the support of a faction, Konoha was not limited to the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka clans. The Yamanaka clan, led by Ino, the Nara clan under Shikamaru, and the Akimichi clan, along with the Senju clan, which had remained low-key in recent years but was still the foremost clan in Konoha. All presented numerous alternatives. Lu Fan had countless choices and certainly did not have to hang his hopes on the Hyuga clan alone. Thus, he strode away without a second thought. Yet, in his wake, Hinata Sanzi was thrown into a state of panic. The elders of the Hyuga clan had merely instructed him to give Lu Fan a warning. They had not forbidden him from entering. It was essential to remember that, for Lu Fan's sake, not only had the clan leader of the Hyuga clan come, but also the leaders of the Aburame and Inazuka clans had arrived. If he allowed Lu Fan to leave due to his actions, causing the leaders of two significant clans to have made a wasted trip, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. Wait, Hinata Sanzi blurted out instinctively. Lu Fan heard him but showed no intention of halting his stride. What right did a mere Hinata Sanzi have to command him to stop? Seeing Lu Fan's unyielding pace, Hinata Sanzi's composure faltered entirely. He could no longer maintain the arrogance of the Hyuga clan and rushed down the threshold to pursue Lu Fan's retreating figure. Please, wait. This time, he employed a respectful tone. Regrettably, Lu Fan remained unmoved. I beg you, Mr. Lu Fan, Hinata Sanzi pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice as he called out Lu Fan's name, addressing him with the title of Mr. However, Lu Fan continued to ignore him, for it simply was not sufficient. Had Hinata Sanzi adopted such a demeanor from the outset, perhaps Lu Fan would have found it within himself to forgive him. Yet now, it was far from adequate. Consequently, with a thud, Hinata Sanzi fell to his knees before Lu Fan. His face ashen. Esteemed Lord Lu Fan, I am but a fool, having offended you. Please, forgive me. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan paused. However, he had no intention of returning to the Hyuga clan's residence immediately. He understood clearly that after that flash of the thousand birds, Hinata Sanzi was already terrified beyond measure. Logically, he should not have dared to trouble him further unless someone had commanded him to do so. Thus, if he wished for Lu Fan to return, he would need to disclose who had instructed him to target Lu Fan. This. Hinata Sanzi's complexion drained of color. He had not anticipated Lu Fan's keen observational skills. He had deduced merely from one statement that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes to make trouble for Lu Fan. Should he betray the elder? Hinata Sanzi was engulfed in inner turmoil. That it was well known that the clan elders held positions just beneath the clan leader. Offending an elder would be tantamount to sabotaging his own future as a mere clan member. Thus, he was torn. Nevertheless, Lu Fan had no interest in wasting time with someone like Hinata Sanzi. Noticing the latter's prolonged silence, he resumed his steps. Seeing this, Hinata Sanzi panicked. It was Elder Hinata Tiansu. It was Elder Hinata Tiansu who sent me here to give you a warning. Lord Lu Fan. In the end, Hinata Sanzi revealed the elder's identity. The reasoning was simple. Betraying the elder would only offend that one individual and ruin his own future. However, if he allowed Lu Fan to depart, causing the clan leaders of the Aburame and Inazuka clans to have made a wasted trip, it would jeopardize the entire Hyuga clan. The weight of the situation was easily discerned. Hinata Tiansu. Lu Fan quietly mulled over the unfamiliar name as for Hinata Sanzi's thoughts. They were of no consequence to him. He merely committed the name of Hinata Tiansu to memory and proceeded, stepping over the kneeling Hinata Sanzi and entering the Hyuga clan's residence. Throughout this encounter, Hinata Sanzi dared not utter another word, bowing his head in humility as he followed Lu Fan, dutifully guiding him along the way. Soon, they arrived before an exceptionally luxurious paper sliding door. Lord Lu Fan, Lord Hinata Tiansu, along with the clan leaders of the Aburame and Inazuka clans, await you inside. It was evident that when mentioning the three clan leaders, even Hinata Sanzi, a member of the Hyuga clan, felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, these three leaders were significant figures in Konoha and the entire ninja world. However, Lu Fan paid little heed to such concerns. Times had changed. Although he still presented himself as a mere commoner ninja of the Lu's Desserts establishment, he had amassed power that surpassed the combined might of the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Aburame clans. His personal strength was more than sufficient to overpower the leaders of all three clans. Thus, the notion of tension was entirely non-existent. Lu Fan did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion, he casually tore open the paper door before him. The door swung open abruptly, drawing the attention of the esteemed leaders of the three prominent clans seated within, Hinata, Oil Maiden, and Inazuka. Due to their formidable power and long-standing positions of authority, the gazes of the clan leaders were as sharp as blades, fixating on Lu Fan and Hinata Suinzi, with the majority directed towards Lu Fan himself. Yet, even in the face of this overwhelming pressure, Hinata Suinzi found himself trembling, his legs giving way beneath him as he knelt on the ground. In stark contrast, Lu Fan remained unperturbed, as if a gentle breeze brushed against him. The three clan leaders looked at Lu Fan with intrigue, astonished that a mere commoner ninja could maintain such composure in their presence. In their minds, it was expected that Lu Fan would at least tremble in fear, if not fall to the ground like Hinata Suinzi. Quite fascinating, they marveled, and without revealing their intentions, the three leaders began to channel their chakra, elevating their presence. Squinting their eyes, they scrutinized Lu Fan, aiming to intimidate him. However, to their astonishment, even with their heightened chakra, Lu Fan remained unaffected. Such courage! The three clan leaders could not help but voice their admiration, acknowledging the young man's audacity in remaining so composed before them. Lu Fan merely smiled, unfazed. With his current strength, not even the legendary Uchiha Madara could provoke a frown from him. The so-called pressure from the three clan leaders was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Fan took a moment to appraise the three clan leaders. First, he recognized Hinata Hizashi, seated at the head of the table. Having watched the anime in his previous life, Lu Fan immediately identified him. Though he bore the title of a Konoha Jonin at around 40 years of age, Lu Fan assessed that his true power was conservatively at the level of an elite Jonin. Truly deserving of the title of clan leader, Tio Hizashi's left sat another familiar figure, Inazuka Tsume, the clan leader of the Inazuka clan. Her title was that of a special Jonin, yet Lu Fan suspected that, like Hizashi, her true strength was somewhat reserved, indicating that her prowess was likely at least that of a standard Konoha Jonin. However, what surprised Lu Fan was that to Hizashi's right sat not the expected Oil Maiden Shino, the leader of the Oil Maiden clan, but rather an elderly man with a grizzled beard. From his distinctive Byakugan, it was evident that he was also a member of the Hyuga clan. Perhaps sensing Lu Fan's scrutinizing gaze, the elderly man snapped, "What are you staring at, boy? I am Hyuga Tenzo, an elder of the Hyuga clan. I not have the right to sit here." Hyuga Tenzo? Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had not sought this old man out. Yet here he was, presenting himself as for his qualifications. Lu Fan could only think that those who sat in this room were all clan leaders, heads of their respective families, and prominent leaders. What standing did he have to be alongside them? Upon hearing this, the three clan leaders were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lu Fan's audacious demeanor. Hyuga Tenzo's face flushed with anger. He was shocked that Lu Fan showed him no respect, especially since he was just a young man who spoke so harshly. However, the elderly man, having lived long enough, thickened his skin and thought, regardless of how sharp-tongued this boy might be, it was he who occupied the third seat, while Lu Fan had no seat at all. At this, Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The third seat. While I am unaware of the specific circumstances, I suspect that the third seat was left unoccupied by the leader of the Oil Maiden clan out of modesty, and you shamelessly claimed it for yourself. Hyuga Tenzo's face turned a deep shade of purple upon realizing Lu Fan's words were spot on. Indeed, the third seat was one that the leader of the Oil Maiden clan had refused to occupy, and Tenzo had brazenly taken it for himself. The others were equally astonished, not expecting Lu Fan to be so perceptive that in truth, Lu Fan had merely taken a wild guess based on his understanding of the Oil Maiden clan. Before he could forget, Lu Fan continued, "Who says I have no seat?" With a light chuckle, a crack of thunder echoed as a violent surge of azure lightning erupted from his limbs, coalescing into a 3-meter-high throne of thunder. So, who truly occupies the seat of power here, sitting majestically upon his throne of lightning? Lu Fan gazed down at the leaders of the three clans, regarding Hyuga Tenzo with disdain, as he considered him unworthy of his attention. Chapter 57. Mere insects and lowly creatures. As Lu Fan sat upon the throne of thunder, looking down upon everyone, the leaders of the Oil Maiden, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans were stunned by the spectacle before them. Their expressions varied. Oil Maiden Shizun remained calm, unfazed by Lu Fan's gaze, while Inazuka Tsume appeared curious, intrigued by the figure on the throne. In contrast, Hinata Hizashi felt a surge of anger. After all, this was his clan. And Lu Fan's condescending posture felt disrespectful. Sitting beside him, Hyuga Tenzo trembled with indignation after the brief shock. You, lowly commoner, how dare you act so arrogantly? Arrogant? Lu Fan, seated upon his throne, could not suppress a laugh. The true arrogance lies with you, an old dog who cannot see the greater picture. Before Hyuga Tenzo could react to being insulted, Lu Fan's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing disdainfully as he addressed Tenzo. Tell me, what has given you the audacity to speak to me, a pitiful worm, in such a manner? A chilling aura enveloped the room, as the wild lightning crackled in the air, poised to strike like a blade, ready to claim lives. With a mere second of eye contact with Lu Fan, Hyuga Tenzo could not help but lower his head in fear, swallowing hard. Yet, the torment was far from over. The raging lightning surged like a dragon, erupting from the throne and roaring around Hyuga Tenzo, crackling ominously. The gathered assembly had no doubt that with a single thought from Lu Fan, the lightning could obliterate Tenzo into mere fragments. At that moment, Hyuga Tenzo realized the gravity of his foolish actions. Regardless of his illustrious lineage, as a weakling, he should never have provoked someone as powerful as Lu Fan, under the threat of death. Regret washed over him, his forehead glistening with sweat, and even his lower garments felt damp that as one ages. Maintaining composure becomes increasingly challenging, especially under such intimidation as it appeared that Hyuga Tenzo might embarrass himself. Hinata Hizashi, who had remained silent until now, intervened. Lu Fan, regardless of how wrong Hyuga Tenzo may be, do you not think your actions are also somewhat dismissive of the Hyuga clan? It is essential to acknowledge that this is the abode of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Hinata Tenzo holds the position of elder within their family. Lu Fan's blatant threat towards Hinata Tenzo, in front of such a multitude, is a clear affront to the dignity of the Hyuga clan. Hinata Rizu let out a cold snort. Immediately, over a dozen members of the Hyuga clan rushed in from outside, casting icy glares at Lu Fan seated on the throne. Observing this, Hinata Tenzo couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Hinata Rizu also believed that, constrained by the might of the Hyuga clan, Lu Fan would take a step back. However, to the astonishment of both Hinata Tenzo and Hinata Rizu, Lu Fan showed no inclination to retreat, even in the face of the overwhelming presence of the Hyuga clan. Instead, he extended his hand, summoning dozens of bolts of lightning from the Thunder Throne, directing them menacingly at the surrounding Hyuga members. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was Lu Fan truly intending to single-handedly confront the entire Hyuga clan? What a jest! It is crucial to remember that this is one of the most formidable families in Konoha, the Hyuga clan. They could hardly fathom Lu Fan's audacity. The insolence displayed by this young man ignited a flicker of anger within Hinata Rizu, who could no longer contain his frustration, just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Inazuka Tsume, the matriarch of the Inazuka clan, rose with a smile, turning her gaze towards Lu Fan. Initially, I thought that Inazuka Kiba, that child, was simply naive in his praises. Now, I have come to realize that Lu Fan is indeed extraordinary. The prowess Lu Fan exhibited has far surpassed their expectations. Upon hearing Tsume's commendation and the mention of Kiba's name, Lu Fan's expression softened slightly. After all, the leaders of the three clans are the parents of Hinata. Shino and Kiba. Lu Fan did not wish to escalate matters to an irreparable state. Furthermore, his ire stemmed solely from the old dog, Hinata Tenzo, which had little bearing on the leaders of the three clans. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Lu Fan retracted the bolts of lightning from the Thunder Throne. Witnessing this, Tsume turned her attention back to Hinata Rizu. Hinata clan leader, do not be overly agitated. Lu Fan has already demonstrated his strength and courage. We should also exhibit some sincerity. In response, Hinata Rizu snorted coldly, but remained silent, nonetheless gesturing for the nearby Hyuga members to withdraw. He also instructed a maid to present Lu Fan with a seat akin to theirs. Clearly, the leaders of the three clans had no intention of engaging in battle with Lu Fan. The earlier confrontation was merely a test, and Lu Fan was well aware of this. They asked for the outcome of that test. Need it be said? Apart from Hinata Rizu's momentary reluctance to concede, some of the Inazuka clan and Shino of the Yamanaka clan both offered Lu Fan warm smiles. After all, the leaders of the three prominent clans were not foolish. They had all witnessed Lu Fan's demonstration of strength through the power he wielded to forge the Thunder Throne. That was the might of a Jonin, even of an elite Jonin. Naturally, if he were merely a Jonin or an elite Jonin, it would not have moved them so profoundly. What truly mattered was his age. It is noteworthy that Lu Fan is merely 14 years old. Moreover, based on the intelligence they gathered over the past few days, Lu Fan had only been a ninja for less than 2 months. Within this brief span, he had ascended from an ordinary civilian to the level of a jonin and even an elite jonin. Such terrifying talent is unprecedented, even amidst the sea of geniuses in Konoha. Additionally, Lu Fan's audacity is among the most remarkable they have ever encountered. With such formidable talent and unparalleled courage, the accomplishments Lu Fan may achieve in the future are simply unimaginable. Thus, the leaders of the 3 clans, including the humiliated Hinata Rizu, all sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lu Fan. In this context, the earlier discord was swiftly dissolved amid their light-hearted banter. Once the atmosphere had settled, they proceeded to discuss matters of substance. Sum was the first to broach the subject. Lu Fan, I hear from Inuzuka Kiba that you wish to establish a hospital in Konoha? Lu Fan nodded with composure, demonstrating his determination to see the hospital come to fruition. Upon witnessing this, Hinata Tenzo, who had been silent for an extended period, finally could not restrain himself. Do you realize that by doing so, you are encroaching upon the business of Konoha Hospital? And Konoha Hospital is the enterprise of Elder Tsunade. The tone of Hinata Tenzo's inquiry was somewhat confrontational. The leaders of the 3 clans exchanged concerned glances, all wishing to maintain a good rapport with Lu Fan and unwilling to let the oblivious old man, Tenzo, jeopardize their standing. Nonetheless, Tenzo's question was indeed one they all wanted answered. Before proceeding with the hospital's planning, they needed to ascertain whether Lu Fan truly understood the implications of his actions and the adversaries he would face. In other words, as the initiator and primary stakeholder of the hospital, was Lu Fan adequately prepared? Meeting the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 clan leaders, Lu Fan smiled faintly, responding that insignificant Tsunade is nothing more than a mere dog, hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 58. Old Servant Xiaoji. I pay my respects to my master. The 3 clan leaders fell into a contemplative silence, all aware of Lu Fan's arrogance, yet none anticipated that he would be quite so brazen. Tsunade is a figure of the same era as the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The prowess of a jonin is undeniable, and her standing in Konoha ranks just below that of Sarutobi. Theo referred to such an individual as a mere dog. Observing the skepticism in the eyes of the 3 clan leaders, Lu Fan smiled slightly. In terms of strength, to put it nicely, Tsunade is indeed a jonin. However, to put it bluntly, a septuagenarian who hasn't fought in decades would likely struggle against even a chunin at this point. Upon hearing this, the 3 clan leaders pondered and were astonished to find themselves unable to refute his statement. However, aside from strength, what remained paramount was Tsunade's influence. It is worth noting that Tsunade is a Konoha elder with solid connections to the higher echelons of Konoha, particularly with the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was once her classmate and comrade in arms. And so what? Lu Fan chuckled that I have already offended Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do you think I would still care to offend Tsunade? Upon hearing this, the 3 clan leaders felt a wave of frustration. They suddenly recalled that Lu Fan indeed had no reason to fear Tsunade's influence. For long before crossing Tsunade, Lu Fan had already antagonized her greatest supporter, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, Lu Fan smiled faintly and addressed the 3 clan leaders. Are you perhaps underestimating your own power? Indeed, Tsunade's influence is considerable. However, do not forget that the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans are also esteemed families within Konoha. The combined strength of the 3 clans would easily suffice to subdue Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Hinata Tenzo could no longer contain himself. Are you not being overly audacious? What does the strength of the Hyuga clan have to do with you? Why should we assist you in dealing with Tsunade? In response, Hinata Rizu immediately reprimanded Hinata Tenzo. Elder Tenzo, you have gone too far. When addressing Lu Fan, you ought to be more courteous. Upon hearing those words, Lu Fan smiled silently. He suggested that Hinata Tenzo should be a bit more courteous, indicating that Hinata Hizashi merely felt that Hinata Tenzo's tone was unpleasant, rather than believing there was anything inherently wrong with what he said. Turning his head, Inuzuka Zwa and Aburame Shino, though silent, conveyed a multitude of sentiments through their quietude. Clearly, they concurred with the sentiments of the Hyuga clan, although Lu Fan possessed remarkable strength and exceptional talent. Their willingness to befriend him did not imply a readiness to gamble their family's fate against the likes of Haruno Sakura. Unless, of course, Lu Fan boasted his own power base. Yet, it was evident that such a prospect was improbable. For while extraordinary talent might allow Lu Fan to attain the prowess of an elite jonin within 2 months, it was utterly impossible for him to cultivate a formidable faction in that same time frame. Power is forged through the collective efforts of individuals, as exemplified by the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans, which have painstakingly developed their lineage over generations, nurturing and cultivating their progeny to gradually establish a formidable presence in Konoha. Indeed, power demands the accumulation of time. Thus, Inuzuka's was sighed. I regret to say, Lu Fan, I advise you to remain grounded and develop steadily. Consider the establishment of a hospital only when you have amassed sufficient strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was not taken aback. He understood why the leaders of the 3 clans harbored such thoughts. Logically assessing the situation, it was indeed implausible for him to forge a vast and loyal faction in such a brief span. One must remember that even Nagato and Konan, possessing the Rinnegan, spent over a decade merely to assemble the Akatsuki. Indeed, it was a mere semblance of success. The members of the Akatsuki were often driven by ulterior motives, lacking any semblance of loyalty to Nagato. For instance, Orochimaru viewed the Akatsuki solely as a stepping stone for his own ambitions, plotting his escape from the moment he joined. Obito, known as Tobi, had his own designs centered around creating a world with Rin. Itachi, a devoted brother and a spy within Konoha, had his own agenda. As for Sasori, Deidara, and Haiden, they were simply various forms of lunacy. Loyalty, such a concept was non-existent. Their participation in the Akatsuki was merely a means to facilitate their own madness. Thus, it became apparent that within the vast Akatsuki, only Kakuzu and Kisame remained genuinely loyal to the organization. In other words, after more than a decade of effort from Nagato and Konan, the Akatsuki was essentially comprised of only 4 true members. This starkly illustrates the formidable challenge of building a faction from scratch. The average individual cannot hope to achieve such a feat without decades of dedication. Yet, who could argue against Lu Fan's fortune? Therefore, in the face of Inuzuka's heartfelt counsel, Lu Fan had no intention of responding. Instead, he clapped his hands and declared, "Come forth." The assembly was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss regarding Lu Fan's intent. What do you mean by come forth? Just as confusion reigned, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as the air around the Hyuga estate surged in temperature, before the Hyuga clan could regain their composure. A ninja engulfed in flames and seemingly flowing with magma emerged, tearing through the fabric of space beside Lu Fan. What a terrifying individual! Upon sighting Ozu, the leaders of the 3 clans instinctively tensed, preparing for battle, for they sensed a palpable threat emanating from Ozu. He was an entity of Jonin caliber. The 3 clan leaders exchanged glances, affirming their mutual assessment. However, they were uncertain whether this sudden Jonin was friend or foe, and what connection he had with Lu Fan. While the 3 clan leaders remained cautious, Ozu, without uttering a word, knelt beside Lu Fan, paying his respects. "Old servant Ozu pays homage to my master." "Ozu? Master?" The clan leaders gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this enigmatic Jonin, Ozu, would kneel before Lu Fan, addressing him as master. It was well known that, despite their esteemed positions, not a single Jonin had ever referred to them as master. Ninjas, by nature, were proud beings. Even among the lower ranks, it was rare for anyone to recognize another as their master. The notion of a Jonin acknowledging a master was almost unheard of in their own clans. Should a Jonin arise, they would be revered, their status rivaling that of the clan leaders themselves. Take, for instance, Hinata Tenzu. Why was he present at this meeting? It was due to his past as a Jonin. Though his abilities had waned with age, having diminished to that of an elite Chunin, his former prowess still secured him a place among the clan elders, such is the weight of the title Jonin. And yet, here stood a Jonin acknowledging Lu Fan as his master. The clan leaders could scarcely believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. However, this was only the beginning. Following Ozu, Haruno Aoi, Tobi, Seichijiro, and others emerged, all kneeling before Lu Fan in reverence, each proclaiming, "We pay homage to our master." The 3 clan leaders, utterly astonished, found themselves at a loss for words, only able to emit sounds akin to a crowing rooster. It was not a lack of experience that rendered them speechless. Rather, The spectacle before them was simply too staggering to comprehend. Four jonins and two chunin, all bowing before Lu Fan, offering their respects. While it was true that among the four jonins, three possessed only average abilities and could be classified as special jonins at best, the sheer magnitude of the scene was enough to leave an indelible impression. In all their years, they had never witnessed such an event. Most astonishing of all, Lu Fan was merely 14 years old and had only been a ninja for 2 months. In that brief span, he had assembled such a formidable force. How could one not be astounded? More disconcertingly, as the three clan leaders evaluated the situation, they realized that if it came down to raw combat power, their clans would likely not stand a chance against Lu Fan's newfound entourage. Indeed, even within the entirety of Konoha, for jonins and two chunin constituted a formidable force. Hinata Tenzu, who had previously mocked Lu Fan for his lack of power, now found his face drained of color, rendered speechless. Yet, the clan leaders were not ordinary individuals. They quickly regained their composure, especially Hinata Hizashi. Upon regaining his senses, his first reaction was one of anger, not directed at Lu Fan, but at the guards of the Hyuga clan. What on earth were you all doing? Were you slacking off in broad daylight? How could you allow so many individuals to infiltrate our home without a sound? The reprimanded Hyuga guards were expressions of bitter remorse. They had genuinely not been negligent, yet they had failed to detect Ozu and the others. We were not slacking, they protested. Hizashi was furious. He was no fool. As an elite jonin of Konoha, he could easily discern that among Ozu and the other jonins, none possessed skills in stealth or illusion. Furthermore, even if they were adept at concealment, what of it? They are indeed the Hyuga clan, possessing the most formidable insight and reconnaissance abilities in the world. The illustrious Hyuga clan, reduced to the shame of being stealthily infiltrated within their own ancestral estate. If word of this were to spread, how would they endure the ridicule? The mere thought of it prompted Hinata Hayashi to erupt in a torrent of expletives. Are your Byakugan merely ornamental? Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan could not refrain from interjecting that there's no need for the clan leader to be so enraged. The reason Old Purple and the others could enter is unrelated to your subordinates. It is entirely due to my unique ability to manifest them anywhere. Hearing this, the three clan leaders fell momentarily silent. To manifest individuals anywhere. At first glance, this statement seemed unremarkable, but upon closer examination, it was terrifying enough to induce shudders. For with such an ability, Lu Fan could never be alone. Those who opposed Lu Fan would remain in perpetual uncertainty regarding the number of adversaries they faced. Was it 1, 10, or even 100? Such a fearsome ninjutsu transcended mere strength. It could only be described in 2 words: unsolvable. Through Lu Fan's revelation, Inuzuka Joie could not help but murmur, "Space-time ninjutsu." Indeed, only the legendary space-time ninjutsu could achieve such an effect. For instance, the previous Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was renowned in the ninja world for his Flying Thunder God technique. However, based on the results, Lu Fan's technique appeared to surpass that of Minato's Flying Thunder God, as the latter could only transport 1 or 2 individuals at most, and only with physical contact. In contrast, Lu Fan's technique did not require contact with Old Purple and the others, and the number transported reached an astonishing 5. Moreover, judging by Lu Fan's ease, it seemed that 5 was far from his limit. Gulping audibly, the 3 clan leaders felt a wave of apprehension if Lu Fan, displaying the strength of AJ Nin, was worthy of their admiration and alliance, and if his formidable followers like Old Purple commanded their respect and cooperation, then possessing what seemed to be space-time ninjutsu instilled in them a profound fear and reverence. For a ninja who mastered space-time ninjutsu could, at the very least, be a Hokage. Observing the odd expressions around him, Lu Fan smiled silently. In truth, he did not possess any space-time ninjutsu. The reason he could bring Old Purple and the others into the Hyuga household was solely due to the mobile game, where with a single tap, Old Purple would revert to a card, and with another tap, they would appear by his side, entirely unrelated to any space-time ninjutsu as misconceived by Hinata Hayashi and the others. Of course, Lu Fan was too indifferent to clarify, as he would eventually learn space-time ninjutsu himself, from the B-rank Kakashi, New Year Limited, to the A-rank Obito Uchiha, Fury, Minato Namikaze, Youth, and Tobarama Senju, Wandering Warrior. And even the S-rank Minato Namikaze, Edo Tensei, and Tobarama Senju, Edo Tensei. In the world of Naruto, while space-time ninjutsu might be rare, For him, it was as though an entire squad could be formed from those who wielded it in the mobile game. Thus, the notion of space-time ninjutsu was truly of no concern to Lu Fan. The more he exhibited this nonchalance, the more inscrutable he appeared to the three clan leaders, just as they exchanged glances and resolved to support Lu Fan in establishing a hospital. The previously silent Hinata Tenzo finally spoke. Lu Fan, I acknowledge your strength and your influence, but, Hinata Tenzo squinted, a cold smirk crossing his lips. The business of running a hospital cannot rely solely on strength and influence. Upon hearing this, the three clan leaders hesitated, for Hinata Tenzo's words rang true. The core of any hospital is always its physicians. Without competent doctors, no amount of investment or influence could salvage a hospital that was incapable of treating patients. Hinata Tenzo narrowed his eyes, gazing at Lu Fan with amusement. I trust, Mr. Lu, that you do not happen to be well-versed in medical ninjutsu as well, although Lu Fan had yet to respond. The three clan leaders already harbored their doubts. Impossible. Lu Fan could not possibly possess mastery over medical ninjutsu. After all, a ninja of commoner origins had elevated his prowess to that of AJ Nin in a mere 2 months. Amassed such a formidable following, and even learned a form of space-time ninjutsu to them, it was already incredulous. How could he also be proficient in medical ninjutsu? Chapter 60. Who among us is the commoner ninja? It wasn't that the three clan leaders looked down upon Lu Fan. They simply understood that the intricacies of advanced medical ninjutsu rivaled those of space-time ninjutsu. Hinata Tenzo's remarks were clearly intended as mockery. Consequently, Hinata Hayashi quickly reprimanded Tenzo. Elder Tenzo, how could you speak in such a manner? Mr. Lu's achievements at such a young age, with his strength and influence, are already remarkable. How could he also be proficient in medical ninjutsu? I actually am quite proficient. Hinata Hayashi's words trailed off in astonishment. Rubbing his ears, he asked, Mr. Lu, I beg your pardon. What did you say? Lu Fan smiled slightly. I said, I happen to be quite proficient in medical ninjutsu. The three clan leaders were taken aback, while Hinata Tenzo, who had been sneering at Lu Fan, stood frozen, his grin resembling dried jerky, petrified in place. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Impossible! How could this be so absurd? You have only been a ninja for 2 months. How could you possibly master both space-time ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu? Do you think you are the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? Though Hinata Tenzo's emotions were fervent, the three clan leaders shared the same incredulity. They genuinely did not believe that Lu Fan could have mastered space-time ninjutsu while also being proficient in medical ninjutsu in such a short span. Such an implausible feat seemed beyond even the Sage of Six Paths. Observing the astonished faces around him, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle inwardly if he were to divulge that, in addition to medical ninjutsu, he was also adept in lightning release, Jinjutsu, Sharingan, Byakugan, tailed beast Jinchuriki, and summoning techniques. Would they not faint from shock? Furthermore, while he was not the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, he had indeed collected 2, Sasuke from Shippuden and Naruto, young. Naturally, Lu Fan would keep these thoughts to himself. The mobile game Naruto was Lu Fan's greatest secret, one he would never reveal to anyone. As for the disbelief of Hinata Hayashi and the others, that could easily be resolved. That a simple demonstration would suffice. That a demonstration. The three clan leaders were still puzzled by what Lu Fan meant when suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed. A fierce bolt of azure lightning pierced through space and struck Hinata Tenzo squarely in the chest. With a resounding boom, Tenzo's chest was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. White bones jutted out ominously, and crimson blood erupted like a fountain. Everyone present was left in shock. No one had anticipated that Lu Fan would suddenly strike with lethal intent. Even if they had considered it, none dared to assert they could stop him, for the speed of that lightning was simply too swift. Impressive that Mr. Lu, you truly are a hero of your generation. Your prowess leaves me in awe. Inuzuka Zwa and Yunu Shiji expressed their heartfelt sentiments. Hinata Hizashi, standing nearby, was nearly driven to madness. Is this truly the time to extol Lu Fan? He has slain our elder. Can you not see that? Observing Hinata Hizashi's furious countenance, Inuzuka Zwa and Yunu Shiji pondered silently. The elder he killed is yours, not ours. Why should it concern me? Furthermore, your elder indeed deserved his fate. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, for as allies of the Hinata clan, Inuzuka Zwa and Yunu Shiji, albeit reluctantly, could only cast their gazes toward Lu Fan. Mr. Lu, they began, I understand that Hinata Hizashi's elder might have had it coming. But regardless, you ought not to have taken his life. After all, he is still an elder of the Hinata clan. To slay him on their territory, before their clan leader, is rather excessive, is it not? In the face of the three clan leaders' inquiries, Lu Fan merely smiled faintly. Who says I have killed him? At this, the three clan leaders were momentarily stunned. What could that possibly mean? Hinata Hizashi's chest was blown apart. How could he still be alive? Even if he managed to cling to life now, how long could he possibly last? It was evident that Hinata Hizashi was barely breathing, on the verge of death. Lu Fan smiled subtly. Now is my moment to shine. Shine? The three clan leaders were taken aback. Before they could regain their composure, Lu Fan stepped before Hinata Hizashi, clasped his hands together, and placed them upon him. Seeing this gesture, the three clan leaders initially assumed Lu Fan intended to deliver a final blow, fearing Hinata Hizashi might not survive. However, in the next instant, he declared, "Creation rebirth," with a light chuckle. A faint black glow emanated from his palm. Miraculously, Hinata Hizashi's shattered chest began to heal at a visible pace. Flesh reformed, bones regenerated. In a mere 5 seconds, he returned to his original state, or at least, outwardly appeared the same, albeit with a more haggard complexion. The three clan leaders were left speechless, unable to utter a word. It was Hinata Hizashi, now revived, who muttered in bewilderment, "What manner of ninjutsu is this? Creation rebirth." Upon hearing this name, the three clan leaders exchanged astonished glances. Having never heard of it before, Inuzuka Zwa lowered his voice, and Yunu Shiji shook his head in disbelief, indicating his unfamiliarity with this technique. They turned their attention to Hinata Hizashi, the most venerable and powerful among the three clans, who often boasted of their illustrious lineage and rich history. Surely he would have some insight. Yet, Hinata Hizashi's expression was one of embarrassment. He truly had never encountered this jutsu. Before the three clan leaders could fully comprehend the situation, Hinata Hizashi asked, "Why do I feel so weak?" Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Because I employed creation rebirth, not living rebirth." The three clan leaders were perplexed. What was this living rebirth? Especially Hinata Hizashi, who, had Lu Fan not just resurrected him before their eyes, would have suspected him of fabricating tales. After all, the Hinata clan was a time-honored and prestigious family. How could a mere common ninja like Lu Fan possibly utter two powerful jutsus he was unfamiliar with? Noticing the trio's lack of knowledge regarding these techniques, Lu Fan chuckled. "It is quite normal that you have not heard of them, as they are both forbidden techniques." Forbidden techniques. The three clan leaders were taken aback. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that forbidden techniques were typically powerful and challenging to master. Moreover, such techniques were generally off-limits to ninjas. Even the scions of prominent families rarely had opportunities to learn them. Thus, where had Lu Fan acquired this forbidden knowledge? Hinata Hizashi felt a pang of frustration, as he had harbored an odd premonition since the beginning. A phrase lingered in his heart, yearning to be voiced. That is, who among us is truly the common ninja here? Given that Lu Fan possesses both AJ means servant and top-tier forbidden techniques. Setting aside the disheartened trio, Hinata Hizashi was more concerned about whether these two forbidden techniques differed. "Of course, they do," Lu Fan replied, a glint in his eye. "Living rebirth utilizes the caster's chakra to restore the recipient, whereas creation rebirth employs the recipient's chakra, cells, and even lifespan for restoration." Lifespan? Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's already pale face turned an ashen shade. "Indeed," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. "Do you truly believe that after repeatedly provoking me, there would be no consequences?" 5 years. Lu Fan's narrowed gaze was icy. "For Hinata's sake, I will only take 5 years of your lifespan this time. However, next time, it shall not be so simple." This proclamation, everyone present gasped in shock. 5 years of lifespan. This was no trivial matter. Hinata Hizashi felt as though he might faint. 5 years, and another time after that. Given his age, losing 5 years might mean he wouldn't even survive long enough to see the next encounter. With this thought, Hinata Hizashi felt utterly despondent. Let alone continuing to challenge Lu Fan, he no longer wished to serve as an elder. "Mr. Lu, I am but an old fool, grateful for your mercy in allowing me to retain my life. To express my apologies, I hereby resign from my position as elder of the Hinata clan." Chapter 61. It is time to make a bold move. Who could have imagined that during a mere meeting, the elder of the Hinata clan would be removed from his position? Inazuka Zwa and Yunu Shiji exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of bemusement. How should they react? They felt the urge to laugh. Yet it seemed inappropriate. After all, the Hinata, Yunu, and Inazuka clans were allies. Laughing out loud would hint at schadenfreude. Nevertheless, it was undeniably amusing. Who would have thought that while opening a hospital, the patients would not even receive medical services? Yet the Hinata clan, as stakeholders, would be the first to reap the benefits? Hinata Hisashi's face was grim, for regardless of the circumstances, Hinata Hisashi was still a member of his clan, and Lu Fan had struck a blow against their dignity. However, the pride of the Hinata clan mattered little to Inazuka Zwa and Yunu Shi. They gazed at Lu Fan with excitement, as though they had unearthed a tremendous treasure. Yet, they were somewhat concerned. Mr. Lu, do you intend to personally serve as a doctor? Of course not, Lu Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head. His ambitions extended far beyond a mere hospital. He aimed for the entirety of the ninja world and beyond. How could he confine himself to a small clinic? The doctors at the hospital would be someone else that ate this. The three clan leaders were taken aback and turned their gazes toward Haruno Sakura, Konoha's spring Haruno. Among Lu Fan's subordinates, she alone possessed a chakra signature reminiscent of a medical ninja. Lu Fan nodded with a smile. Indeed, Haruno Sakura will serve as the hospital's doctor. However, she is not the only one. With that, Lu Fan clapped his hands. Come forth. Huh. The three clan leaders were momentarily stunned, their minds racing. Could it be that Lu Fan had another servant? In the next instant, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as Tsunade emerged. Lady Tsunade? Hinata Hisashi could not contain his exclamation. Inazuka Zwa and Yunu Shiji also gaped in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Lu Fan's command would summon Tsunade. No, it couldn't be. The three clan leaders swallowed hard, struggling to come to terms with the unbelievable revelation that Tsunade was indeed a servant of Lu Fan. It must be a mere coincidence. Yes, undoubtedly a coincidence. However, when Gangrong, swimsuit Tsunade, tore through the fabric of space without a moment's hesitation and knelt before Lu Fan, declaring, Maid Gangrong, at your service, the clan leaders were rendered utterly speechless. Could it be true? Tsunade was genuinely Lu Fan's maid. Noticing the confusion etched on the clan leaders' faces, Lu Fan smiled reassuringly. Please, do not misunderstand. This is Gangrong. She merely resembles Lady Tsunade. A mere resemblance. The clan leaders, gazing at Lu Fan, bore expressions that seemed to say, do you truly expect us to believe that? They were not fools. This was no simple likeness. Gangrong mirrored Tsunade in appearance, chakra, and demeanor with astonishing precision. Even identical twins could not share such resemblance, most notably in her exaggerated physique. To put it bluntly, apart from Lady Tsunade, who else in the world could possess such ample attributes? Yet, pondering further, if Gangrong were indeed Tsunade, why would the esteemed princess of the Senju clan serve as a maid to Lu Fan? The clan leaders were nearly overwhelmed with confusion, torn between the undeniable reality before them. Tsunade was indeed serving Lu Fan, and the rational thought that such a highborn individual could never stoop to such a role. Their minds were truly in turmoil, unable to discern the truth. Ultimately, they relinquished their attempts at understanding. Whether or not Gangrong was Tsunade, since Lu Fan denied it, they would feign ignorance. Moreover, even if Gangrong were not Tsunade, her J-Nin level chakra was indisputable. This indicated that Lu Fan had already amassed 5 J-Nin level servants. With formidable personal strength, exceptional prowess, and unparalleled medical skills, Lu Fan was fully capable of establishing his own hospital and encroaching upon the business of the Haruno clan. In other words, Lu Fan's willingness to collaborate with the three clans was clearly influenced by his regard for Hinata, Shino, and Inazuka Kiba, as he intentionally sought to share the spoils with them. With this realization, Inazuka Zwa immediately stepped forward. Mr. Lu, you need not say anything further. The Inazuka clan will not let your goodwill go to waste. Regardless of your intentions, we shall wholeheartedly support you. Surprised, Lu Fan hadn't anticipated that Zwa, the sole female clan leader among the three, would be the first to make a decision. However, Oil Girl Shizen quickly followed suit, expressing her clan's support as well. The Oil Girl clan is also willing to stand behind you. Mr. Lu, though her words were succinct and her tone unremarkable, The conviction and strength underlying her statement left no room for doubt among those present. The Oil Girl clan was known for their unwavering resolve. Once a decision was made, they would not waver. Thus, only the Hyuga clan remained. Lu Fan turned his gaze towards Hyuga Hisashi, who, along with Zwa and Shizune, was met with puzzled expressions. They were baffled by Hisashi's hesitation in the face of such favorable conditions. A figure like Lu Fan, destined for greatness, should be embraced without delay lest the opportunity slip away. Hisashi managed a bitter smile, fully aware that this was an exceptional opportunity from the perspectives of strength, influence, and future potential. Lu Fan's value far surpassed that of Haruno Sakura. Investing in Lu Fan was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Furthermore, the Hyuga, Oil Girl, and Inuzuka clans had historically supported one another. Otherwise, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba would never have been placed in the same class. However, the recent conflict, where Lu Fan had severely beaten Hinata's brother, made it difficult for Hisashi to simply turn around and ingratiate himself with Lu Fan. Wasn't he that rather shameless? Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a semblance of dignity. As Hisashi pondered, Lu Fan suddenly stood up, causing Hisashi to startle. Was it possible that Lu Fan, displeased by his prolonged silence, was about to leave? Panic surged within him at the thought that Mr. Lu, please don't go. The Hyuga clan is also willing to lend our full support. The moment the words escaped his lips, Hisashi was taken aback that it dawned on him that Lu Fan was not leaving. He merely intended to use the restroom. Embarrassment flooded Hisashi's face, realizing he had just made a fool of himself. Yet, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the embarrassment, he had not missed the chance to ally with Lu Fan. Seeing Hisashi's flushed face, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. With the support of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Oil Girl clans, he would no longer face any overt restrictions in Konoha. Not even the third Hokage could summon him for a private inquiry with a simple command. It was time to make his mark. Chapter 62. Haruno Sakura, surrendered in Konoha village. Within the office of the hospital director, the bald-headed director savored his favorite teacup, sipping delicately while humming a cheerful tune. Oh, how happy we common folk are. Just as he sang merrily, a loud crash erupted as a young doctor, resembling the director, burst through the office door, panting heavily. The director was startled, nearly dropping his cup. Little son, can't you be more composed? Did you not think to knock before entering? The director scolded, clutching his cherished teacup with care. Uncle, this is bad. Little son stammered, eager to convey urgent news. What do you mean, uncle? The director glared sternly that I've told you countless times, in the hospital, do not call me uncle. Address me by my title, director. Director? No. This isn't the time for that. Little son exclaimed anxiously. Lu Fan, who previously came to recruit from our hospital, has opened a hospital across the street. What? The director's initial reaction was disbelief. After all, Haruno Sakura had already informed Danzo of their plans. Days had passed, and Lu Fan was likely to have met his demise by now. How could he possibly be opening a hospital across from them? Stop joking around. I'm not joking. Little son was flustered, not wanting to waste time explaining. He rushed to the window and flung open the curtains. With a loud crash, the director's beloved teacup shattered on the floor. Yet, in that moment, the director paid no heed to his cup, for outside the window, directly across from their hospital, a magnificent building was under construction. Prominently displayed in its center was a gleaming sign. Lu's Hospital, in the Elder's Office of Konoha. Lady Sakura, did you not say you had already spoken with Danzo? How is it that Lu Fan has opened a hospital right at our doorstep? The director paced anxiously. Calmly seated, Haruno Sakura appeared unfazed, her demeanor tranquil as if nothing were amiss. Director, remain composed. The situation has not yet reached its most dire state. Upon hearing those words and gazing at the immovable figure of Zhuangqin Xiaochun, the bald director was momentarily taken aback, feeling an involuntary sense of shame. Just prior, he had urged Dr. Sun to remain composed, yet now, confronted with his own predicament, he found himself no different. Observing the demeanor of Elder Xiaochun, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Thus, taking a deep breath, the bald director inquired, Elder Xiaochun, what shall we do? Has Lord Danzo sent you any news? Do not fret. Zhuangqin Xiaochun chuckled lightly. Danzo has yet to respond. But I suspect he will soon take action against Lu Fan within these few days. Therefore, we need only wait. And so they waited, For 3 long days, the towering building across the window rose at an astonishing pace of 5 stories a day. Eclipsing the sunlight that once graced Konoha Hospital, the bald director could no longer contain his anxiety. He sought out Elder Xiaochun once more in her office. This time, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Having witnessed the gradual construction of the building over the past 3 days, which had dulled his senses somewhat. However, Zhuangqin Xiaochun was a different story. Her normally steadfast demeanor began to waver, and her previously placid expression grew increasingly anxious. As an elder of Konoha village, she was acutely aware that the hospital was her domain. In other words, if Lu's hospital were to be successfully completed, it would be akin to a public affront to her reputation. Thus, under no circumstances could she allow the construction of Lu's hospital to reach fruition. That insufferable Danzo had not returned her messages, and she could not afford to wait any longer. Alternative measures were imperative. Alternative measures? The bald director was taken aback. Aside from Danzo, Elder Xiaochun possesses even more ruthless methods. With a proud smile, Zhuangqin Xiaochun replied, having served as an elder in Konoha for decades, my connections and tactics far surpass what that Lu Fan could ever conceive. If dark methods fail, then I shall resort to legitimate ones. With my network, I can easily concoct a justification to halt the operations of that so-called Lu's hospital before it even opens. Upon hearing this, the bald director felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was well aware of Zhuangqin Xiaochun's standing. Once she decided to leverage her connections seriously, dealing with a mere Lu Fan would be but a trivial matter. 3 more days passed. The lavish building, now a towering 30 stories high, had reached its completion in a cacophony of celebration. Due to its proximity, the bald director could even see construction workers, under Lu Fan's leadership, hosting a festive gathering to commemorate the topping out ceremony. Observing the jubilant scene below, where Lu Fan appeared unperturbed by any obstacles, the bald director found his feelings to be quite peculiar. The director of Konoha Hospital. He should not have wished for Lu Fan's success. Yet, as a fellow commoner, he harbored a secret hope that Lu Fan might indeed create a miracle. More than that, however, he was filled with curiosity. He could not fathom how a mere commoner like Lu Fan could possibly erect such a grand edifice. What was truly going on? With these questions swirling in his mind, the bald director made his way to Elder Zhuangqin Xiaochun's office for the 3rd time. However, before he could even step inside, he was met with the sound of frantic shouting from within. Wretched people, all of them wretched. They follow me around, praising me, yet when it comes to doing their jobs, they all vanish, and those damned Inuzuka, Aburame, and Hyuga clans, may they all perish. For the sake of a mere Lu Fan, how dare they? Zhuangqin Xiaochun was so enraged that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Outside the door, the bald director's first instinct was to stifle a laugh. The calm and collected facade she had maintained crumbled under pressure, revealing her true nature. Beyond that, he felt a deep shock. The Aburame and Inuzuka clans were one thing, but the Hyuga clan, the most prestigious family in Konoha, had also intervened. How could such a prominent clan dare to offend Zhuangqin Xiaochun for Lu Fan's sake? With these doubts lingering, the bald director knocked on the office door. Upon seeing him, Zhuangqin Xiaochun regained some composure, letting out a cold laugh. What of Lu Fan? He is merely a facade created by the Hyuga clan. It is crystal clear that the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans covet my hospital. Upon hearing this revelation, the bald director suddenly understood. Oh, that was the case. If this were true, everything fell into place. After all, how could a mere commoner possibly defy the odds? Sighing softly to himself, he received new orders. Next, I will seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen and request his intervention in this matter. Zhuangqin Xiaochun sighed in response. As for you, go and find that Lu Fan fellow. Probe him about the intentions of the 3 clans and ask what it would take for them to relent. Zhuangqin Xiaochun had conceded. The following morning, at Lu's hospital, in the director's office, Lu Fan looked up in surprise. Director son, what brings you here? He had not anticipated the bald director would seek him out, especially as he was currently busy delegating tasks to his subordinates. Dr. Tsunade, Chief Physician, Sakura Haruno, Deputy Chief Physician, Shizune, Deputy Chief Physician, Kojiro, Security Chief, Obito Uchiha, Security Deputy Chief, and Lee, Security. Noticing that Lu Fan was occupied, the bald director wasted no time in getting to the point. To Mr. Lu, I come as a representative of Elder Zhuangqin Xiaochun to negotiate with the 3 clans. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was not particularly taken aback by the fact that he was representing Elder Zhuangqin, as he had long known the hospital was her enterprise. However, negotiating with the three clans? Director's son, are you under some misunderstanding? This hospital is my property. Misunderstanding? Your property? The bald director shook his head with a chuckle to Mr. Lu. I acknowledge your acting skills are impressive, but you need not maintain the facade any longer. At this, Lu Fan was genuinely bewildered, utterly lost regarding the bald director's line of reasoning. What facade? Seeing Lu Fan feigning ignorance, the bald director grew somewhat irritated and stated in a low voice. Mr. Lu, cease the pretense that I have already investigated. You are not some second-generation heir of a hidden family. Your family merely runs a shop selling rice dumplings. As he spoke, the bald director scrutinized Lu Fan. He believed that upon having his false identity as a wealthy heir exposed, Lu Fan would be furious. However, Lu Fan simply looked confused. What are you talking about? When did I ever claim to be the second-generation heir of a hidden family? There was no anger on Lu Fan's face, only bewilderment, for he had never pretended to be a wealthy heir, nor did he have any desire to do so today as for my family's rice dumpling shop. Didn't I provide you with the address already? If I recall correctly, the name of Lu's rice dumpling shop is clearly written on the payment slip for Shizun's salary. The bald director was taken aback. He suddenly realized that Lu Fan had indeed never claimed to be a member of a hidden aristocratic family. It was all his own conjecture. This revelation led him to ponder. Had he misjudged Lu Fan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Taking a step back, even if Lu Fan has never pretended to be the scion of a wealthy family, there is no way this hospital could be his property. There is no need for denial. The bald-headed director regarded Lu Fan with an expression of complete understanding. We already know who your backer is. What nonsense is this? Lu Fan could not help but shake his head and chuckle softly. He had no idea what the bald-headed director was talking about. Aside from his father, when had he ever relied on anyone else? However, in the eyes of the bald-headed director, Lu Fan was clearly someone who would not give up until he had seen the Yellow River. Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Hyuga, the bald-headed director squinted and chuckled lightly. This hospital belongs to those three families, does it not? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan began to grasp the situation that it was highly likely that the bald-headed director and Konohamaru had mistaken him for a puppet of the three clans. Thus, Lu Fan shook his head and smiled lightly. Things are not as you imagine. This hospital is indeed my property. The Hyuga clan only holds a 10% stake. The bald-headed director burst into laughter upon hearing this. Bluntly stating, only a fool would believe that. The Hyuga clan had sent people to confront the elders of Konoha on one hand, and finance the construction of a 30-story hospital on the other. And now they only hold a 10% stake? Is the Hyuga clan starting a charitable endeavor, or do you, Lu Fan, consider yourself their father? Seeing that the bald-headed director was unwilling to believe him, Lu Fan could not be bothered to explain further. Let the bald-headed director think whatever he wanted. The important matter was the negotiation. How did Konohamaru wish to proceed? Upon hearing this, the bald-headed director immediately stated that Elder Konohamaru hoped that they could withdraw from the hospital business. And in compensation, she would be willing to buy the hospital building they constructed at double the price. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan did not contemplate for even a second. Impossible, seeing Lu Fan's resolute rejection. The bald-headed director was not surprised. Negotiations, after all, must involve give and take. It was impossible to reach an agreement in one fell swoop. Thus, the bald-headed director began to raise his offer point 3 times the price. Impossible, once again. He was met with a flat refusal. The bald-headed director gritted his teeth and extended 4 fingers. The maximum is 4 times the price, and we are also willing to offer 1% of the Konoha Hospital shares. This was already a remarkably generous offer. It meant that Lu Fan would gain 3 buildings and 1% of the Konoha Hospital shares without having done anything. However, Lu Fan's attitude remained unchanged. He still coldly stated 3 words, impossible. At this point, the bald-headed director was somewhat enraged, yet helpless. Lu Fan held an absolute advantage. Therefore, the bald-headed director could only grit his teeth. Our final bottom line is that we agree to let you participate in the hospital business. But you cannot operate here. You must open your hospital elsewhere. Lu Fan's current hospital building directly faced the entrance of Konoha Hospital. Not only was it a slap in the face to Konohamaru, but it also signified an unyielding attitude. This was something Konohamaru could not accept. Therefore, her bottom line was clear. Lu Fan could open a hospital, but it could not be facing the entrance of Konoha Hospital. In the eyes of Konohamaru and the bald-headed director, they had already made significant concessions. However, Lu Fan's attitude remained steadfast. Impossible. The bald-headed director was stunned that he seriously doubted whether Lu Fan was making decisions arbitrarily. With such generous conditions, how could the Hyuga clan not accept? You better not be spouting nonsense. You should ask the Hyuga clan before answering me. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled slightly. No need to ask. For this is indeed my property, and it is naturally my decision to make. The bald-headed director was left speechless. He never expected that. At this point, Lu Fan would still insist that the hospital was his property. Do you know that making baseless boasts can lead to dire consequences? The bald-headed director glared coldly at Lu Fan. That Lu Fan merely smiled in silence, that he never boasted. The bald-headed director took a deep breath. Fine. Then tell me, what exactly do you want? What do I want? Lu Fan could not help but chuckle. Isn't it obvious? Why even ask? What? The bald-headed director was taken aback. The reason I placed the hospital directly opposite you is to devour you bit by bit. To completely annihilate you. Lu Fan spoke with a smile, uttering words that sent chills down the spine. The bald-headed director trembled all over. Are you joking? I never joke. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Your only option now is to sell Konoha Hospital and completely withdraw from the medical business. Apart from that, I will not accept any negotiations. The bald-headed director gasped in disbelief. You truly intend to be this ruthless? I apologize. Lu Fan smiled slightly. When I, Lu Fan, choose to act, I either do not act at all, or I go all the way. This is the essence of my style. Having said this, Lu Fan grinned up. By the way, if you still do not believe that this hospital is my property, you can come and see for yourself at the grand opening 3 days from now. The bald-headed director swallowed hard. Although reason told him that Lu Fan could not possibly be the true owner of the hospital, his intuition whispered that if a commoner could indeed create such a miracle, that person could only be Lu Fan. Chapter 64. The opening ceremony of Lu's hospital. Elder Konohamaru. Lu Fan has stated that he intends to completely annihilate us. Upon hearing the bald-headed director's message, Konohamaru trembled with rage. Ah, a lowly commoner dares to speak to me in such a manner. It is utterly intolerable. Konohamaru shouted angrily, throwing everything off her desk to the floor, completely losing her composure. This was because, while the bald-headed director had gone to confront Lu Fan, she had also sought the assistance of Hiruzen Sarutobi, hoping he could help resolve the matter. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had outright rejected her, saying, "Forget it, Konohamaru." Lu Fan trampled my tea leaves in front of so many people. Didn't I endure it? Damn it, tea leaves and hospitals are not the same thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly brushing her off. However, Konohamaru also understood that with Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and the Hyuga clans joining forces, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly had no way to counter them. After all, in terms of status, the combined power of the three clans could certainly match her and Hiruzen Sarutobi. And in such an equal standing, whether the Hyuga clan opened a hospital or a rice dumpling shop, it was all fair competition. On the surface, no one could stop the three clans. Nevertheless, she could not accept it. She could not comprehend why the Hyuga clan was determined to oppose her and seize her business. Did they think her easy to bully? And what infuriated her the most was that commoner named Lu Fan. That lowly commoner, who seemed as insignificant as a bug, had the audacity to speak of annihilation, relying on the power of the three clans. Konohamaru gritted her teeth and cursed viciously. Lowly commoner, lowly commoner. Damned lowly commoner. Each utterance of lowly commoner pierced the heart of the bald-headed director. He knew well that he too came from humble beginnings. As Konohamaru Lu Fan, she was, in essence, cursing him as well. Most importantly, did Konohamaru not realize that he also hailed from a common background? No, she is certainly aware. Yet, she remains indifferent. For her, the bald-headed director is merely a lowly peasant, unworthy of consideration regarding his feelings. At this moment, the bald-headed director felt an unexpected anticipation for the opening ceremony of the Lu family hospital in 3 days. Perhaps Lu Fan could truly create a miracle. 3 days swiftly passed. In my village, the Lu family hospital was alive with the crackling sounds of firecrackers from 8 in the morning onwards. A grand stage adorned the entrance of the hospital, where a dozen enchanting beauties from the land of water captivated the audience with their exhilarating song and dance performances. In the year 2023 on Earth, such tactics might be deemed overused and terribly cliché. with hardly anyone taking notice. However, in my village, reminiscent of China around 1990, this was incredibly trendy. The villagers, having never witnessed such spectacles, surrounded the Lu family hospital in droves, eagerly gazing at its entrance. The bald-headed director hesitated. Logically, as the director of my hospital, he should not be present here. After all, my hospital was their competitor. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself pushing through the crowd. Almost immediately, he regretted it. He had not come to enjoy the performances. Rather, he harbored a faint hope of meeting Lu Fan to witness a miracle. However, he could not even enter the hospital due to the overwhelming throng. Watching the performances was feasible for those of taller stature, but entering the hospital, apologies, the security guard, Xiao Zi, old Zi, would kindly stop you, asking, "Do you have an invitation?" If you possessed an invitation, Xiao Zi would respectfully allow you in. If not, and you attempted to force your way inside, Xiao Zi would, with a friendly demeanor, grab your head and use your face to clean the floor of the Lu family hospital. As he watched Xiao Zi press a rogue's face against the ground, rubbing it back and forth, the bald-headed director swallowed hard, feeling a sense of retreat. A dignified director, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to such treatment himself, especially since he lacked an invitation. 3 days prior, Lu Fan had merely extended a verbal invitation. Reflecting on this, the bald-headed director couldn't help but self-deprecate with a wry smile. Sunji, oh Sunji, they were simply being polite. How could you have taken it to heart? In the bald-headed director's eyes, if Lu Fan genuinely wished for him to attend the ceremony, he would surely have provided an invitation. Clearly, Lu Fan was merely speaking for formality's sake, not regarding him. Sunji, as significant. With a bitter smile, the bald-headed director turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, Director Sun, Lu Fan had just descended the stairs and spotted the shiny bald head of the director amidst the crowd. Mr. Lu, the bald-headed director turned in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Fan would coincidentally come down at that moment and call out to him. Before he could respond, Lu Fan smiled and spoke first. "Since Director Sun is here, why not come in and have a chat?" Upon hearing this, Director Sun felt a flicker of irritation. He would like to enter, but he needed an invitation. Hadn't he seen the rogue without an invitation nearly being toyed with by Xiao Zi? Sensing the forlorn look in the bald-headed director's eyes, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Director Sun, what are you thinking? The reason I implemented this invitation system is primarily to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing trouble. Given our friendship, you need not worry about an invitation. Just come right in. I've already informed Xiao Zi and the others." What? The bald-headed director was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lu Fan to regard him with such importance. It should be noted that even at my hospital, Zhu Xiaochun had never treated him with such esteem. Instinctively, he felt disbelief and glanced at Xiao Zi, who nodded with a smile. "Yes, the master has already informed us. Mr. Sun, you can come right in." Upon hearing this, the bald-headed director's heart trembled slightly. Feeling a pang of shame, he had just assumed a petty mindset, misjudging Lu Fan's intentions. The reason Lu Fan had not sent him an invitation was not out of disdain for him, Sunji, but rather the opposite. Lu Fan respected him and believed their friendship was substantial enough that an invitation would seem unnecessary, akin to visiting a neighbor without needing formalities. With this realization, the bald-headed director felt warmth in his heart, for he sensed respect from Lu Fan. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, if this hospital truly belongs to you, I would consider working for you." Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled slightly. "If you wish to join, the position of director will always be yours." Looking at Lu Fan's calm and confident countenance, the bald-headed director felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that this hospital truly belonged to Lu Fan? Just as the bald-headed director began to believe, a resounding voice echoed from outside the hospital. Inazuka clan leader Inazuka Joie presents 100 congratulatory flower baskets on behalf of the Inazuka clan. Chapter 65. 3 clans celebrate. A full 100 vibrant and colorful flower baskets were arranged on either side of the hospital entrance, with a red carpet laid out, dressed in a striking red gown. Inazuka Joie, adorned with 8-centimeter high heels, moved gracefully, exuding a blend of maturity, femininity, and charm. Yet, none dared to gawk. Those aware of Inazuka Joie's status would naturally refrain from offending the clan leader, while those unaware could discern that this woman was likely of significant stature based on her demeanor. As Inazuka Joie approached the Lu family hospital, the bald-headed director, who had just begun to harbor some hope, could not help but sigh. It is clear that commoners can never rise. This hospital remains a property of the three great clans. Before he could finish his thought, another resounding voice rang out. Oil Woman Clan leader Oil Woman Ji Wei presents 100 congratulatory flower baskets on behalf of the Oil Woman Clan. 100 plus 100, a total of 200 flower baskets filled the entrance of the Liu family hospital. Clad in a black shirt, Oil Woman Ji Wei walked steadily towards the hospital in silence. By mere appearance and demeanor, she appeared far more understated than Inuzuka Joie. Yet, in a village as small as Mai, amidst a crowd of onlookers, there were always those who understood. Soon, the crowd buzzed with excitement, astonished that even the typically reserved Oil Woman Clan had arrived. Clearly, the rumors were true. This hospital was indeed a joint venture among the Inuzuka, Oil Woman, and Hyuga clans. The Liu family hospital must be a facade. It should be named the Three-Clan Hospital. Upon hearing these discussions, the bald-headed director's heart sank further. He felt increasingly that his recent hopes were nothing but unrealistic fantasies. Nonetheless, he retained a glimmer of hope. As long as the Hyuga clan had yet to appear, everything remained possible. However, following closely behind Oil Woman Ji Wei was the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, who presented 100 congratulatory flower baskets on behalf of the Hyuga clan, in a pristine white kimono. Hinata Hizashi raised his head proudly and strode down the red carpet. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Unlike the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, whose strengths, while commendable, have remained relatively obscure in Konoha, the Hyuga clan stands apart. The Hyuga family has been one of the foremost clans since the establishment of the village, with its descendants permeating various sectors of Konoha, be it the Umbu, combat units, ninja teams, police department, civil affairs, or administrative offices. It could be said without exaggeration that the Hyuga family's presence is felt in nearly every industry and institution within the village. Therefore, upon witnessing Hinata Hizashi, the bald-headed director was engulfed in despair, for the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans might still consider supporting Liu Fan for the sake of shares, but the Hyuga clan would never allow their esteemed patriarch to endorse Liu Fan for mere shares. In stark terms, given the financial and political clout of the Hyuga family, they would hardly find the shares of Liu's hospital worthy of their attention. Thus, the only conceivable reason for Hinata Hizashi's appearance here is that Liu's hospital is, in fact, a property of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, everything was but a delusion. Liu Fan was ultimately nothing more than a figurehead, a mere pawn put forth by the three major clans to serve as a shield. Lost in thought, Mr. Liu was suddenly greeted by Inuzuka Zwa, clad in a striking red evening gown, who promptly approached him with respectful congratulations. Not only that, but he gestured for Inuzuka Kiba, who stood beside him. To present a young ninja dog of exceptional pedigree. Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize. After much consideration, the only gift our Inuzuka clan can offer is this ninja dog, which possesses some value. We hope you won't think poorly of it. The respectful and humble tone of Inuzuka Zwa sounded almost surreal to the bald-headed director. Could it be? Inuzuka Zwa was actually congratulating Liu Fan and presenting him with a gift. It seemed unlikely to be mere theatrics. His tone was far more genuine than any encounter with the likes of Tsunade. Moreover, who would act so theatrically as to present their beloved guardian? What was labeled a guard dog was, in truth, a ninja dog of impeccable lineage and remarkable quality. If this dog were to be sold in the market, it would fetch no less than 3 to 5 million. Such a creature, if properly trained, could prove invaluable, even against Ning. Thus, it was evident that Inuzuka Zwa was genuinely congratulating Liu Fan, and the gift was indeed substantial, bordering on sycophantic. Yet, what could account for this unexpected turn of events? The bald-headed director was bewildered. Wasn't Liu Fan merely a pawn of the three major clans? Why was Inuzuka Zwa treating him with such reverence? While he pondered, Yamanaka Shio entered the hospital, and perhaps due to her reticence, she uttered not a word but nodded at her companion, Yamanaka Zina. The latter remained silent as well, first bowing to Liu Fan and then producing a glass vial, about the thickness of a finger, filled to the brim with a golden liquid. The untrained eye, this vial might elicit confusion, yet the bald-headed director, as the head of Konoha Hospital, recalled a tale, or rather, a legend. It was said that within the secret arts of the Yamanaka clan lay a technique capable of transforming the already fearsome parasitic insects into even more dreadful venomous ones. The toxicity of these venomous insects ranked among the top 3 in the world. Just a single drop of their venom could poison an entire river's worth of life. Intriguingly, for every 100 million venomous insects, there existed one aberrant insect that could secrete an extraordinarily rare antidote. This antidote, resplendent as gold, could neutralize all poisons with but a single drop. However, due to the extreme rarity of such aberrant insects, even the bald-headed director, despite his position, had never laid eyes on this antidote. Could it be? Indeed, this vial contained the hidden treasure of the Yamanaka clan, the parasitic insect's radiant golden antidote. Yamanaka-zina nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, even the bald-headed director, along with Inuzuka-zwa, who had just presented a gift, and Hinata Hizashi, who had yet to offer his own, collectively gasped in astonishment. Despite the small size of Yamanaka-zina's vial, it was surely the culmination of Yamanaka Shio's efforts over a decade, an undoubtedly significant gift. In that moment, the bald-headed director completely dispelled his earlier thoughts that he no longer doubted that this hospital belonged to Lu Fan. Instead, he began to question whether Lu Fan was, in fact, the shared patriarch of the 3 clans. Chapter 66. What do you think of my Hinata? Everyone present was left in awe by the significant gift presented by the Yamanaka clan. Only the ninja dog in Inuzuka's was arms, oblivious to the unfolding events, barked loudly in an attempt to capture the crowd's attention. Yet, at that moment, no one had the inclination to heed its call. Although the lineage of the ninja dog brought by Inuzuka-zwa was undeniably pure and valuable, in the presence of the radiant golden antidote, a mere ninja dog held no allure. In terms of value, this vial of antidote exceeded that of the ninja dog by at least tenfold. Beyond mere monetary worth, the most astonishing aspect was the trust the Yamanaka clan placed in Lu Fan. For the radiant golden antidote could counter the very poison produced by the Yamanaka clan's parasitic insects. In other words, this vial not only possessed considerable value, but also represented the Yamanaka clan's nemesis. Thus, it was no wonder that the radiant golden antidote had rarely surfaced outside the Yamanaka clan over the years. It was clear that a family relying on poison as their trump card would never allow their antidote to circulate freely in the market. Yet now, Yamanaka Shio publicly gifted Lu Fan an entire vial of the radiant golden antidote. What an extraordinary show of trust and allegiance. With a soft sound, Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Hizashi swallowed hard. Ordinary people might remain oblivious to the significance of this bottle of resplendent golden divine liquid. However, as clan leaders themselves, they were acutely aware of its implications. The Y Ninja clan presenting this bottle to Lu Fan was akin to a kitten or puppy rolling over to expose its belly upon encountering its master. It was a gesture of willingly offering one's vulnerabilities, a demonstration of loyalty and submission. In essence, the Y Ninja clan was unequivocally declaring their allegiance. From this day forth, the Y Ninja clan would stand as Lu Fan's subordinate, aligning themselves closely with him. Upon this realization, Kiba and Hizashi exchanged glances, both astonished by the unexpected decisiveness shown by the Y Ninja clan. Clearly, neither had anticipated such a swift and silent commitment from the entirety of the Y Ninja family to Lu Fan. Even Lu Fan himself felt a twinge of surprise. Given his current standing, it seemed somewhat unwarranted for the Y Ninja clan to invest so much in him that a 14-year-old prodigy ninja, while rare, was not without precedent in the village of Konoha, where exceptional talents were commonplace. 0.5 Jonin-level subordinates constituted a formidable force, yet it was merely sufficient to forge an alliance with 3 clans. To expect the Y Ninja clan to serve as subordinates appeared slightly far-fetched. Unless there were other compelling reasons, instinctively, Lu Fan turned to gaze at Y Ninja Shina, who had been standing beside Y Ninja Shio. Their eyes met, and even without exchanging a word, Shina simply nodded with a faint smile. In that moment, Lu Fan was certain it was Shina who had persuaded the Y Ninja clan. His reasoning was straightforward. Among the entire Y Ninja clan, Shina was the only one he knew, and only she would hold him in such high regard as to convince her clan to present the resplendent golden divine liquid. Moreover, unlike Hinata or the immature Kiba, Shina was already quite mature at her age and wielded significant influence within the Y Ninja clan, possessing the capability to sway their decisions. Of course, achieving such a feat undoubtedly required immense effort on Shina's part. It was likely that she risked her position as a junior clan leader in doing so, for she was gambling the fate of her entire clan. Contemplating this, Lu Fan's expression grew solemn. As the saying goes, if you do not betray me, I shall not betray you. Since Sheena placed such trust in him, Lu Fan would certainly not let her down. Extending his hand, he accepted the resplendent golden divine liquid and made a public vow. From this day forth, the Y Ninja clan and my Lu family shall be bound in friendship for generations, unchanging for eternity. Upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration, even the typically stoic Y Ninja clan could not suppress their joy. Flashing toothy grins. Given Lu Fan's talent and influence, his promise ensured that the Y Ninja clan could rest easy for at least a century. Observing the ecstatic Y Ninja Shiho, Kiba and Hisashi felt a pang of bitterness. That old rascal Shiho is utterly shameless. What happened to our promised alliance among the three clans? Why is he suddenly fawning over Lu Fan alone? Most concerning was the Y Ninja clan's unexpected display of generosity. What were Kiba and Hisashi to do? If they abstained from matching this gesture, Lu Fan would undoubtedly thrive, and the Y Ninja clan, as his primary subordinate, would reap the rewards while they would be left with mere scraps. Yet, if they were to reciprocate, where could they possibly find a treasure of equivalent worth to the resplendent golden divine liquid? Shiho had effectively placed them on a scorching spit. Kiba and Hisashi gritted their teeth in frustration. That wretched Shiho, usually taciturn and appearing like a paragon of virtue, was truly devious at critical moments. Infuriatingly, Y Ninja Shiho turned away, feigning ignorance to their scowls, whistling smugly as if he had already secured his position as Lu Fan's foremost subordinate. Damn it, Kiba ground his teeth, while Hisashi felt dizzy with rage, unsure how to proceed. As the old adage goes, one fears not the lack of knowledge, but rather the comparison of goods. With Shiho's recent gift of the invaluable resplendent golden divine liquid, how could he possibly present his own offerings? The situation worsened as all eyes turned to him, the crowd murmuring excitedly. Wow, how thrilling. The Y Ninja clan is so generous. I wonder what treasure the Hyuga clan will unveil. Given the Hyuga family's wealth and heritage, surely they would not be outdone by the resplendent golden divine liquid, right? Listening to the whispers in the crowd, Hisashi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, the Hyuga clan was affluent and well-established, but the Y Ninja clan was no slouch either. Among treasures, the resplendent golden divine liquid was already among the highest echelons. Even within the Hyuga clan's collection, few items could surpass its value. More importantly, gift-giving was not merely a display of wealth. The intention was to convey heartfelt sentiment, to forge a closer bond with Lu Fan. Just as the Y Ninja clan's offering not only bore immense value, but also signified a unique meaning, solidifying Lu Fan's position as their paramount subordinate. Thus, Hisashi began to ponder what the Hyuga clan might possess that was truly precious and how they could strengthen their relationship with Lu Fan. Ideally, the Hyuga clan's connection with Lu Fan should surpass that of the Y Ninja clan's foremost subordinate. Deep in thought, Hisashi mulled over the possibilities for a minute, then two, then three. Just when it seemed he would remain silent, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes alight. Lu Fan-kun, what do you think of my daughter Hinata? All present were rendered speechless, including Lu Fan, who stared incredulously at Hisashi. Did he truly just suggest marrying his daughter to Lu Fan? The bald-headed director nearly lost his mind at the thought. Unlike others, he was acutely aware of Lu Fan's humble origins, merely a commoner skilled in making rice dumplings. Yet, Hisashi's words implied a desire to betroth his daughter to Lu Fan. The mere notion was absurd. How could the esteemed Hyuga clan possibly marry off their daughter to someone of such lowly status? Even Lu Fan could barely believe it. Hisashi clan leader. Are you joking? After all, in his mind, Hinata had always been Naruto's wife, and Hisashi's sudden inquiry left him momentarily flabbergasted. Surprisingly, in the face of Lu Fan's and the crowd's skeptical gazes, Hisashi remained resolute, stating with unwavering conviction, Mr. Lu, I am entirely serious. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, I would never jest about such matters. That I, in truth, Hinata Hyuga had just contemplated deeply about this matter. The most precious possession of the Inuzuka clan is their ninja dogs, while the most treasured item of the Aburame clan is the splendid golden liquid secreted by the Kakache. Naturally, for the Hyuga clan, the most invaluable treasure is the Byakugan. However, he could not possibly extract the Byakugan and present it to Lu Fan. Thus, he conceived a brilliant idea, to marry Hinata off to Lu Fan. Since he could not simply offer the Byakugan, he would instead present both the person and the eye together. The beauty of this arrangement lies in the fact that marrying Hinata to Lu Fan forges a much closer bond than merely gifting a ninja dog or the splendid golden liquid. Offering the golden liquid would merely allow the Aburame clan to regard Lu Fan as their subordinate, a mere first lackey. Yet, marrying Hinata to Lu Fan would elevate the Hyuga clan to a familial alliance with the Lu clan, making him directly Lu Fan's father-in-law. Which relationship is closer, that of a subordinate or a father-in-law? It hardly requires stating. Most importantly, marrying Hinata to Lu Fan would not place the Hyuga clan at a disadvantage. In terms of status, although Hinata is the princess of the Hyuga clan, Lu Fan is no less impressive. With 5 elite J-nin and 3 Chunin under his command, such formidable power ranks among the top forces. Regardless of where it is placed, in terms of appearance, while Hinata is indeed youthful and charming, Lu Fan is equally handsome and dashing, perfectly complementing her. As for strength, it goes without saying. Hinata is merely an ordinary genin of Konoha, while Lu Fan, at such a young age, has already attained the level of an elite J-nin. Therefore, from any perspective, marrying Hinata to Lu Fan is a win-win situation and could even be considered a profitable arrangement for the Hyuga family. Hence, Hayashi Hyuga looked earnestly at Lu Fan and said, "Lu, I speak sincerely. What do you think of our Hinata?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Hayashi Hyuga was actually serious. He genuinely intended to give his daughter away. Except for Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, the bewildered onlookers were oblivious to Hayashi Hyuga's true intentions. They could only think that Hayashi had lost his mind. While it is common to see flowers and money given at opening ceremonies, one has never witnessed a father offering his daughter. Speaking of which, if even the Hyuga clan wishes to marry their daughter to him, who exactly is Lu Fan? The audience buzzed with speculation, and the bald director standing next to Lu Fan was utterly perplexed. Who is Lu Fan? A hidden aristocrat? Or a humble rice dumpling commoner? If he were indeed a hidden aristocrat, how could Tenten, as one of the 3 great elders of Konoha, be completely unaware? Moreover, Lu Fan had just openly admitted to being someone who merely makes rice dumplings. Yet, if he is not from a hidden lineage, how could the 3 clan leaders be so sycophantic towards him? Why would Hayashi Hyuga consider marrying off his daughter to Lu Fan? Gazing at the composed Lu Fan beside him, the bald director clutched his head in anguish. Unable to discern the truth, casting a curious glance at the bald director, Lu Fan also realized that Hayashi Hyuga was indeed serious. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan replied, "Hinata is truly a wonderful girl. I like her very much." Lu Fan expressed his straightforward admiration. Or rather, any normal person would naturally like Hinata. There is no need to elaborate on her appearance, for words suffice: youthful and voluptuous. As for her personality, anyone who has watched the anime knows that Hinata is undoubtedly the most gentle and suitable kunoichi for marriage in the entire Naruto world. To put it another way, if another anime's protagonist pursued the female lead for 10 years without success, only to end up with a sudden wife, the readers would undoubtedly berate the narrative. However, if that sudden wife is Hinata, then all is forgiven. Readers would not only refrain from anger, but would also smile with delight. Even if the story of Naruto and Sakura together for the past decade far exceeds that of Hinata, it matters not, simply because she is Hinata, the first wife of Naruto. Thus, Lu Fan responded candidly, "Hinata is wonderful. I really like her." Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga immediately beamed with joy. This round, his identity as a father-in-law was secured. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino looked on with an air of melancholy, casting glances at Inuzuka Hana and Aburame Shino, thinking to themselves how much better it would have been had they borne daughters. As for the person in question, Hinata, she stared at Lu Fan in shock, unable to fathom that he would actually say he liked her. Shino and Kiba were equally astonished. After all, Lu Fan was clearly aware of. How could this be? Lu Fan smiled at Hinata. "I know you like Naruto. Does that mean I cannot like you?" Another direct hit, striking at Hinata's heart. Throughout her life, she had never been confessed to face, let alone in front of so many people, including her father. Consequently, after much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for how to counter Lu Fan's declaration. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed she had no grounds to refute him. After all, as someone who had long harbored feelings for Naruto, she appeared to lack the position to demand that Lu Fan not like her. However, there was one thing she still wished to clarify. "Lu Fan-kun, I have always regarded you as an elder brother. Before Hinata could finish her rejection, Lu Fan chuckled. Who says one cannot fall in love with an elder brother? Don't you think that brother-sister relationships are even more thrilling? His calm voice echoed through the spacious hall. The vast Lu family hospital fell silent. Utterly stunned by Lu Fan's words, Hinata's face flushed crimson. Witnessing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Compared to his seasoned flirtations, Hinata was still quite naïve for why he was doing this. It was quite evident. He aimed to pursue Hinata. Long before, while watching the anime in his previous life, he was irked by Kishimoto's decision to pair Hinata with Naruto. Why should such an exceptional girl be inexplicably assigned to Naruto? As the saying goes, a harlot is well suited for a dog. Wasn't Sakura a perfect match for Naruto? As for Sasuke, Lu Fan believed that compared to marrying a woman he did not love, solitude would suit the Uchiha better. Regrettably, in his previous life, Lu Fan was a law-abiding citizen, unable to confront Kishimoto and alter the ending. However, in this life, Lu Fan had the power to change it all. In fact, he had already succeeded more than halfway. With Sakura's true nature exposed early on, Sasuke would likely not end up with her. Under these circumstances, Sakura would probably have to settle for the lovesick Naruto. Thus, when calculated carefully, only the lonely Hinata remained without a partner. Initially, Lu Fan planned to foster feelings with Hinata within Team 8 before proceeding. But since Hayashi Hyuga had already brought it up, he did not mind advancing the plan. With his emotional intelligence from 2 lifetimes, he was confident he could win over Hinata. Even if, hypothetically, he could not succeed, was there not Hayashi Hyuga, an arranged marriage? Though unethical, is not something one should advocate. Yet, as previously stated, if the arranged spouse were Hinata, it would not be unacceptable. Chapter 68. Shimura Danzo, obnoxious bug brother-sister relationships are off-limits. Hinata blushed and fled from the Lu family hospital. Observing this, those present exchanged knowing smiles. Hayashi Hyuga was positively beaming that it was evident that this matter had great potential. Due to Hinata's shyness, if she were to harbor any disdain for Lu Fan, she ought to respond with anger rather than embarrassment when teased by him. Thus, even if Hinata does not possess any affection for Lu Fan, it is evident that she does not dislike him either. As seasoned individuals are aware, a lack of disdain is often the inception of a budding relationship. After arranging for Haruno Aoi, Haruno Sakura from Shippuden, and Xiaozi, Laozi, to discreetly escort Hinata home, Lu Fan ceased to focus on her. Emotions are cultivated gradually over time. There is no need to rush. Turning to the companion beside him, Jingxiang, he instructed, Jingxiang, kindly escort the 3 clan leaders to the conference room on the upper floor for some rest. I will await 2 more individuals before joining you for the meeting. The 3 clan leaders had gathered at the Lu family hospital, not only to congratulate Lu Fan on his opening, but also for the inaugural shareholders meeting of the hospital. Lu Fan intended to reveal a small portion of his medical system plan to the clan leaders during this assembly, thereby demonstrating his trust in them while also seeking their assistance. However, the mention of waiting for 2 more individuals surprised the 3 clan leaders slightly. Could it be that there are others besides them who hold shares in the Lu family hospital? Nonetheless, seeing that Lu Fan did not elaborate further, the clan leaders refrained from inquiring further. After all, whoever Lu Fan was waiting for would eventually ascend to the upper floor, and they would learn of it in due time. In contrast to the calm demeanor of the 3 clan leaders, the bald director was not as composed. There's someone else coming," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. To him, the presence of the clan leaders at the hospital's opening was already impressive and shocking. Now, Lu Fan claimed that there were additional guests besides the clan leaders. Furthermore, judging by Lu Fan's demeanor, it seemed that the upcoming visitors were likely even more significant than the clan leaders themselves. Otherwise, Lu Fan would not disregard the clan leaders and insist on waiting downstairs. Who could it be? The clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly? Or perhaps someone from the Senju clan? Or could it possibly be the Hokage himself? The bald director's mind raced with speculation. Suddenly, the crowd outside erupted in commotion, followed by a resounding voice announcing, Konoha Advisor, Lord Shimura Danzo, presents 100 congratulatory flower baskets. Upon hearing this, the bald director was rendered speechless. He had considered countless possibilities, yet never anticipated that it would be Danzo arriving. Who is Danzo, you might ask? To put it kindly, he is the hidden guardian of Konoha's roots. To speak less charitably, he is akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, Such a character could hardly be expected to offer blessings to anyone. Moreover, even if he were to extend a gesture, it certainly would not be directed at Lu Fan, especially given that Tsunade had only recently sent word for Danzo to eliminate him. The bald director scratched his head, genuinely bewildered that in truth, Lu Fan was equally perplexed. He had no idea why Danzo would seek him out. Was he planning to kill him in front of all these witnesses? That seemed improbable. Such a brazen act might be conceivable if it were Uchiha Madara, but Danzo? Lu Fan couldn't help but scoff. It wasn't that he looked down on Danzo. Rather, a rat hiding in the shadows would never learn to conduct itself with honor. Just as he was lost in thought, a rough, raspy voice echoed at the entrance of the hospital. Dressed in a white kimono, with bandages wrapped around his head leaving only one eye visible, Shimura Danzo approached the entrance of the Lu family hospital, clattering in wooden sandals, and greeted Lu Fan with a familiar wave. Lu Fan-kun, we finally meet. Upon hearing this, the bald director was taken aback. Judging by Danzo's familiar demeanor, it appeared that he knew Lu Fan. However, the next moment, the bald director realized he had miscalculated, for Lu Fan spoke. His icy tone betraying no hint of affection for the man before him. "Do not address me so familiarly, old man. I do not recognize a scoundrel who hides in the shadows." That Danzo's smile faltered, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that Lu Fan would so openly insult Danzo. The bald director, who was privy to some of the darker secrets, felt his heart race with anxiety. Old man, a scoundrel who hides in the shadows. He conceded that Lu Fan's descriptors for Danzo were indeed apt and truthful. However, the crux of the matter was that some truths should remain unsaid. After all, this scoundrel hiding in the shadows was the most fearsome Lord Danzo of Konoha. Based on the bald director's understanding of Danzo, not only would someone like Lu Fan never dare to publicly insult him, but even a mere disapproving glance could lead to the annihilation of one's entire family. How could Lu Fan possibly summon the audacity to confront such a ruthless individual? The bald director was utterly baffled. Was it possible that Lu Fan genuinely did not recognize Danzo? Did he have no knowledge of who Danzo was? Realizing this, the bald director quickly lowered his voice and cautioned Lu Fan. "Mr. Lu, you may not be aware, but this gentleman is one of Konoha's 3 esteemed advisors, on par with the Hokage himself." Upon hearing that he was being mentioned in the same breath as the Hokage, Danzo's expression slightly improved.